My name is Legate Black. After my unexpected journey, I acquired a system, and from that day forth, the myriad realms began to echo with anguished cries. Tang, damn it, who has pilfered my vital energy? My goodness. Jia-Zhang, old Jia, hurry back and take this thief away. In essence, this is a tale of bartering for all things within the world of Harry Potter. Chapter 1. A preliminary venting of frustration. August 29th, 1991, AKT this moment, in England at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Master, please, I cannot endure any longer. What are you saying? We have barely begun. I truly cannot go on. I beg you, spare me. Very well, I am at my wit's end with you. As he spoke, Legate Black hastened his movements. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, a giant python, over 2 meters wide, collapsed onto the ground. The python's expression, reminiscent of a certain disillusioned individual, easily conjured unsavory associations. Is it really necessary to act as if you're on the brink of death over a mere blood extraction? After carefully storing the collected 1,000 milliliters of blood, a strikingly handsome youth with black hair and eyes approached and gently nudged the fallen serpent. It is merely a trifling matter, right? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, the python dared not voice any objections and slithered away to indulge in a meal. After all, securing a position with room and board is no small feat. A little hardship is but a small price to pay with some determination. It is surely bearable. Certainly, had there been any onlookers, they would have been startled by this bizarre scene. For the seemingly mundane exchange between man and serpent was conducted not in human language, but in parcel tongue, deemed a calamity in the wizarding world. Feast, feast. The more you consume, the more I shall extract next time. The python. But observing the python engrossed in its meal, Legate gathered the prepared blood and exited the greenhouse. He then returned directly to his private chamber, commencing the delicate task of potion-making with the blood. Indeed, this Legate is none other than our compatriot from Blue Star. He is the fictional third son of the Black family, a singular offspring of Legate Black. Adhering to the principle that a transmigrator either has deceased parents or royally absent ones, on the very day of Legate's birth, his adoptive parents departed this realm. As for the reason behind Legate's transmigration, let us simply say it was absurd, as absurdity had come home to roost in a frantic attempt to conceal the 3 terabytes of Teletubbies from his nephew. He inadvertently struck his forehead against the sharp edge of the table. Thus, dear friends, when it comes to home decor, one should certainly avoid opting for angular tables. The pain from such a collision is indeed excruciating, and it can truly send a person away. Yet, with remarkable resolve, Blake managed to switch off the power just before succumbing to unconsciousness. His nephew remarked, "Uncle, all of this is what I have left to see." At that moment, inside the bedroom, TSK, broken again, glancing at the cauldron before him, which emitted an eerie green glow from the potion within, Lecter let out a resigned sigh. Just as he contemplated disposing of it, a melodious notification chimed in his ear. Ding, the year-long period has concluded. The host's exchange and extraction count has been refreshed by 1. Indeed, as a transmigrator, how could he possibly lack a system? The system that Lecter possessed was known as the unequal exchange and extraction system. As the name suggests, this system allows for the exchange of any item with those from other worlds or the outright acquisition of items without any cost. The reason Lecter could communicate with serpents was primarily due to acquiring a buff called Child of Nature. Those endowed with this buff not only engender goodwill from sentient creatures in nature, but can also communicate with them effortlessly. A protagonist from another world lamented, "Damn it, why have the animals become distant from me?" The system interface read as follows. Unequal exchange and extraction system activated. This system allows for the exchange of any item with other planes, facilitating unequal exchanges or extractions. Note, utilizing items of similar shape or design increases the likelihood of obtaining analogous items. Remaining unequal exchange and extraction attempts. 1. Host, Lecter Blake. Age, 10 years. Wand, Hollywood. Dragon heartstring, a wand belonging to an ancestor of the Blake family. Buff, Child of Nature enables communication with all sentient beings in nature and fosters quick rapport. Learned spells, Alohomora, Petri Ficus Totalis, Wingardium Leviosa, Locomotor Mortis, Lumos, among others, including the infamous 3,000 ways to take your life set. System inventory, 1 brick of moral persuasion, 1 guide to wooing by Chungo, 1 oddball brand bicycle. Chapter 2. The Scottish round-faced fat chicken is still chicken notwithstanding. The total magical power has impressively increased by 2/3. Sensing the significantly more potent magic within him compared to before, Legate could not help but nod in satisfaction. If one were to categorize magical power into 10 levels, the typical first-year wizards would likely possess only the first level. Only a few pureblood wizards and a select number of prodigies might achieve levels 2 or even 3 upon enrollment. Pureblood wizards benefit from their family's elder members, allowing them to engage with and learn magic at an earlier stage. Consequently, their magical power naturally escalates through such training. However, most pureblood wizards today lack intellect. Furthermore, with many resources now scarce, there is little opportunity for junior wizards to receive supplementary education. Thus, apart from a few exceptions, most do not prioritize their children's education. As a result, even children from pureblood families typically enter school with only the first level of magical power. In contrast, with the resources of the entire Black family at his disposal, Legate's magical power had long reached the second level, merely a step away from the threshold of the third level. With the recent surge of power, his magical reserves naturally ascended to the brink of the third level. When converted, this total magical capacity would already rank among the lower tiers of Hogwarts graduates. As for the level of advanced graduates, it is conservatively estimated to be around level 5, and with a bit more effort in learning magic, he could likely rival a slacker Auror on equal footing. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by the sound of knocking at the door, a melodious voice of a young girl rang out. Legate, it's time for lunch. All right, I'm coming. As he spoke, Legate decisively tossed all the figurines on the table back into the drawer. Why should the credit for what I obtained through my own efforts go to you lot? Figurine me. Sakura, what delicious food have you prepared for lunch? Upon opening the door, Legate encountered a charming little girl with black hair and black eyes. Though her features still bore a youthful innocence, she emanated an inexplicable aura of a devoted wife and mother. It's chicken, just like the meal we had a few days ago. As she spoke, Sakura pulled Legate's right hand, urging him, hurry and wash your hands. The food will be cold and unappetizing otherwise. From now on, I will mostly refer to her as Sakura, lest you accuse me of padding the word count. Since being summoned to this world by Legate 6 years ago, she had willingly taken on the responsibilities of caring for him. Although Cliche could also conjure meals using magic, for Sakura, the significance of food lay in the act of preparing it with her own hands. Chicken, huh? It seems to have tasted quite good. At this thought, Legate recalled the chicken dish from a few days prior. Uncertain whether it is a mere psychological effect or something else, the chicken somehow tastes far superior to ordinary poultry. Half an hour later, one must ponder, what could be more terrifying than the sudden appearance of the headmaster in the back row of the classroom? The police ambushing you while soaking your feet, or discovering that your instant noodles lack seasoning packets. It is the chilling realization that the so-called chicken soup on your dining table is made from a Scottish fold, a messenger bird. Moreover, the most significant point is that the original owner of this Scottish fold is standing right before you, bearing a gloomy expression. Mr. Black, I implore you to consider the plight of these little creatures. Gazing at the steaming chicken soup, Professor McGonagall wearily adjusted her glasses. Pardon my candor, but this marks the third missing owl. Were it not for the peculiar position of Legate, she would not have ventured out personally. Yet, had she not made this trip, she would not have witnessed such a stimulating scene. From the time she began to form memories, she had never encountered anyone who would cook a messenger owl. Observing the myriad emotions playing across Professor McGonagall's face, Legate instinctively brought a piece of chicken to her lips. One must admit, the meat of the Scottish fold is exceptionally delightful. Professor McGonagall, watching Legate's unabashed consumption, felt an inexplicable sensation wash over her. Forgive me, Professor McGonagall. It is entirely my fault. Noticing the professor's oddly subdued demeanor, Sakura Matu proactively offered her a cup of tea. These little ones were scorched upon colliding with the defensive enchantments. To avoid wasting such a rare ingredient, I resorted to preparing it as a dish. After living in this world for several years, she had come to grasp its nuances quite well. Professor McGonagall, formerly known as Minerva McGonagall, serves as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as well as the head of Gryffindor House and a Transfiguration professor. Additionally, she is one of the 7 registered animagi of the 20th century. However, what intrigues Sakura Matu the most is how much salary the professor earns from her various positions at the school. According to the financial analysis of the pureblood family's annual investments in Hogwarts, it seems to be quite a substantial sum. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, you old scoundrel, return my hard-earned money. Professor McGonagall, please take a moment to rest. After discarding the chicken leg bone to the side, Legate approached her slowly. Never mind, I shall remain standing. Staring at the smooth chicken leg bone on the table, Professor McGonagall suppressed the urge to deduct points from Legate. Mr. Black, Miss Marchley, I trust you have received the notice from the school. Remember, on the 1st of September, you are to board the Hogwarts Express to the Academy. Prior to that, you still need to. As the last scions of the Black and Machiri families, the two were guided into their studies by Professor McGonagall in a manner akin to that of children from Muggle families. Professor McGonagall, do you still have the list with you? After the professor had finished speaking, Sakura Matu, with a hint of apology, inquired. The letter you mentioned must have been completely incinerated upon colliding with the defensive enchantment. After all, the Scottish fold chicken has been utterly plucked. How could a flimsy envelope possibly remain intact? Here, Take this list and make your purchases according to what it specifies, Professor McGonagall said, retrieving a list from her sleeve. She instinctively glanced around the vicinity of the Black family estate. Having followed the owl's trail here, she had witnessed the so-called defensive enchantment. With her years of experience, she immediately recognized the sophistication of this enchantment, which she surmised must have been passed down from the Machiri family. If it could be transferred to Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly enhance the school's defensive capabilities significantly. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Would you like a bowl of chicken soup? McGonagall, watching Legate prepare a bowl for her, shook her head expressionlessly. No, thank you. Remember to report to school on September 1st. With that, she turned and departed the sitting room. Although the chicken soup before her smelled delightful, the thought of it being made from her own pet bird made her hesitate. Observing McGonagall's retreating figure, Sakura Matsu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, saying, Legate, you're quite mischievous. Well, I simply wanted to share a delicious treat with the professor, Legate replied, shrugging helplessly before returning to his seat. Being a fox that had lived for a millennium, he was naturally aware of McGonagall's thoughts. The gem magic that Sakura was currently utilizing was something he had acquired through a fortunate draw. Even if McGonagall or Dumbledore desired it, they would need to present a corresponding offer in exchange. Yes, you are absolutely right. After serving Legate a steaming bowl of soup, Sakura obediently returned to her seat, resolutely committed to supporting him in whatever he wished to pursue. Even if Legate sought to upend the world, Sakura would unconditionally stand by his side. Meanwhile, as they dined, another Scottish fold chicken was hastily approaching the Black estate. Chapter 3. With truth in hand, the world is mine. Half an hour later. Young master, you have a letter. As Legate fed the giant snakes alongside Sakura, Creature respectfully handed him a letter, sealed with a wax insignia depicting a shield, 3 long spears, 2 fire dragons, and a venomous serpent. A discerning eye would immediately recognize the sender of this letter as none other than the illustrious Malfoy family from the magical realm. The term illustrious is fitting, not solely due to their reputation as a pureblood lineage, but also because of their well-known tendency to be fickle. The missive likely pertains to matters concerning the commencement of the academic year. Upon receiving the envelope from Creature, Legate proceeded to open it without hesitation. To my dear nephew, I trust you have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Draco, like yourself, will be heading to Diagon Alley this afternoon to procure the necessary supplies. If you are inclined, we could embark on this journey together. With love, your Aunt Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa Malfoy, originally known as Narcissa Black, had adopted her husband's surname upon marrying Lucius Malfoy. By blood relation, Legate ought to address her as aunt. Indeed, this was the case, yet it posed no issue. After carelessly placing the letter aside, Legate turned to Creature and instructed, send a reply to Malfoy Manor, informing them that we shall utilize the Flu network to arrive in half an hour. This ensures convenience and safety. Long ago, Legate had arranged for a connection between the Black family estate and Malfoy Manor within the Flu network. However, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, this connection was designed to be one-way. Furthermore, Sakura had established a multitude of magical arrays at the Flu exit. Thus, should any unfortunate soul attempt to exploit this to invade the Black estate, they would be met with a rather unpleasant surprise. Very well, master. I shall attend to it at once. Legate, shall we bring anything with us? Creature's query arose only after he had departed the greenhouse. With only 2 days remaining until the official start of term, should Legate wish to stay at Malfoy Manor after their shopping excursion, it would be prudent to gather additional items that might prove useful. Let us take what we need. After our shopping, we shall reside there for a few days. Noticing Sakura's earnest expression, Legate gently wiped the tomato juice from her face and added, relax a bit. We are not embarking on a battle against some dark overlord. The child possessed many admirable qualities, though she was somewhat lacking in confidence due to the influence of that old man, Kanto. Yet, this was understandable, after all. Even adults would feel overwhelmed in such circumstances. Very well, I shall prepare some items now. After giving Legate's palm a gentle nuzzle, Sakura turned and made her way outside the greenhouse. In addition to essential daily necessities, she needed to gather an assortment of gemstones and small toys that emitted blue flames. In moments of indecision, truth prevails. For Matu Sakura, who once dwelled in the realm of ordinary beings, truth often proves to be far more practical. Observing Sakura's swift departure, Legate turned to Cleesh beside him and instructed, convey all items from warehouse number 1 into the ring. I intend to take them along. With the fall of the Bear Nation rapidly approaching, Legate had, through various means both direct and indirect, acquired a considerable collection of valuable items. At least in terms of finances, if these possessions were to be exchanged for their equivalent value in gold, he would ascend to become the wealthiest individual in the Wizarding World. As for the contents of warehouse number 1, they were naturally an assortment of small trinkets emanating blue flames. After all, venturing out in these times is fraught with peril. Thus, it is only reasonable to carry some protective items. Regarding the spatial rings, the Black family is, after all, a lineage steeped in magical tradition. possessing a rich collection of materials. With this premise established, inscribing a storage ring using Sakura's gem magic would not be a formidable task. As you wish, master. Cleese replied promptly before vanishing with a crackling sound. Hogwarts, indeed, holds a certain allure. After tossing half of a magical pig to the fire crab, Legate turned his gaze towards the distant east. Hogwarts, a place where many dreams begin, holds an additional significance for him. At the very moment Professor McGonagall appeared, a new notification emerged on the system panel. Current remaining non-equivalent exchanges, draw attempts, 0. Draw attempts can be obtained by completing corresponding tasks. Task refresh range, Hogwarts-related areas. If he could accomplish these so-called tasks, he would garner more opportunities for exchanges. Although he harbored no ambition for dominion, he understood that only by wielding true power could one attain a voice in this world. Therefore, whether for himself or for Matu Sakura, he must find a way to grow stronger. As for Voldemort, he felt little trepidation. After all, under the light of truth, all beings are equal. He was confident that, if left to unfold naturally, the adversary would ultimately be vanquished by a group of mere children. Half an hour later, in the vicinity of Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, England. Legate, Sakura, come here and let your aunt embrace you. As Legate and Matu Sakura emerged from the fireplace, Narcissa stepped forward, visibly excited, to envelop them both in her arms. Legate is the last scion of the Black family, while Matu Sakura is the heir of the ancient Machiri lineage. As for the individual still languishing in prison, Narcissa preferred not to mention him for the time being. Legate and Matu Sakura are both descendants of ancient magical families, and their union is destined to yield even more exceptional progeny. It is precisely for this reason that Narcissa has always treated Matu Sakura with the affection befitting a niece-in-law. Aunt, this is a gift from Legate and me, Matu Sakura said as she retrieved a box from her ring after stepping away from Narcissa's embrace. You two are quite something. Every time you visit, you bring gifts, Narcissa remarked, albeit with a hint of exasperation, as she swiftly accepted the box from Matu Sakura. Turning to Draco, she quipped, if only Draco were more like you two. This child is always up to mischief. The contents of the box were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the heartfelt gesture from the two young ones. Although her surname was now Malfoy and not Black, the intrinsic sense of belonging derived from bloodline and family bonds compelled Narcissa to regard Legate as her own child. Consequently, Matu Sakura, who shared a close relationship with Legate, naturally assumed the role of daughter-in-law. What parent would not feel delighted receiving gifts from their son and daughter-in-law? Faced with his mother's merciless teasing, Draco could only retract his neck in resignation. He yearned to retort, to assert that he too could achieve greatness. However, upon meeting Matu Sakura's beaming expression, he found that a few jabs from his mother were inconsequential. After all, it was far preferable to endure her light-hearted banter than to be targeted by the formidable female antagonist. Chapter 04. Draco, I can't shake the feeling that someone wants to harm me. Several minutes later, within the confines of Malfoy Manor's courtyard, Draco inquired, Legate, have you decided which house you wish to join? Once out of a certain young lady's line of sight, Draco reverted to his usual lively demeanor. Although his mother's meticulous attention to Legate had initially irked him, it was precisely the ensuing tumultuous events that caught Matu Sakura's attention. For her, any adversary of Legate was her most formidable foe. Were it not for Narcissa, she would have resorted to more forceful means rather than mere toys. Yet, at the end of the day, Draco was still but a child. Lured by the prospect of flying broomsticks and other delightful trinkets, he quickly abandoned any futile grievances. Even if I decide, it doesn't guarantee I'll be accepted, worrying won't change a thing. As he spoke, Legate produced a flying broomstick from his ring and tossed it over. This is the gift I promised you, the latest model from Nimbus, the 2000 series. The quickest way to win over a child is undoubtedly through their cherished possessions, and for Draco, nothing excited him more than flying broomsticks and the yet-to-appear scarred individual. Wow, you really brought it for me. Upon hastily catching the luminous ring flung by Legate, Draco's eyes ignited with a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, he resembled a famished giant who, after enduring years of deprivation, suddenly beheld a breathtakingly beautiful woman. As the adage goes, the more one lacks something, the more fervently one desires it. Under the vigilant supervision of Narcissa and Lucius, Draco had never truly soared through the skies. Even the enchanted broomsticks possessed by his family were merely toys to amuse children. After all, as the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, any misstep on his part could spell the end for the family name. Thus, the safety of Draco was paramount for Narcissa and Lucius, intertwining family legacy with the profound bonds of parental love. What parent in the world does not cherish their child? Enough of this foolishness, Legate remarked, noticing Draco's eager demeanor. He gestured towards Narcissa in the distance, advising, if you wish to fly, first seek your aunt's permission, only then may you take to the skies. Promises of games on a mobile device do not guarantee their existence within, and ultimately, the success of their endeavors rests upon Draco's own capabilities. Fear not, with you around. Mother will surely acquiesce. In the midst of their conversation, Draco rushed forward to envelop Legate in a hearty embrace, exclaiming, when the time comes, we shall fly together. My piloting skills are impeccable. Yet, before Draco could finish his exuberant thoughts, an inexplicable chill enveloped his heart. Instinctively turning to glance behind him, he was met with the beaming visage of Sakura Matu, who was approaching with deliberate steps. Oh no, he muttered, swiftly grabbing the broomstick from the ground and darting towards the manor. I must return this to my room. Legate, entertain yourself for a moment. Whenever that witch donned such an expression, Draco knew he was destined for torment. To evade the various potential traps that might arise, he resorted to his last resort, the sacrifice of Legate. As long as Legate kept an eye on Sakura, she would likely refrain from causing any significant trouble. Observing Draco's bolt-like speed, Legate could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. It seemed that Sakura's previous antics had transformed her into a source of dread for Draco. However, upon reflection, one could hardly blame him. Awakening each morning to find a winged creature atop one's head would terrify anyone of sound mind, even if that creature were merely a simple projection. Legate, Aunt has asked us to prepare. It is time to depart. After leisurely approaching Legate, Sakura Matu turned her gaze towards the fleeing Draco. It is well known that this place is quite notorious. Therefore, for the sake of her beloved boyfriend's mental and physical well-being, it is essential to keep a close watch on some of the more dangerous individuals. Draco exclaimed, she slanders me. She slanders me. Understanding his distress, Legate gently ruffled Sakura's hair before teasingly suggesting, how about we change the projection to Uncle Lucius tonight? Every parent plays a distinct role within the household. If Narcissa embodies the nurturing mother, then Lucius assumes the role of the stern father. Thus, when faced with his father, Draco often experiences an inexplicable desire to perform. Yet, should he falter and face reprimand, our little dragon might very well shed tears. As for the so-called pure blood ideology, the Malfoy family has long upheld a mantra, profit above all else. Lucius's prior support for this ideology was merely a means to secure substantial benefits. Should the day come when maintaining pure blood no longer yields profit, he would cast it aside without hesitation. Much like his ancestors who forsook human society to retreat into the magical realm. As she relished in Legate's affectionate gesture, a meaningful smile graced Sakura's face. Given that he had made such a suggestion, she felt compelled to take action. Draco remarked, for some reason, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Diagon Alley. As the school year approached, the typically subdued atmosphere of Diagon Alley was now bustling with activity. Among the most frequented establishments were Flourish and Blots and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. After all, new books must be acquired each year, and growing young witches and wizards require new robes. In contrast, Ollivander's wand shop appeared rather empty. If one were to summarize this shop in a single phrase, it might be, expertly crafted wands, you deserve one. Given these circumstances, the group unanimously decided to purchase wands first. Legate Black, you are as handsome as your father. Lucius Black. While Legate was observing the shop's ambience, Ollivander, who had selected wands for Draco and Sakura, approached him with measured steps. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Ollivander. Noting the peculiar aura surrounding the elderly gentleman, Legate pointed to a nearby box and inquired, Mr. Ollivander, could you kindly let me try that wand? Chapter 5. Who is more powerful, Gandalf or Dumbledore? Huh. At this, Ollivander paused, his measuring tape suspended in midair. Upon regaining his composure and rising to his feet, he immediately began to explain, Mr. Black, I believe it would be prudent for you to take some measurements. With accurate figures in hand, I can offer you far better advice. After all, a wand is a lifelong companion. Observing Ollivander once again raised the measuring tape. Legate spoke with unwavering conviction, I shall choose that one. I trust my instincts will prove reliable. Though he was tempted to voice his skepticism, after all. Selecting a wand based on childhood measurements seemed rather impractical for an adult. Legate had not initially intended to make a choice for himself. However, upon entering Ollivander's wand shop, he felt an undeniable allure emanating from the wand within that particular box. More precisely, every wand in every box seemed to beckon him. Yet the one he pointed to exuded an invitation far more potent than the others in the shop. Noticing Legate's disinterest in his counsel, Ollivander instinctively glanced at Lucius, who stood nearby. Although he was affiliated with the Malfoy family, they had entered together. It was evident from Legate's demeanor that he harbored a favorable impression of the Malfoys. Let us heed Legate's wishes, Ollivander decided. Acknowledging Ollivander's gaze, Lucius merely nodded with an inscrutable expression, reassuringly stating, rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. Legate had previously mentioned his dealings with the bear when conversing with Lucius. Initially, Lucius had staunchly advocated for pure blood supremacy, refusing to engage in trade with muggles. Yet, upon witnessing a steady influx of golden galleons, he could only exclaim, how delightful. This recent venture into the Muggle world had broadened his horizons, revealing opportunities beyond the meager confines of his previous perspective. Having recognized the business prospects within the ordinary realm, Lucius found himself less devoted to the ideology of pure-blood supremacy. After all, the Malfoy family's philosophy had always prioritized profit above all else. Only those who could genuinely enrich the family would earn their unwavering support and admiration. The notion of pure-blood superiority was merely an antiquated justification from a bygone era. With a resigned sigh, Ollivander refrained from further protest and turned to present the wand to Legate. "Mr. Black, please give this a try. Should it not suit you, I shall gladly recommend alternatives." Despite his dissatisfaction with having his expertise questioned, he recognized that the customer was paramount. After all, customers equated to galleons, and galleons were everything. For the sake of profit, he would endure. It was worth noting that both the Malfoys and the Blacks were significant clients who regularly sought wand maintenance. Thus, making a slight concession for it is not an unreasonable endeavor. After receiving the wand handed over by Ollivander, Lecter immediately cast a simple levitation charm on a nearby small box. Concurrently, a line of text surfaced in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. I choose my wand. Reward extraction available. Extraction attempts. 1. Not bad." My careful sensing was not in vain. Observing the text on the system panel, a satisfied smile graced Lecter's face. Indeed, aside from the unique resonance with the wand, the emergence of the system task was the primary reason he desired to make a selection. After all, being able to choose a wand would grant him an opportunity for extraction. In every conceivable aspect, this was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Finally, it was sold. Watching Lecter adeptly wield the wand to cast spells, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Ollivander. After whispering to himself for a moment, he turned to Lucius and remarked, "Mr. Malfoy, it seems you will need to pay more this time." Lucius. A few minutes later. "Lecter, do you think we've been deceived by that old man?" Draco remarked, while savoring his ice cream and eyeing the wand slung over Lecter's back. 300 galleons? That old man ought to consider a life of crime. And this hardly resembles a wand. It's merely an oversized stick. Surely, you won't resort to melee combat with it during a duel. No, Draco, you fail to understand. Upon removing the wand from his back, Lecter instinctively performed a flourish. Not every wizard has the chance to become Gandalf, and when the opportunity arises, every wizard would ardently pursue it. Unlike the wands available on the market, this one presented an overall grayish-white hue. Its materials were distinct from ordinary wood. The wand's body was crafted from the hardest bones of a thunderbird, while its core was composed of a dragon's heartstring. The creator was an ancestor of the Ollivander family. This wand's pursuit is singularly pure, the ultimate power. In essence, this wand was inherently designed for battle. Moreover, it boasted an impressive length of 23 inches, roughly equivalent to 58 centimeters. It is no exaggeration to say that this instrument could readily serve as a close combat weapon. Lecter's choice of this wand, or rather why this wand chose him, was largely due to the affinity felt by the magical creature responsible for its creation towards the child of nature. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, this wand would never accept a human wielder. Gandalf. Who might that be? Observing the excitement etched upon Legate's face, Draco could not help but express his curiosity. If Dumbledore and Gandalf were to engage in battle, who would emerge victorious? He had a fair understanding of his cousin's character, and it was evident that those whom Legate revered were not mere ordinary figures. Certainly, Gandalf was the stronger contender, for he embodied the pinnacle of both magic and martial prowess. Noticing the innocent curiosity of the young dragon, Legate immediately adopted a persuasive tone. "Draco, if you aspire to become a great wizard, you must not neglect the physical aspect, you understand? I recall in my previous life, many fangirls were utterly captivated by the notion of you and Harry Potter together. Imagine a robust Draco, with a physique reminiscent of a warrior, paired with the delicate and fragile Harry Legate. It seems that sheer physical training may surpass innate talent." Just as Legate fervently attempted to transform Draco into a muscular figure, the latter suddenly tugged at his sleeve, pointing towards the alleyway. "Look at that fellow's physique. He resembles a small giant." Following Draco's gaze, Legate instantly recognized the individual in question. Aside from the trademark bushy beard, the most noteworthy feature was the young boy accompanying him. Although he had not meticulously studied the original text in his previous life, certain key events remained vivid in his memory, including the poignant moment when the unfortunate savior first arrived at Diagon Alley with Hagrid. "Legate, observe the boy next to that giant," Draco remarked, his tone imbued with intrigue. As Legate pondered the possibility of uncovering a new quest, Draco continued, "I believe that boy is anything but ordinary. He undoubtedly harbors a hidden story." Chapter 6. Legate, which house do you wish to join? Ah, could this be the fated connection? Legate teased, observing Draco's exuberant demeanor. "Does your sudden interest in boys come to the knowledge of your aunts?" "What? I certainly," mid-sentence, Draco realized the implication. Legate, I didn't mean it that way. I'm merely curious. Do not misinterpret my intentions. Despite his words, Draco's cheeks inexplicably flushed, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to embarrassment or some other confounding reason. Indeed, this fellow is quite perilous, mused Sakura, sensing Draco's heightened agitation. All right. It was merely a jest, Legate conceded, recognizing Draco's imminent frustration. Come now, it is time for us to return. Having procured all that was needed, it was time to embark on the journey back home. Draco exclaimed, Legate, you clearly do not trust me. To which Legate replied, how could I ever doubt you? After sharing a smile with Harry and Hagrid, Legate took Sakura's delicate hand and led her towards the carriage not far away. Oh no, Legate, don't overthink this. Draco blushed as he caught the curious gazes of Harry and Hagrid, hurriedly chasing after Legate and Sakura. He, Draco Malfoy, could not allow his esteemed reputation to be tarnished by such trivial matters. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, observing from a distance, wore an expression of envy. Having grown up in an environment marred by the neglect of his aunt and uncle, he had never experienced such a close friendship. Harry, let us go inside, Hagrid urged. Yes, I'm coming, Harry replied with a smile as he turned away from the group and walked into Madame Malkin's robe shop with Hagrid. Though he had never known such camaraderie before, he firmly believed that he would find it in his future. At 8 o'clock that evening, in the guest room of Malfoy Manor, chaos reigned. A beam of light shot forth from the tip of a wand, instantly transforming a large stone on the table into several fragments. How do you find this wand? Legate inquired, observing Sakura, who had just completed her spell. He tossed aside the towel he had been using to dry his hair. While magic certainly achieved remarkable feats, such as a simple incantation for personal grooming, Legate preferred to indulge in the experience of a leisurely bath. It's quite good. It feels more suited than the last one, Sakura responded, gently waving her wand. She then took a towel and began to dry Legate's hair. Despite the novelty of trying out a new wand, she found greater joy in tending to Legate's needs. Just get accustomed to it, but the materials used to craft the wand indeed suit you well. Legate accepted Sakura's gesture with a relaxed smile, closing his eyes to savor the moment. Sakura's wand, crafted from yew wood and the tail feather of a thestral, measured approximately 13 inches, symbolizing immortality and darkness. Thestrals are creatures that can only be seen after one has witnessed death firsthand. Yew, regarded as the tree of immortality, continues to grow anew from its center even after the outer layers have perished. Together, these elements resonated with Sakura's current state of being. By the way, Legate, have you decided which house you wish to join? With a subtle smile, she continued to dry his hair while posing her question, curious about his thoughts. It is widely acknowledged that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry comprises 4 distinct houses, each embodying unique characteristics. Gryffindor House inherits the bravery, vitality, and chivalry of its founder, Godric Gryffindor. Ravenclaw House is characterized by its sharp intellect, wit, and erudition. Hufflepuff House represents integrity, loyalty, honesty, and a willingness to toil humbly. Meanwhile, Slytherin House is marked by loyalty to friends, pride, and elegance. However, following the influence of a certain noseless creature, Slytherin has gradually begun to exhibit unsettling changes within its ranks. To succinctly summarize the 4 houses, one might depict them as warriors, scholars, recluses, and aristocrats. Based on Legate's usual inclinations, it is likely that his preferred house would be Hufflepuff. Yet, according to the theory of bloodlines, it seems he would be destined for Slytherin. Upon meeting Matu Sakura's unusually curious gaze, Legate shrugged and remarked, Slytherin, I suppose. One must secure their future, after all. When considering the influence of the 4 houses within the wizarding realm, Slytherin undoubtedly holds the most significant sway. After all, those fortunate enough to be admitted to this house typically hail from families of renown within the wizarding community. Furthermore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these children will invariably become the heirs of their respective families. While Legate harbors no aspirations of dominating the magical world, he recognizes the necessity of certain essentials, connections, wealth, and power. Only when one truly possesses these elements can they be deemed genuinely free. Otherwise, one risks becoming inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Additionally, as the house that interacts most frequently with Gryffindor, joining Slytherin would likely enhance the conditions for triggering various quests, thereby increasing opportunities for empowerment. For these reasons, Legate concludes that the advantages of joining Slytherin are manifold, even though his heart leans towards Hufflepuff. After all, Hufflepuff, as a sanctuary of survival within the Harry Potter universe, holds considerable allure for someone like Legate. However, to cultivate his influence and network, Slytherin remains the most optimal choice. Upon hearing Legate's response, a subtle smile graced Matu Sakura's lips. Having familiarized herself with Hogwarts and its constituent houses, she felt quite confident about her chances of being sorted into any house other than Gryffindor. After all, she possesses many of the traits required by the other 3 houses. Moreover, historical texts from the Black family have alluded to the sorting ceremony's nuances. It is merely a tattered hat, after all. Should anyone dare to obstruct her pursuit of Legate, she would not hesitate to let them experience the formidable power of the Fiendfire curse. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Matu Sakura was about to speak, a crisp knock resonated through the air. Almost immediately, Draco's voice emerged from the doorway. Legate, are you awake? Why not rise and engage in a game of wizard's chess? Having finally acquired the privilege to stay up late, he was reluctant to retire so early. With the impending departure for Hogwarts looming, Draco felt an undeniable emptiness within. In such moments, seeking companionship for a bit of leisure was undoubtedly the most favorable choice. This scheming fellow, listening to the sounds from the entrance, a fleeting glimmer of displeasure flickered in Matu Sakura's eyes. However, in the next instant, that slight annoyance was swiftly concealed, and her demeanor returned to its usual calmness. I'll answer the door. After placing the towel aside, Matu Sakura turned and made her way to the entrance. Yet, before she could take more than a couple of steps, her left foot inadvertently caught on her right, sending her tumbling forward uncontrollably. Chapter 07. A subtle scheme. Careful. Crash. Although Legate reacted quickly, rising to grasp Matu Sakura's arm, the force of inertia caused both to fall to the ground. Are you alright, Sakura? Holding Matu Sakura in his embrace, Legate gently patted her back. I'm fine. After a slight shake of her head, Matu Sakura propped herself up with her arms. Hey, Legate, you. Meanwhile, outside, Draco, hearing a commotion from within, assumed something was amiss. As a cacophony of shouts ensued, the door was flung open from the outside. Upon witnessing the somewhat chaotic scene inside, the bashful young dragon's face flushed crimson. What happened? Legate, he. Just as everyone stood frozen in place, Narcissa, alerted by the noise, hurried into the room. Draco, you should be going to bed. Once she fully grasped the situation, Narcissa, with a smile that barely concealed her amusement, took Draco by the arm and turned to exit the room. Before officially closing the door behind them, she glanced back at Legate and Matu Sakura, advising, you two should also retire early. Tomorrow requires an early start. The thought of potentially becoming an aunt soon brought a subtle smile to Narcissa's lips. I cannot allow the young dragon to disturb Legate and the others. Suppressing her excitement, Narcissa turned to Draco, who remained in a daze, and remarked, Draco, I believe it is essential to reinforce your knowledge before you depart for school. Draco. Meanwhile, back inside the room. All right. Hurry up and come down. Gazing at the now closed door of the room, Legate gently ruffled Sakura Matu's little head, feeling a tinge of helplessness. It was hardly surprising that Draco and his mother were overthinking things. Their current appearances were indeed rather disheveled, a precaution to ensure the girl's safety. However, he had also come to realize something significant. The so-called fall of Sakura Matu seemed to be far from the simple accident it appeared to be. After all, who among the good-hearted would fall and feel no sensation in their back? Although the object of Sakura's jealousy appeared somewhat peculiar, Legate harbored no resentment towards the warmth of being cared for and regarded. The greatest advantage of a Yandere lies in their unwavering devotion to a single individual throughout their life. As long as one does not betray or deceive a Yandere, they can bask in a tenderness that would make any man envious. All right, I'll get up now, Sakura said, meeting Legate's gaze with a smile that radiated joy, despite his slightly indulgent and helpless expression. Indeed, her earlier tumble was entirely intentional. With the cushioning spell discreetly cast by a small gem, she had no fear of Legate being harmed. Driven by an inexplicable trust in him, Sakura was wholly convinced that he would come to her aid. As for the reasons behind this little charade, it was simply to deter Draco, her hidden adversary. Legate belonged to her, and no one could snatch him away. All right, you should get some rest too, Legate gently urged after rising from the floor, brushing off his trousers. We have to endure a whole day's train journey tomorrow. Proper rest is essential. The renowned Hogwarts Express would take an entire day to reach the academy, and anyone who had traveled on the green train would know just how exhausting a full day on board could be. Legate, Sakura whined, tugging at her clothing pitifully. I'm afraid of the dark, and the room Aunt prepared lacks magical lights. So could I possibly? Couldn't she come up with a better excuse? Seeing the woeful expression on Sakura's face, Legate sighed resignedly. Fine, just for tonight, all right? When one truly cares for another, no matter how flimsy the excuse may be, they instinctively choose to believe. After all, he was not unaware of the oppressive atmosphere within the hidden chamber of the Black family estate, filled with dark magic tomes. You're the best, Legate. After embracing the boy before her, Sakura dashed toward the bed. Oh well, as long as she is happy. Watching Sakura's gleeful retreat, Legate chuckled softly and followed her to the bed, reflecting on how people often find joy in responding to the needs of those they cherish. Therefore, regardless of the reasons, the happiness of two individuals remains paramount. In the following days, silence reigned. At 15 minutes past 9 on the morning of their journey, within the night-steed carriage of Malfoy Manor, Legate adjusted the height of his shoulders slightly, continuing to peruse the book in his hands while glancing at Sakura Matu, who was quietly asleep against him. Although they had retired early the previous night, Sakura had stealthily endured a sleepless night, leaving her somewhat drowsy during the day. Yet, if one were to overlook the exquisite curve that inadvertently graced her lips, perhaps her drowsiness would seem more compelling. In stark contrast to the serene duo, Draco, seated nearby, bore an expression of distress. After departing from Legate and Sakura's room the previous evening, he had been subjected to a night of tutoring by Narcissa on the subject of third-year potions and fifth-year madness. It is essential to note that this was an upper-year course. Were it not for Severus being his godfather, he would never have encountered such texts at this stage. Nevertheless, Draco remained but a child, and after a night of intensive study, both his body and spirit felt profoundly taxed. All he desired was to rest on the train and joyfully embrace the forthcoming school year. As for why he did not sleep on the carriage, the peculiar glances from Narcissa and Lucius made him feel akin to a fattened lamb under scrutiny, as if the moment he succumbed to slumber, they would sell him off. Lucius remarked, "When will my little dragon come to his senses?" Narcissa lamented, "I wonder when I shall become a grandmother." In this somewhat bizarre atmosphere, the night steed carriage arrived near King's Cross Station. As for why they did not head directly to the station, Lucius wished to avoid making headlines in the Daily Prophet tomorrow, stating that the Malfoy family had forgotten the magical community's treaties. Moreover, such a blunder seemed more befitting of their rivals within the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 08. Hogwarts awaits. A different Lucius. Upon entering, one could reach the true platform. Upon arriving at platform 9 3/4, Narcissa explained the intricacies of the platform to the group. In summary, platform 9 3/4 served as a sort of detector, with the sole criterion for passage being the presence of magic within one's body. Only those imbued with magical essence could traverse the wall, while those lacking it would find the entrance as solid as any ordinary wall. All right, shall we? Excuse me, sir, could you direct me to platform 9 3/4? As he observed Narcissa and Draco entering the platform, Lucius intended to suggest that Legate and Sakura proceed first. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the sudden emergence of a voice. Turning towards the source, before them stood a young girl with tousled hair, her expression earnest as she posed a question to the group. "Hermione, one must not indiscriminately trouble others." As she spoke, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached them with measured steps. "I apologize, my daughter was merely jesting." The group had previously inquired with the surrounding staff, only to receive responses of ignorance. Moreover, the peculiar glances directed at them were tinged with a hint of strangeness. The gentlemanly attire of Lucius, alongside the more casual garb of Legate and Sakura, led Mr. Granger to believe they were simply ordinary individuals. Thus, in an effort to avert unnecessary complications and misunderstandings, he felt compelled to provide clarification. With the departure time of 11 o'clock fast approaching, there was little time to squander on trivial exchanges with strangers, muggles and squib wizards. Indeed, observing the sudden appearance of the family of three, a flicker of understanding crossed Lucius's eyes. It seemed likely that the Hogwarts staff had failed to communicate the details clearly during the enrollment orientation, leaving them in this awkward predicament of being unable to locate the station. The reason Lucius recognized the Granger family as muggles was straightforward: their attire and the confusion regarding the station's entrance. After all, how could any family residing in the Wizarding World be unaware of the location of platform 9 3/4? "Father, I believe they are just like us." Meeting Lucius's piercing gaze, Hermione spoke with utmost seriousness. "Their demeanor is entirely unlike that of ordinary people. I am certain of my assessment." Although she was puzzled as to why Legate and the others bore no luggage, certain subtle details convinced her they were certainly not mere muggles. "Ha ha ha," Lucius chuckled, amused by Hermione's unwavering confidence. "You are a clever little girl, come along with us." Having witnessed the advancements of the Muggle world, he no longer felt the need to feign a pure-blood ideology. Furthermore, after years of evolution, the number of Muggle-born wizards had grown exponentially. As the wizarding community approached a point where nearly 90% of the population consisted of Muggle-borns, one must question the relevance of clinging to the notion of pure blood. To avoid becoming a Louis XVI facing the guillotine, perhaps it was time for some changes. The ability to adapt to the times has been a principal reason for the enduring prosperity of the Malfoy family. It seems that certain subtle strategies can indeed prove quite beneficial. Watching Lucius turn towards the stone pillar, Legate couldn't help but smile. Though the Malfoy family was often labeled as opportunistic, their influence within the magical realm remained significant. Thus, as long as they did not fall victim to the schemes of the noseless entity as depicted in the original tale, they could circumvent many ensuing tragedies. Do not hesitate. Those imbued with magic can enter. After regaining his composure and nodding with a smile at the Granger family, Legate accompanied Sakura Metu through the stone pillar. Observing the trio vanish within the stone structure, Mr. Granger found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Since discovering that his beloved daughter was a witch, his worldview had crumbled repeatedly. "Mom, Dad, I'm going in too," Hermione exclaimed, overcoming her initial trepidation, and dashed towards the stone pillar. In the next moment, Accompanied by a ripple of shimmering waves, Hermione disappeared behind the pillar. Dear daughter, wait for your father. My love, it's futile, Mrs. Granger sighed in resignation. Glancing at her husband, who was crouched on the ground, cradling his head. That boy mentioned that only those with magic within them can enter here. Darling, please assist me. I feel as though I have a concussion, Mr. Granger replied. Meanwhile, within the true platform 9 3/4, my dear, what took you so long to arrive? Narcissa remarked, noticing Lucius and his companions approaching. As for the reason for their distraction, perhaps Narcissa and the others were unaware, but Legate instantly comprehended. After all, he had spotted a bespectacled boy with a scar amidst the crowd not far away. Nothing much. I encountered an intriguing little fellow along the way. Upon reaching Narcissa's side, Lucius affectionately patted the shoulders of Legate and Sakura, saying, Legate, Sakura, Draco, I entrust you with the care of my son at school. Should you face any insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to send me an owl. Although I am not officially employed there, I remain a member of the board. Despite his words, Lucius harbored no intentions of leveraging his privileges to pave the way for them. After all, once one possesses advantages, they often become the target of envy from those around them. Hogwarts, at its core, remains a place where networks are cultivated. Thus, he sincerely hoped Draco could forge genuine friendships within the academy, or, rather, secure future allies for the family. You must also take good care of yourselves, understood? Should anything arise, do right to the family. Your uncle is also a board member at Hogwarts. In contrast to Lucius's somewhat somber words, Narcissa flawlessly embodied the essence of maternal affection. Though her remarks may seem trivial, the concern and anxiety contained within them were palpable to anyone not oblivious. Draco, the youngest in spirit, even felt a hint of moisture in his eyes. Yet, this poignant moment was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it had arrived. Shortly after boarding the train, Draco swiftly sought out his two companions, his face alight with excitement, clearly having cast aside thoughts of Narcissa. Narcissa mused, this child is beyond salvage. Shouldn't we intervene? Observing Draco asserting his dominance among a throng of youngsters, Sakura Matu subtly glanced at her companion, Legate. There is no need. Children ought to be spirited. Upon uttering these words, Legate led Sakura into a nearby privileged compartment. Each year, many affluent pure-blood families allocate funds for the maintenance and expenses of Hogwarts, thus granting them certain privileges within the school. The exclusive compartments are merely one of the more inconspicuous benefits. As for why they did not opt for a standard carriage, Legate remarked that he was no fool, preferring not to engage in the discomforts of the mundane. Chapter 09. Visitors to the compartment. Half an hour later, within the privileged compartment, Legate and Sakura quietly perused their books to alleviate the tedium of their journey. The sunlight streaming through the window imbued the atmosphere with a sense of tranquil serenity. However, it would have been even more pleasant had the book in Sakura's hands not been exuding a faint, ominous aura of dark magic. Perhaps it was due to her constitution or the benefits of her transmigration, but Sakura was particularly attuned to the essence of dark magic, mastering most of it with ease. Colors like green could be effortlessly conjured after just a glance. As for the purported side effects, such as soul corruption, they appeared entirely absent from the girl, as if she herself were the epitome of darkness in this realm. As the two immersed themselves in their studies, the previously closed compartment door was abruptly flung open from the outside. A penetrating voice echoed throughout the carriage. Is anyone there? It's you. Looking up, they beheld Hermione, whom they had encountered before, standing at the threshold, accompanied by a short, stout boy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hermione Granger. After plopping down boisterously opposite Legate and Sakura, Hermione began to speak animatedly. Thank you for your assistance earlier. You must be from wizarding families, right? Blah blah blah. As Hermione continued her monologue, the atmosphere within the compartment grew increasingly peculiar. After all, no sane individual relishes being interrupted by a stranger, especially one who rambles incessantly. Miss Granger, is there a particular reason for your visit? Legate interjected, gently placing a hand on Sakura's wrist to halt Hermione's incessant chatter. Although Matu Sakura maintained her smile, he could discern that she was evidently feeling somewhat discontented. This could be interpreted as their intimate world being intruded upon, causing the young girl a modicum of annoyance. After all, it had been a challenge to offload Draco, that foolish boy, onto the other two imbeciles. Yet now, this inexplicably appeared individual seemed even more bothersome than Draco himself. How could I nearly forget the matter at hand? Upon hearing Legate's inquiry, Hermione promptly pulled over the timid young boy standing aside. Have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing. Perhaps it was the incessant chatter that had alleviated her earlier anxiety, for her tone returned to normal, shedding the initial exuberance. Legate, observing the bashful boy beside Hermione, recalled a passage from the original text that indeed mirrored this moment. However, due to the passage of time, his recollection was somewhat hazy. Neville, you are a child of the Longbottom family, are you not? Your parents were quite brave. They are esteemed heroes. After regaining his focus, Legate smiled gently at Neville and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Legate Black. This is Sakura Michiri. It is a pleasure to meet you. Although the Sword Master only began to shine in later stages, it did not imply that he was valueless in the earlier ones. In any case, Neville was the legitimate heir of the Longbottom family, one of the Sacred 28. His grandmother, Old Lady Longbottom, possessed a certain network and reputation in the magical community. One should never underestimate any elderly individual. Their connections can be astonishingly powerful. Thus, befriending Neville Longbottom was undoubtedly a venture replete with advantages for Legate. Upon hearing the mention of his parents, the previously timid Neville momentarily froze, then raised his gaze to Legate and earnestly replied, "Thank you." Although he still stuttered slightly, there was a palpable transformation in his demeanor. Where once there was only timidity, now a hint of confidence, born from recognition, began to emanate from him. "No need to be formal. I merely speak the truth." As he spoke, Legate picked up the staff that had been resting nearby. Neville's toad has returned. The original wand design was rather wild, resembling a mace with its protruding spikes. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Matu Sakura had made some minor alterations using gem magic, reshaping it without compromising its original structure or durability. To revert it to its original state is quite simple. One merely needs to remove the gem that sustains its magical energy, and the wand will transform back to its initial wild style. Just as Legate completed the incantation, an unsightly toad was abruptly yanked into the air before him, clearly bewildered and struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. "Ralph, I have finally found you," exclaimed Neville, his face alight with excitement as he cradled the levitating toad. "Why did you run away again? Did I fail in some way?" This little creature, which had accompanied him through thick and thin, had long since become family in Neville's eyes. Yet, Ralph's frequent disappearances left Neville feeling inadequate, pondering why other pets remained loyal while his seemed to take flight at the slightest opportunity. "Ribbit, again, do you not realize how hot it is? Who is responsible for dragging me back? This is sheer torment." Thanks to the vibrational resonance from the child of nature, Legate instantly understood Ralph's reluctant outcry. However, after such a commotion, he finally grasped the reason for the toad's escapades. After all, toads can only tolerate temperatures around 28 degrees Celsius, while the average human body temperature hovers around 36 degrees, with the palms being among the warmest areas. In other words, Neville's habit of clutching Ralph daily was akin to forcing someone into a stifling environment of 50 degrees Celsius. Under such conditions, anyone would be compelled to flee. Chapter 10. As I stepped outside, I saw Neville in pursuit of Ralph. "Neville, it would be prudent not to handle the toad directly," Legate cautioned, shaking his head at the sight of Neville, standing there with a foolish grin, while Ralph squirmed and cried out in despair. The mucus secreted by the toad's skin serves as a potion ingredient. Direct contact will diminish its medicinal value. Moreover, as a temperature-sensitive creature, the toad does not thrive in environments exceeding 28 degrees. Your direct grasping of Ralph could cause him considerable discomfort. Neville's mind was suddenly filled with a myriad of questions upon hearing this string of analyses and terminology. No one had ever informed him that caring for a toad involved such complexities. "Ribbit, oh heavens, finally someone understands my plight." If Ralph could have momentarily extricated himself from Neville's grasp, he would have gladly offered Legate a profound bow. "Do you have any idea how I have endured these past 5 years? Each day begins with an excruciatingly hot embrace, lasting for what feels like an eternity. Had it not been for my robust constitution, I fear I would have long since met the legendary toad sage. Should you harbor any lingering uncertainties, feel free to consult the magical pet shop. No, it is not that I possess any doubts." Upon hearing this, Neville hastily shook his head and, with a touch of apology, stammered, "I merely lost my train of thought for a moment. Ribbit, goodness, I thought this fellow would ignore my advice." I nearly jumped out of my skin. Observing Neville's anxious demeanor, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing, Richter chuckled softly, gesturing reassuringly. "It's all right, Neville, be confident. Just like your parents." Upon hearing the mention of his parents once more, a flicker of determination crossed Neville's initially timid face. After taking a deep breath, he solemnly nodded at Richter, saying, "I understand, Richter, thank you truly." However, the expression on Neville's face barely lasted a second before it transformed into one of panic as Leaf made another hasty escape. Watching Leaf leap towards the exit, Neville nodded at Richter and Sakura before hastily pursuing him. "No, Leaf, come back. Ribbit, get lost, it's sweltering for this frog." The moment I stepped outside, I saw Neville chasing after Leaf. Listening to the somewhat comical exchange between the boy and his pet, Richter was struck by a sudden flash of a memorable scene. "Miss Granger, do you require anything else?" After regaining his scattered thoughts, Richter turned his gaze towards Hermione, who remained seated beside him. Given that the purpose of her visit had ostensibly been fulfilled, she should have departed alongside Neville. Yet, Hermione chose to linger, clearly intent on discussing something further. While meeting Richter's calm gaze, Hermione bit her lip before inquiring, You just used the summoning charm, didn't you? I am curious if all children from wizarding families are proficient in numerous spells. As one who could have attended Headington School, she harbored a relentless spirit within her. Especially during their visit to Diagon Alley, the subtle discrimination from the older wizards ignited a vow within young Hermione to make a name for herself in the magical realm. Initially, after witnessing Neville's lackluster skills, she had relaxed somewhat regarding her future at the academy. After all, who would have anticipated that a child from a respectable wizarding family could not cast a single spell? In contrast, after weeks of diligent practice, she had mastered several incantations. At least in the early stages at school, she believed she would not lag too far behind her peers. However, after witnessing Richter's spellcasting, her sense of comfort was once again shattered. Although the summoning charm was not particularly advanced, her numerous attempts had only afforded her a mere glimpse of its essence. If the children from other wizarding families were akin to Legate, the prospect of their future life at the academy would undoubtedly evoke a shiver in Hermione at the thought of her parents' and teachers' disappointed gazes. In truth, Miss Granger need not overthink. The current wizarding world does not place significant emphasis on the education of the next generation. Observing Hermione's evident anxiety, Legate chuckled softly and shrugged. Generally speaking, prior to entering Hogwarts, most families do not intentionally encourage their offspring to practice magic. Legate has always adhered to a philosophy of kindness towards those with exceptional talents. After all, in his previous life, there were frequent jests online about Hermione overcoming challenges alongside those two seemingly ineffectual men. Although merely a light-hearted tease, it suffices to demonstrate that Hermione, in terms of both intellect and emotional maturity, is indeed the most formidable among the trio. As a reasonably competent self-interested individual, Legate was acutely aware of the choices he ought to make. Moreover, with the gradual rise of Muggle wizards, the focus of the wizarding world is destined to shift. Thus, fostering a relationship with a capable Muggle wizard could yield no detriment to him. The reason most wizarding families refrain from deliberately instructing their heirs in the art of magic, aside from the blind arrogance fostered by so-called pureblood ideologies, is largely due to the instability of magical power within young children. Coercing them into magical practice could potentially lead to adverse effects. History is replete with instances of children subjected to rigid treatment. Under the influence of oppression and various factors, many of these children ultimately experience explosive outbursts. The reason Legate and Sakura Matu could practice in advance lies not only in their mature souls, but also in the support of the Black family's legacy. After all, the human body is remarkably fragile. Without the corresponding resources, premature magical practice could yield counterproductive results. Just as it is, Hermione was about to voice her thoughts after Legate's explanation when suddenly a commotion erupted in the corridor. Miss Granger, pardon my departure. Upon hearing that familiar, exasperated voice, Legate rose and made his way toward the carriage door. There was no choice. He had promised Uncle Lucius to assist in overseeing the boisterous Draco. Seeing Legate stand and head outside, Sakura naturally followed in his footsteps. She was uncertain whether remaining alone with Hermione might lead her to engage in perilous actions. After all, cats often harbor intense aversion towards intruders in their territory, with some even resorting to physical confrontation to achieve the ultimate goal of expulsion. Regarding the occurrences during the expulsion process, such matters are subject to personal interpretation. Whether it is a provocation or merely an annoyance remains uncertain. Chapter 11. Let us duel. Weasley, silence yourself. Draco seethed, clenching his fists in fury as he observed Ron Weasley, who was cowering behind Harry Potter and spouting nonsense. I am not mistaken. The members of the Black family have always been. What is wrong with me? As Draco's demeanor exuded a readiness to brawl, Ron prepared to continue his nonsensical tirade. However, before he could utter another word, a melodious voice interrupted him. Turning towards the sound, Draco beheld Legate approaching slowly alongside Sakura Matu from the corridor's end. Upon noticing the emblem adorning their chests, the surrounding students could not help but display expressions of intrigue. For the insignia depicted a shield comprised of a mountain symbol, 2 pinnacles, and a short sword, flanked by 2 leaping greyhounds. This heraldry represented the very family Ron Weasley had derided, the Black family. Being overheard speaking ill of someone while they were present was undeniably a thrilling spectacle. Legate, what brings you here? Upon spotting Legate and Sakura advancing towards them, Draco swiftly concealed his emotions. Let us depart. Remaining here is a waste of my time. His earlier anger stemmed not only from Ron's mockery of his name, but primarily from the mention of Legate, or more precisely, the reference to the Black family. Although he typically appeared carefree, Draco was, in fact, more sensitive than most. Legate had lost both parents at a young age, and in a strict sense, the entire Black family was reduced to just him. In such circumstances, hearing others disparage his family or deceased parents would undoubtedly evoke sorrow within him. To spare Legate from distress, Draco resolved to withdraw temporarily. As for his grievances with Ron Weasley, he would assuredly reclaim his honor in due time. Indeed, it is he. At that moment, Harry, upon recognizing the newcomers, was struck by a wave of complex emotions. His intuition suggested that Legate was not as Ron had portrayed him. However, Ron was also his first true friend, leaving Harry uncertain of how to proceed. He could only hope that Legate might leave with Draco, thus averting any unnecessary awkwardness. Has something transpired? Observing the nuanced expressions on Draco and Harry's faces, Legate turned to Goyle and Crabbe beside him and inquired, "What has occurred?" Weasley claims that the Black family consists entirely of Death Eaters, and that even you, Legate, must also be a Death Eater. Moreover, those who emerge from Slytherin are undoubtedly malevolent dark wizards. Meeting the seemingly placid gaze of Malfoy, Goyle did not hesitate to lay the matter bare. Unlike the genuinely dim-witted Crabbe, he comprehended the appropriate moments for particular actions. After all, the words he echoed were uttered by that foolish Weasley. His repetition would bear no consequence. "Weasley, what did you just say? Let us duel, Weasley, and reveal your true prowess. Dare you repeat that, Weasley?" In an instant, as Goyle's words fell, the surrounding students, who had been merely spectators, erupted into a frenzy. It is worth noting that many among them were either current or aspiring members of Slytherin. Ron's comments successfully ignited a wave of ridicule. If one were to define them through Ron's words, would they not all be considered dark wizards? While it is true that some had indeed practiced dark magic under family guidance, who would dare to acknowledge such a thing in this age dominated by light magic? Thus, Ron Weasley had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest, causing the previously passive Slytherin students to become agitated. Observing the fierce countenances of his peers, Ron's face flushed as he clenched his fists. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate in such a manner. Yet, upon encountering Malfoy's unperturbed visage, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. He had done nothing wrong. His family had merely conveyed their beliefs to him. Overwhelmed with indignation and humiliation, Ron shouted at Malfoy, "I did not err. If one is a dark wizard, then the entire family is comprised of dark wizards. I challenge you to a duel. Black, do you dare accept?" Growing up in the unappreciated environment of the Weasley family had fostered a sensitive and insecure disposition in Ron. He believed that, had it not been for Malfoy's sudden intervention, the events would not have spiraled into their current state. "A duel? Since you wish for it, so be it." As he spoke, Malfoy produced a pair of white gloves from his ring and tossed them before Ron, declaring, "In the name of the Black family, I formally challenge you. For a bothersome fly, the most effective solution is to swat it dead." Ron Weasley resembled such a fly. If Harry embodies the archetype of a growing protagonist, then Ron serves as a stumbling block along this journey. He had repeatedly put his companions in peril through poor decisions and, at one point, even abandoned Harry to save himself. Engaging in idle chatter with such a person would only sour one's mood. Thus, the best remedy is to instill fear in him, ensuring he does not dare to prance before oneself again. "Don't be cowardly, Weasley. Pick it up. Pick up the glove." While a typical young wizard might not grasp the gravity of the situation, most wizards from families with lineage certainly understood the implications. The duel instigated by Legate against Weasley was, in fact, a life-and-death contest akin to those conducted among pure-blood aristocrats. Such duels are typically fought for honor, power, or revenge. Ron Weasley's earlier remarks had sufficiently provoked Legate into confrontation. After all, the Black family is forever pure, intolerant of any tarnishing. Moreover, the spells utilized in a life-and-death duel are varied, ranging from simple jinxes to the deadly Avada Kedavra curse. If Ron Weasley were to pick up the glove lying on the ground, it would signify that only one of them could emerge alive. Gazing at the white glove at his feet, Ron's complexion drained of color. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, aside from wielding a second-hand wand. He had yet to master a single spell. In contrast, Legate, hailing from the illustrious Black family, could very well possess a vast repertoire of spells. The thought of his potential demise sent shivers down Ron's spine, and amidst the raucous crowd surrounding him, he succumbed to the pressure and fainted. Chapter 12. The future is not fixed. Ron. Witnessing his newly acquainted friend collapse, Harry Potter rushed forward, shouting in alarm, and began to check on him. It was only after confirming that Ron Weasley's breathing remained steady that he let out an involuntary sigh of relief. Although he did not comprehend the significance of the white glove, the reactions of the surrounding young wizards indicated that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. "I'm sorry, Black, for what Ron has done." Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the root of the conflict lay with Ron. To prevent the situation from escalating further, Harry felt compelled to offer Legate an apology. Prejudice harbored in the human heart is a mountain that cannot be easily moved, no matter how hard one tries. However, before Harry could finish his thoughts, Legate interjected, "Harry Potter, I am aware of your identity. A word of caution, one should not judge the unknown solely based on the proclamations of supposed friends. Only through personal experience and exploration can one truly grasp the essence of reality." Legate bore no significant malice toward this tragically fated boy, at least, compared to Ron Weasley. He had already made commendable efforts. If one could eliminate certain toxic influences, there was no telling how far he might go. Legate's seemingly simple words momentarily left Harry speechless. Indeed, from the moment he boarded this train, Ron had been incessantly instilling in him a disdain for Slytherin. This instilled within him a certain filter at his core. All wizards emerging from Slytherin House were perceived as embodiments of malevolence. In this light, even Draco's earlier cordial greeting morphed into an unfounded quarrel. "Harry Potter, please convey a message to Weasley." Observing Harry's eyes, which flickered with contemplation, Regulus gestured towards the white gloves at Harry's feet. "If you wish to duel, I am ever ready. Otherwise, mind your tongue. Though this is not the Muggle world, I believe it would not be too difficult to petition the Ministry for a defamation charge." "I understand. Well then, let us be off." Subtly tucking away the gem from Sakura's hand, Regulus prepared to lead her away. Draco, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Wow, I believe I've stumbled upon something extraordinary. TSK. TSK, Malfoy and Potter." The intensity of Draco's gaze prompted some onlookers to exchange knowing glances. Regulus, observing the peculiar stares from the crowd, Draco flushed and hurried after Regulus. He had merely intended to seize the opportunity to mock the scarred boy. How had the situation spiraled so inexplicably out of control? If he did not teach Regulus a lesson today, he would reverse his own name. Hiss. Meanwhile, watching Draco's retreating figure, Harry shivered involuntarily. Recalling Draco's earlier inexplicable actions, a sense of vigilance arose within him. He, Harry Potter, was undeniably a true gentleman. A few minutes later, "I understand. Thank you for your insight." After smiling and nodding at Regulus and Sakura, Hermione rose and made her way towards the compartment door. As she approached the threshold, she turned to address them, saying, "Regulus, Sakura, I believe you both to be good people. Therefore, do not let foolishness affect your spirits." Hermione had been trailing behind when the conflict between Regulus and Ron erupted. Thus she had witnessed the entire affair. Although Regulus's response may have seemed somewhat extreme, the incident had been instigated by that red-haired fellow. If Ron Weasley's words were to be translated into the vernacular of the ordinary world, it would be akin to claiming that if one member of a family were a murderer, then all within that family must be murderers. Even a child raised in solitude would inevitably become a murderer, should anyone dare to utter such nonsensical words to her. Hermione vowed to make them understand the true meaning of despair. This feels somewhat different from the inherent impressions I once held. Watching Hermione smile and wave farewell to them, a flicker of amusement danced in Regulus's eyes. This is, after all, a tangible world, where it is only natural that individuals do not entirely conform to the illustrations presented in literature. Moreover, she is merely a novelist, possessing scant knowledge of magic. Were everyone to adhere strictly to predetermined paths, it would resemble a grand live-action role-playing game. It was not until the carriage door closed anew that Matu Sakura quietly retracted her gaze from Hermione. "Legate, do you fancy that girl from earlier?" If a filter were to be applied to Matu Sakura, one would observe dark mist emanating from her form. To articulate it in traditional terms, the Yandere is on the verge of transformation, shifting from affection to violence. "What are you thinking?" With a hint of exasperation, Legate tapped Matu Sakura's forehead, interrupting her incantation, and extracted a tome resembling the ancient runes from his ring. Merely a simple investment. "I prefer the larger ones. She is too diminutive." His patience for Hermione stemmed largely from the potential he envisioned for the future. After all, her strength and talent were commendable. With the right backing, her achievements were bound to be significant. Furthermore, the magical realm is in dire need of reform. Having a piece that eagerly charges forth to stir things up is indeed a rare boon for a strategist who prefers to operate from the shadows. Larger, indeed. At his words, Matu Sakura instinctively lowered her gaze. Resolutely, she decided to add a new dish to tonight's menu. However, Legate remained oblivious to the girl's subtle movement, directing his focus instead to the ancient runes before him. The ancient runes can be regarded as carriers of energy from the ancient magical arts, capable of unleashing formidable spells through specific combinations. Yet, due to the challenges in learning and the extended casting time, modern magical academies have ceased to teach this subject. Nonetheless, to optimize contemporary magic, one must master the energies contained within these ancient runes. In summary, to cast spells that surpass others, one must consider not only personal magical reserves, but also the significance of the ancient runes. As Legate immersed himself in the study of the runes, the entire carriage fell into a renewed silence. The warm yellow hues of the setting sun streamed through the glass, casting a tranquil glow. Legate quietly perused his book, while Matu Sakura rested her chin on her hand, gazing softly at him. Chapter 13. The boy who loves singing, dancing, and basketball as evening descended. Accompanied by the waning sun, after a long day of travel, the Hogwarts Express finally approached its destination, the Hogwarts Station. Young wizards, having received the notice of their imminent arrival, began changing clothes within their respective compartments. "Legate, you should not associate with that girl from earlier." Observing Legate standing outside the carriage, Draco approached slowly, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "Do not forget your identity. We are not to be compared with those people. Having been raised under Lucius's pure-blood ideology, Draco instinctively harbored a disdain for Hermione and other Muggle-born wizards. Were it not for Legate's conversation with her, Draco would have expelled Hermione from the compartment long ago. However, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, he returned to his own compartment. It was only after ensuring that no one was near Legate that Draco could no longer restrain himself and felt compelled to offer a warning. Gazing at Draco's serious demeanor, Legate refrained from commenting, but instead patted Draco's shoulder and posed a question. Draco, do you know where Uncle Lucius and I went recently? The influence of Voldemort had compelled Lucius to alter his educational approach, for no one could ascertain whether the Dark Lord had truly been vanquished. Should Draco remain unprepared while Voldemort made a resurgence, the young and naive Draco could potentially lose his life. Thus, using pure-blood status as a shield significantly increased his chances of survival. This was the primary reason Lucius had previously extolled the virtues of pure-blood lineage in Legate's presence. Perhaps once Draco matured and learned to conceal his inner emotions effectively, Lucius would share the true counsel of the Malfoy family with him. Yet for Legate, this process seemed interminable. Since Draco had broached the subject, it would be prudent to impart certain truths to him. Moreover, knowing the reality of the situation might not be detrimental to Draco. After all, misguided understandings and erroneous development could squander precious time. Reflecting on the perplexed expressions Lucius had worn upon returning home, Draco bit his lip and softly inquired, "Could it be that you met my father's mistress? Is there perhaps a child involved?" Aside from such matters, Draco could hardly conceive of anything else that would cause Lucius to appear so distracted. If he were to entertain a bold hypothesis, he might even suspect that Legate was his own brother. Noticing Draco's expression of having uncovered the truth, Legate playfully tapped the back of his head. He then retrieved a gem from his ring and pressed it into Draco's hands. "Draco, who do you believe our enemies are?" "Our enemies must certainly be the Muggleborns and Gryffindors." "Hold on. First take a look at what you have in your hands." As he spoke, Legate activated the gem with his magic. This gem was a memory stone crafted by Sakura Matu, utilizing gem magic interwoven with elements from a television series of a later era. As the name suggests, it is an object capable of storing images. Regardless, the little sorcerers nearby have already completed their tasks, so it poses no issue to show Draco something intriguing. This artifact is indeed quite fascinating. Holding the memory stone that inexplicably emanates a ghostly glow and forms images, Draco was about to request a few from Legate. However, in the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, Draco instinctively felt compelled to discard the memory stone. Before him stood an enormous square box constructed of metal, something he had never encountered in his life. Although he was aware of the existence of automobiles in the Muggle world, this contraption before him seemed to bear no resemblance to what he had heard. Patience, for the spectacle was only just beginning. After seizing Draco's wrist to prevent the memory stone from being thrown away, Legate skillfully cast a silencing charm around them. It must be said that Sakura's gem magic is indeed quite convenient. Once inscribed in advance and infused with a certain amount of magical energy, it can be utilized effectively. This silencing charm is merely one of the many functions of the ring. What exactly is this, Legate? Draco pondered. Boom. But before Draco could articulate his confusion, a resounding explosion erupted, and a massive spark erupted from the barrel of a tank. Shortly thereafter, a deep crater, about half a meter in diameter, appeared on a nearby hillside. This, continued to observe. For the next few minutes, various bombers and small toys emitting blue flames took the stage in succession. It was not until a young boy completed his performance in Hiroshima that the brilliance of the memory stone began to gradually diminish. Draco, you must understand that a wizard's greatest adversary has never stemmed from within. After carefully returning the memory stone to the ring, Legate placed a hand on Draco's shoulder. Do you comprehend why Grindelwald resorted to such drastic measures? Why? Draco, still immersed in the performance, instinctively responded. Because he witnessed ordinary people wielding the power to annihilate the world, and he sought to prevent such a calamity from occurring. The power to destroy the world. Reflecting on the boy's breathtaking leap, Draco instinctively clenched the fist resting at his side. Do they now possess such power? The images within the memory stone had dealt a severe blow to Draco, who had always held himself in high regard. He could hardly believe that the Muggles he had so often looked down upon possessed such terrifying strength. He questioned whether even the most formidable Dumbledore of their time would be able to escape unscathed under such an onslaught. Of course, this presupposes that the opponent does not employ apparition. Indeed, so do not be shackled by the past, Draco. After gently patting Draco's shoulder once more, Legate spoke earnestly. Though ordinary individuals may lack the power we possess, they have cultivated a unique technology of their own. While there may be no conflict between our factions at present, the future remains uncertain. If one day, ordinary people were to discover our world, do you believe that the wizards, who are often divided, could withstand such an onslaught? The wizarding realm has enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility, so much so that most have lost their ambition. The mysterious forces we wield are to ordinary people as catnip is to cats. Once the secrets of the wizards become known, the wizarding world will once again be engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. In Legate's perspective, the future of the wizarding community should lie in the fusion of magic and technology. While it may not reach the extremes of flesh and blood versus mechanical ascension, it is indeed time to eliminate many outdated practices that have fallen behind the times. Chapter 14. Can wizards truly withstand their enemies? Reflecting on the jarring images he had just witnessed, Draco instinctively clenched his fists. In the past, he might have confidently asserted that even if all muggles banded together, wizards could never be defeated. However, those peculiar and formidable weapons had stripped him of his previous arrogance. It is essential to recognize that the long-standing comfort of wizarding life has rendered many unable to perform even basic spells like apparition. The proliferation of convenient methods, such as the Flu network, has led to this decline. Desire serves as the driving force for progress, while comfort breeds complacency. The emergence of various convenient spells has caused many wizards to lose their spirit of ambition. Thus, Draco, danger has never stemmed from within us. Sensing that the time was ripe, Legate placed a reassuring hand on Draco's shoulder and spoke with gravity. To prevent such a future from unfolding, we must unite every possible force. The so-called Muggle wizards you speak of will form a crucial component of this alliance. After all, they originate from ordinary people and possess a familiarity with them that far exceeds our own. Grindelwald's approach is excessively extreme. The notion of eradicating all Muggles is not one that a rational person can entertain. It is worth noting that the population of ordinary people is several 100,000 times greater than that of the wizarding community, and the prospect of slaughtering them one by one is an endeavor that could last for ages. Additionally, conflicts may arise even among wizards, leading to the emergence of a dud. In such cases, should this individual be classified as a Muggle, or as a wizard who does not truly belong? Legate believes that only by wielding absolute power can one genuinely safeguard their own security. After all, the elite of the ordinary world will never sacrifice their lives to pave the way for others. We must unite all forces that can be united. As Draco listened to Legate's account, it seemed he had once again found his direction. Legate, I've changed my clothes. Just as Draco was about to utter more words, the carriage door swung open. Entering was Sakura Metu, already dressed, who proceeded to take Legate's right hand and gestured towards the throng of people outside. We should be on our way, otherwise, we might fall behind, which would be troublesome. Think it over, Draco. With that, Legate led Sakura outside. By the way, Uncle Lucius and I recently visited the realm of ordinary people. However, regarding the rumors of his infidelity, I will speak to him about it in due time. Watching the two depart hand in hand, Draco placed a hand over the crest on his chest. Legate, perhaps you may indeed become the third generation. A few minutes later, at the Hogwarts train station, Draco observed the attire of Legate and Sakura and murmured, Legate, could you get me one as well? It was baffling how the temperature had suddenly dropped despite the warm day. I only brought two, Legate replied, shrugging helplessly after zipping up Sakura's jacket. Had you heeded my advice on the train, you would have packed accordingly. Now, with your luggage taken away, you're out of luck. The season's unpredictable temperatures, compounded by their primitive surroundings, rendered the cold wind not just a physical assault, but one that pierced to the bone. The young wizards, clad in traditional robes, felt the chilling gusts deeply. He had warned Draco earlier on the train, only to be met with ridicule, with quips about being young and afraid of the cold, and how he wouldn't be able to leave the house when older. Thus, he thought it best to let Draco endure the chill a little longer. After all, it wouldn't be life-threatening. It is often said that learning through experience is more effective than mere instruction. Much like those youngsters in a past life who resisted wearing long underwear, they would inevitably come to embrace it as they matured. By allowing Draco to experience the cold, he might just learn a valuable lesson. Wow, Legate, you can't do this. Seeing Legate's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Draco approached, attempting to tug at his ring. We are brothers. After all, can you truly bear to watch me suffer in the cold? Blood is thicker than water. No, there really is no luggage left, Legate retorted, freeing himself from Draco's grasp and pointing to the Hogwarts Express parked behind them. I left all my belongings on the train. Someone will assist with the arrangements. Why should I do it myself? The luggage on the train would be transported to Hogwarts by house elves, and once the new students had been sorted, it would be delivered to their respective house dormitories. This was precisely why Legate had left his personal items on the train. Someone took the initiative to help tidy up. So why should one toil away for half a day? Why don't we share a garment? Before Draco could finish his words, an inexplicable chill enveloped him instantaneously. The surrounding coldness was, in comparison, merely a mere whisper of frost. Use this. I have another piece within my ring. With a gentle smile, Sakura handed Draco a pale pink robe and softly urged, quickly put it on, Draco. It would be unfortunate to catch a chill. What a jest. I couldn't even squeeze into an outer robe with Legate. How dare you, a mere Draco. Staring at the pink robe presented before him, Draco swallowed hard, feeling a wave of trepidation. Yet, the thought of how others would react upon seeing him in this attire solidified his resolve, and he vehemently shook his head. Today, even if he were to freeze or leap into the Black Lake, he would never don that garment. 3 minutes later, along the path to the lake, observing his classmates, shivering like hapless pups, Draco tightened his grip on his own clothing. Ah, how delightful. Although there was an element of coercion involved, he couldn't deny the peculiar satisfaction derived from witnessing others in such a pitiful state. The journey was silent. Under Hagrid's guidance, they soon arrived at the grand entrance of Hogwarts. At that moment, the previously quiet Draco encountered once more the fated trigger of his envy. Gazing at Ron, who stood beside Harry with his head bowed, Draco's eyes flickered with a flame of jealousy. It was he who had encountered them first. Yet this red-haired fellow had seized the opportunity. However, recalling his recent conversation with Legate on the train, that fleeting emotion swiftly receded. After stifling the words meant to belittle Weasley, Draco redirected his words to Harry. Potter, perhaps we could still become friends. Chapter 15, The Ever-Verbose One Malfoy. I appreciate your kindness, but Harry had no desire to befriend you. Just as Harry Potter was about to voice his thoughts, Ron Weasley, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up with fervor. Everyone knows what your Malfoy family represents, be it you or Black. And Harry Potter, he is the renowned savior of the Wizarding World. Now that he had finally forged a friendship with Harry, gaining the attention of others, Ron's fragile vanity would not permit Draco to usurp him. Besides, they were now within the grounds of Hogwarts, and he doubted Legate would dare employ the same tactics. Yet before Ron could finish his sentence, a sharp pain compelled him to instinctively cover his mouth. Through the gaps of his splayed fingers, one could still discern a trickle of liquid the color of tomato juice flowing forth. What transpired? What could have happened? It was unclear how Wesley had suddenly found himself in such a predicament. Could it be that he had inadvertently transgressed some unspoken rule of Hogwarts? While the young wizards murmured amongst themselves, Lecter silently positioned Sakura Matu behind him. Perhaps others were oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet he was acutely aware that the one who had cast the spell was indeed the girl. Vatawasi, a spell not particularly difficult. One that could propel objects forth like bullets once invoked. Just as Ron was about to continue with his banter, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards their direction. It seemed that Matu Sakura had sought to preemptively address the source of the problem, wishing to shield her ears from any further transgressions. However, it appeared that his earlier intimidation had not been sufficiently potent. Otherwise, Ron Weasley would not have dared to carry on in such a manner before him. At that moment, as the crowd chattered about the situation, the once closed gates of Hogwarts swung open. What was happening? Observing Ron, who was crouched on the ground, wailing and clutching his mouth, Professor McGonagall frowned in displeasure. How many years had it been since a student dared to cause a disturbance before the commencement ceremony? However, recalling the two red-haired rascals from her own house, she swiftly decided to retract her earlier thoughts. Professor, it is like this as the authoritative presence of Professor McGonagall emerged. The socially anxious young wizards promptly recounted the recent events. Social anxiety, colloquially termed as social terror, was hardly an exaggeration. Sigh. Was there truly no member of the Weasley family who could provide some peace of mind? After listening to the fragmented accounts from the young wizards, Professor McGonagall approached to assess Ron's injuries. Fortunately, there was nothing grave. He had merely lost 4 or 5 teeth. Once the opening ceremony concluded, she instructed that a prefect should escort him to the infirmary for some restorative potion. After delivering this reassurance, her gaze shifted to Draco and Lecter, although her primary focus remained on the latter. After all, the events that transpired in the Black family manor were indelibly etched in her memory. Meanwhile, Draco was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired, while Lecter, possessing an impressive audacity, feigned ignorance as well. I do not wish for such incidents to recur, she warned them symbolically, embodying the impartiality expected of a fair professor. Ultimately, the root of this incident could be traced back to Ron's sharp tongue. Thus, a verbal warning suffices. Now, let us all line up and proceed together. After uttering this statement to the crowd, Professor McGonagall turned and walked towards the interior of the academy. Indeed, Legate. Amidst the throng, Sakura Matu tugged gently at Legate's sleeve. The moment Professor McGonagall cast her gaze upon Legate, she had intended to step forward. However, before Sakura could act, Legate subtly restrained her with a glance. Do not overthink it. The professor has tacitly approved, has she not? After giving Sakura's palm a gentle squeeze, Legate gestured towards the leading figure of Professor McGonagall, asserting that if this matter were of true concern, they would have already been singled out by her. As a witch who has survived since the time of Grindelwald, Professor McGonagall is far more than a mere educator. If she were genuinely intent on investigating, how could she possibly overlook who was responsible? Moreover, even if Sakura refrained from taking action, Ron would still have to pay a substantial price. If one slap does not suffice, then 2 shall follow. Without resorting to overt aggression, there will inevitably come a day when he is thoroughly intimidated. Meeting Legate's gentle and smiling gaze, Sakura's initial tension gradually dissipated. After clasping his hand in return, she smiled softly and replied, "Yes, I understand." Anticipating that Ron would soon begin his nonsensical tirade, she instinctively waved her wand. To her, Legate was her entire world, and she would not allow anyone to insult him. On the other side, Draco observed the two whispering beside him, unable to suppress a knowing expression. In that moment, he had to concede that if Sakura Matu were to become his sister-in-law, it might indeed be a rather splendid choice. Setting aside the fact that she often beat him, she was nearly a perfect being. A few minutes later, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the group finally entered the Great Hall. Accompanied by the ever-constant call, the sorting ceremony of Hogwarts commenced. Hannah Abbott, the young girl, nervously approached the chair, and the sorting hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff, ding. Congratulations to the host for witnessing the anti-counterfeit mark of Harry Potter, Hannah Abbott's sorting ceremony. Reward, non-equivalent exchange, draw count 1. Goodness, this is quite something." Observing the sudden appearance of the system notification, Legate could not help but wear a subtle smile. Is Legate interested in this girl? Yet. This subtle shift in Legate's expression held a different meaning in Sakura's eyes. "Hannah Abbott, I don't know why, but I feel as if I'm being watched." The sorting proceeded swiftly. In a mere matter of minutes, it was already time for Legate to take the stage. Although the sorting hat appeared rather grimy, Legate did not follow in the footsteps of numerous predecessors by giving it a thorough cleaning with a charm. Such an act would not only prove to be futile, but would also likely attract the attention of an old bee. After all, producing a Voldemort was already quite enough of a calamity. To prevent the recurrence of similar mistakes, the hat would not overlook any idiosyncratic student. In summary, one could attract the ire of the old bee simply for the sake of pretentiousness, resulting in a venture that could only lead to ruin. As the sorting hat settled upon his head, a ceaseless voice echoed in Legate's ears, declaring ambition and a pure lineage, yet an insatiable thirst for knowledge. "You are well suited for Slytherin and Ravenclaw." Listening to the incessant chatter of the sorting hat, Legate jestingly remarked, "Are you aware that our school actually has a fifth house?" Chapter 16. The Traditions of Slytherin, a Fifth House. The sorting hat, caught off guard by Legate's unexpected retort, was momentarily at a loss. Typically, it was the one to baffle others. It had never been the subject of such bewilderment. After a brief pause, it resumed, "Do not attempt to mislead me, young one. Hogwarts has only 4 houses. Of course, there is a 5th house, and it has existed for quite some time," Legate quipped. Observing the sorting hat's growing agitation, he continued in jest, "Isn't Azkaban the 5th house? Just think of how many alumni have seamlessly transitioned into further studies there." In that moment, the sorting hat found itself speechless, for from a factual standpoint, Legate's assertion held no fallacy. Every single individual currently residing in Azkaban had graduated from Hogwarts. Therefore, if one were to consider it, Azkaban could indeed be classified as Hogwarts' 5th house. As the sorting hat lapsed into silence, a melodious system notification chimed in Legate's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of informing the sorting hat about the existence of the 5th house, thus providing it with more options for future sorting. Reward, non-equivalent exchange, draw count, 1. Current remaining non-equivalent exchange draw count, 3. In truth, as long as there was no covert manipulation by Dumbledore, the sorting hat was fairly impartial. Thus, after some back and forth with the sorting hat, Legate was ultimately assigned to Slytherin. The rationale for this allocation was straightforward. Beyond the criterion of bloodline, Legate's desire for power far exceeded his thirst for knowledge. Considering these 2 points, Slytherin was undoubtedly his most fitting abode. Following another round of sorting, Matu Sakura stepped forward, slowly making her way to the center under the scrutiny of onlookers. As the sorting hat made contact with the young girl's head, it let out a piercing scream. "Azkaban. Just kidding, let's start over." Slytherin. With an overwhelming sense of possessiveness and a strong affinity for the dark arts, she was undeniably suited for the practice of dark magic. If such a person were not sorted into Slytherin, it would be a gross misallocation of the magical world's resources. With the conclusion of the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore embarked on his initiative to cultivate a savior. He deliberately announced a piece of news that would pique the curiosity of the Gryffindors. After all, for the adventurous spirit of Gryffindor, knowing of a secret tantalizingly close yet unattainable was hardly preferable to a swift end. TCH, Potter is clearly more suited for Slytherin. Draco, observing Harry departing among the Gryffindor ranks, couldn't help but scowl. In his eyes, Harry was far more compatible with Slytherin in every conceivable aspect. Moreover, having just conversed with the sorting hat for an extended period, it was evident that Harry had more than one house to choose from. Yet, he ultimately chose Gryffindor, the house most at odds with Slytherin. This led Draco to suspect that the naive Potter might have been swayed by the insufferable Weasley. Draco, ever mindful of his image, noticed some peculiar glances from the surrounding crowd. Legate subtly distanced himself from Draco, remarking, "If you keep this up, Uncle Lucius might start contemplating a second child." While this was indeed the infamous land of corruption, as a staunchly masculine individual, he wished to avoid any misunderstandings. As for the matter of a second child, it wasn't that Lucius didn't desire another with Narcissa, but rather that their efforts had yielded no results. Presently, aside from the Weasleys, most pure-blood families in the Wizarding World had only one offspring. Though they mocked the Weasley family for their inability to raise children, behind closed doors, they were enviously enraptured. After all, if conditions permitted, who wouldn't wish for their lineage to flourish? Caught off guard by Legate's nonsensical words, Draco momentarily faltered. However, upon noticing the curious gazes of his classmates, he blushed and exclaimed, "Stop talking nonsense. I am straight, all right." Yes, you are straight." As he spoke, Legate quickened his pace, inching closer. What if others misinterpreted their proximity? "Legate, stop right there. I swear I am straight." Yes, whatever you say." "Legate, now?" That could prove to be a clever strategy. Watching the commotion between Legate and Draco, Sakura Matu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If Draco were to be bound with Harry Potter, it would diminish one potential adversary. Thus, a feasible plan surfaced in her mind. After a brief interval, under the guidance of the 7th-year prefect, the group arrived at the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory. It is said that this place once served as a confinement for dark wizards and magical creatures during its time at Hogwarts. Only after the establishment of the school did it transform into the Slytherin dormitory. However, this history has imbued the dormitory with an overall ambience that leans towards darkness. Coupled with the foreboding presence of the Black Lake nearby, the atmosphere is rendered even more sinister. Those afflicted with claustrophobia would surely experience a profound sense of despair upon entering. "Welcome, first years, to our Slytherin dormitory." Once everyone had gathered in the common room, Bruce turned to address them. "Unlike other houses, in Slytherin, we let strength speak for itself. Each year, from 1st to 7th, one strongest individual will be chosen to serve as the hidden prefect for that year. The prefects can challenge one another, and the strongest among them will emerge as the visible prefect. In short, if you wish to earn the respect of others in Slytherin, you must demonstrate your true abilities." In addition to valuing bloodline, Slytherin has a profound admiration for power. It is important to remember that Voldemort's ability to command such loyalty stemmed from his influence during his time at Slytherin. His status as a descendant of the Gaunt family, coupled with his formidable strength, played a significant role in this. Of course, one cannot overlook the initial charisma he possessed. Had he not become obsessed with Horcruxes, fracturing his soul into madness, perhaps he would have indeed ruled the magical realm. After all, during that era, numerous individuals supported Voldemort, many of whom boasted considerable power and prestigious lineage. With the judicious utilization of these resources, one could indeed overthrow the entire magical community without shedding blood. Chapter 17. The age of Tsundere has passed now. Let us bring forth the first-year newcomers. As he spoke, Bruce Wayne turned his gaze towards the first-year cohort, inviting those eager to participate to step forward for a one-on-one duel. Those who endure until the end shall earn the title of Hidden Prefect. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention, becoming the Hidden Prefect grants you certain privileges, the most fundamental of which is a single dormitory. Desire is the driving force behind humanity's enduring growth and strength. While first years may initially feel trepidation at the prospect of dueling, the knowledge of winning privileges can embolden some to overcome their fears. This, indeed, was the primary reason for Bruce's exhortation. In his eyes, Slytherin revered bloodlines and strength, while detesting the cowardice and weakness of those who willingly succumbed to degradation. "Allow me," he declared, observing a throng of newcomers exchanging glances. Regulus, after bestowing a reassuring look upon Sakura Matu, sauntered to the center of the common room. Truth be told, the allure of a single dormitory was quite compelling to him. After all, aside from conducting potion experiments, having others around while attempting to extract items could be rather bothersome. "You must be of the Black family," Bruce remarked, his perpetually stoic expression finally cracking into a faint smile as Regulus approached the stage. "Come forth, newcomers. Who among you wishes to challenge the heir of the Black family?" Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Once the first challenger emerged, it was but a matter of time before the second would follow. Many of the students here were heirs themselves. How could they possibly resign themselves to inferiority? "I shall." A somewhat youthful voice rang out as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy stepped into the spotlight. "I am Michel Shafik, and the position of prefect is rightfully mine. As the heir of the illustrious Shafik family, one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, Michel did not perceive himself as inferior to the members of the Black family. Moreover, aside from the one currently incarcerated, only Regulus remained of the Black lineage. In comparison, as a well-educated heir of his own esteemed family, his odds appeared decidedly more favorable. "Very well, let the two of you engage first," Bruce announced, stepping aside as the required participants took their places. Both the Black family and the Shafik family belonged to the sacred 28 pure-blood families, and the victor was undoubtedly qualified to become the invisible prefect of Slytherin's first year. Regulus Black, he introduced himself with a smile directed towards the self-assured Shafik, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Although this was not a formal duel, The appropriate decorum could not be overlooked, for this was, after all, Slytherin. I shall not be defeated, Shafik proclaimed confidently, returning the bow to Regulus. The two then retreated to opposite sides of the arena. Upon reaching the edge, they halted and turned to face one another. The duel begins, Bruce declared, assuming the role of a temporary referee. In the next moment, Denys Maximus. With Bruce's command, Michel immediately unleashed his most proficient minor curse. This incantation would cause the target to grow exaggeratedly long teeth, thereby hindering their speech and, subsequently, their ability to cast spells. Protego. Before Michelle could bask in her moment of joy, Legate's monotonous voice abruptly pulled her back, just as the powerful spell aimed at Legate was about to strike. It was deftly deflected by an invisible magical barrier. An innocent bystander exclaimed, "You are remarkable. You are so noble. I wish to what? This cannot be." As Michelle watched the spell veer off course, she was about to say something, but Legate seized the opportunity to end the workday early by casting a complex, disarming charm. In the blink of an eye, a flash of crimson light revealed that Michelle's wand had been snatched from her grasp by Legate. "You have lost," he proclaimed with a smile, presenting the wand to the still-dazed Michelle. "Fortunately, I spent considerable time studying at home before coming here. Otherwise, I might not have triumphed over you." Defeating someone with sheer strength is a formidable challenge, but persuading them to be of service requires a bit of cunning. Unlike a certain overpowered character, there was no need to recklessly engage in a head-on confrontation at this moment. Instead, employing some suitably reassuring words to foster a potential ally seemed a far more strategic approach. "Humph, next time I will not be so easily defeated," Michelle retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she turned away, biting her lip in embarrassment. "What are you blushing for, like a teapot?" After returning the wand to Michelle, Legate promptly distanced himself from her. He had no desire to indulge in any fervent emotions. Thus, when faced with such a potentially hazardous individual, it was wiser to maintain a safe distance. As for Draco, whom he often teased, it was mostly for amusement, knowing that his straightforwardness was a defining trait. Noticing Legate's instinctive retreat, Michelle shot him a fierce glare, her face still flushed. "Blake, remember this. I will not lose next time." Despite her boyish appearance and attire, it was undeniable that being mistaken for a boy was infuriating. Therefore, Michelle resolved that at the next interhouse competition, she would deliver a resounding lesson to Legate. "Huh." Legate shrugged in mild exasperation as he watched Michelle's figure recede into the distance. Although everyone wore the same standard robes, making it difficult to distinguish between genders, Michelle's striking features and demeanor often led to confusion regarding her sex. Were it not for the circumstances, Legate would have liked to remark that being tsundere had fallen out of fashion in recent years. It is worth noting that among the top 10 infamous losers, at least half were defeated due to inexplicable tsundere tendencies. Well then, are there any other challengers wishing to take the stage? After Bruce had successfully removed the front tooth of an unfortunate child, he addressed the first-year students. If no one wishes to challenge Blake, he shall become the invisible prefect of the first year. Chapter 18. The dust settles as Bruce Wayne's words echoed in the room. The first-year students exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of uncertainty and trepidation. Although many harbored a desire to confront Legate, the recent duel with Michelle loomed large in their minds, quickly extinguishing such ambitions. Despite their prior studies in various spells, they felt woefully inadequate in the face of the shield charm and disarming charm. "Is this where it ends for this year?" Bruce mused, observing the hesitant young wizards who were clearly reluctant to step forward. He felt no disappointment. After all, the first-year students were still unfamiliar with the privileges of an invisible prefect, and many had yet to emerge from their sheltered upbringing. Nevertheless, compared to past year selections, he found himself quite content with the outcome. It was noteworthy that even second- or third-year invisible prefects might not possess such a refined mastery of the disarming charm and shield charm. Perhaps with Legate's arrival, Slytherin would ignite a different kind of spark. With no challengers stepping forth, Legate Blake was thus appointed the invisible prefect of the first year. Henceforth, the new Slytherin first years would be obliged to heed his commands. After announcing the assignment of the first-year invisible prefect, Bruce shifted his gaze to the eager upperclassmen, declaring, "Now we shall commence the selection for the invisible prefect of the second year. John Middle, please take the stage. Those wishing to challenge him may proceed." In contrast to the naive first years, the students from second year and above understood the significant advantages of the prefect position. It is no exaggeration to state that a staggering 99% of wizards currently residing in the United Kingdom are graduates of Hogwarts, with the remaining 1% hailing from abroad. By the most basic estimation, at least 19% of the wizarding population has had experience attending Slytherin House. In other words, becoming an invisible prefect equates to gaining a more efficient means of establishing a network of connections, if managed wisely during their tenure. Such a position could yield social relations that ordinary graduates could scarcely aspire to. One of the most notorious modern examples would be the infamous Voldemort, who leveraged the connections he cultivated during his school years to ascend to the status of a feared Dark Lord. thus aware of the benefits at stake. The upperclassmen were unlikely to relinquish such an opportunity to others. Over the next half hour, the 2nd to 7th year students engaged in fierce competition. Aside from a male and female student from the 2nd and 5th years respectively, the remaining contenders fought valiantly to defend their positions. Very well. Let us conclude for this evening. As Bruce Wayne diverted his gaze from the opponent who had been sent flying, he turned to face Legate, who was positioned at the corner. Legate, your dormitory is the first one around the bend. It is a single room. A privilege reserved for the head of the Invisibility House. Understood, Senior. Meeting Bruce's gaze, which bore an inexplicable admiration, Legate smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. In the realm of adulthood, beyond mere conflicts, one must also maintain certain basic facades. Regardless of the underlying meaning of Bruce's final glance, it was essential to uphold appearances. Everyone disperse. We have classes to attend tomorrow. Yes. The Black family, the Malfoy family, and the McKeary family. How intriguing indeed. As he observed the departing figures of Legate and his companions, a flicker of anticipation danced in Bruce's eyes. Slytherin had languished in obscurity for far too long, to the extent that many had forgotten its former glory. Later that night, at 11:35, within the private chamber of the Slytherin head of invisibility, after respectfully placing 3 incense sticks into the censer, Legate addressed the array of statues before him. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, Jesus Christ, Ba. I hope you grant me your favor. Indeed. This evening marked the first night of residence at Hogwarts, and Legate intended to engage in a modest attempt at communion. After all, such a momentous occasion warranted the extraction of something auspicious, as it would be remiss not to do so. Once all preparations were complete, Legate retrieved a tome from within his ring system, exchanged this spring and autumn for me. This spring and autumn was not just any, but a treasured collection belonging to his rather dubious father. As for when he would peruse it, that would have to wait until the stillness of the night enveloped him. Previously, Legate had endeavored to acquire a more formidable cultivation method, yet all his attempts had met with failure. Aside from once successfully obtaining gemstone magic for Sakura Matu, the rest had been mere confidential shipments. Though the Black family possessed an ancestral meditation technique, its efficacy was somewhat lacking. If he could procure a superior cultivation method, perhaps his prowess would ascend at a swifter pace. Of course, the meditation technique that Legate deemed rather inadequate was, in the eyes of countless ordinary wizards, a coveted treasure. After all, such knowledge circulated solely among the pure-blood aristocracy, a tacit rule within the wizarding world that even the formidable Dumbledore never openly challenged. Thus, for the average wizard seeking to enhance their magical abilities, there were but 2 straightforward avenues: either invest a substantial sum in purchasing enhancement potions or rely on the passage of time. As Legate's magical level ascended to the 3rd tier, his desire to exchange for a cultivation method intensified. After all, possessing a commendable cultivation technique could significantly accelerate his growth. The exchange of unequal value has commenced. Please await further instructions, esteemed host. Congratulations on successfully acquiring the private funds of the Jia family from the world of Qin Man Si Yuan, located at number 95, Nanlo Guxiang. These funds have been securely placed within the system's storage. Please check your inventory. Gazing at the heap of small bills and several large denominations in the system's repository, Legate found his mind buzzing with confusion. What on earth was he supposed to do with this? No, I refuse to believe it. After taking a deep breath, Legate once again retrieved several volumes of the spring and autumn annals from his spatial ring, exclaiming, "System, let us exchange." He could not fathom that after enduring all this time, he would still be left in such a predicament. Meanwhile, in the world of Qin Man Si Yuan, the infuriated Su Dumao cursed, You wretched soul, do you not consider aiding us with your meat?" The enticing aroma of food wafted over from the neighboring courtyard, and the rotund Jia-Zhang grumbled as she retreated to her chamber. "You 2 worthless brats, leave me be and do not disturb my slumber." After shooing her 2 granddaughters out, she stealthily approached a jar of pickles. Ensuring the coast was clear, Jia-Zhang reached in to retrieve the hidden stash at the bottom. She resolved that today, no matter what, she would indulge in something delicious to nourish herself. It had been a day since she last tasted meat, and if this continued, she would surely grow gaunt. Just as Jia-Zhang envisioned the succulent morsels she was about to savor, her hand brushed against something amiss at the bottom of the pickle jar. What? Upon realizing the peculiar sensation, she hastily pulled out the contents. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the entire courtyard. "Who the devil has stolen my money? Old Jia, don't you? Come back and capture him at once." Chapter 19. One more time, and perhaps a 3rd time on the other side, within the hidden dormitory of Slytherin's head boy. Legate stared at the 2 items that appeared on the system panel. In a fit of frustration, he overturned the incense burner before him, declaring, "No more eating. You shall not indulge any longer." Since these individuals had shown him no respect, why should he extend them any courtesy? Alas, the 2 items he had drawn were utterly disappointing. While they seemed to have no practical use, They also held a semblance of everyday utility. Among the previous items, the system's repository now displayed 2 new options: Unknown World, 1,000 contact details of affluent women along with their various preferences; Dragon Rider World, the finest sword in the village. The latter was somewhat acceptable, at least it could serve to slice through a spider's leg. But the former, what purpose could it possibly serve? If he had the opportunity in his past life to study diligently, perhaps it would have held value. Yet in this life, did he truly require such things? Knock, knock, knock. As Legate contemplated sharing with the esteemed readers the elusive contact details of 1,000 affluent women and their various preferences, a sudden, melodious knock resonated from outside the door. Who could it be? The unexpected sound elicited a subtle furrow of his brow. I believe many can empathize with the feeling of being disturbed when one's mood is less than splendid. It's me, came the familiar voice of a young girl. Upon recognizing her, Legate swiftly quelled the irritation within and hurried to open the door. In the presence of someone he cherished, he seldom allowed his displeasure to surface. "What brings you here, Sakura, at this late hour?" he inquired gently, observing the slightly bowed figure of Matu Sakura. "Is it a matter of discord with your roommate?" If the girl truly found herself at odds with her companion, he would have no choice but to employ the financial prowess of a board member. Not at all. Meeting Legate's warm gaze, Sakura shyly fidgeted with her hands. "I can't seem to sleep in this unfamiliar place." Having seized the perfect opportunity and rationale, she was not about to let Legate slip away, even if her roommate appeared quite amiable. Yet, accustomed to having Legate by her side, she felt an undeniable void. "Just for today," Legate thought, suppressing any words of refusal. "You'll return to your dorm and rest properly tomorrow, understood?" "I knew you'd be the best," she replied. And in that moment, she wrapped her arms around Legate's neck, her dark eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Once a venture has commenced, subsequent endeavors become inevitable until they transform into a routine. As they closed the door to the room, a small head peeked out from the common lounge. "This insufferable cad, attempting to steal my roommate." Michelle Shafik seethed, gripping the hem of her nightgown tightly. She had initially thought she had encountered a commendable roommate, only to find herself outmaneuvered by Legate. Unbelievable. While Michelle seethed, an unknown creature suddenly collided with the glass of the dark lake outside. "I'm not afraid, not at all," she reassured herself, as she rubbed her arms and swiftly retreated to her bedroom. "So what if I'm alone? It's just dark. How could the heir of the Shafik family possibly be afraid?" The following day, at 6:25, the Slytherin dormitory, once a dungeon. Even as the dawn breaks outside, the room remains shrouded in a gentle gloom. Within the Slytherin prefect's lounge, Legate awakens to a peculiar sensation. His entire right arm feels numb. Casting a sidelong glance, he discovers that the girl who ought to have been sleeping in the upper bunk, Sakura Matu, has somehow nestled beside him. Her tranquil slumber resembles that of a small kitten, blissfully at rest. Strands of her cascading black hair intertwine with their bodies, while her long, thick lashes flutter slightly, and her soft, pink lips part gently, allowing a serene rhythm of breaths to escape. Beneath her elegantly long neck lies a landscape reminiscent of a snowy plain. When did she come down? Observing the still sleeping Sakura, Legate cautiously withdraws his arm. The sleeping arrangements in the prefect's lounge mirror those of a typical dormitory, with bunk beds in place. Last night, Sakura had been in the upper bunk. Despite Legate's careful movements, he inadvertently disturbs her slumber. As she drowsily opens her eyes, she murmurs, "Good morning, Legate." "Good morning, Sakura." Seeing her awake, Legate affectionately tousles her hair. "I'm heading out to freshen up. Use this time to return to the dormitory and change your clothes. After you've changed, we should head to the dining hall for breakfast. We can't be late for the first class of the school year." "All right." Relishing the special affection from Legate, Sakura smiles and nods. "I'll wait for you in the common room." Having spoken, Legate rises and departs the room. Once his figure fades from view, the remnants of sleep vanish from Sakura's eyes, replaced by clarity. She retrieves a small vial from her spatial ring, a smile gracing her lips as she whispers, "It seems the potion book was indeed truthful. A light use can truly lead to restful slumber." Meanwhile, Legate, who was meant to head to the washroom, pauses in the corridor, quietly observing a small spider bouncing along the windowsill. This spider, nearly the size of his fist, possesses menacing fangs, unmistakably a formidable creature. A discerning eye would recognize it as the infamous eight-eyed giant spider of the magical realm. Beside this creature lies a somewhat dusty piece of parchment. "Well, I appreciate your efforts." After retrieving the parchment from the ledge, Legate produces 2 vials of potion from his spatial ring. Over the years of researching enhancement potions, he and Sakura have surprisingly concocted a number of remarkable creations. Among the myriad of potions, these 2 vials stand out. To humans, they are akin to deadly poisons. Yet for magical beings, they serve as beneficial supplements. Provided that a magical creature can assimilate and transform them, their growth cycles and capabilities may experience significant enhancement. As for those with frail constitutions who cannot absorb them, they must simply bide their time. In the grand scheme of nature, one cannot hope for unearned elevation without incurring some form of cost. Chapter 20. A selfish transaction with a series of clicks. The excitement of the eight-eyed giant spider was palpable as it waved its front limbs, sensing the latent magic within the potion vials. As time passes, the physical form of their ancestor, Aragog, is steadily waning. Though these two potions may seem of little consequence, as long as there remains even the slightest chance, they will not readily relinquish the possibility of prolonging its existence. After all, within the Forbidden Forest, apart from that rotund creature, there are few who appreciate their eight-eyed spider lineage. Yet, even in the absence of admirers, as long as Aragog endures, certain factions will refrain from idly seeking conflict. Do take care on your way back, Legate remarked, placing the potions before the eight-eyed giant spider before turning toward the lavatory. To him, these potions were merely of marginal significance. His decision to offer them as a reward was not without ulterior motives. At the brink of death, any sentient being yearns desperately for a chance at survival. In a sense, the birthing elixir does indeed afford magical creatures a measure of extended life. However, acquiring such a boon inevitably requires relinquishing something in return. While magical beings may prolong their existence through the elixir, they also suffer irreversible harm to their bodies as a side effect. Simply put, it is a trade of one's frail bones for the chance to persist. As Legate approached the lavatory, he encountered a pair of slightly resentful eyes. "What troubles you, Shafik? Did you indulge in nocturnal escapades last night?" He jested, noting the conspicuous dark circles beneath Michelle's eyes. Although prideful individuals were not usually to his taste, acknowledging her presence seemed appropriate, especially considering that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this cohort of first-year Slytherins may well become a significant assurance for his leisurely existence. "You were the one out wandering at night. Your whole family must have been out," Michelle retorted, recalling her experience from the previous evening. The Slytherin dormitory's decor was inherently dim, enhancing the atmosphere of her recollections. If one resides alone in a bedroom, it may evoke a sense of being imprisoned within. Furthermore, due to certain circumstances, Michelle harbors a fear of darkness. Consequently, these factors converge, resulting in her inability to fall asleep until now. Humph, as if it were any of your concern. After a slightly haughty toss of her head, Michelle brushed past the other person. She, Michelle Shafik, absolutely could not let anyone know of her fear of the dark. What a peculiar individual. Is it really such a big deal to mistake one's gender? Observing Michelle's prideful exit, Legate merely shrugged, unimpressed. Anyone who dares to marry this one would surely have to endure an additional decade or so of life. With such thoughts, Legate unfurled the parchment brought by the eight-eyed giant spider. However, to describe it as merely a scroll would be an understatement. It was more accurately a mixture of spider silk. The moment the scroll was opened, a notification resonated in Legate's mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task, my territory. My rules. This place is under my protection. The reward is an equivalent exchange with one draw." Indeed, one of the reasons Legate engaged in a transaction with the eight-eyed giant spider was to expedite the completion of the tasks issued by the system. This particular task required mapping out the fundamental layout of Hogwarts and documenting the movement rules between various staircases. Given the vastness of Hogwarts and excluding the time spent in classes, if he were to measure and record everything individually, it would take at least a week. Thus, Legate opted for the most time-efficient method, enlisting the help of the smallest creatures within the castle. Do not underestimate magical beings. Aside from a few disordered and chaotic species, most possess intelligence on par with that of ordinary humans. It seems the potions were not wasted. The efficiency of this endeavor is quite commendable. Watching the draw count change on the system panel, Legate pondered for a moment before opting to proceed with the draw. He could not believe that after one night, he could still continue. Those who enjoy lotteries understand the uncontrollable urge to participate. "Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for a pair of Sakura Matu's undergarments from this world." At that moment, Sakura Matu, having just exchanged pleasantries with Michelle and preparing to seek out Legate, suddenly changed her expression. "Sakura, is something the matter?" Noticing the subtle shift in Sakura's demeanor, Michelle blinked in confusion. She actually held a favorable impression of this seemingly decent roommate. Furthermore, she was reluctant to experience another night alone. Thus, Sakura's every movement bore significant importance to her. If the other were to venture out to find that black fellow again, she would truly have nowhere to shed her tears. "It's nothing." After gathering the peculiar glimmer in her eyes, Sakura Matu slowly made her way back to her bed, only to suddenly recall that she had forgotten to retrieve something. Mysteriously, Michelle's small face was awash with immense curiosity as she observed the bed completely concealed by the curtains. After all, if it were merely a forgotten item, there seemed to be no necessity to draw the entire curtain aside. Unless, of course, the forgotten item was of a particularly private nature. Shaking her head rapidly to dispel a certain thought, Michelle murmured softly. Her cheeks flushed. Even if one were to forget everything, it would be impossible to overlook such an item. At 7:35 a.m., in the Transfiguration classroom, indeed, The older cat girls are always impeccably punctual. As she gazed at the tabby cat poised with regal composure atop the podium, Legate's eyes gleamed with curiosity. It is well known that Professor McGonagall is a formidable master of transfiguration, as well as a legitimate animagus. Thus, one might wonder, when combining the two, does she possess an intermediate form between human and cat? If such a form exists, it could only be described with one word: exhilarating. Legate, what are you staring at? Once settled in her seat, Sakura gently tugged at Legate's sleeve, whispering a reminder. That is Professor McGonagall in her animagus form. As this would be their home for the next 7 years, she had thoroughly investigated the surroundings, which naturally included the professor's animagus transformation. Considering the time, place, and feline demeanor, it was almost the moment she entered the classroom that Sakura recognized the tabby cat on the podium as the animagus form of Professor McGonagall. Legate, why didn't you all wait for me? Just as Legate was about to speak, a slightly breathless voice called out from the classroom door. Ah, Draco, you're awake. Legate smiled as he placed a packet of cat treats in the drawer. I didn't wake you earlier because you looked so peaceful in your slumber. Being a cousin is just a pretext for mischief. Next time, do give me a shout. I would rather not be late for that class. As he spoke, Draco intended to join Goyle and the others in the back row. Being proactive about attending class did not necessarily translate into engagement during the lesson. Even at home, Draco had little desire to study, let alone in the less strictly monitored environment of Hogwarts. However, he was determined not to endure the frantic rush of this morning again. All right. Next time I will definitely call you. But, upon rising, Legate seized Draco by the sleeve and firmly pressed him against the edge of his seat. Aunt Narcissa has entrusted me with your oversight, so it is prudent for you to diligently absorb some knowledge, he asserted. Is Draco foolish? Far from it. To state it plainly, his innate talent surpasses that of many present. Currently, the magical prowess coursing through him has already attained a second-tier level. The reason he devolves into mediocrity later in the original narrative can be distilled into two key factors: a lack of desire to learn and a predominant fixation on devising ways to trouble Harry. As time progresses, Draco, having squandered his golden years of study, will find the chasm between himself and his peers widening. Ultimately, time will erode his gifts, rendering him just another face in the crowd. Upon hearing this, Draco glanced around the classroom and murmured, perhaps it would be better for me to sit at the back. As a child yet to mature, Draco harbored little interest in academic pursuits. The allure of frivolity was far more enticing than the drudgery of magical studies. Once he settled into a front-row seat, the prospect of idling would vanish entirely. Moreover, today's lesson was to be conducted by that stern old woman, McGonagall. The mere thought of her striding before him sent a shiver down his spine. This scenario, merely conjured in his mind, felt far more daunting than Narcissa's relentless insistence on studying 3 years of potions, 5 years of madness. You wouldn't want Aunt Narcissa to discover your lack of diligence, would you? After gently patting Draco on the shoulder, Legate continued with a kindly demeanor. From this day forth, you shall earnestly engage in every lesson. Understood? If Draco were born into an ordinary family, it might be forgivable. After all, in the current magical realm, lacking connections means even the brightest graduates might end up washing dishes. However, as the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, Draco's inclination to squander his potential is a rather foolish choice. Furthermore, in a few short years, those lurking in the shadows will emerge. While Legate may shield Draco temporarily, can he guarantee his protection for a lifetime? Thus, whether for Draco's own welfare or for the sake of propriety, Legate would not allow him to waste his talents as he did in the original tale. Legate, before Draco could complete his thought, Legate interjected. This is not a negotiation, it is a directive, understood? Children cannot be coddled when they are disobedient. Sometimes, a firm hand is necessary in education. Very well, Draco conceded, lowering his gaze in the face of Legate's unwavering stare. After spending considerable time together, he was well aware of Legate's temperament. Ultimately, Legate's actions were for Draco's benefit. Thus, despite the discomfort of not being able to indulge in idleness, Draco still acquiesced to the task at hand. Of course, there was one paramount consideration. In this state, Legate was not to be trifled with. Should he engage in a verbal sparring match, it might very well result in a rather unfortunate consequence for himself. Very well, he would remain seated, observing Draco's demeanor akin to that of a beleaguered spouse, which elicited a cryptic smile from Legate. Rising to glance at Goyle and Crabbe behind him, he gestured lightly for them to find a seat elsewhere, as Draco was to remain here. Although these two lacked intellectual prowess, there were times when such simplicity proved advantageous. After all, those devoid of deep thought tend to execute orders without hesitation. As for Crabbe, the covert double agent, it was not yet the time for a reckoning. Perhaps, in the future, he could be of use. Observing Legate's overt dismissal of them, Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances before turning to occupy seats in the back. As a subordinate family to the Malfoys, they had accompanied Draco since childhood, and even the dim-witted Goyle understood the hierarchy. Legate Draco themselves. Just as Legate sent them away, Draco, buoyed by enthusiasm, rose to approach the podium. The reason for his excitement was clear. He had discovered cat treats in Legate's drawer. Coupled with the appearance of a tabby cat on the desk, Draco deduced that Legate had intended to feed the feline. Unable to counter the notion of diligent study directly, he sought to reclaim his pride through other means. You wish to feed the cat, Legate? Then I shall seize the opportunity first. After all, it was merely a harmless jest, one that Legate would hardly take to heart. Legate had been outwitted. Watching Draco dash toward the podium with glee, Sakura Matu propped her chin on her hands, smiling as she mused. Do you think that when Professor McGonagall returns to her true form, Draco will be left with a psychological scar? From the moment Legate produced the cat treats, she had grasped the essence of his scheme. While the intention for Draco to study was genuine, the desire to toy with him was equally so. Therefore, when Draco gracefully retrieved the treats, she feigned ignorance. Well, Draco's capacity for psychological endurance seemed commendable. Observing the frenzied movements of Draco before the tabby cat, Legate leisurely returned to his seat, pondering whether Professor McGonagall could withstand the allure of the cat treats. It was known that with the transformation into an animagus, the caster's mindset would also be influenced. Meanwhile, a crisp chime resonated in the depths of Legate's mind, signaling the completion of a task. Congratulations to the host for successfully using cat treats to entice the older cat girl during the transfiguration class. Reward: exchange of non-equivalent items or a draw. Currently, there is one draw remaining. Indeed, the reason why Lecter placed cat food in the drawer was purely based on his anticipation of Draco's intentions. After all, the task merely stated the need to entice the older cat girl using cat treats during transfiguration class, without specifying that it had to be executed personally. Thus, the predictably naive Draco naturally became Lecter's vanguard. Are these two truly unbothered? Upon overhearing their seemingly casual conversation, Michelle, originally seated in the back row, decisively abandoned the idea of approaching and sitting beside Sakura Matu. If they could manipulate their close friend Draco without hesitation, what chance did she, a mere acquaintance, have? Surely she would end up losing her dignity entirely. Chapter 22, Section 1, Transfiguration Class. Meanwhile, feeling puzzled, Draco inquired, "Why aren't you eating?" As he reached out to embrace the resistant tabby cat before him, he was well aware that whenever his peacock refused food at home, this tactic had always been effective. No creature could truly resist Draco's embrace. If one could, he would like to see too. Peacock, if it weren't for someone brandishing a knife near my house at night, who would cooperate with your antics? You scoundrel. These cat treats must have catnip in them. Unable to endure any longer, Professor McGonagall transformed back to her human form, despite her ability to persist. However, the temptation presented by the catnip in her animagus state proved to be quite arduous, even for the seasoned Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Draco stood frozen in shock as he witnessed the sudden transformation of the tabby cat into the human form of Professor McGonagall. He could hardly fathom that the adorable little cat before him was actually the esteemed professor. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you should return to your seat. After discreetly glancing at the cat treats in Draco's hand, Professor McGonagall shifted her gaze towards Lecter and his companions. For some reason, she felt certain that this matter was intricately linked to Lecter. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Meeting her scrutinizing gaze, Lecter greeted her nonchalantly. Although he was tempted to promote his own brand of cat treats, he ultimately decided against it, considering the dignity of the older cat girl. It would suffice to send her some during Christmas instead. This incident is undoubtedly connected to that fellow. Though these thoughts crossed her mind, Professor McGonagall, lacking any substantial evidence, refrained from making further comments. After all, her choice to manifest in the form of an animagus was not solely to gauge the abilities of this year's young wizards. She also harbored the intention of deepening everyone's interest in transfiguration. Now, the fact that Legate could recognize her own animagus form was, for her, a delightful revelation. At the very least, it indicated that this group of students was not entirely lacking in talent, albeit perhaps not as proficient as the previous cohort. Reflecting on one student from that earlier group, Professor McGonagall could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. That child had demonstrated remarkable aptitude for transfiguration. Had it not been for a tragic turn that led to the loss of many lives, she might have considered inviting him to teach at Hogwarts. Interestingly, Legate shared the same surname as that student. Perhaps, before long, she might realize that ambition after all. Legate, I inadvertently took the brunt for you. Meanwhile, after returning to his seat in a daze, Draco found himself increasingly unsettled. Though his original intention was to irk Legate, he ended up bearing the consequences for her. Indeed, the naive young Draco, even now, did not suspect that Legate had intentionally set him up. All right, I'll treat you to lunch, he conceded. Observing Draco's wounded expression, Legate chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, order whatever you like for lunch. I'll cover it. All right, you said it. However, midway through the conversation, Draco suddenly realized a grave issue. The lunch provided at Hogwarts was, in fact, entirely complimentary. Thus, Legate's offer to treat was rather nonsensical. Moreover, technically speaking, part of Hogwarts' dining expenses was still funded by his family. Hence, it amounted to Legate using her own money to treat him to lunch. Was this reasonable? Was this polite? Legate, are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Upon realizing something was amiss, Draco swiftly grabbed Legate by the neck. Ouch, let go, you rascal. Not a chance. Today, you shall witness my prowess. Hey, you little brat. This was somewhat different from the usual Malfoy. Observing the playful antics of the two below, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but smile briefly. Yet, recalling the soup-like wisdom of a certain someone, that smile quickly faded. With such an unpredictable character around, maintaining her usual demeanor was indeed quite challenging. Several minutes later, following a stern reprimand directed at two tardy miscreants, Legate officially commenced her first Transfiguration class, benefiting from the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Upon entering the classroom, the young sorcerers from the two colleges instinctively took their seats on either side of the room. Today's task is to transmute matches into silver needles. After a brief demonstration of transfiguration that captured everyone's attention, Professor McGonagall commenced the lesson. The difficulty of transforming matches into silver needles is not particularly high. It merely requires resolute conviction to accomplish successfully. If one can achieve this initial step, they can be considered to have grasped the fundamentals of transfiguration. Subsequently, understanding and analyzing the composition of various materials will allow them to take a greater leap forward. However, many struggle to even embark on that first step. After all, magic is inherently a contrived phenomenon. Without unwavering will, one cannot harness its true potential. Indeed. 5 points to Gryffindor. Several minutes later, observing the matches before Hermione beginning to morph, a satisfied smile crept onto Professor McGonagall's face. Although her talent still paled in comparison to some of her predecessors, it was undeniably formidable relative to the majority of her peers. With just a bit of refinement, she could very well reach her current level of proficiency. Thank you, Professor. Upon receiving praise from the foremost educator in the magical realm, a wave of relief washed over Hermione's expression. Initially, she had felt a tinge of anxiety, especially with Legate's brilliance preceding her. Despite knowing that many young sorcerers struggled with even the most basic spells, she remained enveloped in a subtle unease. However, McGonagall's commendation swiftly dispelled much of that trepidation. She had successfully validated her capabilities. Even as a child from a non-magical family, Hermione Granger proved she could excel beyond her peers. After suppressing her joy, Hermione instinctively turned her gaze towards the Slytherin faction, pondering the fates of her two initial acquaintances in the Wizarding World. She harbored a genuine fondness for them, though a hint of competitive spirit lingered. After all, both Legate and Sakura had exhibited a composure and skill that starkly contrasted with the foolish prattling of their peers. In a sense, Hermione viewed them as benchmarks for comparison. Only by surpassing or matching their prowess could she truly consider herself a commendable young sorceress. Chapter 23. The Essence and Structural Transformation of Transfiguration. Upon noticing the target of Hermione's gaze, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted to one of intrigue. She had finally discovered a suitable gem. She hoped it would not be whisked away before cultivation could begin. Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze fell upon us, causing Draco to stiffen involuntarily. Excluding his earlier reckless actions, the nature of Professor McGonagall's teaching style contributed significantly to the tension. At this moment, Draco felt akin to a student who, while idly daydreaming, suddenly finds their homeroom teacher standing ominously by the door, adorned with an inscrutable smile. Despite his persistent efforts throughout the lesson, the unease lingered. "Harry, look, they're about to be in trouble," Ron Weasley exclaimed, tugging at Harry Potter's arm, his face alight with excitement as he observed McGonagall striding toward the likes of Lecter and his companions. Having been humiliated by them the previous day, Ron relished the thought of witnessing their misfortune. "Shut your mouth." Hermione shot a fierce glare at Ron, her expression a mixture of anxiety and regret as she glanced toward Lecter and his associate. Had it not been for her instinctive glance, Professor McGonagall might not have noticed them at all. "All right, Ron, let us focus on our practice," Harry said, exasperated, as he gestured toward the matches on the table. Setting aside any preconceived notions, he found little interest in harboring animosity towards others. Lecter and his peers had not provoked any hostility at that moment. Was it truly wise to mock and revel in their misfortune? Contemplating these matters, Harry couldn't help but question the authenticity of his friendships. Damn it, that wretched Granger. As Harry began to wave his wand, Ron, begrudgingly, averted his gaze. He had finally forged a friendship and had no desire for it to be jeopardized by trivial conflicts. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had approached Lecter and his companion. "Mr. Black, Miss Marchley," she addressed them, glancing at the matches on the table. "Is there something you do not comprehend? Given their earlier display of magical aptitude, they ought to have engaged with the matches by now." "Not at all, Professor." With a perceptible air of confidence, Lecter grasped the wand resting nearby, and swiftly performed a transformation spell. A silvery light radiated from the tip of his wand, and the matches on the table began to transform at a visible pace. Moments later, a silver needle, adorned with serpentine engravings and emanating a silver glow, replaced the matches. Transform. Almost instantaneously, Sakura Matu, standing beside him, also brandished her wand. Although the matchstick has been transformed into a silver needle, the surface remains devoid of intricate patterns. After all, her true expertise lies in the realm of dark magic, and her talent in transfiguration can only be described as somewhat exceptional. Excellent. Slytherin earns 20 points. As two silver needles appeared on the table, Professor McGonagall's face once again illuminated with a genuine smile. Indeed, how could a child from the same lineage as that remarkable boy lack talent in transfiguration? Including Hermione, this cohort boasts 3 promising individuals. This reflection inevitably led Professor McGonagall to reminisce about a few students from over a decade ago. Had the unfortunate incident not transpired, perhaps their stories would have long been celebrated throughout the wizarding world. Thank you, Professor. I practiced a bit while I was at home. Meeting Professor McGonagall's gaze. Brimming with nostalgia, Lecter smiled and posed a question. However, I encountered an issue during my practice, and I wonder if I could seek your guidance. The previous transfiguration professor at Hogwarts was Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall, a pupil of his, has since become a renowned master of transfiguration within the magical community. In matters concerning transfiguration, she holds nearly absolute authority. What is your question? After gathering her somewhat scattered thoughts, Professor McGonagall nodded gently at Lecter. Teachers tend to exhibit greater patience with students possessing unique talents in certain areas. Professor, if I were to transform an inanimate object into a living being. As he spoke, Lecter turned one of the silver needles on the table into a small green snake. However, as time passed, it would revert to its original form. Is there a method to extend the duration of this transformation, or to stabilize it in that form? Although the Black family estate contains numerous magical tomes, descriptions related to transfiguration are rather sparse. Lecter had encountered the aforementioned question in one of those books. Upon deep analysis of transfiguration, it can essentially be divided into structural transformation and essential transformation. Structural transformation is akin to converting a matchstick into a silver needle. Yet, this transformation inevitably reverts with the passage of time, and the silver needle will ultimately return to being a matchstick. Essential transformation, on the other hand, signifies a complete metamorphosis of the matchstick into a silver needle. This form of transformation remains permanent, regardless of the time elapsed. The matchstick will never revert to its former state. Lecter has become proficient in the former through extensive practice, yet the latter's essence eludes him, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Lecter, you indeed possess a remarkable talent for transfiguration. Meeting Lecter's eager, inquisitive eyes, a hint of seriousness crossed Professor McGonagall's face. This question, however, should properly be addressed in the 6th-year curriculum. This matter involves the subject of animagy. Let us do this. After class, please visit my office, and I shall elucidate the matter for you at that time. History is replete with exceptionally gifted transfiguration experts. Yet, many have been unable to restrain their desires, ultimately morphing into grotesque beings, neither human nor beast. To prevent Rector from embarking on such a misguided path, Professor McGonagall resolved to provide him with additional guidance in private. After all, she has often offered supplementary instruction to talented children throughout the years. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate your efforts. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's suggestion to seek her out after class, a flicker of excitement ignited within Rector. Of course, this was not merely the thrill of being alone with the cat lady. To meet with Professor McGonagall privately signified an opportunity to acquire her advanced tutorial. For instance, setting aside the question of comprehension, an ordinary person who possesses a learning notebook from a prominent figure in the field could avoid years of missteps. What is so remarkable about that? Is it not true that ignorance prevails? Observing the admiration directed towards Rector from those around him, Ron clenched his worn wand in frustration. Had he been born into a wealthy family, his accomplishments would undoubtedly rival those of Rector. Never mind, it is what it is, he resigned. Listening to Ron's incessant murmurs, Harry felt a slight weariness and rubbed his forehead. Meanwhile, Hermione, with a disdainful smile, turned back to practice her transfiguration spells. Currently, her matchstick had merely undergone a slight transformation, and she still had a considerable distance to cover to reach Rector's level. Rather than engaging in futile arguments with the dim-witted, it was more prudent to dedicate her time to practice. Chapter 24, Advanced Transfiguration and Testing at noon, 35 minutes past 11, within Professor McGonagall's office. Take this book and study it diligently. After retrieving a prepared manuscript on transfiguration insights, Professor McGonagall inquired with a grave expression, "By the way, Rector, are you familiar with the origins of the Sphinx? As an educator, one must impart knowledge from textbooks while also guiding students away from potential learning pitfalls." "Thank you, Professor." As Rector accepted the book, he recalled the details surrounding the Sphinx. I believe my family has documented its history. The original Sphinx appears to be a product of a failed transformation by a wizard who was an animagus. The animagus transformation allows one to become an animal, albeit only into ordinary creatures. The Sphinx, however, possesses magical power within its being. In a certain sense, it could be classified as a magical creature. Indeed, your family's records are accurate. As the conversation unfolded, Professor McGonagall rose and approached Legate, revealing a glimpse of his inner self that had been obscured. In the process of transformation, he had forgotten his humanity, ultimately resulting in a visage that was neither wholly human nor entirely spectral. Remember this, Legate, she asserted. If you wish to traverse this path further, you must not only learn to alter the essence of things, but also possess the ability to revert them to their original state. Only by mastering these principles can you ensure that you do not lose yourself in the pursuit of becoming an animagus. Maintain your inner self, she advised. As he absorbed the depth of her words, a flicker of understanding ignited in Legate's eyes. Was she implying that to succeed in becoming an animagus, one must steadfastly affirm their humanity within? And to transform the inanimate into true living beings, one must first ascertain their vitality in their heart? Magic, after all, is inherently paradoxical. As long as one holds an unwavering belief in something, their magical essence can manifest it. Just as in the recent transfiguration lesson, Legate had firmly believed that a matchstick was a silver needle, and so it became one. Conversely, the swiftly perishing creatures resulted from his subconscious conviction that they were merely lifeless objects. You are correct. A resolute heart is a fundamental tenet of transfiguration. Moreover, only by firmly grasping and comprehending the essence of things can you truly analyze and transform them, she continued, gazing at Legate's face, which bore a striking resemblance to someone from her memories. Instinctively, she reached out to tousle his hair, but cautioned him. Do not attempt to change anything until you thoroughly understand its essence and intricate composition, for such endeavors may bring unforeseen harm. Once you have completed your animagus training, I shall impart the remaining knowledge to you. Furthermore, bestowing genuine life upon the inanimate encompasses myriad complexities. Remember the 5 fundamental laws of transfiguration. It cannot conjure food, magic, love, life, or knowledge. To grant true life to a lifeless object involves ancient alchemical practices, as the concept of resurrection is a pursuit that countless souls have sought throughout the ages. This quest is also known by another name, immortality. However, each individual approaches the pursuit of immortality differently. Some choose the path of the soul, while others opt for the corporeal. Yet, regardless of the chosen route, it is all too easy to descend into unfathomable darkness. Professor McGonagall refrained from sharing her final thoughts with Legate, wishing to shield him from becoming overly consumed by such matters. After all, young individuals often struggle with self-control regarding certain desires, and once drawn in, they may find themselves irrevocably lost. I understand, Professor, Legate replied earnestly, nodding at the now markedly different older Catwoman before him. When I embark on these endeavors, I will certainly consult you. Aside from being a commendable teacher, Professor McGonagall is widely recognized as a master of transfiguration, with the other party observing. Any unforeseen circumstances could be promptly addressed. Well, let us conclude for today. After nodding in satisfaction, Professor McGonagall turned and returned to her desk. As the Transfiguration Professor and Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, her free time was quite limited. In addition to managing students' assignments, she also assisted a certain old bee in handling school affairs. The professor certainly worked hard. Observing McGonagall once again engrossed in her work, Legate offered a slight bow before turning to leave the office. This child is unexpectedly impressive. Once Legate quietly closed the office door, Professor McGonagall stood up from her seat. She slowly approached a row of bookshelves and reached for a book from the center. The title of the book was unmistakably In-Depth Transfiguration, on endowing the inanimate with life. This book had just been placed alongside her reflections on transfiguration, and Legate had certainly seen it as well. Yet, the other party managed to suppress their inner desire and did not cast a glance at the book until they departed. Dumbledore, it appears you have lost this time. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall gently brushed her palm over the book. Instantly, its title reverted to the original fundamental theories of transfiguration. Indeed, he is quite a remarkable child. Just then, a venerable voice resonated from behind, and Dumbledore emerged from the office's lounge area. Human desire can propel advancement, but can also lead to destruction. Only those who genuinely master their desires can guide others toward a brighter future. How could the incidents on the Hogwarts Express escape his notice as headmaster? He had already inadvertently nurtured a dark wizard. He could not allow a third potential dark wizard to flourish unchecked. Dumbledore, he is still just a child. I am aware. Minerva, I will address this matter. Meeting Professor McGonagall's serious gaze, Dumbledore smiled and waved his hand before allowing Fawkes to escort him away. Since the situation remains within controllable limits, let us wait a while longer. Sigh. Watching Dumbledore vanish, Professor McGonagall let out a resigned sigh. Some events, once transpired, are not easily erased in their influence. Having endured the trials of both the first and second Dark Wizards, Dumbledore had undergone a transformation. Yet, at the very least, he was still operating within the bounds of established rules, which was a silver lining amidst misfortune. After all, it would be dire if the most formidable wizard of the age were to act without regard for the rules. It is no exaggeration to state that should Dumbledore so desire, he could effortlessly ascend to the position of the third Dark Lord within the wizarding realm. Chapter 25. A small mouth with great harm during the midday break, beneath the shade of a grand tree by the Black Lake. The ambience of Slytherin's overly somber environment led Regulus not to retreat to the dormitory after lunch, but rather to join Sakura Matu in perusing Professor McGonagall's academic notes by the lakeside. One must acknowledge that true mastery reveals itself forthwith. As one of the few remaining experts in transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's notes are of such exceptional value that they would undoubtedly attract the avarice of many outside parties. To put it simply, these notes are akin to a profound martial arts manual, containing the insights of a seasoned practitioner. Possessing this manual could potentially elevate one to mastery in a remarkably short time. Professor McGonagall's insights can be broadly categorized into three primary sections. The first section encapsulates the unyielding belief in the supremacy of transfiguration, which is the art of transforming anything into another form. The second phase builds upon this foundation, emphasizing the necessity of understanding the composition of the object one wishes to transform. Once one attains a comprehensive understanding of the object in question, it becomes possible to manipulate its temporal existence to a certain degree. The third phase delves into the essence of things, which is crucial for accomplishing animagus transformation and endowing inanimate objects with fleeting consciousness. Regulus, someone approaches. Just as Regulus was preparing to extract a small toy from his ring for a detailed analysis of its structure, Sakura, who had been engrossed in her reading, pointed towards a direction not far off. Given their outdoor locale, she had refrained from perusing any peculiar tomes, instead choosing to investigate the history of Hogwarts. After existing for so many years, the castle must surely conceal numerous secrets waiting to be uncovered. If they could discover something of value, it might fortify both her and Regulus's prowess. Someone is coming? Upon hearing this, Regulus set aside his transfiguration book and followed Sakura's gaze, soon catching sight of a figure with a cascade of fluffy brown hair. Regulus, Sakura. After a swift dash to the base of the tree, Hermione plopped down beside them. I apologize for what happened in class. Had it not been for me, you would not have caught the professor's attention. Though Regulus and Sakura did not suffer any embarrassment and even received commendation, Hermione felt a lingering sense of guilt. After all, had they not been adept at transfiguration, they might have been subject to ridicule from certain individuals, while Hermione could maintain an air of superiority with outsiders. Her thoughts remained delicate and sensitive when it came to friends and companions she held dear. It's nothing. Besides, we were going to have to submit our assignments anyway. After smiling and waving at Hermione, Legate prepared to continue perusing his notes. The sensation of being gradually filled with knowledge made him unwilling to waste even a moment. It was akin to discovering an extraordinarily engaging game. Once one begins, it is impossible to stop. Is this Professor McGonagall's notes? Although Hermione felt an irresistible urge to join Legate in examining the book he held, a flicker of hesitation crossed her mind as she recalled the recent events in the common room. She could dismiss the rumors and gossip, having faced similar scrutiny in the mundane world for her exceptional abilities. Yet, the thought of involving Legate and Sakura in her troubles weighed heavily on her conscience. She even contemplated maintaining some distance after this apology to avoid further entanglement. Has something happened? Just as Hermione was about to rise and leave, Sakura gently grasped her sleeve. She had not forgotten Legate's words on the train. Befriending Hermione could be seen as an investment, a commitment to the young girl's future. At that moment, Sakura sensed a looming threat of failure in that investment from the conflicted expression on Hermione's face. As Legate's devoted assistant, she could not allow such a situation to unfold. Moreover, despite Hermione's occasionally boisterous demeanor, Sakura found herself fond of that characteristic, as it reminded her of someone, a protector from her past. Though they had not met in many years, she could not forget a certain incident from her childhood. Meeting Sakura's concerned gaze, Hermione felt as though her pent-up frustrations had found an outlet. Despite her efforts to suppress her emotions, her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. It's all right. You can share whatever is troubling you, Sakura gently reassured, patting the back of Hermione's hand before producing a tissue from her ring and offering it. Those who appear strongest are often the most easily moved by the kindness of others. Even a simple inquiry can lead to an emotional overflow. Thank you, Sakura. Accepting the tissue, Hermione pressed her lips together and began to recount the events from the common room. Since arriving at Hogwarts, she had harbored a sense of indignation. Today, she had demonstrated through her actions that she was indeed no less capable than the wizarding children in her life. Ultimately, however, she was still just a teenage girl. In the face of malicious verbal attacks, it was inevitable for her to feel hurt. After feeling embarrassed in Transfiguration class, Ron Weasley began to ramble nonsensically upon returning to the dormitory. Despite being a student of Gryffindor, Hermione has consistently found herself at odds with the likes of Slytherin's Lecter. Ultimately, she has labeled him a traitor to Gryffindor. Were it not for Harry intervening, Ron would likely have faced Hermione's wrath by now. This situation explains Hermione's presence by the Black Lake. Originally, she sought solace but unexpectedly encountered Lecter and his companion. That loquacious individual, upon hearing Hermione's account, instinctively furrowed his brow. Since the commencement of their time at Hogwarts, Ron Weasley has incessantly engaged in verbal sparring. Were it not for the desire to avert unnecessary troubles for Lecter, she would have long since taken action against this insufferable chatterbox. Apologies, Sakura, for burdening you with unwarranted negativity. After wiping away her tears, Hermione's exuberant smile re-emerged, and she resolved to maintain distance from them, thereby shielding them from potential Slytherin hostility. Although Lecter remained silent throughout, she noticed his cessation of reading, and the friendliness exhibited by both reinforced Hermione's convictions. If Gryffindor is so exclusionary, how much worse could Slytherin be? Apart from Lecter and Sakura, she had heard various things about other Slytherin students, the most frequent term being blood status, categorizing by bloodline. She realized she was merely an ordinary Muggle-born witch. Keeping too close to them might invite unwarranted complications. As her earlier frustrations dissipated, her prior dilemmas faded as well. Until she possesses the strength to challenge the established norms, adhering to them is, indeed, a prudent choice. Chapter 26. Lifelong Friends, Hermione Granger. Observing the resolute expression on Hermione's face, Lecter closed his notebook and spoke. As an intelligent individual, why would you alter your beliefs based on the utterances of a fool? Hermione is one who values adherence to rules, yet she possesses the courage to defy them when it matters most. This is precisely why Lecter considers her a worthy investment. The regulations of the magical world are antiquated, to the point of inducing nausea. A person brave enough to dismantle these archaic rules is the key Lecter seeks. While there may be other keys that emerge in the future, based on current knowledge, Hermione undoubtedly stands as the most suitable candidate. Meeting Lecter's calm gaze, Hermione instinctively pursed her lips and replied, I merely wish to avoid causing you any trouble. Though she had been enrolled for less than a day. In the span of just one day, she has come to a profound realization that the magical world is far from enchanting. The ideologies of blood purity, opposition, and the hierarchy of disdain among wizards prevail. Regardless of the various theories that circulate, Muggle-born wizards will perpetually remain at the lowest rung of this societal ladder. If you truly believe that, then perhaps I have misjudged your character. As he spoke, Legate rose from the ground, reminding her of a crucial truth. The essence of truth often resides in the hands of a select few. Being overly concerned with the opinions of those around you will forever hinder one from grasping the truth. Hermione is indeed intelligent. However, there are moments when the clever are prone to overthinking. Occasionally, minor provocations and pressures can illuminate profound truths for even the wisest. The truth is, it often lies within the grasp of only a few. Observing the departing Sakura and Legate, Hermione's expression twisted in turmoil as she clenched her fists. It was only several seconds after they had exited that she abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Legate, Sakura, we are still friends, right? Indeed, Hermione was filled with regret. Why should she relinquish the hard-won friendship over Ron Weasley's petty insults? She, Hermione Granger, would not be diminished by anyone. Even if troubles were to come knocking, she would face them head-on. One must remember that during her time in the mundane world, she often defended her safety with her own fists. Conversing with intelligent individuals certainly simplifies matters, she mused. After duplicating her notebook with a copying spell, Legate tossed it to Hermione, adding, of course, Hermione, as long as you wish, we shall always be friends. And do take care not to lose that notebook, or Professor McGonagall will certainly make my life difficult. Legate has always been generous towards his investors, and even if he chose not to pass things to Hermione now, Professor McGonagall would inevitably do so later. It was far better to offer a gesture of goodwill in advance. No snowflake in an avalanche is innocent. Conversely, to earn someone's loyalty requires a gradual accumulation of trust. Furthermore, becoming friends with someone like Hermione is indeed a fortunate circumstance. After all, how many individuals in this world would unhesitatingly stand by you in times of life and death? Yes, we shall always be friends. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, Hermione tightly clutched the notes on Transfiguration she held in her hands. Sometimes, certain decisions, once made, become inextricably intertwined with one's life. In this moment, Hermione resolved that no matter what the future holds, she would steadfastly stand by Legate and Sakura, for they are her friends, her eternal friends. A few minutes later, in the Slytherin common room, Legate suggested, you should take a moment to rest. After neatly arranging the bedding on the bed, Sakura Matu tugged at Legate's sleeve, reminding him that they had classes in the afternoon. A balance of work and rest is essential for effective learning. Upon hearing her words, Legate instinctively desired to decline, as he was currently engrossed in his endeavors. However, upon meeting Sakura's concerned gaze, he suppressed his refusal and instead inquired, "What about you? Would you like to take a brief respite?" As the most prestigious pureblood house, Slytherin possessed certain internal privileges that surpassed those of the other three houses. It is well known that pureblood families prefer to maintain their interests through alliances, and marriage is undoubtedly the most efficient method to achieve this. It can be said that among the 10 students currently studying here, at least 9 shared distant familial ties. Cultivating relationships during their academic life has become an accepted norm. As long as no lives are endangered, most turn a blind eye to the unfolding dynamics. I had just taken a moment to rest by the Black Lake and now wished to continue perusing Professor McGonagall's notes. As she spoke, Sakura Matsu presented a cup of brewed potion to Legate, stating, "This is a calming potion I concocted. Please drink it and rest well." Legate, trusting Sakura, promptly consumed the potion in one gulp. Observing this action, a hint of intriguing amusement flickered in Sakura's eyes. Several minutes later, gazing at Legate's peacefully sleeping profile, Sakura effortlessly nestled beside him. As she inhaled the unique scent of youth that enveloped him, her expression began to shift to one of mischief. Hee. Sleeping Legate is truly delightful. According to the potion's dosage, provided he refrained from any vigorous activities, Legate would not awaken for at least an hour. What ill intentions could Sakura harbor? She merely wished to embrace someone for a pleasant afternoon nap. Of course, had Sakura possessed a system of her own, it would likely notify her of the completion of a task titled, "Legate, your dormitory belongs to me, thus you are mine." Time, much like an oblivious child, unwittingly matures into an adult burdened with worries. Before one could blink, 2 days had swiftly passed. During this interval, Legate had experienced classes in defense against the dark arts, history of magic, and astronomy. One could only say that Hogwarts truly lives up to its reputation as a merciless institution. The instructors of these 3 courses were either doomed to never receive their end-of-term pay, granted a lifetime of free service, or adept at persuading through mere words. Consequently, the overall teaching experience was rather unsatisfactory. One pretended to be meek and clueless, another transformed into a relentless hypnotist, while the final instructor babbled incessantly about how the stars would guide them. However, when compared with certain other courses, a significant number of young wizards still gravitate towards the first 3. After all, the mental assaults endured during those initial sessions are far less formidable than those encountered in the latter class. Chapter 27. The notebook gains a plus at this moment. Within the potions classroom nestled in the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle, both Legate and Sakura Matsu, accustomed to rising early, found themselves in the classroom devoid of other students after finishing their breakfast. If one were to ponder which corner of Hogwarts most closely resembles a wizard's abode from a fairy tale, the potions classroom would undoubtedly claim the second position, with no other place daring to assert the first. The ambience here is not only eerie and cold, but also adorned with numerous glass jars lining the walls. As for the contents of these jars, they house a myriad of peculiar biological specimens, 3-eyed toads, 6-legged lizards, and even the gigantic eyeballs of trolls among them. The damp and chilling environment, complemented by the macabre decor, has transformed the otherwise mundane potions classroom into a quintessential dwelling for many sinister wizards depicted in cinematic tales. Yet, for Sakura, who possesses an exceptional affinity for potions, this place is a veritable treasure trove. Upon glimpsing the items housed within the jars, she instantly recognized their worth. Regrettably, they cannot be taken. After reluctantly averting her gaze, she turned to Legate beside her and remarked languidly, "Many of these materials are no longer available on the market. To put it plainly, if the materials on this wall were to be sold, they would fetch at least several 100,000 galleons. And this is merely considering the items currently in circulation. If some of the priceless treasures were to be put on the market, they could easily lead many potion masters to financial ruin in their pursuit of acquisition. Possessing these materials would likely expedite my advancement in potion making." Observing Sakura's slightly despondent expression, Legate gently ruffled her hair and assured her softly, "Do not worry. I shall find a way to acquire more materials in due time." Although the Black family is affluent, it has had its share of prodigal heirs, resulting in the depletion of many valuable materials previously collected by the family. However, now that they have arrived at Hogwarts, there is no longer a need to fret over the issue of materials. As one blessed with the gift of the child of nature, Legate could effortlessly amass fortunes exceeding several thousand galleons overnight. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts is teeming with magical creatures, and each year, many of these beings meet their demise. With the advantage of being the child of nature, he could easily exchange a reasonable reward for the bounty. For most magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, their remains serve little purpose beyond sustenance. Yet for Legate, the scenario is entirely different. Magical creatures possess various unique attributes, essential for wand crafting and potion brewing. Even some peculiar curses rely on them. With an appropriate sales channel, the Forbidden Forest resembles an immense, untapped gold mine. However, This is contingent upon the ability to acquire the needed components from these magical beings. Over the years, aside from Hagrid, no one has been able to extract resources from the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. I trust you. Feeling the gentle touch unique to Legate upon her head, Sakura Matu smiled as she embraced his arm, urging him not to overexert himself, as the current supply of ingredients would suffice for her practice for quite some time. Silly girl, let us first explore over there. As Legate led Sakura to a somewhat dilapidated storage cabinet, he utilized the unlocking charm to open the lock. Alohomora. Is there anything inside? She inquired, blinking in curiosity as she observed him rummaging through a pile of books. Besides the usual potion ingredients, it seemed there were merely some rather worn-out old textbooks. In terms of surface value, it was far inferior to the wall they had just encountered. Uncle Lucius informed me there is a noteworthy study note within. After retrieving a tattered book titled 6th Year Potions Textbook, Advanced Potion Making from the stack, Legate opened its cover, revealing the first line, "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." Upon seeing this rather ostentatious signature, Legate realized he had found the right book. Beyond the potion-making knowledge contained within, the true purpose of his quest lay in the spells it offered. While wielding firearms against minor foes may be exhilarating, victory in true pinnacle duels can only be determined through the use of spells. This book not only encompasses insights on potion crafting, but is also filled with Severus Snape's original, unique incantations. It can be said that, apart from Snape himself, no one else possesses knowledge of these spells, particularly the infamous Sectum Sempra. This spell inflicts wounds that cannot be healed by counter curses, rendering it an unparalleled weapon in combat. It is no exaggeration to assert that, provided one has mastered this incantation and their magical level and dueling skills do not vastly exceed one another, it is quite feasible to outlast a more powerful opponent through agile maneuvering and sustained damage. After all, an individual's total blood volume is finite. Without the reversal spell to halt the bleeding, prolonged combat will inevitably lead to unconsciousness from blood loss. However, such a possibility presupposes that the disparity in strength between the two competitors is not too great. Facing a skilled adversary like Draven, one might find their own output diminished before they even have a chance to respond. In such scenarios, showcasing remarkable skills becomes futile. Recommended by Uncle Lucius. The slightly tattered book in Legate's hands sparked a flicker of curiosity in Sakura Matu's eyes. Surely, something that the head of the Malfoy family would endorse could not merely be an ordinary tome. Perhaps it concealed secrets yet to be unveiled. Indeed, within its pages lay insights into spells and potion brewing. After using a duplication charm to replicate the book, Legate returned the original to the pile. When faced with uncertainty, it was prudent to shift the burden onto another, particularly onto Lucius. Sakura Matu was a remarkably astute individual, yet often, the most intelligent minds were prone to overthinking. To prevent Sakura from spiraling into a web of confusion, Legate withheld certain information from her. After all, perceiving this place as the true world held no detriment. Were these indeed the potion notes of Professor Snape? Upon assisting in restoring the cabinet to its original state, Sakura's curiosity was piqued as she glanced at the duplicate. As one of the most renowned potion masters in the contemporary magical realm, Snape's expertise was undeniably formidable. Thus, acquiring his notes would undoubtedly enhance her own potion-making skills. Yes, it was indeed Professor Snape's work. Observing Sakura's inquisitive expression, Legate carefully placed the book in her arms, advising her to review it later, ensuring the professor remained oblivious. Although the creatures in the corridor indicated that Snape had yet to arrive, one could never predict if he would emerge unexpectedly from some obscure corner. Much like how the headmaster's face would suddenly materialize at the previously vacant back door. Therefore, for the sake of caution, Legate resolved to postpone his studies until their return. It was simply the burden of being a Black. Although Snape would likely refrain from scolding him due to Draco's influence, earning any semblance of favor from Snape was altogether improbable. Very well, they would review the material after class. Complying, Sakura obediently stowed the duplicate in her space ring. While her curiosity about the book's contents lingered, she would always prioritize Legate's wishes above all else. Chapter 28. 3 questions, a confession, and a hope. A few minutes later, as the time for class approached, students gradually filled the classroom. Since this lesson was shared with Gryffindor, the situation mirrored that of Transfiguration class, with the young wizards from both houses instinctively dividing the room into left and right. However, Draco, unlike before, opted not to slack but instead sought a seat closer to the front. After all, Snape was his godfather, and failing to show him respect by choosing a back row seat would surely result in a rather painful reprimand from Lucius at home. Before long, as a figure entered through the door of the potions classroom, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. At that moment, a task unexpectedly materialized on the system panel that Legate had been preoccupied with for several days. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden task, to be a role model. One cannot be so casual. Task details. Present Snape with shampoo during class and remind him to maintain his appearance. Task reward. Draw an exchange opportunity. 1. Upon comprehending the task's content, Legate instinctively cast his gaze towards Snape, who was still eloquently addressing the class from the podium. Based on his understanding of the man, if he were to utter such words publicly, it would likely result in a prolonged period of subtle torment at Snape's hands. Just as Legate pondered how to broach the subject, Snape had already directed his infamous trio of questions at Harry. This barrage not only yanked Harry down from his pedestal as the savior, but also savagely thrust him into the depths of humiliation. Such as our so-called savior. Ignoring Hermione's raised hand, Snape's gaze swiftly scanned the classroom. It was then that he noticed Legate, who appeared lost in thought with one hand resting on his desk. As Draco's godfather, Snape was naturally acquainted with Legate. Although their interactions had been limited, Snape's overall disposition towards Legate was far from amicable. After all, the loss of his beloved was intricately tied to a certain wretched individual bearing the Black surname. Dispelling the distasteful image from his mind, Snape approached Legate with measured steps. Black, you will answer my previous question. Legate's earlier demeanor had clearly indicated distraction. Should he fail to respond to Snape's inquiries, he would surely be subjected to a torrent of scorn. Despite this being an old feud, upon seeing Legate's resemblance to that insufferable rogue, Snape could not suppress the surge of resentment emanating from him. This is it. Why is the godfather fixated on Legate again? Observing Snape's palpable low pressure, Draco instinctively felt compelled to speak up, though he was unaware of the specifics of the previous generation's conflict. He had gleaned some information from Lucius. Snape held an intense aversion to the Black family. However, before Draco could fully rise from his seat, he was quelled by a piercing glare from Snape. Despite Draco being his godson and their amicable relationship, even a biological son would be compelled to remain silent in such a moment. Alas, it seems I must bear the burden of the past yet again. Facing Snape's expression rife with bitterness, Legate let out a resigned sigh in his heart. Regarding the uncle still imprisoned in Azkaban, he possesses, to a certain extent, some knowledge of matters. It can only be said that whether it is he or those few individuals from years past, they have been exceedingly unscrupulous. Not only did they conspire to bully others in the school, but they also managed to sever the only friendship of their victim. Were these events to transpire in his own life, he would certainly have inflicted some harm upon them. The seemingly dazed reaction of Legate drew scorn from numerous Gryffindor students, particularly given the long-standing rivalry between the two houses. Moreover, Snape had just denigrated their house's savior, rendering them quite disdainful of the Slytherin student's inability to respond. Of course, due to Snape's recent series of Machiavellian maneuvers, most of the young wizards at Hogwarts dared only to murmur quietly. Yet, Ron Weasley, eager to witness Legate's misfortune, animatedly conversed with Harry beside him, exclaiming, "It's just as I said. These questions are exceedingly difficult. Even that loathsome Black cannot answer them." The recent spate of setbacks had significantly heightened Ron's animosity towards Legate. In Ron's eyes, had it not been for Legate's repeated provocations, he would never have been the subject of ridicule. Indeed, the events that had unfolded at Hogwarts, coupled with subsequent Machiavellian tactics, had gradually brought Ron Weasley, once a peripheral figure, into the spotlight of many students. However, the reputation he garnered was far from favorable, mostly branded as a coward or a liar. Even though the Weasley twins had discreetly attempted to salvage his image, it was not long before he would offend others once more with his loose tongue. Ignorance should not be used as an excuse. Foolish individuals will always seek to absolve themselves. As the conversation progressed, Legate stood from his seat and fixed his gaze upon Snape. The combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort could be concocted into the elixir of life. This potion possesses potent sedative properties, capable of alleviating the torment of insomnia. Meanwhile, Bezoar, a stone extracted from a cow's stomach, harbors strong detoxifying effects. The plants aconitum and wolfsbane are essentially of the same species, collectively referred to as aconite. Meeting Snape's vacant gaze, Legate smiled and continued, "The deceased have passed, Professor. It is time to look ahead." Snape's inquiry directed at Harry regarding these three questions could also be interpreted as a form of veiled contrition. The daffodil, a branch of the lily family, symbolizes an enduring regret that persists until death. Harry's mother bore the name Lily, which translates to signify the lily flower. As for mugwort, it denotes absence. The amalgamation of these two elements into the elixir of life thus conveys a poignant message. "Lily, I shall forever lament your untimely demise." The subsequent two inquiries are similarly reflective of Severus Snape's confessions regarding Harry's mother. Regrettably, Harry, who is yet to fully extricate himself from the mantle of the Chosen One, remains oblivious to the profound implications behind these sentiments. This profound misunderstanding is a principal source of Snape's disappointment, as Harry seemingly lacks the potion-brewing talent inherited from Lily, possessing only her striking eyes. When confronted with the smiling gaze of Legate, Snape instinctively clenched his hands within his sleeves, taken aback by the unexpected solace offered by the offspring of an adversary. As Snape contemplated uttering a response, An unwelcome voice disrupted the classroom's atmosphere once more. "Professor, should we use shampoo?" It was clear that this was a premeditated jest, as Granger had raised her hand conspicuously high. Foolishness. Upon hearing the voice from behind him, Snape swiftly devised a means to alleviate the current awkwardness. Fixing his eagle-like gaze upon the still mumbling Ron, he expressionlessly declared, "Slander against the teacher, 10 points from Gryffindor." He harbored a profound disdain for those who, lacking ability, sought to feign superiority. Meeting Snape's emotionless eyes, Ron immediately stifled his retort. The oppressive presence of the potion's master was formidable. In the face of Snape's current demeanor, Ron dared not provoke him further. To describe it simply, the intimidation emanating from Snape in that moment was akin to having a gun pressed against Ron's forehead. However, this sudden deduction of points drew the attention of many Gryffindors towards Ron, although they were all acutely aware that potions was the subject in which Gryffindor lost the most points. The arbitrary loss due to Ron's indiscretion incited a desire among many to confront him physically. 10 points, an egregious loss. How much effort would it take to earn those credits? It was crucial to note that if Slytherin continued to triumph in the House Cup this year, they would achieve an unprecedented 7th consecutive victory. This prospect was intolerable to the Gryffindors, who had been reminded by the upperclassmen from the very first day of school that, even if they could not gain points in class, they must not allow points to slip through their fingers. Silence. Observing that no one paid heed to Legate's subsequent response, Snape promptly resolved to conclude the topic. "Take your seats." "Wait, Professor." As Snape turned his attention to Harry, prepared to speak, Legate sensed an opportunity and seized it. Producing a bottle of ordinary shampoo from his ring, he presented it to Snape. This shampoo was one of many mundane items he had purchased during an outing to the Muggle world with Sakura Matu a few days prior. It was worth noting that the Potters and Snape were arch-nemesis, united by an irreconcilable enmity over a past betrayal. To gift Snape with shampoo from the Potter family would be akin to a blatant affront. At times, Legate pondered whether Snape's refusal to wash his hair stemmed from the fact that all the shampoo in the magical realm was produced by the Potters. "What is this?" Observing the object in Legate's hand, Snape instinctively furrowed his brow. Having been estranged from the mundane world for far too long, he had forgotten many things. "Shampoo. The sort used by ordinary folk." Without granting Snape a moment to respond, Legate thrust the shampoo directly into his hand and continued with a cheerful tone. "As the potion's master and our esteemed headmaster, I imagine you must endure considerable strain. Yet, even so, it is imperative to carve out a modicum of time for rest. After all, as a role model, one must be mindful of their image, mustn't they?" In that instant, be they from Slytherin or Gryffindor, the young wizards seemed to have been silenced simultaneously. They could scarcely fathom Legate's audacity. Gazing at the shampoo now in his possession, Snape spoke with an expressionless demeanor. "Have you finished?" With a nod, albeit somewhat awkwardly, Legate acknowledged. Snape's current brooding countenance evoked memories of his former teacher's ghostly appearances, materializing from nowhere to inquire with a deadpan expression, "So, how is the phone?" "Slytherin loses 5 points." Following that stoic declaration, Snape turned to stride towards the podium. Yet, the shampoo he clutched in his hand was not discarded. It was not until Snape reached the podium and commenced his lecture that Legate heard the system's notification chime. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. As a role model, one cannot be so nonchalant. Reward extraction, 1 attempt. Remaining attempts, 2. It seems I have finally accomplished it." Gazing at the information on the system panel, Legate exhaled in relief. He had no desire to relive such a scene. Had Snape not shown a moment of distraction, he would not have seized this opportune moment to fulfill his task. Fortunately, it appeared that Snape had no intention of undermining him. During the subsequent class, Snape exhibited the qualities befitting an educator. The lesson focused on brewing the boil cure potion, designed to remedy boils. However, Snape eschewed the monotonous recitation of textbook material. Instead, he infused his explanation with unique insights, offering tips that would not only reduce the brewing time, but also enhance the potion's efficacy. Certainly, these details have only been noticed by a select few. Among them is, of course, Matu Sakura, who has long been immersed in the study of potions. At this moment, she is swiftly and precisely handling the porcupine quills using the techniques taught by Snape. While the textbook method involves cutting the quills, Snape instructs her to grind them instead. During her initial practice at home, Matu Sakura had concocted a potion for treating sores. However, neither her speed nor the quality of her potion could rival the exquisite brew Snape had just prepared. His mastery of timing, technique, and temperature was exceptional. Matu Sakura's deftness caught Snape's attention, compelling him to pause and observe her for a moment longer. As one of the foremost potion masters of his time, he immediately recognized her innate talent, rivaling his own. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arise, she is poised to become a potion master akin to himself in due time. At that moment, he even entertained the notion of taking her as his apprentice. After all, although he had previously been responsible for teaching Draco potions, It was largely due to certain vested interests, and he did not hold Draco's potion-making skills in high regard. This is not to say that Draco lacked talent. Rather, his aptitude for potions was merely average. However, upon shifting his gaze to the idle Regulus, Snape let out a disdainful huff and turned away. He could hardly muster any fondness for this scion of the Black family. TSK, he had indeed made a note of it. Observing Snape's irritated departure, Regulus muttered to himself. Yet, in the next moment, he caught a whiff of an exceedingly familiar odor. Chapter 30. A minor reprimand for Regulus, who had frequently experienced failures in potion-making. He instantly recognized the acrid scent that signifies a concoction gone awry. Following the source of the aroma, he beheld a cauldron before Neville, from which an eerie green smoke was emanating. Perhaps due to the potion's effects or the material's aberration, the once sturdy cauldron was now being warped into a grotesque shape. Be careful, don't let the potion splash on you, he cautioned, swiftly brandishing his wand. In an instant, the potion that was on the verge of overflowing from the cauldron vanished entirely. Slytherin gains 5 points. Witnessing Regulus's quick reflexes in neutralizing the potion, Snape silently stowed his wand back into his sleeve. He then turned his gaze towards the flustered Neville, bellowing in anger, "You imbecile! Did I not explicitly state that one must not place the porcupine quills into the cauldron until it is removed from the fire?" After unleashing his wrath, Snape approached the table occupied by Legate. "McKeary, administer some of your concocted potion to this fool." Although Legate moved with considerable haste, Neville, as the first line of defense before the cauldron, inevitably became tainted with the remnants of the failed potion. The disastrous brew had also caused several boils to erupt upon Neville's skin. Initially, Snape intended to escort him directly to the infirmary, but upon catching a whiff of the potion brewing in Sakura's cauldron, he abandoned that notion altogether. Some experiences, after all, must be witnessed to be fully appreciated. Hearing his words, Sakura exchanged a glance with Legate. Upon receiving the boy's assent, she carefully bottled the prepared potion and handed it to the still sniffling Neville. "Give it a try. While I cannot guarantee its efficacy, it should alleviate your discomfort." With Legate's approval, she had no reason to be stingy. Moreover, Legate had shown kindness towards the chubby boy on the train, making this simple potion a worthwhile investment in goodwill. "Thank you, McKeary." Without a moment's hesitation, Neville gulped down the potion she offered. Mere seconds later, as the potion began to take effect within him, the boils on his nose gradually receded. Observing the unmistakable transformation on Neville's face, Snape nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Slytherin gains 20 points. And McKeary, report to my office after class." After delivering this proclamation, he surveyed the surrounding students. "What is this? Have you all learned how to brew potions merely by watching?" Faced with the sudden, indiscriminate ire of the Serpent King, everyone instinctively shuddered and returned to their cauldrons, diligently resuming their potion-making. They were not eager to experience Neville's unfortunate predicament firsthand. A short while later, Snape traversed the aisles, scrutinizing the contents of each cauldron. While he was decidedly displeased with Legate's lackadaisical approach, he refrained from excessive criticism, merely issuing a few sharp remarks. After all, this lesson was a collaborative effort. Sakura had nearly perfected the potion for boils, which meant Legate had, in essence, accomplished the same feat most importantly. He was a student of Slytherin. Should Slytherin secure the House Cup this year, it would mark an unprecedented 7th consecutive victory. Therefore, as long as Legate does not initiate his own demise, Snape has little desire to engage with him. After all, each interaction serves only to remind him of that loathsome visage. Were it not for the emotional stability cultivated through years of practicing mental occlusion, he would have long since hung Legate by his own petard. Yet, an old adage rings true: sorrow does not vanish, it merely shifts to another's countenance. Such is the case with Harry and Ron at this moment. The concoction before them, a blue amalgamation, bears no resemblance to the expected appearance of a potion for treating boils. This very reason has led Snape to unleash his ire upon them, leaving them oblivious to their own lineage. "Do you believe this potion is safe to consume? Potter Weasley, I dare say that drinking this brew will not only fail to cure your boils, but will likely lead to your own demise." Gazing into Harry's eyes, so reminiscent of Lily's, Snape cannot help but feel a twinge of frustration. As for Ron, the unfortunate boy is merely collateral damage. Snape's focus remains firmly on Harry. However, this concentrated attention allows Ron the opportunity to glance around, noticing that many classmates are reveling in his humiliation, especially upon meeting Legate's curious gaze. The turmoil within him reaches a crescendo. "Professor, why has Legate not brewed any potion thus far? How is it that he can get away with this?" It must be said that after enduring such rebukes, Ron has gained a modicum of insight. Rather than directly accusing Snape of unfairness, he redirects the conflict towards Legate, whose failure to partake in potion-making since the beginning of class is, by any measure, an egregious oversight. Although their own potion-making has been a calamity, at least they have diligently engaged in the process. I could assist him. However, before Ron can articulate the remainder of his thoughts, Sakura Matu interrupts his incantation. "What is it, Weasley?" Do you have further objections? At that moment, while a smile graces Sakura's face, an instinctive chill sweeps through the classroom, filled with young wizards. Lily. As he observes Sakura stepping forth to shield Legate, Snape momentarily loses himself in reverie. Her protective stance evokes memories of the time when Lily had stood before him in a similar manner. Yet, in the end, he failed to safeguard her. As their silhouettes gradually merge, Snape genuinely wishes to impart his knowledge of potion-making to her, perhaps as a means to atone for his past regrets. Very well, Sakura. Just as the atmosphere descends into an eerie tranquility, beside him, Legate reached out and gently ruffled Sakura Matu's small head, softly articulating, "We shouldn't stoop to arguing with fools. Most members of the Weasley family are exceptionally promising individuals. However, Ron Weasley stands out as the sole anomaly among them. Lacking both talent and prowess, he possesses no remarkable qualities whatsoever. You despicable Black. Do you only know how to hide behind women?" Before Ron could finish his retort, Legate lightly waved his right hand, which had been resting at his side. In the next moment, propelled by an inexplicable force, Ron suddenly slipped beneath him. This slip resulted in Ron's entire face plunging directly into the cauldron before him. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as Ron swiftly lifted his head from the cauldron. But the extensive contact with the failed potion had already caused numerous boils to erupt upon his face. Nonverbal magic, indeed. Upon noticing Legate's subtle maneuver, Snape's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that Legate could master such advanced spellcasting techniques at his tender age. It is worth noting that even among the graduates of Hogwarts, few could wield such sophisticated magical skills. However, observing Legate's composed demeanor, Snape felt it necessary to report this incident to Dumbledore. He would not allow any potential threats to Harry's safety to persist. "Ron, are you all right?" Witnessing his dear friend's plight, Harry shot an accusatory glare at Legate. "You've gone too far. It was a perfectly normal conversation. How could he have ended up in the cauldron?" Hence, Harry naturally directed his suspicious gaze toward Legate. Although he could not discern how the incident had transpired, it was undeniably linked to him. Chapter 31. Sakura Matu's Choice, Snape's Instruction. Meeting Harry's furious expression, Legate gradually withdrew his warm smile. "Firstly, I have been here doing nothing. It was Weasley who carelessly slipped. Secondly, Weasley has repeatedly insulted me and my family. Previously, I chose to overlook it out of respect for his family. But what has that yielded? An escalation in insults and trouble, has it not? Additionally, I have a question for you, Mr. Potter. If someone were to continually insult you, even disparaging your family, how would you respond?" Though Harry had undergone some changes, they were still insufficient. Influenced by the hollow title of the Chosen One, he had, to some extent, retraced the original path of the story. Otherwise, a mere glance at the potion textbook prior to class would have sufficed to answer the 3 questions Snape had just posed. Confronted with Legate's seemingly insurmountable barrage of inquiries, Harry found himself at a loss for words. After all, should anyone insult his parents, he would undoubtedly rush to defend their honor with fervor. Thus, after placing himself in the situation, he was utterly bewildered as to how to respond. "So, Mr. Potter, let us not disregard the fact that it was Mr. Weasley who inadvertently instigated this," Legate remarked, observing Harry's flushed face and his inability to articulate a coherent reply. With a gentle tap on the table, he continued with an air of indifference. "Is it not reasonable for me to take action against him? Do you truly believe that those dear to you should be subjected to slander without consequence? While I do not possess the authority to dictate your friendships, it is evident that your choice in companions leaves much to be desired." Legate's words were delivered with a dispassionate calmness, as if they were simply an undeniable truth. This very demeanor left Harry momentarily speechless. Even as he racked his brain for a response, he could only stammer, "And no, that's not. I." Reflecting upon the events, it seemed that from the very beginning, it was Ron who had persistently provoked Legate. Each time, Legate's response was a mere reprimand, never truly retaliating against Ron. Thus, the final comment from Legate plunged Harry into a profound internal conflict. Was his decision to befriend Ron truly a grave mistake? "Enough. This is not a venue for your quarrels," Severus Snape interjected, his heart softened by the turmoil evident in Harry's eyes. "Potter, take Weasley to the infirmary." He wished to shield Lily's memory from any semblance of sorrow, even if the individual before him bore only a passing resemblance to that troublesome Potter child. "Understood, Professor. I will escort Ron to the infirmary," Harry replied, relief washing over him. After nodding earnestly at Snape, he swiftly supported the still complaining Ron and hurried out of the classroom, eager to escape the atmosphere. As he observed the 2 departing figures, Snape shot a fierce glare at Legate before turning back to inspect the other students' potions. "Very well. Your grievances have been aired. Ignore those imbeciles," he said dismissively. Unfazed by Snape's fierce gaze, Legate affectionately tousled Sakura's silky hair and returned his focus to the lesson. "Let us not waste these materials that are at our disposal. We shall use what we have." "Indeed, I shall follow your lead," Sakura replied casually. Tossing one of the materials into the trash, Snape merely sighed in exasperation. Meanwhile, as Legate and Sakura engaged in their intimate exchange, a myriad of emotions flickered across the faces of the young witches and wizards in the classroom. The general little wizards of Gryffindor, Weasley truly is a fool. Having been subdued once again by a member of Slytherin. Neville, that was done by Legate just now, but how did he manage it? Hermione, nonverbal spells. I never expected Legate to be so formidable. Yet, was his approach too severe? Professor Snape, however, seems indifferent to the matter. A group of small wizards from Slytherin, truly. Our first-year invisible prefect has once again trampled the Gryffindor fellows beneath his feet. Michelle, nonverbal spells, it seems rather difficult to defeat this chap. Among those present, the only one harboring a different thought, or perhaps on the verge of gnashing his teeth in frustration, was Draco alone. Although it was rather enjoyable to see the unfortunate Weasley in such a predicament, the fact that Harry was helping Ron to the infirmary left Draco rather displeased. After all, he hadn't even had the chance to boast about his accomplishments to Harry before the latter assisted that wretched boy Ron in departing. How could he make Harry realize the truth? That only by befriending someone as exceptional as himself could Harry hope to become a great wizard. If a moment of realization were to occur, it would undoubtedly resonate with a certain tune. During the lunch break, in front of Professor Snape's office door. So, Professor Snape intends to personally instruct you? Observing the two notebooks cradled in Sakura Matu's arms, Legate couldn't help but wear an expression of affirmation. Given Sakura's innate talent for potions and the fleeting glimmer of admiration in Snape's eyes during class, Legate felt little surprise at the prospect of Sakura being personally mentored by Snape. Yes, Professor Snape has asked me to meet him after school every day. After wrapping his right arm around Legate, Sakura playfully nuzzled against his shoulder. Legate, I'm hungry. This indeed aligns with his character. Glancing back at the firmly closed door, Legate took the books from Sakura's hands. Let us go. I have already arranged for the house elves to prepare food. The meals at Hogwarts are prepared by house elves. So if there is anything one desires to eat, they may approach them directly for special requests. Although the house elves prefer to serve Hufflepuffs, they generally comply with the requests of Hogwarts students. Moreover, with Legate having provided some Chinese recipes, his standing among the house elves is considerably higher than that of the typical Hufflepuff student. Thus, it is effortless for him to request their assistance in reserving meals. Well then, let us hurry along. As they spoke, Sakura intertwined her arm with Legate's, heading towards the dining hall. However, upon reaching a corner, she glanced back at the tightly shut faculty office. Time rewinds to the earlier moment. Machiri, there exists a prerequisite for my study of potions. After setting the processed materials aside, Snape raised his gaze towards Sakura Matu, speaking with an indifferent tone. Keep your distance from Legate. His presence will only hinder you. In response, Sakura merely cast a dispassionate glance at Snape. Without uttering a word, she turned to leave. Observing her intent to depart without a second thought, Snape's brow furrowed slightly. Did she truly intend to forfeit this opportunity for him? She must understand that by becoming my disciple, she would gain immeasurable glory and wealth. The connections and resources possessed by a renowned master of potions are formidable. It is no exaggeration to say that should Sakura become Snape's apprentice, she would instantly find herself a guest of many pure-blood aristocrats. After all, even if a family possesses an abundance of magical herbs, they remain mere herbs without the expertise of an exceptional potion master to brew them. However, Sakura chose to disregard Snape's inquiry. She continued her steady pace toward the door, calmly stating, Professor Snape, I concede that your potion-making skills are indeed exceptional. Yet, in comparison to Legate, your teachings are akin to refuse. I would never abandon him to learn from you. Although Snape's mastery of potions was enticing, for Sakura, nothing in this world could compare to the significance of Legate. In light of her unflinching response, Snape found himself enveloped in an odd silence. It was not until the girl reached the door that he spoke, somewhat dejectedly. Take these 2 books with you. Return here every evening after school. I will dedicate 2 hours to guide you. If Sakura were to resolutely abandon Legate, perhaps Snape would consider relinquishing his pursuit. Yet, the more steadfastly she stood by Legate, the more tumultuous Snape's thoughts became. Once, there had been a girl by his side, but due to misunderstandings and conflicts, they ultimately became adversaries. In the end, he had failed to safeguard her well-being. Returning to the present, Sakura leaned her head against Legate's shoulder, saying, Can we have boiled fish for lunch? I have a craving for fish. Certainly, whatever you wish for. I shall procure for you. Then I wish for you. In the sun-drenched corridor, the slightly exasperated boy and the joyfully beaming girl embraced tightly as they strolled forward. The sunlight cascaded upon them, casting an ethereal glow. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, the atmosphere was starkly different. Chapter 32, Dumbledore's Decision and the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore. That child is far too perilous. Upon hearing Severus recount the events that transpired in the potions classroom, the portrait of the former headmaster, Armando Dipet, promptly interjected with a note of caution. Be wary, Dumbledore. You no longer possess the luxury of time to contend with a potential third Dark Lord. In my opinion, to prevent future calamities, it would be prudent to deal with that child at once. As the previous headmaster of Hogwarts, he had once held a favorable view of the young Voldemort. When Voldemort sought employment at Hogwarts, it was Dippet who personally barred him from entry. However, at that time, Armando Dippet harbored no particular intentions. He merely wished for Voldemort to explore the world while still young, to broaden his horizons and return to educate students with enriched experiences. Alas, his hopes were thwarted. Dippet's two refusals inadvertently accelerated the distortion of Voldemort's already twisted soul. Now, witnessing the emergence of a child reminiscent of the young Tom Riddle, Dippet instinctively heightened his vigilance. Hogwarts had already birthed one Dark Lord. It could not allow the rise of another. Silence. Do not besmirch my beloved great-great-great-grandson. Yet, scarcely had Dippet finished his statement when another portrait, that of Phineas Nigellus Black, erupted into a furious outcry. Our Black family remains eternally pure. We shall not harbor any peculiar beings. Moreover, thanks to the portrait's vantage point in the Black family estate, he was acutely aware of how exemplary a child Lecter was. Aside from having relegated the incessantly chattering Walburga Black to the basement, Lecter was, in every regard, flawless. I have no desire to engage in futile disputes. Observing Phineas about to leap from his frame, Dippet instinctively recoiled several paces. What I state is factual. Just look at his direct confrontation with his classmates. Although they existed solely as paintings, there were discernible differences among them. Who could fathom the intentions of the artist who rendered Phineas Nigellus Black with such a robust physique? In stark contrast, Armando Dippet's own portrait depicted a gaunt, frail elder. The disparity in their visual presence was undeniable. Should a real confrontation arise, Dippet would likely find himself at a severe disadvantage. Of course, this presupposes that paintings could engage in such a manner. Hey, you scoundrel, how dare you? As Dippet continued to hold his ground, Phineas Nigellus Black leaped into the opposing portrait. If reason could not prevail, he was not entirely unfamiliar with the art of physical confrontation. Do not approach me. Stop right there, you scoundrel. Snape's lips twitched in exasperation as he observed the two former headmasters flitting about in the portrait, even with his mind meticulously honed to its utmost potential. Such mildly provocative antics left him momentarily speechless. Enough of the commotion. I shall make the final decision regarding this matter, he declared, raising a hand to interrupt the farcical exchange between the two headmasters. Turning to Snape, Dumbledore spoke. You may return now, Severus. I will keep an eye on that child. In truth, Dumbledore had been attentive to Legate since the Hogwarts Express. The boy bore an uncanny resemblance to a young Tom Riddle, possessing not only formidable magical prowess, but also an intelligence that surpassed the ordinary. However, unlike Tom, Legate was imbued with love, whether for Malfoy or for Macri, demonstrating an almost infinite capacity for tolerance and affection. Moreover, Legate did not seem averse to mingling with Muggle-born wizards, as evidenced by his interactions with Hermione and others. Furthermore, Legate's recent actions were largely provoked by Weasley's provocations, compounded by the previous tests conducted by Professor McGonagall. Through the interplay of these various factors, Dumbledore had arrived at a conclusion. Legate was indeed remarkably similar to the former Tom, yet it was unequivocally certain that he would not tread the same dark path. As long as there were individuals he cared for, Legate was unlikely to veer into extremity. However, further tests would inevitably continue, for it is all too easy for a person to change. Perhaps even a mere trifling external stimulus could provoke a profound transformation in one's character. Understood, Snape replied, meeting Dumbledore's perpetually smiling gaze before turning to depart. As long as Legate posed no threat to Harry, Snape remained indifferent to the boy's affairs, particularly given his connection to Sakura Matu. Although he still harbored a distaste for Legate, he would not intentionally seek to antagonize him. Perhaps it is time to consider a new friend for Harry, Dumbledore mused as he watched Snape's retreating figure. He then reached for a stack of roaches on the table. Initially, his intention had been to foster a deep friendship between Harry and the Weasley family through Ron. This way, even if Tom were to return, Harry would have a formidable ally by his side. Yet, Ron Weasley's recent outrageous behavior prompted Dumbledore to contemplate a slight alteration to his original plan. He had never anticipated that within the illustrious Weasley family, a peculiar character such as Ron would emerge. It should be noted that even the most boisterous of the Weasley twins possessed talents that were beyond the reach of most. Since his enrollment, Ron Weasley has seemingly been merely a chatterbox. While Dumbledore pondered whether it was time for a change, a thick, foul taste suddenly erupted in his mouth. Ugh, he had bitten into a real cockroach again. The portraits of the headmasters in the office observed this with bemusement. In the evening, within a clearing in the Forbidden Forest, Legate surveyed the array of herbs and various parts from magical creatures laid out before him. He promptly retrieved several vials of potions and substantial cuts of magical pork from his enchanted pocket. Thereafter, he intended for a little spider to convey a message on his behalf. After handing over the items to the eight-eyed spider, which resembled a small truck, Legate extracted some prime cuts of magical meat from his ring, adding that this was a separate payment for errands and not part of their previously agreed-upon trade. To ensure a horse runs, one must feed it well. The spider had traveled a considerable distance to deliver the goods, and it was only fitting to reciprocate. For Legate, the value of these items was negligible, making it a worthy investment to enhance goodwill with the eight-eyed arachnid. After all, their current dealings could only be classified as a straightforward exchange of interests between Legate and Aragog. Should Aragog perish one day, this connection might very well sever. Furthermore, for a creature like the eight-eyed spider, whose nature is inherently predatory, mere goodwill was insufficient to compel it to serve him. Chapter 33. The Heir of Rhetoric. Thank you. My lord, I am Heraclos. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to have my kin notify me. Upon uttering these words, Heraclos hurriedly took off, dragging the items wrapped in spider silk toward the depths of the forbidden forest. Numerous creatures within the forest harbored animosity towards the eight-eyed spider. Although members of his kin escorted him along the way, one could never predict what might emerge from the underbrush. Thus, the wisest choice was to return to the stronghold before most creatures began to stir. The hall was decent, and he could have creature display some of it in the shop. The materials brought by Heraclos were varied, and Legate did not intend to keep them all. Except for a few rare items, the best course was to convert the rest into gold galleons. While money may not be everything, the lack of it is an undeniable hindrance. Whether purchasing rarer magical artifacts or materials, substantial galleons were always required. After organizing everything, Legate did not rush to depart. With the boon of being a child of nature, as long as he did not court disaster himself, the sentient magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest would naturally harbor a degree of goodwill toward him. In this context, as long as Legate refrains from initiating an attack, the magical creatures shall not assault him either. Of course, certain dim-witted beings, or those engulfed in overwhelming fury, may disregard this understanding. Furthermore, the seemingly invincible child of nature does possess certain limitations. If one were to employ a sneak attack or eliminate a magical creature, the resentment of these beings would gradually erode their essence, ultimately leading to the complete loss of their protective aura. As Legate amusedly teased a fox sprite while making his way towards the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, a remarkably gruff voice suddenly resonated from a short distance away. This is the Forbidden Forest, a perilous place. That young wizard ahead should hasten to leave with me. Reacting instinctively to the sound, Legate turned his gaze in its direction. In the next moment, a giant over 3 meters tall, clad in tattered rags, emerged from the thicket, striding rapidly towards him. Accompanying the giant was a lively dog that, upon spotting Legate, immediately abandoned its companion and darted over at a speed surpassing that of Bolt, wagging its tail furiously in eager greeting, as if Legate were its true master. Meanwhile, the fox sprite, confronted by the sudden appearance of the towering figure and the dog, exhibited an unusual demeanor. Choosing not to flee at once, instead, it perched atop Legate's head, eyes fixated warily on the approaching giant, ready to defend against any ill intentions with fierce determination. "Is that a fox sprite perched on your head?" the giant exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before curiosity seized him. "Is it one you have tamed?" The domestication of fox sprites is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in earning their loyalty and obedience. Numerous magical creature researchers have endeavored to solve this conundrum. Yet aside from a certain dapper individual with a suitcase, no one else has succeeded in commanding the fox sprites. "You must be Hagrid. You were the guide when the new students arrived." As he spoke, Legate gently cradled the fox sprite in his hands, uttering softly, "We share a bond of friendship, do we not?" In response to Legate's tender gesture, the fox sprite enthusiastically fluttered its wings, chirping, "Indeed, I am the best of friends with the adult. Bark, bark, bark. I want to be friends with the adult too. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Get away, you smelly dog. Bark, bark, bark. You are the one who should get lost. Foul insect." Though Hagrid could not comprehend why the fox sprite suddenly exhibited such fervor, he nonetheless felt an inexplicable sensation of having a new hat perched upon his head. Half an hour later, within Hagrid's quaint wooden hut, Legate tossed a sizable chunk of magical pork to his companion Fong, affectionately patting the dog's head. "These are little gifts for you. Now run along and play outside," he said. "Woof, woof, woof. Thank you, my lord. From now on, I shall be your dog." Fong responded excitedly. "Your talent is truly enviable," Hagrid remarked, watching Fong scamper away with the pork. "If only I possessed such an ability. Traversing the Forbidden Forest would be far more convenient. Despite having roamed its depths for many years, there remain numerous creatures within that do not favor my presence. The innate capacity Legate possesses to harmonize with magical beings is a skill I have long yearned for." "Alas, such gifts are inherent," Legate replied with a smile, gesturing towards the blanket draped over Hagrid's shoulders. "Even without this talent, you are still well liked by many magical creatures, are you not?" He likened the concept of being a child of nature to the gifts of the Scamander lineage, which enables them to interact more amicably with magical beings. However, even without such extraordinary affinity, Hagrid could navigate the Forbidden Forest with relative ease. The giant lineage inherently possesses remarkable resilience and magical resistance, traits that Hagrid, as a half-giant, naturally inherited. Most of the creatures within the Forbidden Forest are merely small calamities, and few can genuinely pose a threat to him, not to mention his formidable combat prowess, which could easily dispatch the majority of the forest's inhabitants. In jest, many in his former life would say that Hagrid embodied the essence of brute force and reason. If anyone dared to oppose him, he would first incapacitate them and then engage them in earnest discussion. If they remained obstinate, he would continue to engage until they yielded. Indeed, they are quite adorable, and I hold a great fondness for them, Hagrid said, his bashfulness evident as he scratched his head upon receiving Legate's compliments. Legate, if you find some time later, could you teach me how to interact with those delightful creatures? While I understand that such gifts cannot be learned, mastering the habits of magical creatures might grant me the chance to befriend them. After all, one must first educate with a firm hand before forming friendships. Chapter 34. A proposal for trade with Hagrid, of course. That is entirely feasible, Legate replied with a smile, meeting Hagrid's cautious gaze. If you have any inquiries, feel free to voice them now. I can return before curfew. The Forbidden Forest, in essence, is merely the backyard of Hogwarts, and Hagrid, as its so-called keeper, plays a role akin to that of a security guard in a previous life, while ensuring the safety of the young wizard. It is also crucial to prevent outsiders from entering and wreaking havoc. It is noteworthy that although the Forbidden Forest is not vast, it is home to a plethora of rare and magical creatures. Securing even a single specimen of such precious beings could guarantee a prolonged existence free from the burdens of sustenance. Although Hagrid can enlist the aid of the Acromantula to gather materials, its reach remains inherently limited, and the intelligence of certain magical creatures is not particularly elevated. Therefore, fostering a good rapport with Hagrid to assist in procuring materials undoubtedly represents the most effective strategy for maximizing benefits. Delighted by Legate's enthusiastic acquiescence to his request, Hagrid sprang from his bed, excitement radiating from his being. After retrieving a notebook from his drawer, he posed his first pressing question. Legate, how can I get the Snidget to lower its guard? Every time I approach, it becomes exceedingly skittish. The Snidget, a notoriously timid creature, prompted a flurry of inquiries from Hagrid over the next several minutes. Legate, well versed in the behaviors of various magical creatures, answered each question with thoroughness. However, it became apparent that the primary reason for the creature's premature retreat often stemmed from Hagrid himself. As a half-giant, he inevitably exuded an aura reminiscent of his giant lineage. While humans remain oblivious to such an essence, the exceptionally perceptive magical creatures can easily detect the giant's presence emanating from Hagrid. Naturally, they would evade him at all costs to avoid being captured and consumed. All right, Hagrid, I think we should wrap up for today, Legate said after an hour of animated discourse, taking a sip of his tea. It's about time for me to return to my dormitory. Oh, is it time already? Hagrid instinctively wished to persuade Legate to stay, as he had a plethora of questions still penned in his notebook. Even a sleepless night shared between them might not suffice to address all his inquiries. However, recalling that Legate was still a student, Hagrid dismissed the notion of detaining him. Let me walk you out. This path can be quite dark at night. And here, take this blanket to keep warm on your way back. It may appear a bit soiled, but its insulation is undeniably effective. Despite the allure of the unanswered questions, Hagrid did not wish for Legate to face any severe repercussions for returning late to the castle. Although Hagrid appeared rugged and formidable, his inner nature was remarkably sensitive. Well, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Legate replied. As he spoke, he produced a sack of galleons from his ring. Hagrid, might I interest you in a trade? A trade? Gazing at the glimmering sack of gold galleons at Legate's feet, Hagrid nearly found himself blinded by its brilliance. To be frank, even after several decades of life, he had never encountered anyone carrying such an abundance of galleons. However, Hagrid, who did not place significant value on wealth, quickly regained his composure and looked at Legate with a puzzled expression. But I possess nothing of worth. Apart from his monthly salary, the most valuable possessions he owned were likely his motorcycle and this modest abode. Yet, given Legate's status and standing, it seemed he would not be interested in such trivialities. Surely, he cannot be interested in me, wishing to procure some illicit favor, can he? No. In truth, you possess quite a lot. After removing the blanket draped over him, Legate presented it to Hagrid, asking, Hagrid, what is this blanket made of? It is crafted from unicorn hair, gathered from the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid realized midway through that he had comprehended Legate's earlier insinuation. My apologies, Legate, but I cannot accept this exchange. After returning the unicorn hair blanket to Legate's embrace, Hagrid spoke earnestly. The magical creatures within the Forbidden Forest belong here. I have no right to interfere in their lives. Consider this blanket as a reward for my inquiry. He added, it would be best if you refrained from returning here. I will not consent to harm those delightful beings. Observing Hagrid's resolute stance against any association with wrongdoing, Legate could only manage a wry smile. I believe you have misunderstood me, Hagrid. I did not propose to hunt the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest. I merely sought your assistance in collecting some magical materials they might leave behind. Legate had never anticipated that Hagrid, with his straightforward nature, would perceive himself as a poacher. Yet, when it came to wealth at Hogwarts, few could rival Hagrid. He would certainly hold the second place, with no one daring to claim the first. Even Severus Snape, the esteemed potions master sought after by many, might not possess as much as Hagrid. After all, the very blanket in Legate's possession bore considerable value. It must be noted that these fibers were indeed unicorn hair, with a significant portion suitable for crafting wand cores. It is no exaggeration to say that if presented to Ollivander, this blanket would suffice for his needs for several decades. Roughly estimating its worth, this blanket could easily be valued in the tens of thousands of galleons. Furthermore, the valuation of merely tens of thousands excludes those strands of unicorn hair that have lost their magical properties over time. Were every strand of unicorn hair to retain its enchantment, the total value of the blanket would surely exceed 50,000 galleons. Nonetheless, even devoid of magic, the unicorn hairs still held substantial worth. In the wizarding world, the pure-blooded young ladies and the offspring of affluent families are not dissimilar. They often indulge in a culture of comparison and ostentation. If one could possess garments or adornments crafted from unicorn hair, it would undoubtedly surpass 99% of individuals. Thus, the seemingly destitute Hagrid emerges as the true magnate within Hogwarts. Upon hearing that Legate merely wished to procure some materials, Hagrid, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, clenched his fists and apologized. "I misunderstood you, Legate." It was unavoidable. Legate's demeanor and tone had initially evoked thoughts of poachers in Hagrid's mind. "No matter. What is your answer?" After temporarily setting aside the unicorn hair blanket, Legate fixed his gaze upon Hagrid's clear, yet somewhat naive eyes. If Hagrid agreed to assist in gathering materials, it would be akin to acquiring an inexhaustible treasure trove. Even after graduating from Hogwarts, concerns regarding the supply would be non-existent. Given Hagrid's half-giant lifespan, a successful transaction could sustain them for at least 3 centuries. Confronted with Legate's earnest expression, Hagrid, after a hesitant pause, spoke with difficulty. "Legate, it's not that I am unwilling to trade with you, but these items belong to Hogwarts, and I lack the authority to profit from them." Refusing a newly acquainted friend posed a significant challenge for Hagrid. However, the remnants left by those magical creatures were indeed Hogwarts property. While he could offer them to Legate, he was reluctant to exchange them for wealth, as the former represented camaraderie while the latter signified monetary transactions, each carrying distinct implications. Yet, those materials are not being utilized, are they? Observing Hagrid's internal conflict, Legate calmly gestured towards the forbidden forest outside. Rather than allowing these materials to decay naturally, why not trade them for gold galleons? This way, you would also have sufficient funds to aid the magical creatures within the forbidden forest, wouldn't you? Hagrid, upon seeing a shift in his resolve, felt the weight of Legate's words. Consider the magical creatures in the forbidden forest. You adore them. Surely you would not wish for them to go hungry. Hagrid possessed numerous vulnerabilities, including a propensity for drink and a lack of awareness. However, his most profound weakness undoubtedly lay with the magical creatures of the forbidden forest. By leveraging these creatures as a bargaining chip, Hagrid's steadfastness could be easily compromised. "Very well, I shall agree to your proposition." Indeed, as Legate anticipated, the mere thought of those adorable little beings suffering from hunger caused Hagrid's previously rigid boundaries to waver. After all, he was merely seeking monetary compensation to better care for the creatures of the forbidden forest. Thus, the act of presenting items to Legate cannot be deemed as profit-seeking. Rather, it is merely an endeavor to ensure a better treatment for the magical creatures residing within the forbidden forest. "Very well, let us agree upon this." After retrieving the pile of galleons from the ground and placing it beside Hagrid, Legate then patted the other's right arm. "Subsequently, I shall furnish you with a materials quotation. We shall transact according to the prices listed therein. You may choose to await my arrival to collect the gathered materials or directly exchange them at the shop located at 18 Diagon Alley. That establishment is owned by the Black family, and I shall make prior arrangements with the personnel inside." Legate had contemplated patting Hagrid on the shoulder, yet the towering figure of over 3 meters was beyond the reach of a mere child. As for the materials Hagrid collected, they would naturally be handed over to Creature. Valuable and precious items would be retained, while the remainder would be sold off. The Black family, having endured through the years, possesses numerous shops within Diagon Alley, one of which engages in the trade of materials. This opportunity allows Legate to not only expand the shop's inventory, but also to forge alliances with potion masters adept at crafting unique elixirs. Hence, this transaction with Hagrid can only be deemed extraordinarily profitable. A trifling expenditure of galleons could yield returns manifold. Understood. In the midst of their conversation, Hagrid extended the bag of galleons towards Legate, insisting that he should take it back, stating that the blanket was a gift for their meeting. Friendship is friendship, and trade is trade. The two are distinctly separate and cannot be conflated. To Hagrid, Legate is first and foremost a friend, and only secondarily a collaborative partner. Very well. I shall not be polite then. Observing Hagrid's serious demeanor, Legate returned all the galleons to his ring, stating that he would take his leave for the day. In due time, he would return to continue their discussions regarding the habits of the magical creatures. Allow me to escort you back to the castle. As Legate gathered the galleons, Hagrid could not help but burst into a hearty laugh. By the way, Legate, here are the rock cakes I made. You may take them home to sample. In the midst of their delightful conversation, Hagrid almost forgot that Legate had yet to dine. As he spoke, Hagrid stuffed several large, round items into Legate's arms. The moment Legate grasped the rock cakes, a prompt flashed in his mind. Task triggered. To savor the world's delicacies, one must possess a good set of teeth. Task content. Consume an entire rock cake crafted by Hagrid, without any accompaniments. Task reward. Draw. Exchange attempts. 1. Upon encountering the specific requirement within the task, Legate's expression instantly froze. He swore that he would rather starve today than leap from this place. It is absolutely inconceivable to consume such a thing. Judging by its hardness and size, if Hagrid had not referred to it as a biscuit, Legate would have presumed it to be a form of projectile weaponry. At 15 minutes past 9 in the evening, within the Slytherin head of House's lounge, after gingerly massaging her somewhat sore and numb mouth, Sakura Matu lamented, "It hurts so much. The first attempt is always like this. Perhaps it will improve afterward." As she spoke, Legate gently caressed Sakura's cheek and inquired, "How about another try?" "No, I won't. Tomorrow, I won't be able to speak." Observing the biscuit on the table, which was as hard as granite, Sakura shook her head vigorously, resembling a clapper of a drum. This item was truly a torment to consume. Had it not been pre-soaked in milk, she would have been utterly unable to bite into it. Very well, then I shall consume it myself. After thoroughly grinding a piece of the biscuit into powder using a spell, Legate tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. It must be said that Hagrid's culinary skills are commendable. Once the entry issue is resolved, the biscuit can indeed serve as a regular food item. Moreover, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. The task previously given by the system was quite straightforward. It merely stipulated that Legate could not soften the biscuit with water. However, with a quick spell to pulverize the biscuit, the problem of its excessive hardness was elegantly resolved. This approach not only honed his magical abilities, but also addressed the current dilemma. With a little effort yielding greater rewards, why not seize the opportunity? This item could even serve as a weapon. After forcefully slamming the biscuit onto the desk, Sakura promptly retrieved a potion from her ring, a concoction that aids digestion. "Legate, remember to drink this," she reminded. Although she did not understand why Legate insisted on consuming the biscuit, it did not hinder her from offering the prepared potion. It is indeed true that this potion aids digestion. As for any side effects, that is open to interpretation. All right, I shall drink it shortly. After swallowing the powdered biscuit, Legate proceeded to extract the remaining portion of the biscuit. "By the way, Sakura, is there anything lacking in the materials I provided you?" As the primary alchemist in her household, upon his return, Legate had laid out all the materials he had gathered. He had meticulously selected items that Sakura could either utilize or desired, and had instructed the eight-eyed spider to procure more next time. As for the materials that were of no use, they would, of course, be sold at the store at a later date. Chapter 36, A Respite for Everyone. No further updates at this time. After placing the potion beside Legate, Sakura Matu displayed a look of intense calculation on her face. Furthermore, the potions required for her upcoming practice could be directly requested from Professor Snape. Having resolved to teach Sakura, Snape would surely be generous. Currently, apart from Hagrid, he was the wealthiest individual at Hogwarts. A potion crafted by a master alchemist is often a rare commodity, and thus, if she did not seize the opportunity to benefit from him, Sakura would not easily relent. After all, to nurture their little household, the first step was to manage their finances wisely. In anticipation of a joyful future with Legate, it seemed that they would have to exploit the resources of the single Snape. "Fine, let us extract a bit from Professor Snape," Legate stated. Following this declaration, he swallowed the last morsel of rock cake powder. He vowed that he would rather starve or jump into the Black Lake than ever consume this again. Although the taste was indeed pleasant, the quantity of a single rock cake was comparable to that of a dozen compressed biscuits, and it was exceedingly dry. Without the aid of a digestive potion, finishing it would take at least 2 days. Fortunately, as Legate consumed the final bite, a notification resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. To savor the world's delicacies, one must possess healthy teeth. Task: consume an entire rock cake made by Hagrid. Dry eating only. Reward: draw. With 1 exchange remaining. Current remaining exchanges: 3. At last, it was accomplished. Observing the number of draws displayed on the system panel, Legate reached for a potion nearby and drank it in one swift motion. If he waited for the rock cake to naturally expand, he would inevitably have to demonstrate what it meant to be 9 months pregnant. Witnessing Legate consume the potion, a flicker of indescribable joy sparkled in Sakura's eyes. After all, Being trusted by someone was a source of great happiness, especially when that someone was the person she cared about most. Moreover, based on the timing of certain components in the potion, she would once again have a warm pillow to cuddle with at night. By the way, Sakura, have you reviewed the spells I gave you for this evening? Feeling a slight improvement in his stomach, Legate retrieved an incense burner and other tools from his spatial pouch. Who knows how long it would take to accomplish a tenfold draw? After having been an African for so long, it was high time he embraced his European side. Many deities, your presence is my misfortune. I've generally gone through them all. Currently, the most proficient spells I have mastered are the Disarming Charm and its countercharm. As she spoke, Sakura Matu reached out and arranged the statues on the table one by one. Her progress in learning offensive magic, such as the Shadowless Blade, was typically quite rapid, much like when she had initially studied the art of green. After a brief period of manipulation, she had already grasped the basics of its application. As for any adverse effects, one could say there were none at all, as if Sakura herself were the very embodiment of darkness in this realm. Do not recklessly employ the Shadowless Blade until you have fully mastered the counterspell, Legate admonished while placing the incense burner in the center and lighting it. You must also swiftly learn the corresponding wandless casting. Everything possesses duality. While the Shadowless Blade offers formidable offensive power, it can easily backfire on the user. Employing it without mastering the counterspell is decidedly perilous for the caster. Moreover, the reason most wizards require a wand in conjunction with spells is simply due to their inability to adeptly manipulate their internal magical energy. Only by utilizing the materials derived from magical creatures in conjunction with incantations can one activate and channel their inner magic. Wandless casting, in essence, is the ability to freely control the flow of one's internal magical energy. Once one has mastered their inner magic and can control it at will, they can direct it along a predetermined path. Therefore, to master wandless casting of a spell, one must undergo relentless practice and refinement. Furthermore, each spell manifests differently, and the flow of internal magic will vary accordingly. Of course, wandless casting is not the ultimate goal. By harnessing the latent magical energy contained within ancient languages, one can elevate modern magic to unprecedented heights. Take Voldemort, for instance. He utilized the ancient magic of a forgotten tongue to enhance a minor spell into a formidable incantation that emitted ominous black mist. He subsequently inscribed this ability upon his followers, granting them the same power. Very clever, Legate remarked, ruffling Sakura's hair after placing 3 incense sticks in the burner. Let me benefit from your luck, little Sakura, and see if I might draw something extraordinary. Once all the incense burners were arranged, Sakura, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Legate, are you about to commence another exchange? She was well aware of Legate's possession of a system, as it was precisely this capacity that had enabled her arrival in this world. Previously, out of concern for Legate's safety, she had suggested multiple times finding a way to erase this memory. However, after their experiments, they discovered that no matter how they articulated the system or its contents, it would not manifest in this realm. Consequently, the matter was set aside. Regardless, he had already made up his mind. If he were to draw something exceptional later, it would solely be the credit of Matu Sakura. Conversely, if nothing of value were to be drawn, it would be due to the disdain of those above him. The higher-ups, are you not being courteous? Feeling the warm sensation emanating from above, Matu Sakura could not help but close her eyes in bliss. Indeed, I have faith in your capabilities. The gentle pat from Legate was among her most cherished activities. Simultaneously, Sakura silently prayed that Legate would not draw a being akin to herself. This youthful affection was hers alone to savor. Surely, she was fortunate, was she not? Observing the soft and delicate Matu Sakura before him, Legate did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he continued to caress her little head while addressing the system in his mind. Let us commence. Ding, equivalent exchange not met. Drawing begins. Please wait a moment, host. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for the Chinibu world, Yugang's double yolk egg. The reward has been placed in the system warehouse. Please check it at your convenience. Upon witnessing the flashing text on the system interface, Legate's body tensed slightly, and an indescribable expression appeared on his face. Meanwhile, in the Chinibu world, damn it, why must I instruct a worthless individual? He gazed at the boy nearby, who was meditating yet possessed only a level 3 spiritual power. Although Yugang wished to kick the boy senseless, he restrained himself due to the formidable status of the boy's father. If it were not for the boy's father being exceptionally powerful, he would have sought an opportunity to abandon him to fend for himself among the beasts. How could a distinguished figure like himself be reduced to teaching a useless person? After suppressing his frustration, Yugang intended to showcase his prowess. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his lower regions, akin to a lychee being plucked from a branch by a fruit farmer. With a piercing scream, Yugang collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Teacher! Upon hearing that agonizing cry, Tang immediately ceased his meditation and rushed over. Witnessing Yugang's sodden trousers, he wasted no time in yanking them down. due to the trouser's contact with the wound. The already unbearable pain caused Jia-Zhang to completely lose control of his body. In an instant, a foul liquid began to surge forth. Yet, before Jia-Zhang could utter a word, a voice resonated throughout the vicinity, echoing over hundreds of meters. Who is it? Who has stolen my teacher Jia-Zhang's lychee? You shall pay dearly for this. As Tang's ear continued to roar in anger, Jia-Zhang rolled his eyes and fainted from sheer frustration. It was evident that from this day forth, the tale of Jia-Zhang's missing lychee would spread like wildfire. Chapter 37. The Spider Beast. What's wrong? Noticing Legate's sudden stiffness, Matsu Sakura blinked in confusion, wondering if he had drawn something unfavorable. As long as it wasn't something related to girls, she could accept anything. After all, with her own efforts and innate talent, Matsu Sakura firmly believed she could ensure Legate would lead a prosperous life. It's not just bad, it's absolutely dreadful. Though she yearned to voice this sentiment, Legate smiled and gently shook his head, saying softly, "It hasn't even begun yet." He was merely contemplating that he missed out on retrieving the carpet from the Hagrid residence, feeling somewhat at a disadvantage. Aside from the blanket crafted from unicorn hair, even the carpet laid down in Hagrid's home was made from the same exquisite material. While these unicorn hairs could not be utilized for wand cores, with some refurbishment and redesign, they would surely become a remarkable collectible and piece of art. It is well known that certain elite wizarding women delight in amassing such expensive and beautiful items. However, even when these individuals acquire unicorn hair, it is primarily fashioned into scarves and gloves. Why, you ask? Quite simply, because such items are exorbitantly priced. The rarity of unicorns, combined with their innate wariness, renders them an exceptionally rare sight. I thought I had drawn something undesirable. Upon hearing Legate's explanation, Matsu Sakura gently nudged her head against his palm. Regardless of the truth in his words, she was willing to believe him. As long as it wasn't something related to girls, she felt reassured. Don't worry. It will be fine, Legate said, playfully pinching Matsu Sakura's cheek as he continued speaking to the system in his mind. System, please exchange that pair of lychees in the warehouse for me. They are too repulsive to keep. If I don't dispose of them soon, I want to be able to face the system space. After all, each second they remain means another minute of contamination for the system space. And if I don't draw something good later, I can always extract a bit of magical material from the ring. As long as Matsu Sakura doesn't feel guilty. What harm is there in a little deception? Beep, non-equivalent exchange initiated. Please wait for a moment. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for an ordinary spider beast egg, soon to hatch, from the world of spider transformation. It is currently stored in the system warehouse. Please check it. This egg. Upon seeing the system panel's prompt, Legate promptly extracted the monster egg from the system space. In the next moment, a spider egg, approximately 30 centimeters in length, pure white with black spots, materialized before them. Curiosity piqued, Sakura Matsu could not resist poking the monster egg resting on the table. Legate, is this what we drew? Indeed. This is an egg of a spider monster. After also giving the spider egg a gentle prod, Legate turned to Sakura. However, if this egg contains that entity, the outcome may differ. As one of the protagonists of that world, if this egg truly holds her, it would be monumental news for him. Of course, the drawbacks are quite apparent. The levels of this world are still significantly disparate compared to their own. Furthermore, if the external aid granted by the observer fails to transcend the boundaries of worlds, then the creature may merely be a rather amusing spider. That entity is. Just as Sakura was about to voice her curiosity, the monster egg, which had been quietly sitting on the table, began to gently sway. Look, it's moving, exclaimed Legate. Oh, it truly is. He instinctively held his breath, eager to discover if the being within the egg was indeed that extraordinary existence. Crack. After 2.5 minutes, the sound of the eggshell shattering resonated. A small spider, entirely white with black-tipped feet and black spots on its back, appeared before them. What on earth? Why are they so tall? Are they giants? No, wait. What is happening to my legs? Upon glancing down at its own spider legs, the little spider began to thrash about wildly. Simultaneously, a sound akin to clicking emanated from its seemingly sharp mandibles. Calm down, calm down. What is happening right now? Is this what has been trending online? Legate couldn't help but smile at the small spider's inexplicable self-excitement on the table. With such a loquacious and exuberantly self-amused demeanor, it could only be that entity. Yukake's Haizai, welcome to this world. Gently rapping the table, Legate interrupted the little spider's fervent self-affirmation. Enough of the self-indulgence. You are indeed a spider monster now. Wait, what is happening? How does he know my name? Could he be the legendary god? The little spider thought. Bewildered. Once the initially flustered Jia-Zhang regained her composure, she swiftly climbed before Legate, gesturing frantically with her spider legs. Oh, divine being. I beseech you to transform me back into a human. Observing the frantic movements of Jia-Zhang, Sakura Matsu utilized a levitation spell to suspend her in midair. After a brief, emotionless appraisal, she remarked coldly, this little creature is rather adorable. Perhaps we should use her to concoct a potion. Coincidentally, we are short one spider ingredient. Although Jia-Zhang was merely a name, she could distinctly discern that it belonged to a girl. Thus, even in her current form as a spider, Sakura intended to exploit her. No, I don't want to die. Upon hearing that she might be transformed into a potion, Jia-Zhang began to struggle desperately. While becoming a spider was undeniably distressing, at least she was still alive, wasn't she? All right, Sakura, let her down for now. I have matters to discuss with her. After affectionately ruffling Sakura's hair, Legate pointed at the desperate Jia-Zhang with a bemused expression. Whether or not to use her for potion making would depend on her current condition. If she remained in this unimpressive form, then perhaps using her in a potion wouldn't be such a bad idea. Upon hearing this, Sakura felt a tinge of discontent. But out of trust and obedience towards Legate, she released the levitation spell on Jia-Zhang. Once freed, Jia-Zhang eagerly addressed Legate. Thank you, O Divine One. Thank you for saving me. Do not even think about escaping. If you try, I will truly toss you into the pot. Noticing Jia-Zhang's instinctive retreat, Legate grasped her front leg firmly. Now, reflect carefully in your mind. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could learn some skills? Initially taken aback by Legate's sudden remark, Jia-Zhang barely had time to process it before an electronic prompt flashed through her mind. Would you like to spend 100 skill points to learn the skill identification? Oh, it truly exists. I want to learn it. This identification skill is undoubtedly a divine technique. Without hesitation, Jia-Zhang opted to upgrade her skill. After all, in the immensely popular anime from her previous life, the protagonist, an overpowered slime, had relied on this very skill to seize numerous opportunities and advantages early on. After enhancing her identification skill, Jia-Zhang looked eagerly at the table beneath her. She was curious to discover what remarkable items resided in the realm of the divine. As for why she perceived them as gods, how could an ordinary person ever comprehend their true identities, let alone possess the ability to levitate a spider into the air? Chapter 38. Cultivating Value Geometry. As Rui Jia-Zhang's color fantasized about the extraordinary treasures that constituted the table before her, the system's notification shattered this beautiful dream. The table was merely a wooden one. Knock, knock, knock. How could it be? How could it possibly just be an ordinary table? Upon seeing the alert on the system panel, Rui Jia-Zhang's color swiftly shifted her gaze to other items within the room, appearing rather dim-witted. Observing Rui Jia-Zhang's color's frantic writhing on the table, Matu Sakura silently withdrew her wand once more, contemplating whether to concoct a potion instead. Upon hearing Matu Sakura's voice, which was icy to the core, Rui Jia-Zhang's color froze in place, crying out in despair. No, she truly could not fathom where she had offended her, as the constant threat of being turned into a stew loomed over her. Life as a spider was arduous, frail, and helpless. All right, Sakura, please do not frighten her any further. As he spoke, Legate gently embraced Matu Sakura. He then affectionately stroked the girl's head while addressing Rui Jia-Zhang's color on the table. You ought to organize your memories. I believe they have already revealed the circumstances to you. For sentient beings summoned to this world, the system would provide a detailed explanation of their current situation. Legate was already aware of this functionality from the time Matu Sakura had been summoned. Memories. At this prompt, Rui Jia-Zhang's color rapidly delved into the newly surfaced memories in her mind. After fully absorbing and reviewing them, she immediately crawled up to Legate, waving her tiny legs excitedly. Brother, I want to team up with you, brother. As a spider infused with the memories of an internet-addicted girl, she instinctively adhered to the notion of clinging to someone powerful in times of need. Since this individual had summoned her to this world, he was undoubtedly akin to the protagonist she often encountered online. Thus, unless one was entirely devoid of reason, why would they not seize the opportunity to cling to such a robust figure? Teaming up with me is no issue. Retrieving a fresh beef leg from his ring, Legate tossed it directly in front of Rui Jia-Zhang's color. But you must allow me to ascertain your value. Although her system remained active, there were indeed disparities between the two worlds. He was not an altruistic benefactor. Without clarity on whether Rui Jia-Zhang's color possessed any potential for cultivation, it would be imprudent to indiscriminately invest substantial resources. If she retained the system but was incapable of leveling up through consumption, her overall utility would diminish significantly. Should she prove unable to upgrade through consumption, Legate would send her to the shop to assist. While assessing this skill might be somewhat trivial, it would not pose a significant problem for evaluating minor items or materials. As she gazed upon the untouched beef leg before her, Jia-Zhang instinctively felt the urge to distance herself from it. Yet, the primal instinct coursing through her being halted her movements. Since her emergence into the world, she had not consumed anything. It is essential to note that as a newly hatched spider demon, she required substantial energy. Prolonged hunger could very well lead to her demise. Perhaps it would be best to utilize it for potion making. Although Jia-Zhang's intentions were lost on her, from Sakura Matu's perspective, the failure to comply with Legate's command signified an act of rebellion. The most effective way to deal with such defiance, in her view, was to dismantle and bury it deep within the earth. Wait, I'll eat it. I can manage that. As Sakura Matu once again withdrew her wand from her sleeve, Jia-Zhang, with a firm resolve, lunged at the beef leg before her, perhaps due to the transformation of her body or the subtle magic infused within the meat. Aside from an initial moment of discomfort, the subsequent bites were akin to savoring ordinary food. In fact, compared to regular fare, this beef leg proved to be considerably more delectable. Indeed, it seems worthwhile to invest heavily in nurturing her. Observing the experience bar incrementally rising alongside Jia-Zhang's continued feasting, Legate had already resolved her fate. Although it appeared that the experience required for leveling up had increased significantly, with adequate resources, her level could still be elevated. Once her levels were sufficiently amassed, she could be cast into the Forbidden Forest to fend for herself. To truly become a warrior, one must endure the relentless trials of battle. Merely confining Jia-Zhang would render her a mere shadow of her potential. Furthermore, to acquire a diverse array of skills, Jia-Zhang must consume various magical creatures. Fortunately, the Forbidden Forest teems with such wonders. If she could successfully thrive there, her combat prowess would increase exponentially. By the time she achieved the ultimate form of the white-haired princess, she would be nearly unstoppable in this realm. However, due to the constraints imposed by the world's level system, Jia-Zhang's journey towards ascension would be fraught with challenges. Even if she reached the pinnacle, it would remain within the limits this world could bear. I'm so full. Just as Legate pondered how to tactfully exploit the Hogwarts kitchen, the entire beef leg had been consumed by Jia-Zhang. Only a large bone remained, serving as a testament to the beef leg's prior existence. Very well, I shall guide you through this period of weakness. Observing Jia-Zhang sprawled across the table from overeating, Legate retrieved another prepared beef leg from his ring. Give this one a try. Legate, I bear delightful news for you. Just as Legate contemplated experimenting with the consumption of cooked food to ascertain whether it would similarly augment Jia-Zhang's experience points, an exuberant voice belonging to Draco suddenly resonated from outside the door. Those unfamiliar with the situation might easily mistake his fervent exclamations for a declaration of impending nuptials with Potter. Goodness, could he possibly wish for me to partake in that as well? At that moment, Jia-Zhang, reclining upon the table, also noticed the cooked beef leg that Legate held in his hand. Had it been a short while ago, she would have certainly relished the opportunity to indulge. However, now the mere thought of consuming another morsel of meat elicited doubts about whether she might soon regurgitate it. Thus, almost instantaneously upon hearing Draco's voice, Jia-Zhang sprang up from the table. I shall answer the door, she declared, leaping into action and using her tail's silk to suspend herself from the ceiling. Once assured of her position, she deftly twisted the doorknob with her elongated forelegs. In the next moment, a scream akin to that of a newlywed encountering an unfamiliar worm reverberated throughout the entire Slytherin dormitory. Chapter 39. Shafik is not poor. A few minutes later, within the invisible prefect's lounge, Draco turned to Legate, his expression fraught with discontent. Since when have you taken to raising spiders? He cast a sidelong glance at the arachnid beside him, which was engaged in a glaring contest with Michelle. Heaven knows how thrilling it was to find oneself face-to-face with a spider the size of one's own head after opening the door. Particularly when the creature appeared poised to attack, with its legs poised in a menacing display. Now, every time he closed his eyes, Draco was haunted by the image of their recent encounter. He resigned himself to the fact that a restful night's sleep was out of the question. Wasn't he this just acquired? Legate, witnessing Draco's expression reminiscent of a forlorn maiden, could only manage a wry smile. By the way, Draco, is there a specific matter that prompts your visit at such a late hour? To conveniently divert a conversation, one might opt to selectively initiate another topic. Jia-Zhang's swift actions had been rather too rapid for Legate to intervene. Fortunately, after enduring various trials by Sakura Matu, Draco's emotional resilience far surpassed that of an average young wizard. Although startled into a scream by Jia-Zhang, he managed to maintain control over his faculties. Otherwise, after soothing Draco, Legate would have had to summon house elves to tidy up the aftermath. Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot the main issue at hand. Observing Legate's attempt to shift the subject, Draco realized that persisting in his earlier concerns would be futile. Moreover, the persistent gaze of a certain individual nearby sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Thus, rather than dwelling on his earlier fright, he deemed it more prudent to articulate what he needed to convey. After tidying up his somewhat chaotic thoughts, Draco proceeded to divulge the latest piece of gossip. Let me tell you about that Weasley fellow. Consequently, through Draco's narration, Lecter and the others became aware of the purpose of their visit, which was nothing more than to indulge in some gossip and share just how unfortunate Ron was at present. Due to the explosive nature of the potions brewed, many of the ingredients had undergone mutations. Even Madame Pomfrey, renowned for her medical prowess, required a considerable amount of time to concoct the appropriate antidote. This implied that Ron Weasley would need to endure several days in the infirmary, bedeviled by a head full of sores. Moreover, Ron's reputation within Gryffindor had plummeted. owing to his repeated antics that resulted in the house losing points. Some even suggested that Harry Potter, the so-called savior, appeared ordinary solely because he was dragged down by the incompetence of Ron. As for the Weasley twins, despite their involvement in point deductions, they were not widely disliked. The reasons were straightforward. Firstly, their personalities were endearing, and secondly, they had a knack for recovering lost points from other sources. This back-and-forth exchange even allowed their house to gain considerable credit. In light of this, anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from seeking trouble with the twins. As for Ron, he was merely on the receiving end of point deductions, devoid of any redeeming factors. Have you finished? Observing Draco finally paused to catch his breath. Lecter stepped forward to steady him. He found himself utterly uninterested in what would become of Ron Weasley. Even the news of Madame Loris's pregnancy seemed far more compelling than discussing Ron's predicament. Upon meeting Lecter's placid gaze, Draco instinctively nodded. His primary intention for being there was to engage in banter and gossip, for the two clumsy oafs in their dormitory could hardly appreciate the joy of venting. All right, you should head back and get some rest. Before Draco could react, Lecter promptly pushed him out the door. Get some sleep. We have classes in the morning. Hey, I still want to bang. The heavy door slammed shut, leaving Draco's expression frozen in shock. He felt he had been cheated out of an evening. Not only had he been startled by a large spider, but he also missed out on the gossip altogether. Yet, just as he contemplated leaving, another thought struck him. No wonder Lecter was so eager to send him away. Casting a meaningful glance at the firmly closed door, Draco hurried back to the dormitory. He was quite curious about how his mother would react upon learning that Legate had acquired yet another new companion. Would she reprimand Legate? Or perhaps engage in a more physical reprimand? Meanwhile, as Draco indulged in his fantasies, inside Legate's dormitory, he observed Michelle, who was locked in a fierce stare-down with Yagami. Clearing his throat, Legate addressed her. By the way, Michelle, shouldn't you be heading back? In her preoccupation with throwing Draco out, she had forgotten that this proud oddity was still present in the room. Upon hearing this, Michelle, after a slight grimace, turned her gaze towards Sakura Matu. The reason she had yet to sleep at this late hour was precisely because her roommate had been claimed by someone else. Furthermore, given Sakura's current, inexplicable expression, the likelihood of her being able to take Sakura away was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Michelle devised a plan. Legate, why don't I take this spider back to the dorm? She suggested, pointing at the Yagami on the table. Clenching her fist, she added quietly, I quite like this kind of creature. How about I return it to you during the day? She was determined never to reveal her fear of the dark, especially in front of the irritating Legate. Thankfully, due to her upbringing, she harbored an inexplicable fondness for various peculiar animals. Although uncertain of the exact species of the Yagami, having such a sizable spider in the dorm would undoubtedly bolster her sense of security. As for whether it would attack her, well, if Legate chose to keep it, it must possess a considerable level of intelligence. After all, the two had shared an extended gaze, and she sensed that its intellect was not lacking. You wish to cohabit with me, do you? Legate raised an eyebrow in mild surprise at Michelle's tightly clenched fist. He had never anticipated this proud oddball would make such an unusual request. Typically, one would expect a girl to instinctively flee upon encountering a creature like a spider. Once he dismissed his surprise, Legate turned his attention to the Yagami on the table. So, Yagami, do you wish to accompany her back to the dorm? If Michelle were indeed to take the Yagami away, it could prove beneficial. After all, the Shafik family was not impoverished. They undoubtedly possessed a plethora of valuable items. If he could manage to secure some resources for feeding the Yagami, it would save him considerable effort. Yet, all of this hinged on the Yagami's consent. Although the system guaranteed absolute loyalty, blindly trusting it could potentially lead to dire consequences. Wasn't there a trend these days where excessive faith in the system's annotations resulted in summoners treating their summoned beings with contempt and cruelty? When the summoned character's disappointment and anger reach a certain threshold, they may swiftly turn the blade against the summoner. Thus, nurturing goodwill in daily life becomes an exceedingly vital endeavor. The plea for support from friends is greatly appreciated. Chapter 40. The Gullible and the Herbal Class. Should we go? After stealthily observing the silent and smiling Matu Sakura with her 6 eyes, Rui Jisa quickly climbed to Michelle's side and nodded. Yes, I wish to go. Do not worry. Brother, I shall not intrude upon your intimate moments with your wife. A primal instinct from biology warned her. Should she remain oblivious to the situation, dire consequences may ensue. After all, it was merely a change of residence. For Rui Jisa, a true homebody, as long as it wasn't strenuous activity, she could accommodate it. As I anticipated. Although Michelle could not comprehend Rui Jisa's words, it did not hinder her from interpreting the other's body language. If her analysis was correct, the other seemed to express a desire to return together. All right then, you shall accompany Michelle. Upon witnessing Rui Jisa's decision, Legate immediately directed his gaze toward Michelle. Michelle, I must caution you. Rui is an exceptionally rare spider-like magical creature. Perhaps she is the last of her kind in the entire world. Consequently, her dietary needs are quite specific. Upon hearing Legate's introduction, Michelle's expression remained serious, yet as he continued, her visage grew increasingly fierce. When did the sustenance for spider-like magical creatures require meat from dragons or other formidable magical beasts? Brother, you are surely advocating for my welfare. I cannot be a burden. Observing Michelle's imminent eruption, Rui Jisa gently tugged at her sleeve. Kakaka. Very well, I shall take her home first. Watching Rui Jisa nodding with enthusiasm, Michelle forcefully suppressed her rising anger. To secure a good night's sleep, she would endure. After all, it was merely meat from dragons and other magical creatures. As the head of the Shafik family, she might not possess much, but she could certainly procure an ample supply of gold coins. All she needed was to send family members to the designated dragon breeding area to purchase a fair amount of meat, which should suffice for Rui Jisa's sustenance for the semester. Indeed, Michelle Shafik was affluent, hence she contemplated year-round care for her. Thus, they reached a delightful agreement. As they conversed, Legate rose and ushered Michelle and Rui Jisa out of the room. After finally luring a gullible individual, what if they were to retract their decision? Calculating the time, it is about right. After estimating the onset time of the potion's effects in her mind, Sakura Matu rose and approached Legate with measured steps. It's quite late, Legate. I shall freshen up. You should rest for now. In no more than 10 minutes, the potion consumed by the other party will take effect. This was also the primary reason she had just unleashed a death ray upon Ye Shizuku. Very well, I shall lie down for a bit, Legate replied. Watching as Sakura gathered her toiletries and prepared to head to the washroom. After the recent commotion, he indeed felt a bit drowsy. However, before surrendering to slumber, Legate had an important task to attend to. System, let me draw my remaining opportunity. With the auspicious luck of having drawn Ye Shizuku, how could he refrain from pursuing further fortune? Although the usual outcome after a guaranteed draw tended to yield unsatisfactory results, what if he were to strike gold again? With such thoughts in mind, failing to draw would leave him restless even in sleep. Beep, equivalent exchange not met, draw commencing, please wait a moment. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for a can of herring, soon to be fed to a seal. It has been placed in the system's warehouse, please check it. As he gazed at the quietly resting can of herring in the system's warehouse, the glimmer of expectation in Legate's eyes gradually faded. Indeed, even in his current state, he was destined to remain a mere bystander. 10 minutes later, the timing was just right. After placing all her toiletries neatly, Sakura stealthily nestled into the bed. As expected, Legate was the most pleasant scent to be near. Now, let us turn off the lights and sleep. The next day, during the herbology class, the professor instructing Gryffindor and Slytherin was Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. Though she maintained a low profile, her hidden prowess was not to be underestimated. It would be no exaggeration to say that if Professor Sprout were to exert her full strength, she would not fall far behind Professor McGonagall. However, Hufflepuff House valued perseverance, and as its head, Professor Sprout embodied this philosophy. With her ever-present smile and a slightly dusty appearance from tending to plants, even as the head of Hufflepuff, she was often perceived as an ordinary witch. At that moment, within the greenhouse, excellent. Miss Granger, your answer is correct. Upon hearing Hermione's explanation of the plant known as the White Fresh, a smile graced Professor Sprout's face. The White Fresh possessed remarkable healing properties, and even a small amount could yield unimaginable restorative effects for wounds. While speaking, Professor Sprout distributed a pot to each student, declaring, today's task is to learn how to transplant the White Fresh. However, it is important to remember that the plant known as Baisien cannot withstand the potent remnants of strong medicinal waste. Hence, we can only cultivate it using ordinary animal manure, such as pig excrement. Fortunately, Ron Weasley is still resting in the infirmary. Thus, although the rivalry between the Slytherin and Gryffindor young wizards persists, the absence of a spark for conflict has rendered the atmosphere relatively peaceful. Nonetheless, the presence of pig manure, which can be somewhat off-putting, has caused many young wizards to wrinkle their brows in discomfort. Yet, despite their unease, they merely frowned, for in comparison to the peculiar ingredients encountered in potions class, a mere lump of shapeless pig waste seemed insignificant. After all, what harm is there in handling it with gloved hands, without direct contact? Consequently, the lesson proceeded harmoniously. Aside from an unfortunate incident where a certain explosive genius accidentally detonated the Baisien, causing its juices to splatter into the eyes of the unfortunate sword saint. Professor Sprout, may I trouble you for a moment? After the surrounding young wizards gradually departed, Legate approached Professor Sprout with measured steps. Among the teaching staff at Hogwarts, every professor, save for one position that changes annually, possesses their own unique expertise. Professor McGonagall excels in transfiguration, Professor Flitwick in charms, Professor Snape in potion making, the divination teacher with her hit-or-miss prophecies, and the ghostly professor with his unparalleled hypnosis. However, aside from her personal prowess, Professor Sprout's most remarkable ability lies in the cultivation of various plants. It is no exaggeration to say that some rare plants within the current magical realm can only be nurtured by her skilled hands. This was precisely Legate's reason for seeking her out, as the ancient, pure-blooded Black family undoubtedly possesses a wealth of valuable resources. Is there something you require, Mr. Black? Professor Sprout greeted Legate with her ever-present smile. Perhaps in the eyes of this amiable witch, every student of Hogwarts is inherently a good child. Such is the nature of Hufflepuff's remarkable inclusivity, which is why, among the 4 houses, Hufflepuff uniquely fosters camaraderie among all. The representation from Slytherin and Ravenclaw is comparatively sparse, as those within often exhibit a lack of intellectual rigor or a sense of superiority. Professor, are you able to cultivate these seeds? As he spoke, Legate retrieved several well-preserved seeds from his ring. In response to Professor Sprout's inquiry, he candidly divulged the purpose of his visit, for at present, aside from her, it is unlikely anyone else in the magical world could successfully nurture these seeds. As for Legate, it is indeed true that he possesses the essence of nature. However, this ability does not extend to the nurturing and cultivation of plants. Consequently, seeking the assistance of Professor Sprout, an esteemed botanist, to prevent these precious seeds from perishing in his care is undoubtedly the most prudent and wise decision at this juncture. Observing the few seeds in Legate's hand, Professor Sprout's expression momentarily faltered. Quickly regaining her composure, she approached with haste, her excitement palpable as she accepted all of them. After meticulously examining the seeds for some time, she finally spoke. These must be the seeds of the sunstep flower and moongrass. As a specialist in botany, she had nearly memorized all known plants within the magical realm, including the nearly extinct sunflower and moongrass. Had Legate not presented these seeds today, she would have presumed these 2 species to be entirely extinct. The sunstep flower, when combined with masculine materials, can be brewed into a potion that enhances physical attributes, although there is a limit to the extent of this enhancement. With continuous consumption and the elevation of one's physical limits, it becomes possible to gain immunity against certain weaker spells. Moongrass, on the other hand, serves as a primary ingredient for potions that temporarily amplify magical abilities, in contrast to the currently popular short-term enhancement potions, which often come with severe side effects. The inclusion of moongrass results in potions that are devoid of adverse effects while providing additional benefits to the user. This scarcity of the 2 plants is thus one of the main reasons for their rarity. Once someone masters their cultivation and finds a suitable potion master, they can swiftly assemble a formidable team. Truly, Professor Sprout is astute. These are indeed the seeds of the sunstep flower and moongrass. Observing the professor's astonished expression, Legate promptly inquired, might you be able to cultivate these seeds? These 2 materials are no longer available on the market. Were it not for the enduring legacy of the Black family, it is uncertain whether the seeds would have been preserved in their storeroom. Despite the usage of special magic for preservation, the inexorable passage of time has inevitably led to the seeds' degradation. Coupled with the unknown conditions and environment necessary for their growth, it appears that Professor Sprout is the sole individual with the potential to cultivate them successfully. I can certainly attempt it, though the likelihood stands at merely 50%, Professor Sprout replied, gazing contemplatively at the seeds resting quietly in her hand. The survival conditions for the sunstep flower and moongrass are exceedingly stringent. I have gleaned some knowledge regarding their growth requirements from literature circulated within the Academy. To cultivate the sunladder flower, one must utilize the heart's blood and flesh of a mighty dragon, with an absorption period typically lasting around a year. It is only after fully absorbing the nutrients from the heart's blood and dragon flesh that the seeds progress into the growth phase. The precise timing of flowering and fruiting is contingent upon the quantity of the dragon's heart's blood. In contrast, the moon grass necessitates the decayed bones of ancient dragons for its cultivation, thus rendering it a representative of the shadowy attributes. In the past, it was believed that the moon grass would only enter its flowering and fruiting state upon fully absorbing the dragon's soul. Presently, the vitality of these seeds has significantly waned, rendering 100% success in flowering and fruiting unattainable. Of course, Professor Sprout's notion of harshness is relative to the ancient era. After all, the dragons that currently exist have undergone substantial degeneration. Some of the weaker specimens are even kept in captivity by sorcerers. As for the purpose of such confinement, it is akin to that of a breeding farm, understood by those in the know. Given Professor Sprout's standing, acquiring dragon heart's blood and bones should not pose a significant challenge. However, the dragons of antiquity differ vastly from those of today. In that bygone age, dragons possessed not only immense physical strength, but also a plethora of inherited magic. Were it not for an inexplicable curse that befell the dragon lineage in ancient times, which stripped them of their bloodline and wisdom, the current state of dragons would be markedly different. Although they still bear the name of dragon, modern specimens are scarcely distinguishable from ordinary magical creatures. They exhibit minimal intelligence, and, while they may possess a modicum of awareness, they lack the capacity for magic, let alone articulate speech. What remains from their lineage are their formidable physiques and innate abilities such as fire-breathing or toxic gas emission. Had they not been afflicted by this curse, it is conceivable that this world would still be under their dominion, with a likelihood of 50% being quite substantial. As the conversation unfolded, Legate retrieved a sack full of gold galas from his ring. Professor Sprout, this is the fee for procuring the materials to cultivate the seeds. Once the endeavor succeeds, you may retain some seeds. Would you find such an outcome satisfactory? Despite understanding the growth requirements for the two plants, he could not ascertain whether the professor might hold back any secrets. Therefore, betraying trust at this juncture would be the height of folly. The most prudent course of action is to allow Professor Sprout to undertake the cultivation while he himself provides the necessary materials. As for whether the professor might take advantage of him, one must not forget that this is a greenhouse, teeming with small creatures. With these delightful beings serving as his eyes and ears, he harbors no concerns regarding any underhanded schemes from Professor Sprout. Furthermore, wealth has a way of bending the rules. With ample riches and status, one can accomplish a multitude of things that lie beyond the ordinary. Amidst the vast accumulation of galleons, it is inevitable that some individuals may lose their way. However, the terms of the transaction require a slight modification. After carefully tucking away several seeds, Professor Sprout gestured toward the bag of galleons on the ground, stating that acquiring the seeds was all that mattered to her. Certain corresponding materials are procured annually by the Academy, and I merely need to increase the quantity slightly. Besides her expertise as a master of herbology, Hogwarts also boasts Severus Snape, a master of potions. Consequently, among the supplies procured each year are various components of dragons, ranging from the minutiae of dragon dung to the more substantial dragon blood and dragon brain. Moreover, as the esteemed head of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout would not take advantage of Legate. It is worth noting that the value of just these two types of seeds far exceeds several 100,000 galleons. As an ardent lover of plants, nothing brings greater joy than cultivating endangered species. Thus, I shall rely on your expertise, Professor. Meeting the sincere gaze of Professor Sprout, Legate returned the galleons to his ring, adding that should there be anything difficult to procure in the future, she could inform him directly. Although the Black family has dwindled to just himself, he still possesses certain resources. He has noticed that since arriving at Hogwarts, spending money has become increasingly challenging. First with Hagrid and now with Professor Sprout. Nevertheless, everyone's pursuits differ, and Legate would not impose his will upon others. If there is a need, I will notify you, he stated. As Professor Sprout turned to leave, she mentioned that she would prepare the greenhouse for cultivation and would keep him informed of any developments. As a fervent botany enthusiast, her immediate focus was on nurturing these two plants, leaving other matters for a later time. Sakura, let us depart as well. Watching Professor Sprout hastily retreat, Legate took the arm of Matu Sakura beside him. Once these two plants are cultivated, they could proceed to the next experiment. Yes, I will do my best. After firmly grasping Legate's palm, Sakura nodded solemnly. For anything Legate desired, she would go to great lengths, even to the point of death. Moreover, pursuing truth alongside one's beloved is indeed a profoundly romantic endeavor. Chapter 42. Testing. Half an hour later, after escorting Matu Sakura to Professor Snape's office, Legate set off toward the direction of the dormitory. However, as time progressed, he keenly sensed an oddity. The patterns of the castle's staircases deviated from the pre-established norms. After wandering around recently, he was certain that the map provided by the Acromantula was accurate. Thus, only one possibility remains. Someone wishes to surreptitiously alter the staircase's pattern to transport themselves to a particular location. In all of Hogwarts, there exists but one individual capable of achieving this feat, the current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. After all, it is only the headmaster who possesses the authority to manipulate the layout of the castle's stairs at will. Upon sensing something amiss, Legate did not raise an alarm. Instead, he feigned confusion, furrowing his brow and remarking, "How peculiar. The staircase seems different today." Sometimes, displaying ignorance proves far more effective than revealing knowledge. Although his proficiency in occlumency had yet to reach Snape's level, with the sole pendant bestowed by Sakura Matu, he felt little concern that Dumbledore would act unscrupulously. After all, the old bee was a natural legilimens. Who could predict when he might employ such a tactic? After traversing a stretch along the staircase, Legate arrived before a classroom. Observing the eerily silent corridor, he realized he had reached his destination. "What surprise have you prepared for me this time, old man?" he mused, as he reached out to push open the tightly shut door. Upon entering, he discovered the room was exceedingly barren, devoid of any superfluous desks or chairs. Only a single mirror stood quietly in the center. This was the Mirror of Ariste. Upon noticing the inscription etched at the top of the mirror, Legate immediately recognized its origin. The Mirror of Ariste, a legendary artifact said to reveal one's most fervent and profound desires. Its perilous nature had incited many to pursue it relentlessly, for countless souls prefer to indulge in the beauty of the world rather than confront their innermost longings. While Legate was absorbed in observing the Mirror of Ariste, a voice suddenly echoed from the corner of the classroom. Turning towards the sound, he beheld the amiable visage of Dumbledore, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "Professor Dumbledore, I presume you brought me here," Legate stated, gesturing towards the mirror before him. "I trust your intention is not merely to have me gaze into the mirror. Feigning excessive foolishness would only serve to appear disingenuous. A judicious display of wit and attitude could, to some extent, grant him the upper hand, particularly in conversations with someone as astute as Dumbledore. Should he fall into the traps of the headmaster's carefully crafted dialogue, he would undoubtedly be subjected to a barrage of inquiries. Legate, I hope you do not mind if I call you that." After leisurely approaching Legate, Dumbledore continued with a warm smile. "A great many events have transpired since the beginning of the school year, have they not?" Adopting the persona of a benevolent elder, he effectively lowered the defenses of those around him, a habit that had become second nature. Even though his prowess placed him among the elite of the age, and he was a natural legilimens, he asked, "Are you wishing to discuss the matter concerning Weasley?" Meeting Dumbledore's twinkling gaze, Legate earnestly replied, "Professor, is it not justifiable to defend my family's honor and protect my friends?" He continued, "Would you tolerate a fool who repeatedly slanders your family or your cherished friends?" No, Legate, I do not intend to castigate you," Dumbledore said, observing Legate's serious demeanor with a smile and a gentle wave of his hand. "I merely wish to convey that there are myriad ways to address problems. We need not resort to violence. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul." Having lived for so many years, Dumbledore could easily discern Legate's emotions through his eyes. Friends and family were Legate's taboos. Should anyone dare to tread upon these sacred bonds, they would face dire consequences. This raw emotion, even without the aid of legilimency, was palpable to him. However, this also indicated something vital. Dumbledore surmised that Legate, entangled with bonds of friendship and kinship, had a very slim chance of becoming the Dark Lord of the third generation. With proper guidance, he might yet become Harry's staunch ally. Indeed, in terms of both capability and lineage, Legate surpassed Ron Weasley, the boastful king. But, Professor, is not the simplest means of communication with a fool through force? After discreetly creating some distance from Dumbledore, Legate gestured to the emblem on his chest. "In truth, I have circumvented him many times, have I not? If our ancestors were to intervene, only one of us, Weasley or I, would survive." The motto of the Black family is not merely a hollow phrase. Those who dare to besmirch or tarnish the Black name often face the most severe and terrifying retribution. Indeed, your methods are relatively mild by Black family standards. Seeing that he could not easily alter Legate's mindset, Dumbledore promptly shifted the topic. "Legate, do you know the origin of this mirror?" After all, he had ample time to engage with this young man in the future, provided he maintained an appropriate balance. Dumbledore believed he could shape Legate into a form more to his liking. The Mirror of Erist, a mirror that reveals one's innermost desires. Upon shifting his gaze to the Mirror of Erist, Legate deftly sidestepped the previous topic. It is rumored to have been lost for a century, yet astonishingly, it was concealed within Hogwarts. Surely, the old bee's thoughts were not beyond his comprehension. He was undoubtedly fearful of becoming the next Voldemort, wishing to test the mirror's allure. Indeed, Dumbledore is quite remarkable. To refer to him as a magnet for dark wizards would not be an exaggeration. The first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, was both his dear friend and lover, while the second, Tom Riddle, was his student and a partial disciple. One could say that apart from his early childhood, Dumbledore's entire life has been intertwined with so-called dark wizards. Chapter 43, The Throne of Immortality. Yes, it is the Mirror of Erist. As he spoke, Dumbledore reached out to unveil the black cloth draped over the mirror's surface. "Well, my child, are you interested in trying this wondrous object?" Despite Legate's impressive demeanor, Dumbledore instinctively treated him like a child. "Very well, I shall humbly comply." Gazing into the mirror's reflection, a spark of curiosity flickered in Legate's eyes. To be honest, even he was utterly perplexed about what he truly desired. "This doesn't quite resemble me, does it?" Upon discerning the image displayed in the mirror, Legate's eyes momentarily widened in astonishment. Indeed, how could those who had encountered the allure of transcendence so easily relinquish their dreams, long sought after by many? Even though Legate had chosen to downplay it, his heart still yearned for it immensely. "Tell me, Legate, did you see anything within?" Just as Legate continued to observe the mirror's image, Dumbledore's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. However, compared to his earlier tone, this voice seemed to possess a peculiar magic, compelling one to divulge their thoughts. This old man is quite shameless. He truly resorts to using legilimency. Feeling the subtle warmth emanating from the gemstone pendant at his neck, Legate swiftly conjured a narrative in his mind. Although his mental barriers were not as formidable as Snape's, for an ordinary individual, his current prowess could certainly be deemed masterful. As for why he didn't simply slap Dumbledore across the face, firstly, he could not hope to overpower him, and secondly, it was a matter of seeking a permanent solution. "You seem to enjoy watching, so I shall share what I have seen. I saw my parents, and Sakura, our future," as he met Dumbledore's keen, eagle-like gaze. Legate began to articulate the visions he had conjured in his mind. Yet, halfway through his narration, his once distracted eyes regained their clarity in an instant. Professor Dumbledore. Employing the art of legilimency on a student is hardly an admirable practice. As he spoke, Legate subtly distanced himself from his counterpart. Furthermore, this year, the Black family has withdrawn their financial contributions to Hogwarts. You shall have to find a way to remedy those gaps yourself. This is your punishment for your actions against the board. Much like the allure of a breathtaking beauty, a hint of mystery is far more captivating than overt exposure. In contrast, the veracity of memories, whether genuine or fabricated, carries a greater persuasive weight than complete deception. If Legate were to divulge everything or remain unresponsive after discerning Dumbledore's subtle maneuvers, it would seem rather insincere. Ahem. Meeting Legate's somewhat irate gaze, Dumbledore displayed no hint of embarrassment. After all, this was not the first time he had been caught. Following numerous encounters of this nature, he had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, compared to the discomfort of being discovered, Dumbledore found himself more intrigued by the pendant hanging from Legate's neck. Legate, do forgive an elderly man's curiosity. However, he was taken aback by the remarkable properties of the McKeary family's gem magic, which seemed capable of withstanding legilimency. Just moments ago, Legate had appeared poised to say more. But upon the pendant emitting a brilliant light, he instantly broke free from his unusual state. Coupled with the defensive enchantments Professor McGonagall had witnessed at the Black Estate, Dumbledore could almost ascertain with absolute certainty that the necklace was the reason Legate had escaped his control. My apologies, but I am not so easily trifled with. Meeting Dumbledore's inquisitive gaze, Legate turned and strode towards the classroom door. It was not until he reached the threshold that he paused to add, Professor Dumbledore, as long as Weasley does not provoke me, I shall not act. A performance well executed, he had managed to assert himself while also expressing a modicum of frustration. The remaining steps naturally involved a display of understanding. Legate's stance towards Ron Weasley was, in essence, his response to Dumbledore. There was no alternative, as he currently found himself unable to contend with the old man. Additionally, he harbored intentions of winning over the other Weasleys, for aside from Ron, each member of the Weasley family possessed their unique talents. Some were archaeologists, others dragon keepers, and some navigated the professional world, while others were inventors. Even Ginny Weasley, who was not currently enrolled, exhibited a fierce combat prowess akin to her mother's. As for whether the ability to bear children was inherited, that was not a concern of his. Indeed, Legate Black was a truly extraordinary child. Observing the heavy door to the room, closed firmly by Legate, Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. He then ambled towards the mirror and stood transfixed, gazing at the reflection it revealed. For this elderly individual, life has been fraught with numerous regrets and countless matters, and people he yearns to make amends with. Despite the awareness that the reflections within the mirror of Erist are mere illusions, Dumbledore finds himself tempted to momentarily indulge in such dreams in the face of his regrets. He is weary and aged, and thus, it seems only reasonable to allow oneself a brief respite, does it not? Meanwhile, as Dumbledore becomes absorbed in the world within the mirror, Legate has returned to his dormitory. He might consider it a modest victory to have distracted the old man for a while, reflecting on the mere minutes spent in Dumbledore's company. A sense of helplessness rises within Legate. In the presence of absolute power, any schemes or machinations dissolve into nothingness. This is precisely why he seeks every possible means, both direct and indirect, to augment his own strength. If he possessed the power to rival Dumbledore, there would be no need for the elaborate charade he just performed. A direct confrontation, delivering a hefty blow followed by a trio of warnings, would have sufficed. Yet, he finds himself surprisingly fixated on such notions. As he reclines on his bed, Legate recalls the visions from the mirror of Erist, an everlasting throne. How could he desire such a thing? Immortality is the ultimate aspiration of all sentient beings, while the prospect of an individual's eternal life is often viewed as a curse, as it necessitates witnessing the demise of beloved ones. Sharing eternal life with cherished companions could be seen as a gift. Deep within Legate's heart lies a simple wish, to attain everlasting life alongside Sakura Matu. The span of a human life is ultimately limited. Even someone as formidable as Dumbledore cannot escape the ravages of time. With such a vast world, Legate yearns to explore it hand in hand with his beloved. Though transforming into a dark creature may significantly prolong one's lifespan, the accompanying side effects are glaringly apparent. As for other methods akin to Horcruxes, they are folly of the highest order. Therefore, to genuinely achieve immortality, one must continuously seek alternative approaches. Chapter 44. The commotion in the common room. As Legate ponders his next course of action, the once tranquil common room erupts into chaos. In the next moment, an enraged roar reaches Legate's ears. Yukikase, Jerome, do you intend to declare war on the Shafik family? Michelle, do not shift the blame onto me. It was your pet that sought to attack me. Observing the small spider that had lost a leg, Jerome, not wand in hand, spoke with a stoic expression, but I recall this spider belongs to that little rascal from the Black family. It seems that one's character is reflected in the company they keep. Damn you all. I simply cannot abide your incessant backbiting. After struggling to rise from the ground with a broken leg, Rui Jisiki waved her remaining spider legs menacingly. In her previous reclusive state, even if Jia-Zhang had droned on incessantly, she would have remained emotionally detached. However, the subject of their discussion was Legate, which was simply intolerable for Rui Jisiki. Thanks to the assistance of the system, the affinity between them had now reached a perfect 100%. When Jia-Zhang insulted Legate, it was akin to disparaging a beloved anime. This was the primary reason she felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Of course, as of now, Rui Jisiki was still unable to articulate human speech. Thus, her display of ire merely sounded like the clattering of her mandibles. Apologize, Michelle exclaimed with fury at Jia-Zhang, her gaze aflame, as she looked at Rui Jisiki, who had lost a foreleg. Those who have cared for small animals understand that, aside from a few who lack humanity, most treat these creatures as family. Now that a family member had been bullied by an outsider, Michelle felt it her duty to restore honor. Moreover, after spending so many days with Rui Jisiki, how could she fail to comprehend her character? It was no exaggeration to say that this creature was a hapless spider. If there was a way to lie down, she would not sit. If there was a way to sit, she would not stand. The fact that she was now exhibiting such hostility towards Jia-Zhang indicated that he had committed some grievous offense. Coupled with the earlier derision aimed at Legate, Michelle had nearly reconstructed the events that transpired. It was clear that when Jia-Zhang and his companion mocked Legate, Rui Jisiki, who was preparing for her own evening routine, had overheard them and sought to retaliate. However, Jia-Zhang was already in the 4th grade and an heir of the revered Knot family, one of the holy 28 bloodlines. Even setting aside these two factors, he remained a notable upperclassman. Therefore, Rui Jisiki's presumptuous ambush was easily discerned by him. Apologize? You want me to apologize to a spider? Jia-Zhang scoffed, meeting Michelle's furious gaze with a dismissive laugh, covering his eyes. Shafik, has your mind gone awry? Why should I apologize to a mere pet? As an heir of the illustrious Knot family, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. To demand that he apologize to a pet spider? If word of this were to spread, the Knot family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Thus, for reasons both personal and familial, he was determined to teach Michelle a lesson today. As the confrontation escalated, more young wizards began gathering in the common lounge, drawn by the allure of this unexpected spectacle. However, there were some students who wished to avoid escalating the situation and turned to walk outside the dormitory. Shafik and the head of the Knot family belonged to the sacred 28 pure blood families. Should a conflict arise between the two factions, it would be difficult for an outsider to intervene. Thus, it was imperative for our formidable Professor Snape, the Serpent King, to step forth and assert his authority. After all, he was not only the head of Slytherin, but also one of the few remaining masters of potion-making in the world. Even if most heads of the sacred 28 pure blood families were to arrive, they would have to show some respect to their opponent. Observing the extremely arrogant Jerome, Michelle clenched her fists in frustration. She understood the disparity in strength between the two parties. Yet, the arrow was nocked, and it could not be unshot. Whether for the honor of Yoko or the Shafik family, she could not afford to retreat. Just as Michelle pondered how to resolve the impending crisis, a clear, youthful voice shattered the silence. As the heir of the Knot family, do you find it amusing to bully a girl? After positioning himself between the two groups, Legate knelt to examine Yoko's wounds, demanding an explanation for the act of injuring his friend. This move could be termed as preemptive strike. By placing the blame squarely on Jerome, any ensuing conflict would be deemed his responsibility. From the snippets of conversation among the group and Yoko's frantic chatter, Legate grasped the situation's context. Essentially, it stemmed from their close association with Hermione, which had incited the ire of fervent pure-blood theorists within the academy. Indeed, Jerome Knot, heir to the sacred 28 pure-blood family, was an extreme purist. He believed that aside from the esteemed pure-bloods, all Muggle-born wizards should not exist. Magic, that wondrous and enchanting force, was destined solely for the mastery of pure-blood wizards. Consequently, Legate, who frequently interacted with Hermione, was branded by Jerome as a disgrace to purebloods. They had even discussed finding an opportunity to teach Legate a harsh lesson, reminding him that as a member of one of the Sacred 28, he should maintain a distance from the lowly mudbloods. This was the true motive behind Yoko's desire to confront them. Ha ha ha. Looking at Legate tending to Yoko's injuries, Jerome erupted into derisive laughter. It seemed the Black family had indeed fallen from grace, having formed an alliance with a pet spider. In Jerome's eyes, such a pet was nothing more than a slave, akin to a house elf. When pleased, it might receive a morsel of food. When displeased, it would be met with a whip. Thus, the fact that Legate dared to refer to a pet as a friend only served to deepen Jerome's disdain. Chapter 45. Blocked. How is your injury feeling? Ignoring the incessant cries of Jerome, Legate retrieved a vial of potion from his ring and applied it to the severed leg of the young spider, Yosai. This potion, derived from the essence of white fresh, possesses remarkable healing properties. In mere seconds, the wound on Yosai's severed leg began to mend. Subsequently, it would merely require her own effort to level up or the application of additional potions to regenerate the leg. There is no need for concern. A hearty diet will suffice for recovery. Upon realizing that the pain had subsided, Yosai excitedly waved her remaining forelimb, exclaiming, "Boss, let me tell you, that brat not only spoke ill of you, but also intends to take the opportunity to undermine you." It mattered little if others failed to comprehend her words. As long as Legate understood, that was sufficient. At the very least, she needed to clarify the situation. Yosai was not one to seek trouble. Rather, that rascal was truly deserving of a beating. "All right, I am already aware," Legate replied. He swiftly lifted Yosai from the ground and passed her to Michelle, saying, "Thank you for standing up for Yosai just now. I appreciate it. However, I will handle the remaining matters." Regardless of the motive, Michelle had indeed defended Yosai, and thus Legate deemed it appropriate to express gratitude. After all, it was not excessive to say thank you when someone intervened to assist a friend in distress. "Oh," Michelle exclaimed, as Yosai was suddenly placed into her arms. Instinctively, she shook her head and said, "No need to think twice. Yosai is my friend too." She had always held a fondness for her new dormitory roommate. Even if Legate had not intervened, Michelle would not allow Yosai to suffer any indignities. There was no helping it. Her affection for such unique creatures was undeniable. Though other girls may prefer fluffy animals, Michelle also cherished the furry. While the texture and length of fur may differ, in a broader sense, they all share the quality of being furry. Thus, contemplating her fondness for spiders, it seemed no issue at all that they lacked traditional fur. "Well, regardless, thank you," she concluded. As she spoke, Legate approached Jerome, stating, "Now, it is time to settle matters between us." Although Legate's height was still somewhat inferior to Jerome's due to age, the aura he exuded commanded respect. It was indeed rare to engage in communication with a spider. Meeting Legate's calm, unwavering gaze, Jerome crossed his arms with an indifferent expression and said, "What do you want? Are you truly seeking a competition with me?" In the world, some individuals are favored by providence, much like Dumbledore, a natural seer. These blessings are not only meant for direct application, but also serve for unique forms of communication. For instance, consider Tom Riddle's ability to speak Parseltongue. Thus, Jerome naturally assumed that the communication between Legate and the young lady was a unique gift possessed by the former. If the other party were to employ Parseltongue, perhaps he would be more cautious. However, what utility does the language of spiders possess? He is not swayed by such trivialities, nor is anyone else inclined to be. "As you wish, let us engage in a contest akin to the last." After gently tapping the ground with his wand and conjuring a mound of earth through transfiguration, Legate gazed down upon Jerome and spoke with deliberate clarity, "Yet I wish to raise the stakes. As the heir of the Knot family, you would not dare to refuse, would you?" Legate's actions, in essence, placed Jerome upon the pyre. First, a wave of transfiguration to exert mental pressure, followed by a flourish of linguistic artistry to support his claim. In this scenario, even if Jerome wished to decline, he found himself unable. After all, refusing Legate's propositions would tacitly acknowledge his inability to influence matters concerning the Knot lineage. Furthermore, the honor of the Knot family is not to be trifled with. Thus, for both public and private reasons, Jerome was compelled to acquiesce to Legate's request. Legate's seemingly mundane words instantly ignited the fervor of the young wizards present. Beyond their shared status as members of the sacred 28 pureblood families, they were also the respective prefects of their first and fourth years. Should Legate triumph over Jerome, it would indirectly signify a challenge to the prefectship. However, the 3-year age gap led many to doubt Legate's chances. For achieving the position of a fourth-year prefect already indicated Jerome's prowess far surpassed that of his peers. "Very well, I accept your terms." As he spoke, Jerome too employed transfiguration to create a raised platform beneath him. "I recall that the Black family possesses numerous shops in Diagon Alley. Shall we use that as our wager? If I prevail, you shall grant me ownership of 10 shops along Diagon Alley." Given the circumstances, he sought to maximize his potential gains. Diagon Alley, as a frequent haunt of wizards, generates a staggering daily revenue. Securing the deeds to establishments, such as a magical pet shop, could yield tens of thousands of galleons in profit annually for his family. "Agreed, but what shall you offer in return?" Observing Jerome, who remained a head shorter than himself, Legate chuckled and jested, "I understand your appetite is substantial. However, if you desire my shops in Diagon Alley, you must present something of equivalent value." He had anticipated this maneuver when conjuring the raised platform moments earlier. At this moment, Legate's height was nearly brushing against the ceiling of the lounge. Unless Jerome could somehow penetrate the ceiling with his head, he would always remain at a disadvantage in stature compared to Legate. In the art of conquest, while physical prowess is paramount, the battle of wits and psychological tactics holds equal significance. Should Jerome become overly concerned about this disparity, it would undoubtedly disrupt his mental equilibrium. Damn that insufferable little brat, he thought. It was evident that Jerome had taken note of this, and his mindset had begun to falter. However, the traditional education he had received from his family enabled him to conceal this flicker of emotion adeptly. Pertaining to a manor near Diagon Alley, along with a house elf, he pondered that as long as wizards exist, commerce would continue to thrive in that vicinity. Although the stakes appeared evenly matched, he had yet to disclose which manor he referred to or the condition of the house elf. His upbringing had instilled in him the wisdom to consider 3 steps ahead. In the event that Legate relied on some unknown trump card to prevail, Jerome would only need to bear a negligible cost. I shall wager the Nomer Manor at Diagon Alley 1, 3018, along with 3 healthy house elves. Before Jerome could commend his own cleverness, Legate promptly articulated specific demands, ensuring their wagers were indeed equal. As the heir of the Knot family, surely you possess the authority to negotiate such terms? Provocation is an art that must be wielded judiciously, and with so many young wizards gathered around, it was indeed the opportune moment to employ such tactics. Upon meeting Legate's ambiguous smile, Jerome contemplated for a moment before responding, agreed. The terms of our wager are thus settled. Having articulated the corresponding stakes, there was no turning back for him now. With so many eyes upon them, any change of heart would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Furthermore, with Legate still being a first-year student, Jerome felt confident in his ability to decisively overcome him. Very well, let us formalize our pact. As he spoke, Legate turned to Bruce Wayne, who had been silently observing. Bruce, do you mind facilitating the binding oath for us? The unbreakable vow, invoked through incantation, is a magical formula traditionally employed to solidify oaths between wizards. Once the commitment is established, the oath-taker must adhere to their word. Failure to uphold the previously established promise would result in dire consequences, including death. Most crucially, this spell remains impervious to external forces. Very well, if both parties are willing. As Bruce approached the 2 individuals, he extracted his wand from his sleeve, stating that it was time to formalize the contract, cautioning that any delay could disturb the rest of others. Although he was proficient in his transformation skills, the protagonist of the moment was not himself, and Bruce had no intention of engaging in a high-altitude standoff. Wait, I have one more condition, Jerome suddenly interjected. Addressing both parties, neither of us is permitted to utilize any family heirlooms. The Blake family had guarded their treasures for many years. Who knew what peculiar artifacts might lie within? Now, at the brink of this crucial moment, Jerome was determined to avoid any missteps. Isn't that a bit excessive, Nate? He's 3 years older than Blake, Jack remarked. There's no choice. The stakes they are gambling are too high, Hannibal replied. If Blake consents, his odds would be nearly 0, Gordon added. Not necessarily. Do you not recall his performance upon enrollment? Jason countered. Well then, Blake, what say you? Ignoring the murmurs of those around them, Nate directed his gaze towards Legate, asserting that he would allow him 3 initial strikes. With his adept armor and agile maneuvers, he anticipated that withstanding 3 attacks would pose little challenge. After those 3 strikes, he would dominate the field. Jerome was confident that within a few exchanges, he could decisively vanquish Legate. Very well, I accept your terms. Observing Jerome's self-assured expression, a hint of mockery flickered in Legate's eyes. Initially, he had anticipated a more strenuous contest, but he was taken aback by Jerome's willingness to offer him an advantage. Henceforth, he would not be held accountable for any breach of martial decorum. Since both parties had reached an agreement, the contract would be established. As Bruce placed the wand upon their clasped hands, he commenced the oath. I, Jerome Nate, am willing to. I, Legate Blake, am willing to. With the contract solidified, a wave of ethereal blue light surged into both individuals, prompting Bruce to step back. Recognizing that his role had concluded and the stage was now set for the 2 protagonists. Come now, Blake. As agreed, I shall allow you to strike first 3 times. After augmenting his defenses with several layers of armor, Jerome deliberately distanced himself from Legate. After all, while he had granted the other the opportunity to attack first, he had not vowed to stand idly as a target. In terms of linguistic artistry, Jerome's skill had evidently surpassed that of most present. Very well, but given your formidable strength, I must prepare accordingly. As he spoke, Legate produced a long, tubular metallic object from his ring. The sudden appearance of this mysterious item elicited expressions of confusion from the majority of those in attendance. After all, according to the content of the previously unbreakable oath, Legate was forbidden from utilizing artifacts passed down from the Black family. However, as Legate faced no repercussions, it indicated that the object in his possession was not an heirloom of the Black lineage. Consequently, the surrounding young wizards, eager to witness the spectacle, began to speculate about the nature of the item Legate held. What is that? Listening to the spirited discussions around him, Jerome instinctively stepped back. Although he was unaware of what the object was, its presence in Legate's hands at such a critical moment suggested it possessed remarkable qualities. You've never seen one? It's merely a trinket from the Muggles. With that, Legate aimed his sights on Jerome through the scope and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. accompanied by a thunderous hum. A projectile swiftly soared forward. Damn it! Heeding the primal instinct that surged through him, Jerome frantically conjured a shield while retreating. Yet, without the aid of spatial magic, how could a mere human outrun a cannonball? The ensuing explosions reverberated through the Slytherin common room, shaking it violently. Had it not been for the magical protections in place, a catastrophic collapse would have been inevitable. Cough, cough, cough. What in the world is this? Mommy, I want to find my mother. Black claimed it was a muggle contraption, and it was astonishing to witness such power from them. As the smoke gradually cleared, the young wizards beheld the aftermath. A gaping crater, nearly a meter in diameter, marred the once smooth wall of the common room, now ensconced in a web of cracks. It appeared that a mere touch could cause the entire wall to cave in. As for Jerome, despite his protective gear and swift maneuvers, he was nonetheless thrown aside by the shockwave of the explosion and fell into unconsciousness. I suppose that counts as my victory. Gazing at the fallen and unconscious Jerome, Legate returned the 202 Type 66mm 4-barreled rocket launcher to its ring. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of wordplay? Not only was it true that the Black ancestral home left no treasures of worth, but even if it had, it would not be squandered on Jerome. Had his opponent engaged in a fair duel, Legate had intended to match wits with magic. After all, modern craftsmanship had yet to reach the heights of later eras. Many aspects still relied on the human eye for targeting. If Jerome had commenced with evasive maneuvers, Legate would have found it challenging to aim accurately. Chapter 47. It is time to open one's eyes to the world. Gulp. Beholding the ravaged state of the common room and the unconscious form of Jerome on the ground, after swallowing hard, Michelle instinctively turned to her side to look at Legate. What did you just mean? Perhaps others had not noticed, but she had been observing the two of them intently throughout. The revelation that something capable of such formidable power was indeed crafted and produced by Muggles left Michelle's mind engulfed in silence. For Muggles, in their established perception, were merely a collection of rather foolish beings, easily toppled with the mere flick of a finger. I understand your astonishment, but it is indeed a weapon created by Muggles. After placing the Yokoheim color on her shoulder, Legate turned to the group of young wizards behind her, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Times are changing, and Muggles are continually advancing. I know many of you look down upon Muggle-born wizards, believing they are unworthy of studying magic. And those Muggles, who lack even the qualifications to learn magic, are regarded as nothing more than lowly ants. But remember, both wizards and Muggles can evolve. Although Muggles may not possess our enchanting magic, they have forged a path in technology. Weapons far more powerful than this one abound. It is high time you awaken from your dreams and open your eyes to the current world. Moreover, Muggle-born wizards are just like us. They are wizards too, possessing abilities akin to our own. Prejudice and arrogance lead to stagnation, while acceptance and humility foster progress. Given the rarity of this opportunity, Legate felt compelled to enlighten them. After all, she had never proclaimed Muggles as enemies. She merely sought to awaken the wizards lost in their dreams while promoting the notion of equality among all beings. Thus, even if word of today's events reached Dumbledore's ears, she remained unperturbed. The lingering dust, combined with the overhead lights, imbued Legate, who stood with her back to the crowd, with an inexplicable sense of destiny. This scene caused many Slytherin students to narrow their eyes in surprise. Yet, this was merely a small fraction of the young wizards present. Most wore veils of dissatisfaction, for Legate's words had encroached upon their interests, shattering illusions they had harbored for years. Those unwilling to confront reality often shifted their frustrations onto others. Thus, Legate became the target of resentment from some. To see the world with open eyes, Michelle thought, observing Legate's back, a complex mix of emotions flickering in her gaze. Truth be told, since their acquaintance, she had harbored a silent grudge, yearning for the day she could trample Legate beneath her feet, compelling her to kneel and sing of submission. Yet at that moment, Michelle could not help but acknowledge the vast chasm that lay between her and Legate. One was a delicate blossom nurtured in the sheltered confines of a greenhouse, while the other was a wildflower flourishing in the untamed wilderness. Though both were beautiful in their own right, the latter bore a wealth of tales. The deception has nearly reached its peak. It is time for me to withdraw. As the crowd exhibited a myriad of expressions, Legate was secretly calculating. He had misjudged the potency of the 4 rocket launchers. Although the lounge appeared unscathed on the surface, who could say what lay hidden beneath? To refurbish and repair everything would surely entail a substantial expenditure of galleons. While he was not lacking in wealth, he was no fool to squander it. After all, Jerome was still lying there. Whoever was apprehended first would be the unfortunate one. At worst, he could offer half the galleons, while the other party would contribute the other half. With the compensation from the Knott family looming, a modest outlay of galleons would not be an insurmountable burden. In this day and age, most house elves were not in the possession of Hogwarts or pureblood aristocrats. To find a quality one on the market was no easy feat. Who could enlighten me on what transpired here? Just as Legate contemplated making a discreet exit with Yuki, a furious roar abruptly seized everyone's attention. Following the sound, They beheld the coldly glowering figure of the Serpent King from Slytherin, standing ominously at the entrance of the lounge. Beside him stood a slightly breathless Draco and the murderously intent Sakura Matu. Meeting Snape's piercing gaze, Legate pointed to the unconscious form of Jerome on the ground. Headmaster. This was merely a light-hearted jest between Not and myself. Blah. CK. That night, the young wizards of Slytherin fully grasped the formidable power of the Serpent King's venom. For safety's sake, they also experienced what it was like to sleep on the floor of the Great Hall. The next day, during the lunch break, Legate inquired, "Have you made your decision?" Observing Yuyuki, who had recovered from her injuries due to recent upgrades, he gestured toward the forbidden forest not far away, which was home to a myriad of magical creatures, albeit perilous ones. If you were to venture inside, I cannot guarantee your safety. Reflecting on the moment when Jerome had sent her flying, Yuyuki vigorously waved her forelimbs, vowing that upon her emergence, she would ensure he received a profound lesson. Though fundamentally a homebody, she was still a girl. Thus, the incident of Jerome breaking her leg was indelibly etched in her heart. Once she reached her full potential, she was determined to repay that humiliation in kind. As for the reason to venture into the Forbidden Forest for training, Yuyuki Heise understood that remaining by Legate's side, indulging in luxuries, would spare her from any peril. Yet, having perused countless manga and novels, she recognized that true strength could only be attained through facing various adversities. Hence, to prevent a recurrence of past events, Yuyuki Heise resolutely declared her intention to undertake training in the Forbidden Forest. It seemed that if she could establish dominance in this foreboding realm, she would have successfully completed her quest to depart from the novice village. Very well, I respect your decision. Meanwhile, Legate retrieved a gemstone necklace from his ring, inscribed with a defensive enchantment meticulously engraved by Sakura, capable of absorbing a single lethal blow. Should she find herself overwhelmed, she could seek refuge at the forest's watchtower. While he would not obstruct Yuyuki Heise from slaying monsters and leveling up, he deemed it essential to provide some basic advice and preparation. After all, she was his companion, and losing her in battle would be a significant loss. Legate held no beliefs in destiny or the invincibility of protagonists. This was the real world, not a heartwarming fairy tale. Without proper preparation, one could easily meet a dire fate. Fear not, brother. Await my triumphant return. After fastening the gemstone necklace onto her spider legs, Yuyuki Heise swiftly ascended towards the Forbidden Forest, declaring, "Tremble, creatures of the forest, for I am coming." Observing Yuyuki Heise tumble and roll on the ground, ensnared by the necklace, Matu Sakura sighed in exasperation. Legate, I believe turning her into a potion might yield greater benefits. With her clumsy demeanor, she hardly seems destined to reach the conclusion of this tale. Let us hope she doesn't get devoured by some magical creature within mere minutes of entering the forest. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you may be right. After gently grasping Sakura's delicate hand, Legate turned to walk in the opposite direction. The girl's thoughts were easily discernible, and sometimes a bit of playful banter could effectively diffuse an invisible crisis. Oh well, perhaps I shall address that later. Feeling the warmth radiating from Legate's palm, Matu Sakura smiled as she wrapped her arm around his. After all, Yuyuki Heise was but a minor concern compared to the importance of cherishing her own little boyfriend. Friends, do not nurture her. She will not last long. Chapter 48. Flying class half an hour later at the Quidditch pitch. Naturally, my flying skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Reflecting on a day from years past, I exclaimed, wow. Fortunately, this group of children was relatively innocent. Watching Draco boast among a throng of young wizards, a playful smile graced Legate's face. Children, by nature, tend to indulge in exaggeration. In Draco's self-aggrandizing account, he claimed to have tamed a speeding airplane while riding a broomstick. Fortunately, the majority present were still students of Slytherin. Had the Gryffindor wizards arrived en masse, Draco's bravado would surely have been deflated. After all, setting aside the discussion of flight speed, the wind pressure generated by an aircraft in flight, coupled with the force of its engines, could easily disrupt the balance of a flying broomstick. As Legate listened with keen interest to Draco's boasts, Michelle suddenly approached them and inquired, "Legate, where has Rui gone?" After a night of urgent repairs, the Slytherin students had returned to their dormitories, and upon not finding Rui's presence, Michelle hastened to seek out Legate. As Rui's true owner, Legate should, in all likelihood, know her whereabouts. She mentioned she would spend some time in the Forbidden Forest. Legate replied calmly, meeting Michelle's evident concern. She also said not to worry, she might return after a while. Farewells are invariably the most poignant moments. Although initially viewing Michelle merely as a means of sustenance, after several days of interaction and witnessing Michelle's selfless determination to seek justice, Rui had come to regard her as a friend. This was precisely why she had asked Legate to convey a message. Otherwise, a tearful farewell would have undoubtedly weighed heavily on her tender heart for quite some time. I see, Michelle said, nodding with a hint of disappointment, preparing to turn away. The adorable, fluffy little creature would depart, leaving her to confront the darkness alone once more. Having spent such time with Rui, Michelle had genuinely come to cherish her endearingly clumsy demeanor. The thought of that hapless individual having to fend for herself stirred a twinge of worry within her. Just as Michelle was about to turn away, Legate produced a doll from her ring. Although somewhat unattractive in design, it was unmistakably crafted in Rui's likeness. This, Legate explained, is something she made for you before she left, fashioned painstakingly from spider silk. Handing the doll to Michelle, Legate cast a teasing glance her way. I recall you mentioned a fear of the dark. This should offer some comfort. I am not afraid of the dark, Michelle retorted, her cheeks flushing as she snatched the doll from Legate's hands and quickly made her way into the distance. She had never anticipated that her secret fear of darkness would be betrayed by Rui. Yet, as she felt the soft texture of the doll in her grasp, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. It seems that the dragon meat offered in recent days has not gone to waste. The little creature still holds a fondness for its offerings. This appears to be what is referred to as tsundere in legend. Watching Michelle briskly turn and depart, Sakura Matu smiled and glanced at Legate. Legate, do you fancy this type? No, such a demeanor is utterly exhausting, he replied, meeting Sakura's contemplative gaze. Legate gently tapped her on the head. Do not dwell on peculiar thoughts. You are already the best version of yourself. Tapping on the head will only make one foolish. Sometimes, being a little silly is quite delightful. At that moment, it seemed as though a few pink bubbles floated through the air surrounding the two. A little over 10 minutes later, with the official arrival of Madame Hooch, the eagerly anticipated flying lesson for the young wizards was about to commence. One cannot help but marvel at the peculiarity of talent. While Harry's aptitude for potions may be lacking, he possesses an extraordinary gift for flying. As most young wizards struggled to summon their brooms, he had already succeeded in awakening the one that lay on the ground. It was a full 10 seconds after Harry had successfully roused the broom that the remaining young wizards gradually completed their task. If Harry's talent belongs to the elite tier, able to summon brooms at will, then Draco and Legate and the others fall into the second tier, where brooms respond obediently. The majority of the remaining young wizards are classified in the third tier, finding it somewhat challenging to command their brooms. As for the fourth tier, only the utmost effort will coax the broom into compliance. Among this year's Slytherin and Gryffindor young wizards, there indeed exists a talent from the fourth tier. Indeed, it is none other than our familiar old actor, Ron Weasley. Despite his persistent attempts to lift the broom from the ground, it lay there as if drained of all enthusiasm. Regardless of the posture or the fervent shouts he employed, it remained a lifeless fish upon the floor. Damn it, how could this happen? Ron's frustration was palpable, especially as he watched Legate and the others succeed with such ease, which only intensified his irritation. Although there was no evidence regarding the potion class incident, Ron firmly believed that Legate had tampered with it. Witnessing his rival's success was more agonizing than if he had directly been vanquished. Do not rush, my child. Noticing that Ron was the only one yet to succeed, Madame Hooch patiently encouraged, calm your mind and treat them as friends. To be honest, in her many years of teaching, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Nevertheless, adhering to the principles of an exemplary educator, she patiently guided Ron through the necessary precautions. After all, for a witch, failing to ride a flying broomstick would be an exceedingly embarrassing predicament, particularly when the witch in question happens to be one's own student. Therefore, in order to avoid tarnishing her teaching career, Madame Hooch vowed that today, by any means necessary, she would successfully guide Ron through this daunting challenge. Come on, Ron. I believe you can do it. At that moment, noticing Ron's discomfort, Harry also began to offer verbal encouragement. Despite Ron's numerous shortcomings, he remained a dear friend, and Harry could not remain indifferent to his plight. I can do this, I definitely can. After a lengthy period of self-reassurance, Ron once again directed his commands at the broomstick on the ground. Up! With that command, the broomstick, which had previously lay as still as a dead fish, actually began to tremble. I did it. Witnessing the broom respond to his call, Ron's face radiated excitement as he clenched his fists. However, before he could revel in his triumph for more than a few seconds, an unexpected turn of events quietly unfolded. Chapter 49, Neville Flies Ah. As the broomstick came crashing down onto Ron Weasley's face, a piercing scream echoed throughout the Quidditch pitch. The force was tremendous, leaving a vivid red mark upon Ron's visage. The Slytherin wizards erupted in laughter. Ha ha! The Gryffindor wizards chimed in. What an embarrassment. Ron, Harry exclaimed. Amidst the varied reactions of the crowd, only Legate stole a glance at the nearby Sakura Matu. Noticing the amused glimmer in Legate's eyes, Sakura playfully stuck out her tongue. The previous potions class had been orchestrated by Legate, and she still had yet to settle the score with Ron. It seemed only fair to collect a small interest in this instance. Moreover, without her assistance, the class would have likely been delayed considerably due to Ron's struggles. Oh dear. Child, are you alright? Seeing Ron toppled to the ground by the broomstick, Madame Hooch hurried over to help him up. Do you need to go to the infirmary? She swore that after all her years teaching at Hogwarts, this was the first time she had witnessed a young wizard being attacked by a broomstick. No, I'm fine. Ron quickly shook his head, enduring the pain as he picked up the broom from the ground. They couldn't afford to buy a broomstick at home, so he was determined not to miss this rare opportunity for a free experience. Besides, despite the minor mishap, he had indeed managed to retrieve the broom, hadn't he? All right then, just be careful. Observing Ron's unwillingness to depart, Madame Hooch refrained from further comments. After designating Ron as a key subject for observation, she rose and approached the young wizards. Now that everyone had acquired their brooms, we shall officially commence today's lesson. Everyone, follow my lead and mount your brooms. Upon hearing my whistle, exert force with your legs. Once you stabilize your posture, you shall land safely. Do you all understand? Indeed. When it comes to their cherished individuals or pursuits, humans often exhibit a rare enthusiasm. Thus, even amidst two houses that are not particularly fond of each other, the desire to compete dissipated at this moment. Once they had all mounted their brooms in unison, their gazes turned towards Madame Hooch. However, surprises tend to strike unexpectedly. Before Madame Hooch could sound her whistle, a figure from the Gryffindor ranks soared into the air. More accurately, he was propelled skyward by his broom. Longbottom, what are you doing? Come down at once. Yes, come down quickly. You haven't even heard the start signal. Indeed. The one who had ascended was none other than the Gryffindor seeker. Due to overwhelming anxiety, his calves were twitching incessantly, inadvertently sending a false signal to the broom, indicating that Neville wished to take flight. I didn't mean to. The sudden liftoff, coupled with the cacophony of voices from the young wizards, left Neville's mind in a state of blank panic. He soon realized he was gradually losing control over his body. Despite his desperate attempts to grip the broom tightly, he found himself slipping downwards. At this point, he was nearly 40 feet above the ground, equivalent to about 192 meters. Falling from such a height could easily result in severe injury. As Neville plummeted from the sky, the young wizards on the ground instinctively shut their eyes. Many envisioned a scene where Neville transformed into an apple pie, Wingardium Leviosa, just as Neville was about 4 or 5 meters from the ground. Legate decisively cast a levitation charm, successfully slowing his descent. He then employed a summoning charm on Neville. While the levitation charm effectively reduced the speed of his fall, it could not completely prevent injury. However, when paired with the summoning charm, it could address this issue. It is well known that the summoning charm does not function like apparition, which allows the user to transcend spatial constraints. The essence of the summoning charm is to call an object from elsewhere to the caster's location, following a specific trajectory. Thus, once Neville was selected by the summoning charm, he swiftly soared towards Legate's position. Upon observing the situation, the majority of the young wizards had already taken evasive action. However, this world has never lacked individuals who delight in the misfortunes of others, such as Ron Weasley, who was initially disheartened by his lack of flying talent. Little did he know that in the next moment, Neville would create such a monumental blunder. Human beings are creatures most fearful of comparison, yet they find great pleasure in it. Witnessing Neville's foolishness, Ron's own frustrations began to dissipate quietly. After all, with Neville's mishap, he was no longer the most incompetent one. Caught up in the spectacle, Ron neglected to evade. By the time he fully comprehended the situation, Neville had already delivered a hefty slap to his face. Neville, are you all right? He inquired, disregarding Ron, who was spinning in confusion. After Legate had severed the magical force of the jinx, Neville promptly fell onto the ground. This incident was not intentional on Legate's part. After all, who could have anticipated that everyone would deftly avoid the spell while Ron would be foolishly stationed in the way? I'm fine, exclaimed Neville, overwhelmed with relief as he felt the solid ground beneath him, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Legate, you've helped me once again. Even at that moment, he understood who had intervened on his behalf. It's nothing, we are friends, after all. As he spoke, Legate reached out and pulled Neville up from the ground. Oh my goodness, are you all right, child? Mrs. Hooch, equally pale, hurried over to Neville and began to examine him. Once she confirmed that Neville was unharmed, she exhaled deeply, declaring, now, I shall lay down my broom and take Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. Also, Slytherin earns 30 points for Mr. Black's exceptional spell work. Mrs. Hooch, perhaps you should take Ron with you as well. Just as Mrs. Hooch intended to escort Neville to the infirmary, Harry arrived, supporting Ron. Due to their focus on Neville, no one had paid attention to Ron's condition until that moment. It was only then that they realized the extent of his injuries. Under the influence of gravitational acceleration, Neville's slap had proved devastating, transforming Ron's visage into that of a pig's head and causing several of his teeth to loosen. Indeed, Mrs. Hooch, I require the infirmary more than Neville does, Ron thought, gazing at Neville, who appeared unscathed. His heart brimmed with irritation and frustration. Although it was Neville who had fallen from the broomstick, he was the one left injured. However, after enduring Legate's antics multiple times, Ron had, to some extent, gained a modicum of wisdom. Despite his considerable displeasure, he refrained from voicing his grievances. After all, if one were to claim that Legate acted unjustly, it would imply that Neville ought not to be rescued. As for Neville's unfortunate predicament, he must simply accept his misfortune. Observing Ron's transformation into a pig's head, Madame Hooch instinctively gasped in shock. Come along, child. And the rest of you, hasten to put down your brooms. Until I return, no one is permitted to use a broom. Should anyone dare to defy this order, I shall mercilessly deduct points. Witnessing such a transformation firsthand, she mused that without intervention, the consequences could have been dire. She vowed that throughout her years teaching at Hogwarts, this was undoubtedly the most lackluster cohort of students she had ever instructed. Upon hearing Madame Hooch's candid warning, the young wizards reluctantly relinquished their brooms. The newly admitted students, much like adolescents in their early high school years, were easily susceptible to the teacher's leverage. The threat of point deductions carried the weight of a summons to their parents, a risk they were unwilling to entertain, especially given the unique stakes of this year's House Cup, which held extraordinary significance for both Slytherin and Gryffindor. Malfoy, drop what you are holding. Just as Madame Hooch prepared to escort the two away, Ron suddenly bellowed, pointing at Draco amidst the crowd. That is Neville's memory orb. What do you intend to do with it? Unable to contend with Legate, could he not confront Malfoy instead? As the saying goes, the person who knows you best may not necessarily be your friend. Rather, they could be your fiercest adversary. Based on Ron's previous encounters with Draco, he surmised that placing Draco in a vulnerable position would likely provoke some nefarious behavior. If Draco could be penalized by Madame Hooch, it would help restore Ron's reputation within Gryffindor. Moreover, and most crucially, it would serve to unveil Draco's true nature to Harry. Although Harry's demeanor was not overtly revealing, Ron sensed a subtle distance growing between them. Weasley, could you please shut your mouth? However, it was unfortunate that the Draco of today was no longer the Draco of yore. In response to Ron's shouting, he merely displayed impatience, digging at his ears before sauntering over to Neville and placing the memory orb in his hand. When attending outdoor classes, it is best to keep these items in your room. Ever since his conversation with Legate, Draco had penned numerous letters to Lucius. Through their exchanges, he gradually comprehended the true principles of the Malfoy family. Coupled with his continual study of the Muggle world's advancements, Draco came to a profound realization. A wizard's true foes do not originate from within, but rather from external ambitions and developments. Only by uniting the living forces among the wizards can they hope to progress further. Of course, Draco had no intention whatsoever of courting the dullard Ron. After all, there is a saying, one rotten apple spoils the barrel. In Draco's eyes, Ron Weasley was that foul, putrid apple. Thank you. Observing the memory orb that Draco had thrust into his embrace, Neville suddenly exclaimed, if the memory orb gets lost, my grandmother will surely be furious. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Draco. Previously, during their interactions, Neville had always been the target of mockery and bullying. Now, Draco's unexpected change in demeanor left him somewhat disconcerted. However, in Neville's view, this transformation was not without its merits, as it indicated that Draco would no longer torment him. No need for thanks. We ought to assist one another. After giving Neville's shoulder a reassuring pat, Draco cast a disdainful glance at Ron, who, unlike some individuals who incessantly screeched as if the world owed them a debt, had been a source of irritation to him since the very first day of school. Now, having finally found a justified opportunity to taunt him, Draco was not about to let it slip away. You. Faced with Draco's unabashed mockery, Ron felt as though he might explode with indignation. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Wasn't he, Draco, supposed to discard or destroy Neville's memory orb after being questioned? But now, it had been safely returned. Was he the only fool in this scenario? Noticing Ron's struggle to articulate a response, Harry stepped in to defuse the tension, saying, all right, Ron, perhaps you should head to the infirmary. Regardless of their differences, Ron was still his friend, and Harry couldn't simply stand by. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment, having witnessed both Legate and now Draco's antics. It was always Ron who instigated these situations. I understand. Sensing the subtle change in Harry's demeanor, Ron chose not to say more. After all, any further words would only serve to implicate him further. It was better to take his leave from this awkward predicament. Now you two, accompany me to the infirmary at once. With the farce concluded, Madame Hooch turned to lead them away. Her decision to abandon a lucrative Quidditch coaching position to teach at the woefully underpaid Hogwarts was largely motivated by her desire for gossip. After all, apart from Hufflepuff, the other three houses were perpetually at odds with one another. Each time she attended class, it felt akin to experiencing a live broadcast. As Madame Hooch led Neville and Ron away, the small wizards in the arena began to stir restlessly, particularly the young wizards from Muggle families, who were almost itching to take to the skies. After all, aside from a few acrophobes, no one could resist the exhilarating joy that flight offered. If one wished to play, then let them indulge, as long as they didn't go too wild. Observing Draco's pitiful expression, Legate waved at him with a smile, cautioning him not to soar too high, lest my score fall short of your deductions. To him, the House Cup was of little consequence. Rather than obsess over such ephemeral accolades, it was far more rewarding to bring joy to those who cared. After all, he was daily accruing points for Slytherin, so allowing Draco a bit of flight was of no concern. What could he do? Although he was not a Gryffindor, one could not resist the allure of abundant points. Chapter 51. Rules are meant to be broken. Thank you, Legate. I knew you were the best. Upon receiving Legate's permission to take flight, Draco's excitement was palpable, and he prepared to embrace him. However, before Draco could act, a familiar chill enveloped him once more. I'm off to play now. Casting a sidelong glance at the quietly smiling Sakura, who stood behind Legate, Draco swiftly seized his broom and made a hasty retreat. Who knows what might transpire if he lingered any longer? For the sake of his own safety, it was better to sacrifice Legate instead. Sakura, would you like to join in the fun? Observing Draco's hasty exit, Legate turned to the nearby Sakura with a smile. The possessiveness that emanated from a lovesick heart always brought a sense of comfort. No, it's fine. I'll stay here with you. After retracting her gaze from Draco, Sakura obediently stood beside Legate. Rather than waste time flying aimlessly, it was much more enjoyable to remain close to the young man. Moreover, having spent considerable time with Legate, she sensed that he did not particularly enjoy flying on broomsticks. Thus, she had grown fond of the idea of avoiding such a tool. After all, as long as Legate could complete that spell, the presence of a broomstick was irrelevant. Shall we find a place to rest for a while? As Legate spoke, he glanced at the eager Slytherin young wizards. If you wish to play, then go ahead, but do not fly too high, understood? The law does not penalize the crowd. If Draco were to fly alone, it could very well backfire. However, allowing a group of Slytherin young wizards to take flight meant that even if Madame Hooch were to become angry later, her ire would not be directed solely at one individual. Long live Black. Long live. Marvelous. Blake, I shall bear you a child. Sakura Matu, my hands are itching. My wand can barely be restrained. As the invisible prefect of Slytherin's first year, Legate's words carried the weight of a royal decree. Now that permission has been granted for their ascent, they are free to frolic without restraint. Legate, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Observing the Slytherin wizards gradually taking to the skies, Hermione hastened to their side and whispered, if Professor McGonagall sees this, we might be in trouble. As one of the few astute minds in Gryffindor, she sensed Legate's standing among these young Slytherins. Should Professor McGonagall become enraged, Legate, as the leader, would undoubtedly face repercussions. Thus, as a good friend, she felt it necessary to offer a word of caution. Do not fret so much, they know their limits. Besides, I have earned so many points for the house that a little indulgence now and then is permissible. Meeting Hermione's slightly anxious gaze, Legate smiled and gestured toward her broomstick. Gryffindor is never lacking in the courage to bend the rules. You have amassed so many points for Gryffindor. A little whimsy now and then is not unwarranted. Having resolved to invest in Hermione's development, he intended to shape her into the person he envisioned. Encouraging her to break free from the constraints she had always adhered to was the first step in his transformation plan. After all, every endeavor begins with a first time and continues with countless repetitions. Once one begins to defy the rules, those very rules cease to bind. Listening to Legate's mildly enticing words, Hermione found herself momentarily wavering. Though she was typically quite rational, the allure of the broomstick, a novel experience, ignited her desire to explore. After all, brooms on the market were far from inexpensive, and her supply of wizarding currency was limited. Rather than spend her funds on a broomstick, she would prefer to invest in an array of books. Thus, the opportunity to experience a broomstick for free was not one she wished to forfeit lightly. A bit of indulgence could effectively alleviate her stress. Observing Hermione's conflicted expression, Legate pointed to several Gryffindor students already taking flight. Even if you hesitate, it seems Professor McGonagall won't spare Gryffindor either. Indeed, Hermione, if you wish to fly, then fly. At that moment, Sakura Matu, sensing Legate's intentions, stepped forward to add, moreover, with so many Gryffindors attempting it, what right do you, the point champion of Gryffindor, have to refrain from experiencing this? Due to Hermione's remarkable participation in class, frequently raising her hand to answer the teacher's questions, she had earned the title of point champion among the Slytherin young wizards. Had it not been for Legate and Sakura Matu standing firm in their first year, they would have surely been psychologically scarred by Hermione. After all, the vast majority of young wizards could not possibly review all the material in their textbooks beforehand. You are indeed correct. Why should I remain confined below? As she gazed at the Gryffindor students frolicking in midair, the steadfast principles Hermione had long upheld began to crumble at that moment. Why should she toil tirelessly for the sake of the house, while these others felt at liberty to create mischief? Having already accrued a considerable number of points for Gryffindor, a little indulgence seemed entirely justified. If anyone dared to speak out of turn, she would simply throw those points back in their face. Go ahead and play, but be mindful not to fly too high. Seeing that Hermione had been swayed by their words, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Legate's eyes. As things stood, the first phase of Hermione's transformation plan had succeeded, and perhaps soon they could initiate the second phase. The notion of a saintly heart was rather bothersome, especially when it came to teamwork. Thus, the ultimate goal of the second phase was to encourage Hermione to abandon her unnecessary saintliness. Kindness is not a sin, but becoming overly saintly certainly is. Legate did not wish to find himself unexpectedly undermined by Hermione's misguided benevolence when executing certain plans in the future. All right, I understand. After exchanging cheerful nods with Legate and Sakura, Hermione excitedly grabbed her broom and dashed off to the side. It is worth noting that Hogwarts uniforms consist of standardized robes. While this may not pose much of an issue for boys, girls occasionally need to be more cautious. Therefore, finding a discreet spot to mount the broom was indeed a crucial step. Legate, let us find a place to rest. Observing Hermione's hasty departure, Sakura Matu turned to Legate. Though she did not explicitly mention her earlier assist, her expression clearly conveyed 2 words: praise me. Very well, let us head to the nearby stands. After affectionately ruffling Sakura's silky hair, Legate took her hand and walked towards the stands not far away. All right, savoring the warm sensation from above, Sakura half closed her eyes and nodded in enjoyment. Everyone's pursuits differ, and thus their desires vary as well. For Sakura, Legate's gentle gesture surpassed all else in the world, aside from the occasional hugs and lifts. As the two made their way to the stands, Draco began to plot his own schemes. Chapter 52, The Roar of the Lion King, though late, arrives at this moment, within the Gryffindor camp. Witnessing even the usually rule-abiding Hermione secretly take flight filled Harry's heart with an overwhelming sense of longing. Due to the recent misadventure in Snape's class, Gryffindor had suffered a significant deduction in points. Consequently, despite his fervent desire to experience the thrill of flight, Harry resolutely stifled this yearning. After all, the primary distinction between him and Ron Weasley lay in their shared sense of shame. Harry faced his past mistakes with courage, striving to amend them. Harry, would you like to fly? Just as Harry endeavored to divert his attention, a voice unexpectedly resonated from above. Looking up, he beheld Draco Malfoy skillfully maneuvering a broomstick, descending gradually before him. Observing Draco land a short distance away, a complex expression flitted across Harry's face. Had it not been for Ron's interference, perhaps he and Draco could have forged a friendship, particularly in recent times. Draco's amiable demeanor towards his fellow wizards only deepened Harry's sense of regret over their missed opportunity for camaraderie. Feel free to call me Draco, my friends do. As Draco dismounted his broom and approached Harry, he inquired, shall we fly together? I noticed you summoned your broom quite effortlessly, while soaring through the sky. Draco had keenly observed Harry's subtle movements. With Ron absent, Draco seized the rare chance to forge a connection. Can I? Harry hesitated, his gaze flickering to Draco's outstretched hand. However, recalling their previous unpleasant encounters, he suppressed the budding inclination. The thoughts of youth are often intricate. He harbored the desire to befriend Draco, yet their past misunderstandings, largely instigated by Ron, loomed as obstacles, thwarting his intentions. Come on, otherwise, class will be over soon. Noticing the conflict on Harry's face, Draco grasped his right arm. How about a race? Let us zip around the Quidditch pitch. Hesitation was not in Draco's nature. When one desires something, one must strive to seize it. All right. Sensing the enthusiasm and sincerity in Draco's words, Harry cast aside his doubts. Since Draco appeared unbothered, to continue hesitating would be overly dramatic. Moreover, the prospect of forming a friendship with Draco was something Harry genuinely yearned for. Legate, it seems those two might be breaking some rules, observed Sakura, who tugged at Legate's sleeve as she watched the pair darting through the center of the Quidditch pitch. But don't you think Draco has a certain fondness for Potter? He seems especially patient with him. To protect her beloved young boyfriend within the realm of British culture, it is imperative to eliminate all potential threats. By binding Draco and Harry together, the risks she faces will be significantly diminished. Subsequently, subtle hints towards Legate will further alleviate the crisis posed by the gentlemen of Britain. Perhaps it is time to inform Aunt Narcissa. Meeting the gaze of Sakura Matu, whose eyes shimmered with an inexplicable brilliance, Legate gently rested his head on her shoulder, expressing, I feel a bit weary. Please wake me before class ends. He was acutely aware of the girl's secret musings, even if Sakura had not mentioned it. His interest in Draco was non-existent. After all, he had no aspirations of becoming a plumber for a public restroom. However, since Sakura wished to stir things up a bit, Legate chose to remain silent. Sometimes, unspoken understandings between two individuals can indeed deepen their bond. All right, you rest well, he said. After slightly raising his shoulder to make Legate more comfortable, Sakura retrieved a blanket from her ring. Once she draped it over him, she quietly resumed her reading. Though few words were exchanged, the slight curl of her lips indicated that Sakura was in splendid spirits. As time passed, the young wizards became increasingly exuberant. Naturally, the Slytherin wizards did not forget Legate's earlier words. Hence, despite their desire to experience a thrill of speed and excitement, they exercised restraint. As for the Gryffindor cubs, lacking the guidance of a Lion King, they were utterly wild. Yet, Untrained young wizards could hardly control the soaring velocity of their flying broomsticks. During one rapid ascent and descent, the mischievous Seamoose Finnegan lost his grip on his broom, tumbling to the ground in a comical manner. Fortunately, the height from which he fell was not great, resulting in little more than a sore backside. "No, my broom," he lamented, watching as his broom sped away. Ignoring the pain in his rear, he scrambled to his feet and exclaimed in a near wail, "I'm doomed. I'll surely be expelled from Hogwarts." It was well known that although he often caused a ruckus in class, it was always within manageable limits. However, losing a broom was beyond what he could bear. Despite his mother being a witch, their finances were far from ample. Thus, the thought of having to pay for a broom would lead to a significant financial strain on their already modest household. Moreover, the most crucial point remains that his Ree is undoubtedly destined to be soundly thrashed. The mere thought of a combined assault from his own parents sent Shimo to tears, exclaiming, "How can I possibly survive without you? Sweeper? Return swiftly, for my tears are flowing. Draco, I must assist Shimo." Upon hearing the heart-wrenching wails of his roommate, Harry immediately adjusted the direction of his broomstick. "Harry, you cannot leave the Quidditch pitch." As Harry swiftly approached the out-of-control broom, Draco's expression betrayed a growing anxiety. While he acknowledged Harry's remarkable flying talent, this was, after all, the latter's first encounter with a flying broom. Should the broom go awry outside the Quidditch pitch, he was uncertain of his ability to rescue him. However, it soon became evident that Draco's concerns were unfounded. In less than a minute, Harry returned with the unruly broom in hand. Just as Draco was about to breathe a sigh of relief, an irate voice plunged everyone into icy silence. "How dare you?" Professor McGonagall, her excitement still evident on Harry's face, attempted to suppress her fury as she coldly declared, "Everyone dismount at once. And Mr. Potter, you shall accompany me to the office. The lion may arrive late, but he arrives nonetheless. A cat masquerading as a lion seems hardly objectionable." Chapter 53, Draco, my board member father, I should have found a way to prevent this. As he watched Harry being escorted away by Professor McGonagall, a tinge of worry and guilt surfaced on Draco's face. "No, I must seek my father's assistance. If only I had managed to stop Harry earlier, this predicament could have been avoided." In a moment of determination to protect his hard-won friend, Draco resolved to exercise the privileges granted by his father's position. "Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy shall protect you. Not even Dumbledore himself could expel him from Hogwarts." Has Draco truly lost his senses? Witnessing Draco turn to head toward the birdhouse, Legate, somewhat exasperated, placed a hand on his shoulder. Aside from rare exceptions, this was the first time he had seen Draco so earnest. Though he had frequently mentioned my board member father, he had never truly exploited any privileges. Yet, now, to shield Harry from punishment, Draco had willingly breached this unspoken rule. If this were a scenario in a romantic drama, it would undoubtedly depict a wealthy heir fiercely defending his beloved. Legate recalled a potion that could alter one's gender. Perhaps he could inquire whether it would transform Harry into Hallie. The question remained whether Draco would maintain his current fervor should Harry become Hallie. "What troubles you, Legate? If you do not hurry, we shall." Observing the hand resting firmly on his shoulder, Draco turned with an expression of acute anxiety. Yet, before he could articulate his concerns, Legate patted his shoulder once more, reassuring him that Harry would be fine. How could that possibly be the case? After all, he had been taken by Professor McGonagall. Perhaps you are unaware, but Professor McGonagall is an ardent Quidditch enthusiast. So what if she enjoys Quidditch? As Draco spoke, his eyes widened in realization. "Legate, are you suggesting that Professor McGonagall intends to bend the rules?" Regardless of how one interprets this, the notion seems utterly implausible. After all, Professor McGonagall is renowned for her strict adherence to regulations. Gryffindors are never lacking in the courage to defy rules, so how could McGonagall possibly be so rigidly conventional? Noting Draco's bewildered expression, Legate pointed to the discarded broomstick on the ground. "And do you think that as a Quidditch fan, Professor McGonagall would relinquish the chance to secure a victory for her house team? One must understand that her obsession with Quidditch rivals that of certain internet-addicted youths from a past life. Especially upon encountering a rare talent like Harry, it would be impossible for her to restrain herself. If she did not take the initiative to provide Harry with an advantage, Legate would begin to suspect that she had been possessed by another spirit. This implies that Harry might join the Quidditch team as a first-year student. Upon realizing that Professor McGonagall might indeed break the rules, Draco's emotions became exceedingly complicated. To put it simply, he was both fearful of his brother's potential struggles and envious of his possible triumphs. He did not wish for Harry to face punishment, yet he was anxious about the prospect of him joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Goodness, has this child been rendered utterly speechless? Observing Draco muttering to himself in a low voice, Legate shrugged and departed the pitch with Sakura Matu. In order to attain so-called privileges, one must pay a certain price. If Draco truly managed to secure Harry's safety through Lucius, there would undoubtedly be many who would harbor resentment in secret. After all, strictly speaking, Harry, as a member of Gryffindor, was naturally at odds with the young wizard from Slytherin. Thus, if Draco were to use his privileges to assist Harry, it would evoke a sense of betrayal. To ensure that his younger cousin faced no covert obstacles and enjoyed a reasonably conducive learning environment, Legate, as a cousin, felt compelled to intervene. Although they were merely cousins, blood is indeed thicker than water. Several minutes later, Draco pondered, Legate, do you truly believe Harry? Just as Draco finally emerged from his turmoil and sought to further confirm the current situation with Legate, he realized that Legate had already vanished without a trace. The scene was devoid of life. Not a single hair remained, it seemed. Accompanied by the timely whisper of the breeze, an inexplicable chill enveloped the scene. Draco's lips curled in a wry smile as he surveyed the barren landscape before him. Just as he was about to retreat to the dormitory in search of Legate, a delicate pair of hands unexpectedly settled upon his shoulder. Moments later, within the confines of an empty classroom, Draco's skepticism surfaced after hearing Michelle's lengthy exposition. So, all this talk is merely to establish a gathering that even Legate himself is oblivious to? He queried, his brows furrowing. I recall that you two were at odds. What has transpired? Since the invisible head boy selection at the beginning of their academic journey, Michelle and Legate had maintained an adversarial relationship, primarily due to Michelle's unilateral disdain for Legate. This discord was hardly a secret among the first-year Slytherins. Yet, what puzzled Draco was the stark contradiction. The very Michelle who had been dismissive of Legate now proposed to form a gathering centered around him. Had he not still sensed the lingering essence of Harry upon his palm, Draco would have thought he was ensnared in a dream. Indeed, Legate was insufferable. Yet Michelle clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she retorted, but one cannot deny that he has far surpassed us. Ever since Legate unveiled the truth in the Slytherin common room and demonstrated its potency, Michelle had embarked on a journey of contemplation. She pondered the existence of muggles, the so-called half-blood wizards, and the notion of pure-blood wizards. Previously, under the long-standing influence of her family, she had believed that the core of the wizarding world could only be composed of purebloods, viewing half-bloods merely as subservient to them. As for muggles, they were deemed the most worthless of all. However, Legate shattered this conception. Muggles were no longer the playthings of wizards. They had emerged as formidable hunters, armed and ready. Although Michelle did not foresee a scenario in which wizards would be defeated by muggles, the rapid advancement of muggles was alarming. The future held uncertainties she could not fathom. Meanwhile, the wizarding community languished in complacency, so much so that most wizards, upon graduating from Hogwarts, could barely muster the will to don armor. The wizarding world was in a state of lethargy while muggles surged forward in progress. In this tug-of-war, could wizards truly rest easy about their future? Chapter 54. The Purification Society. As for the answer to this question, Michelle remained uncertain, or perhaps she feared to confront the truth. However, she recognized the necessity for change. The strength of one individual was insufficient. Only by uniting the efforts of many could significant accomplishments be achieved. Thus, Michelle resolved to leverage Legate's name to gather like-minded young witches and wizards who shared her vision. As for why the name of Legate is invoked, it is undoubtedly because that night's revelation left an indelible impression on the hearts of many young wizards. Michelle had also attempted to attract followers using her own name, but the outcome was far from favorable. As a gregarious species, humanity naturally harbors an inclination to gravitate towards strength. Legate has inadvertently become a figurehead in the minds of numerous young wizards. Thus, by adopting her name, Michelle seeks to unite these individuals. So Malfoy, what are your thoughts? As she spoke, Michelle extended her right hand towards Draco, inviting him to join their Purification Society and contribute to the future of the wizarding world. Draco, upon seeing Michelle's outstretched hand, did not respond immediately. Under Lucius's intense tutelage in recent days, he had transformed from the naive boy he once was. Although Michelle's decision appeared to be highly favorable to Legate, expanding her influence and establishing her as a leader of a formidable faction, there existed a crucial factor. If the means to address potential issues were not thoroughly considered or preemptively mitigated, the formation of this organization could yield not advantages for Legate, but rather an array of unforeseen troubles. Before making a decision, I wish to clarify one matter. Draco met Michelle's fervent gaze, inquiring about the prerequisites for joining this so-called Purification Society and the nature of its regulations. Additionally, a significant question arose. Why had she not informed Legate of this endeavor? Without rules, chaos ensues. While it is indeed wise to unite all available forces, sometimes certain individuals are not worth the effort. Should someone join the society and, under its banner, cause chaos, would that not render Legate a mere scapegoat? Draco was reluctant to see Legate unwittingly assume the role of the leader of a dark wizarding society without her knowledge. Rest assured, Malfoy, I am not an ignorant fool. Meeting Draco's scrutinizing gaze, Michelle confidently replied, I have divided the Purification Society into two factions. One segment comprises the core members responsible for strategic planning, essentially the leadership. The remaining faction consists of peripheral members tasked with executing missions, following orders issued by the leaders. Upon accumulating a certain level of contributions, peripheral members may ascend to internal status. However, whether internal or external, all members must vow an unbreakable oath. Should anyone exploit the organization's name for nefarious deeds, they will immediately forfeit their life. As for why I have not informed Legate, I intend to reveal this news once the organization has attained a significant scale. By that time, even if he wished to abstain from becoming involved in this matter, I would find a way to have him take over the organization. Although Muggles lack understanding of magic, their societal structure is far more robust. Michelle's framework for categorization has largely drawn inspiration from a certain unsuccessful art student. Due to time constraints, she merely outlined a general structure, intending to gradually expand and refine it when time and personnel allow. Furthermore, should I disclose this information to Legate now, and he expresses disinterest in forming this association, Michelle's own influence would render the task of establishing a new association exceedingly challenging. She is unwilling to wait for such a prolonged period. Moreover, once the numbers and influence reach a certain threshold, it would matter little whether Legate is on board or not, though it would still be prudent to consult him. Ultimately, the core of the Purification Association's construction is fundamentally built around Legate. Additionally, the existence of an unbreakable vow would ensure that its members would not act out of turn. Their aim is to bring reform to the wizarding world, not to incite unnecessary turmoil. Reform can be achieved through various means beyond mere force, cannot it? Very well. I accept your invitation. Upon hearing Michelle's words, Draco promptly grasped her right hand, asking, "Shall we now find someone to establish the vow?" Words alone can be spoken by anyone, yet not all are inclined to act upon them. Despite Michelle's eloquent discourse, who can truly ascertain how others will behave? Thus, for the sake of caution, Draco deemed it wiser to make the vow in person. After all, once the pact is established, any ulterior motives Michelle might harbor would become irrelevant. It is important to note that an unbreakable vow differs significantly from the unbreakable vow of loyalty. The latter allows for rule-breaking without dire consequences and can be undone, while the former is irrevocable and triggers instant fatal repercussions upon violation. Very well, Macmillan. You shall preside over this ceremony. After nodding to a quiet boy in the classroom, Michelle turned her gaze back to Draco, welcoming him into their fold. Norris Macmillan, the second son of the Macmillan family, one of the Sacred 28. As the younger son of the Macmillan patriarch, he had not inherited familial rights and had thus lived a rather aimless existence for many years. However, upon witnessing Legate's prowess, he resolved to follow in his footsteps. Not only for the future of the wizarding world, but also for his own selfish desires. He no longer wished to be a mere idler. "Call me Draco," he said, surveying the young wizards around him. "Let us strive together for a brighter future." Surrounding Draco were several young wizards, including numerous Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Aside from the pureblood families of Slytherin, this diversity ignited a flicker of hope within him regarding the future development of their organization. After all, the ability to abandon the so-called pureblood ideology hinted at significant changes, did it not? "For the future of the wizarding world," exclaimed Michelle. A chorus of young wizards echoed her sentiment. For the future of the wizarding world. Observing the sudden fervor among these young wizards, Draco found himself at a loss. Uncertain whether to feel joy or to flee. At that moment, he experienced an uncanny sense of déjà vu as he prepared to sign a contract with Michelle. Meanwhile, within the hidden common room of Slytherin, Legate continued his studies of ancient runes, as Sakura had gone to attend supplementary lessons with Snape. At this juncture, he had begun to harness the power of the runes, yet he struggled to wield it with the same fluidity as his innate magical abilities. Consequently, each exertion of rune power demanded considerable time and effort. This, it seemed, was an inherent flaw of ancient magic. The lengthy preparation made it susceptible to being interrupted by adversaries. "Alas, it appears I must seek out a proficient teacher," he mused. After placing his rune materials aside, Legate's gaze fell upon a locked drawer. The mere sight of it ignited a familiar itch within him. Previously, during his encounter with the corpulent Jerome Nate, he had seemingly earned a chance to draw from the mysterious powers. Since he was currently unable to further enhance his mastery of the runes, he thought it prudent to test his luck with a single draw. What if fortune smiled upon him? The thought of glittering rewards spurred him into action. Having completed all necessary preparations, he addressed the system. "System, exchange the can of herring for me." Compared to a direct draw, utilizing the items he had previously acquired could potentially increase his chances of obtaining something valuable. Though he firmly believed himself to be a harbinger of good fortune, Legate's body remained remarkably honest. After all, having spent considerable time in Africa, certain habits became ingrained. Beep. Non-equivalent exchange. Drawing initiated. Please wait a moment. Master, the system chimed. "Congratulations, Master. You have successfully exchanged for the bloodline of the blue spirit grass from the world of Ch. Tang. I understand, and you understand." The item had now been placed in the system's repository, so he should take note of it. By the heavens, Legate exclaimed, gazing at the blue spirit grass bloodline in the system's repository. Rather than feeling elated, curiosity enveloped him regarding the current state of Tang Yi, who had been transformed by the Herring-Can exchange. Chapter 55, Merge, Merge, Merge. In the student dormitory of the Nibby world, sitting cross-legged on his bed, Tang Yi felt a flicker of joy in his eyes as he sensed the rising levels of his spirit attachment. Finally, he had managed to meet his teacher's expectations, having painstakingly restored his power to the 12th level after a year of relentless cultivation. Reflecting on the time when the spirit awakening ceremony concluded, he recalled how his own father, Tang Ritian, nearly struck him down in disbelief, unable to accept that his own son could be such a failure. Nevertheless, Tang Yi's blood coursed through his veins, and in the end, Tang Ritian could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow, instead choosing to cast him off to a somewhat reputable figure, Gang. After all, he had no desire to raise this son and thought it best to start anew with a different identity. The reason for leaving him with Gang instead of abandoning him outright was merely a curiosity to see if the boy could eventually yield any surprises. Despite Tang Yi's lack of innate talent, his character was commendable. Who knows, perhaps fortune would smile upon him, and he might find a worthy ally in the future. Yet, when confronted with Tang Ritian's demands, Gang was filled with reluctance, believing Tang Yi held no value. However, facing a being capable of crushing him with a single hand, he had no choice but to reluctantly accept the responsibility. Although Tang Yi had been stripped of all his spirit attachment levels during his awakening, his rank had always been derived from diligent internal cultivation. Thus, even with a spirit attachment level of 0, he was not incapacitated like others. However, due to his meridians being obstructed by a slimy substance, his rate of cultivation had been reduced to less than half of his original potential. Despite cultivating day and night, he could only progress slightly faster than the average individual. Spirit Hall, the day I become powerful shall be the day of your demise, he proclaimed. In that moment, Tang Yi summoned the blue luminescent grass spirit within him. Remembering Yu Gongong's earlier teachings, he grew increasingly eager for the day when he could fully cultivate the blue luminescent grass spirit. At that time, with 2 spirits by his side, he could easily deal with anyone he chose. Yet, just as Tang Yi was lost in his reverie of a promising future, the blue luminescent grass in his hand, which had been exuding a fragrant aroma, inexplicably began to emit a foul stench. This noxious odor was overwhelming, reminiscent of a decayed animal carcass. Simultaneously, Tang Yi sensed something of great significance within him was gradually vanishing. However, before he could investigate further, the other occupants in the dormitory were roused from their slumber by the unbearable stench. No, who has defiled the dormitory? The stench is unbearable. Indeed, it is so revolting that I am on the verge of retching. Please, someone step outside. At that moment, a girl nearest to Tang Yi sensed something amiss. She rose with a hint of suspicion and approached Tang Yi, instinctively wrinkling her nose. In the next instant, unable to contain herself, she vomited directly onto him. Exclaiming in distress, "Did you fall into the toilet? Why does it smell so foul?" Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Legate gazed at the blue, ethereal grass bloodline stored within the system's repository, hesitant to merge with it immediately. Within the pureblood families of the Wizarding world, particularly among the Sacred 28, there exists a tale. It speaks of ancestors who chose to merge with the bloodlines of various magical creatures. Although the precise methods of merging have faded into the annals of time, nearly every family possesses some record of similar occurrences in their history. However, as the years have passed, the current Sacred 28 pureblood families have become scarcely distinguishable from ordinary wizards. The magical creature bloodlines within them have long since diluted and are nearing exhaustion, perhaps due to his status as a traveler. Legate still retains a faint trace of magical creature bloodline within himself. Though it has thinned to almost imperceptibility, this remnant still bestows several advantages upon him, such as heightened senses and refined magical perception. As for the magical creature bloodline merged by the Black family, it naturally corresponds to the creature depicted in their crest, a dog. Or rather, a giant wolf to be precise. System, will merging with this bloodline have any adverse effects? Legate inquired, shifting his gaze from the system repository to pose the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. If absorbing the blue ethereal grass bloodline were to taint the Black lineage, he would prefer to leave it in the repository to gather dust. After all, the latter undeniably offers him tangible benefits, while the former's advantages remain uncertain. Although he is a gambler at heart, he possesses a modicum of rational judgment. Playing without stakes is mere amusement. Wagering one's life and fortune is folly. After testing, the blue ethereal grass bloodline is classified as a lineage of wit spirits, characterized by its gentle and stable nature. Merging with this bloodline will not result in adverse effects. Furthermore, upon merging with this bloodline and acquiring the title of Child of Nature, one's cultivation speed in lush, forested areas will increase exponentially. As a system with impeccable ratings, it could not possibly engage in actions detrimental to its host. Although the items drawn are randomly selected, the ultimate effects are determined by this final output. If it does not pose any adverse effects, then let us proceed with the fusion. After listening to the system's analysis, Legate promptly made his decision. As long as it does not interfere with his inherent black bloodline, there was no reason for him to hesitate. Moreover, the prospect of accelerating his cultivation in a lush environment was something Legate was reluctant to relinquish. With the passage of time and the increase in magical potency, advancing further in his training would become increasingly arduous. Thus, when an opportunity to possess a natural accelerator presented itself, how could Legate possibly let it slip away? Beginning fusion now. As the system's cold notification resonated, Legate felt a gentle warmth coursing through his body. This comforting sensation was reminiscent of the ultimate technique of the 88th technician, prompting an involuntary sigh of pleasure from Legate. But in the next instant, the 88th technician unexpectedly transformed into an elderly figure, employing the long-lost lightning poison dragon drill. The sudden and excruciating pain caused Legate to collapse to the ground. At that moment, it felt as though countless needles were piercing his flesh. Legate. At that very moment, Sakura Matu, who had just concluded her studies with Snape, heard the anguished cries emanating from the room. Swiftly retrieving her wand concealed within her arm, she cast the unlocking spell to open the tightly shut door. However, upon witnessing the scene within the room, Sakura was rendered utterly speechless. Simultaneously, a thick, inky black mist began to emanate from around her body. Chapter 56. The bloodline of the Black family. From Sakura's perspective, she saw at the center of the room a petite girl with delicate silver hair. Her features both beautiful and spirited. However, the most critical detail was that this girl was clad in Legate's attire. Each of Legate's garments bore a badge crafted by Sakura, allowing her to recognize the owner of the clothing with a mere glance. A solitary man and woman, with the anguished Legate. In that moment, countless crimson visions flooded Sakura's mind. Who are you? Gazing at the silver-haired girl seated on the floor, Sakura's expression darkened to the utmost degree. Where was Legate, and what had she done to him? Had she not been unable to find any trace of Legate in the room, she would have unleashed a green curse the moment she entered. What are you saying, Sakura? Feeling the pain gradually dissipating from his body, Legate staggered to his feet. Who knows what had just transpired? Everything had seemed fine at the outset, yet it had devolved into a torment akin to torture. Were it not for his exceptional spiritual resilience, Legate might have lost consciousness in an instant. Legate? As the youthful voice emerged from the girl's lips, Matu Sakura's expression momentarily faltered. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly approached and pressed her nose against the other's neck. Sakura, what are you doing? That tickles. Feeling the warm breath wafting from her neck, Legate, with a hint of helplessness, lifted the girl's head. And why do you look so peculiar? The lingering pain in his body clouded Legate's mind, leaving him not entirely alert. Thus, he did not ponder deeply upon Matu Sakura's series of strange actions. Legate, is it truly you? Upon confirming that the person before her was indeed Legate, Matu Sakura pursed her lips and retrieved a mirror from her ring. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Though she was uncertain why he had transformed in such a manner, Matu Sakura, once fully calm, recognized through subtle details that the individual before her was unmistakably Legate. Additionally, as someone who had spent countless days and nights with him, she was well acquainted with Legate's unique scent. Every individual emanates a distinct fragrance due to their dietary habits and lifestyle, and Legate's aroma bore a sweet hint reminiscent of slightly tart apples. This was a result of the potion and culinary art she had gradually nurtured within him, something others could scarcely hope to replicate. With these two details in mind, Matu Sakura was largely convinced of Legate's identity. Mirror, what about it? Just as Legate was still puzzled by Sakura's intentions, he suddenly caught sight of his own reflection in the mirror. After several confirmations that the figure within was indeed himself, he helplessly covered his forehead. It seemed that while he had been discussing Michelle, he had unexpectedly turned into her counterpart. A few minutes later. So, Legate, did you transform like this because you activated the hidden bloodline within you? After listening to Legate's vague recounting of events, Matu Sakura curiously ran her fingers through his silver hair. But hasn't your appearance changed rather drastically? Though his features still bore a faint resemblance to his former self. The long silver hair paired with his somewhat delicate features could easily lead one to mistake him for a girl. Were it not for the knowledge that Legate would surely disapprove, Matu Sakura would have earnestly wished to examine him thoroughly. After all, while a pure white lily is beautiful, it ultimately lacks a touch of fervor. Noticing the inexplicable glint in Matu Sakura's eyes, Legate gently tapped her head. Don't think about those nonsensical things. I've merely undergone a slight alteration in appearance. According to the indications on the system panel, he was now aware of the current circumstances. The bloodline of the blue ghost grass inherently symbolized vibrant vitality. Upon entering Legate's body, the blue ghost grass awakened the dormant Finra bloodline within him. While other sacred pure-blood families of the 28 might have harmonized with the neutral essence of the blue ghost grass, the legendary Finra, a mythical beast from Norse tales, posed a different challenge. Fenrir, the terrifying wolf of Norse mythology, is the offspring of the malevolent god Loki and the giantess Angerboda. It is said that Fenrir's immense size could span the heavens. He even devoured Odin, the father of the gods, during Ragnarok. However, these accounts are merely common lore. In the realm of wizards, the existence of Fenrir as a colossal wolf is indeed a reality. These creatures grow in size by consuming their foes and can acquire the extraordinary abilities of other mythical beasts through their insatiable appetite. Yet, the mightiest beings in nature often struggle to reproduce. Furthermore, the fur left behind by a deceased Fenrir retains some of its former powers. Thus, knowing that Fenrir could not be tamed, ancient wizards launched extensive hunts against it. After all, possessing a piece of Fenrir's hide in battle could significantly enhance one's chances of survival, due to their exceedingly low birth rates and the wizards' relentless hunting. This formidable wolf-like creature became extinct a millennium ago. However, upon the infusion of the blue ghost grass bloodline into Legate, the long-dormant Fenrir bloodline within him was awakened, not so much awakened as successfully nourished. As one of nature's apex predators, the Fenrir bloodline would not overlook such a rare sustenance. The moment the blue ghost grass bloodline entered Legate, it quietly revived and entered a state of consumption. This explains why Legate, after experiencing comfort, was abruptly met with the dual agony of fire and ice. Due to its consuming nature, the Fenrir bloodline granted Legate some peculiar abilities after devouring the blue ghost grass bloodline. He could temporarily exert control over certain plants, compelling them to serve him. Additionally, should he be willing to expend some of his life force, he could even resurrect or evolve certain plants. However, this ability currently appears somewhat superfluous, as Legate has no intention of risking death to experiment. As for the changes in his hair and appearance, they reflect the last stubborn stand of the blue ghost grass bloodline. You may consume every remnant of me, but I absolutely will not allow my host to become unappealing. It's akin to a principle where one may lose their head and bleed, but their hairstyle must remain intact. Chapter 57, Draco, Machiri. Do you truly think you are worthy of Legate? Just a bit concerned, that's all. Rubbing her head, which had just been playfully tapped, Matu Sakura smiled and made a face at Legate. By the way, Legate, do you think there will be any hidden dangers after your bloodline awakens? Although she possessed more knowledge than her peers, this was her first encounter with matters concerning bloodlines. Despite her lack of expertise in this area, she had seen films that touched upon similar themes. Wasn't Spider-Man's later mutation uncontrollable, gradually leading him to transform into a giant spider? If memory serves correctly, it was from a superhero animated series. If Legate's bloodline harbored similar risks, being forewarned would enable him to take preventive measures. For now, there should be no hidden dangers. I will consult with the elders later for more details, Legate reassured, meeting Sakura's slightly anxious gaze. He smiled and pulled her into an embrace. Do not worry, I will be just fine. According to the current data from the system panel, the awakening of his bloodline primarily yielded benefits. Firstly, his magical power level had surged from 3.5 to the initial stage of 4, directly advancing to a higher tier. Furthermore, the enhancement to his physical prowess was notably significant. After the formal awakening of his bloodline, Legate felt as though he could crush a cow with a single punch. Of course, this was an exaggerated perception stemming from his sudden physical enhancement. At present, he could manage to defeat only 2 cows with one blow. The only aspect that puzzled Legate was his uncertainty regarding how to facilitate the further evolution of his Fenrir bloodline. After all, the blue ghost grass bloodline had been directly infused into his body by the system. The methods for integrating the bloodlines of magical creatures had long been lost to the annals of time. Thus, how to induce the Fenrir within him to evolve again had become an almost insurmountable quandary. Your well-being is of utmost importance, Sakura said softly, turning to gently cradle Legate's face in her hands. I will always be by your side, no matter what the future holds. Even if problems arise, I will ensure that you return safely, even if it costs me my life. Foolish girl, you needn't worry. I am not in danger, Legate began to respond. But just then, the door to the room was opened from the outside. Sakura had left it ajar when she entered earlier. As the door swung open, Draco stepped into the room, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze in place. Legate, you were indeed right, he said, his expression shifting to one of anger as he pointed at the two. Sakura, how could you do this to Legate? He had never anticipated that Sakura would be such a person. Despite the presence of Legate, it is surprising that he is now attempting to play both sides. The reason for this belief, of course, stems from their intimate gestures, which are far from typical among ordinary girls. Observing the heart-wrenching expression on Draco's face, Legate found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In stark contrast, a subtle glimmer of delight flickered in Sakura's eyes. At the very least, Draco's current reaction indicated that her subtle matchmaking had indeed borne fruit. With just a little more provocation, it seemed she could effectively eliminate Draco as a potential threat. Minutes later, Draco, still grappling with disbelief, questioned, Are you certain you are not jesting with me? After hearing Legate's repeated explanation, a hint of skepticism crossed Draco's features. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the other's facial structure and mannerisms bore a striking resemblance to Legate's. Yet, this abrupt transformation felt undeniably awkward to Draco. After all, it is peculiar for a close companion to suddenly adopt a feminine appearance. Save for a few round-faced fellows adorned with beards, anyone would find it strange. 3 years ago, on a particular evening, he had an unfortunate encounter involving a peacock from the manor. "Brother, you are my true brother," he exclaimed, rushing to cover Legate's mouth. "I believe you, I truly do. Everyone possesses their own embarrassing past." Reflecting on his youthful ignorance and the cunning tricks played by unscrupulous individuals, Draco recalled how, under the cloak of night, he had carelessly roasted a peacock from his home. The memory of that flavor was indeed unforgettable. However, such perilous secrets are best kept from prying eyes. If Lucius were to discover this incident, Draco's backside would surely find itself acquainted with the bed for quite some time. "Let go, you little rascal." After swatting Draco's hand away from his mouth, Legate wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "Have you not washed your hands? You reek of salt." He continued, "What do you want from me? If you have nothing to discuss, I shall have to see you off." "Perhaps I forgot to wash my hands," Draco thought, swiftly changing the subject as he noted Legate's displeased expression. "I came to talk to you about Harry. He truly is, as you said, unharmed. Moreover, I have heard through the grapevine that he has been granted special permission by Professor McGonagall to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. It should be noted that Hogwarts previously mandated that only second-year students could participate in Quidditch. Thus, Harry's situation is indeed historic in terms of Hogwarts Quidditch." Now, Draco found himself uncertain of his feelings. Was he happy? Perhaps a bit. Was he sad? That too, a little. While acknowledging that Harry possesses remarkable talent in flying, Draco does not believe he is inferior in this regard. However, Harry has joined the Quidditch team, while he is still relegated to waiting another year. This situation exemplifies the duality of fearing both a brother's hardships and his success. "If you wish to participate, you can certainly inform Professor Snape." Sensing his younger brother's despondency, Legate somewhat helplessly ruffled his hair, assuring him that as long as he can surpass Harry, Professor Snape would likely be more than willing to let him play. Nonetheless, as a precaution, it would be wise to replace the current set of Slytherin brooms. With the dual assurance of financial backing and Snape's disdain for Harry, there should be no issue with Draco joining the Slytherin Quidditch team. Since Draco is intent on pursuing Harry, as a concerned cousin, he ought to provide support. Chapter 58, a two-sided turnaround privilege, when misused, can lead to isolation, yet when wielded effectively, it brings joy to those around. Moreover, in anticipation of an unprecedented 7th consecutive championship, the young wizards of Slytherin are imbued with a fervent determination. The Quidditch match represents a crucial component in securing the House Cup. Should Draco contribute to this match, his use of privilege would go uncriticized. Replacing all the brooms would be tantamount to making a significant contribution to Slytherin. After all, the newest Nimbus 2000 series available on the market far surpasses the worn-out brooms in the school. As long as his teammates are not merely bumbling gorillas, Slytherin has every reason to emerge victorious, given their superior equipment. Upon hearing Legate's convoluted analysis, Draco found himself momentarily stunned. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed this approach viable. Simply leveraging financial resources to acquire new brooms could indeed pave the way for his entry into the Quidditch team. However, apart from this ambition, there was another matter piquing Draco's curiosity. "Legate, do you know why our godfather consistently targets Harry?" As he spoke, a hint of curiosity and inquiry crossed Draco's face. Their godfather always seemed to harbor a palpable disdain for both him and Harry. Although Lucius had revealed that it stemmed from ancestral grievances, Draco remained entirely oblivious to the origins and nature of this enmity. Seizing this rare opportunity, he felt compelled to ask Legate directly. Curiosity killed the cat. Yet today, even if it leads to his demise, Draco Malfoy is determined to uncover the truth behind the matter. Upon encountering Draco's inquisitive expression, Legate shrugged slightly and remarked with a hint of resignation, "Perhaps it's because my uncle in Azkaban and Harry's father are both scoundrels of the highest order." Huh. At that moment, 3 large question marks appeared over Draco's small head. He was well aware of Legate's character, and it was evident that anyone described in such derogatory terms could hardly be a paragon of virtue. To understand this matter, one must trace back to the year 1971. Although Legate had not witnessed the events firsthand, he possessed a general awareness of what had transpired. Setting aside the fact that Snape was quite the sensation in his previous life, occasionally surfacing in short videos, the primary reason lay in the habit of certain individuals to keep diaries, and Legate happened to stumble upon one such journal. However, who among the respectable would engage in diary writing? Legate certainly would not. Even if he did, it would be nothing but nonsensical ramblings. After all, who would be foolish enough to inscribe their innermost thoughts on paper? Several minutes later, Legate contemplated, "Goodness, I hope this child isn't left utterly bewildered." Observing Draco's somewhat unsteady departure, he began to question whether the revelation had been too intense. After all, Draco was still just a child. The stark contrast of his omnipotent godfather being subjected to bullying, while the heroic Harry's father was revealed to be a loathsome aggressor, could easily inflict a substantial emotional blow on Draco's fragile psyche. Rest assured, Legate, Draco's ability to self-regulate is quite robust. After wrapping his arm around Legate's, Sakura leaned her head against his shoulder. Yet, with Draco so emotionally charged, one could not help but wonder if he might truly harbor feelings for Harry. Having been the target of various pranks from Legate, Draco did not appear as fragile as he seemed. It was likely that he merely struggled to accept the harsh reality for a moment, resulting in his dazed demeanor. Of course, had this been the Draco of earlier days, the truth might have indeed shattered him. As the conversation unfolded, Legate turned to the gentle-eyed girl beside him. Setting aside thoughts of Draco for the time being, he resolved to focus on his own physical transformations. Although he was not in the early stages of a spider mutation, the sudden surge of magical energy within him was still somewhat disconcerting. According to traditional cultivation narratives, this could be likened to instability in one's foundation due to external forces. Thus, to mitigate any future repercussions, Legate deemed it imperative to swiftly acclimate to his burgeoning power. Very well, I shall remain here, he stated, taking a seat nearby. Sakura retrieved an entire set of gemstones from her ring, assuring him, "You can focus on your sensations. I will take care of the surrounding vigilance." Although Hogwarts often promotes itself as the safest place in the world, Sakura Matu, through her own experiences, harbors doubts regarding the veracity of such claims. After all, the most perilous threats are not necessarily external. They may very well originate from within. Unreliable teachers and hazardous peers are hardly synonymous with absolute safety. Poor Sakura indeed bears a heavy burden. As she began to set up defensive enchantments, Legate similarly focused his mind, engaging in the ancestral meditation techniques of the Black family. While these methods may not rival the formidable powers wielded by other prominent figures from different realms, Legate, in comparison to local wizards, is indeed at a significant advantage. Once the core group is firmly established in the future, Legate contemplates passing on this meditation technique, recognizing that an individual's energy and time are invariably limited. It is only through the amalgamation of collective wisdom and creativity that the technique can progress further. Naturally, to ensure its value, certain conditions must be met for its acquisition. For that which is easily obtained is often taken for granted. Legate, in this regard, seems rather admirable. Supporting her chin with her hands, Sakura gazed dreamily at Legate, who had entered a meditative state. Within her purple, shadowy eyes flickered a faint crimson glow, a manifestation of her intense possessiveness and a true reflection of her innermost feelings. Legate belonged solely to her, and none could wrest him away. On the following day, as they made their way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, Draco inquired, "Legate, why do I sense such peculiar glances directed at me?" He observed a group of young wizards nearby, whispering furtively while stealing glances in his direction. It was perplexing. Given Legate's current demeanor, there should be no cause for misunderstanding. Noticing the bewildered and helpless expression on Draco's face, Legate quietly turned his head, pondering, "Who knows? Perhaps it's because you're handsome." To avoid attracting the attention of Dumbledore and his cohort, Legate had requested Sakura to employ gem magic to cast a disguise upon him the previous night. This technique, akin to the enchantments of Legate's wand, temporarily altered his appearance. As soon as the magical energy ceased or the gem was removed, he would revert to his original form. As for the reason behind the strange looks directed at Draco, it was undoubtedly due to the recent surge in popularity of a particular tale among the young wizards, The 100 Secrets of Malfoy and Potter. Although the identity of the author remains unknown, the open culture of their country has ensnared the imaginations of many young wizards. As of the latest chapter updates, the narrative has swiftly advanced to the segment where Draco triumphantly claims his beloved. Meanwhile, the Green Tyrann, who obstructed the bond between him and Harry, has been effectively dispatched by the author's decisive hand. This development is a primary reason for the peculiar glimmers in the gazes directed towards Draco. After all, the tumultuous saga of love and enmity between the heir of the Malfoy lineage and the savior is undeniably riveting. Just contemplating this backdrop and character dynamic stirs one's fervor. Of course, Draco remains oblivious to these undercurrents, and those around him have tacitly chosen to withhold such revelations. The previous misunderstandings in public settings have unconsciously led them to view the pair as a couple, and should the original protagonist become aware of these matters, it might jeopardize their gossiping endeavors. Thus, the consensus among the young witches and wizards has surprisingly aligned at this moment. It could even be posited that Draco has accomplished something that Voldemort himself could not. As for how Legate has come to know this, he is not Draco, and it is entirely plausible that he has merely caught wind of some gossip. However, considering the delicate state of his younger brother's heart, he has resolved to keep this information from Draco for the time being. After all, once the novelty wears off, It is likely that no one will concern themselves with these trivialities. Indeed, my appearance is quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Draco felt a twinge of oddity, yet chose to instinctively overlook it amidst Legate's rare praise. As the future head of the Malfoy family, garnering attention is a perfectly ordinary occurrence. He decided to view this as a form of early training, nothing of great significance. Ah, yes, let us hasten. Observing Draco, radiating an air of undeniable confidence, Legate reached for the hand of Sakura Matu beside him and swiftly made his way toward the defense against the dark arts classroom. Prolonged association with a fool can be quite infectious, after all. Hey, Legate, wait for me, Draco called out. In response, Legate fell silent, merely quickening his pace. He would rather face Quirrell, who reeked of garlic, than become embroiled in the tale that three individuals could not help but share. Yet, no one noticed the meaningful smile that flickered in Sakura's eyes at that moment. A few minutes later, within the confines of the defense against the dark arts classroom, after allowing Draco to find his own seat, Legate leisurely made his way to the center of the room. Setting aside the fact that Quirrell had a rather large face behind his head, the overwhelming stench of garlic emanating from him was sufficient to deter most young witches and wizards, although Legate did not particularly despise the scent of garlic. Prolonged exposure inevitably became somewhat unpleasant. At this moment, the central position of the classroom had become indistinguishable from the front row. After all, there were no young wizards occupying the front, rendering the middle position effectively the same as sitting at the front. The rationale behind Legate's choice to occupy this spot was quite straightforward. He sought the attention of Quirrell, or more precisely, Voldemort. Although Voldemort's mind was far from normal, his profound knowledge of magic surpassed that of most individuals. Furthermore, being within the confines of Hogwarts, it was unlikely that he would act too ostentatiously. After careful consideration, Legate conceived the idea of acquiring knowledge from him without cost. Having a knowledgeable mentor could save a considerable amount of unnecessary time, despite the peculiarities of this mentor's mind. A few minutes later, observing Legate's unchanged position from previous classes, Quirrell quietly addressed the back of Voldemort's head, saying, "Master, the Black family scion remains in that spot." "Excellent. Now relinquish control of the body to me," Voldemort commanded after receiving the desired information. After all, Hogwarts was Dumbledore's territory. He needed to recruit some hidden pawns to aid him. As long as he could obtain the Philosopher's Stone, there was no harm in temporarily assuming the role of a teacher. The reason for his interest in Legate was simple. What normal young wizard would brazenly approach a teacher after the first class to request a permission slip for the restricted section? From Legate, Voldemort sensed a thirst for power, compounded by his affiliation with the Black family, solidifying Voldemort's determination to draw him into his fold. If he could mold him into a loyal dog, obedient and faithful, it would provide substantial assistance both now and upon his return. As the class commenced, having thoroughly taken control of Quirrell's body, Voldemort strolled confidently into the classroom. Many young wizards instinctively rubbed their eyes at the sight of Quirrell, who appeared radically different from before. They could hardly reconcile this self-assured man with the previously timid Quirrell. Were it not for the characteristic scarf wrapped around his head and the unmistakable scent of garlic that lingered, the students might have assumed that their defense against the dark arts professor had been replaced. Finally, the bait has been taken, Legate thought, his eyes gleaming with barely perceptible anticipation. After such prolonged planning, the moment to reap the rewards had finally arrived. Although it was perilous to conspire with a tiger, the presence of a formidable beast master nearby altered the dynamics of the situation. In this context, the likelihood of Voldemort creating chaos had been subtly minimized. Even if the other party intends to stir trouble when the time comes, Legate can buy some time with his true strike. Should Dumbledore, that old coot, choose not to intervene, he might just lead Voldemort towards Harry. He finds it hard to believe that Dumbledore would remain in the shadows while the Savior's story teeters on the brink of losing its protagonist. Of course, this is a last resort, as he has yet to fully exploit the resources of Hogwarts and is reluctant to depart from such a splendid place prematurely. In stark contrast, as the erratic Quirrell entered the classroom, Sakura Matu began to ponder the reasons behind this transformation. Previously, he mentioned suffering an attack from a vampire, resulting in both physical and psychological injuries. However, even if he has recovered somewhat, such a drastic change in temperament seems implausible. The only reasonable explanation is that Quirrell is a host of dual personalities. A new persona has taken over, replacing the previously timid one. To spare Sakura from concern, Legate refrained from disclosing the current situation. Moreover, although Voldemort is mad, he is not foolish. Should Sakura expose any weaknesses, it could endanger them both. Thus, for their mutual safety, Legate chose to keep the existing circumstances confidential. Nonetheless, with the distinctly altered Quirrell stepping into the classroom, this unique defense against the dark arts lesson commenced in earnest. Chapter 60. Quirrell. No, the noseless one. Perhaps due to his obsessions, this defense against the dark arts class taught by Voldemort left a profound impression on the young wizards. His humorous and engaging teaching style, complemented by appropriate examples, created an immersive experience despite being confined within the classroom. Had the original Voldemort not gone astray, he might have truly become an exceptional professor. However, one wonders if the class might suddenly lose a few students, as those who yearn for immortality often require numerous experimental subjects. After briefly elucidating the fundamental characteristics of Grindylows, Quirrell scanned the classroom. His gaze paused upon Legate. Mr. Black, how do you propose we deal with a Grindylow? Grindylows are aquatic magical creatures resembling humanoids with small, octopus-like appendages and bulbous heads adorned with horns. It is said that many Grindylows inhabit the depths of the Black Lake near Hogwarts, though it appears that the merfolk have tamed them, preventing any attacks on the young wizards. Certainly, Legate prefers to believe that the primary cause of this situation stems from the fishmen's desire to avoid becoming mere fish paste at Dumbledore's hands. Thus, they actively bind these disobedient little creatures under their command. After all, a weak nation has no diplomacy, with the flying curse and the freezing charm in mind. As Chilo called upon him to answer, Legate articulated the most prudent course of action, which would prevent Grindylow from returning to the depths. However, to ensure his own safety, he deemed it wise to follow up the binding of Grindylow with a thunderous explosion or a shattering spell. Ultimately, survival in the wild takes precedence. Unwarranted compassion and kindness could very well lead one to the brink of ruin. An admirable response, and your choice is indeed commendable. After gesturing for Legate to retake his seat, Chilo turned his gaze towards the young wizards below. The reality, as Mr. Black had stated, was clear. During future excursions into the wilderness, one must not harbor sympathy for the creatures that may assail them. History is replete with tales of wizards who, out of weakness, allowed their attackers to escape, only to meet a tragic end themselves. To spare your loved ones from tears, your duty is to confront the crisis head-on. Moreover, there is another crucial matter at hand. For the invaluable perspective Mr. Black has bestowed upon us, Slytherin merits a resounding acknowledgement. It must be said that under normal circumstances, Voldemort's rhetorical prowess is indeed formidable. In the wake of his brainwashing rhetoric, many young wizards have readily embraced this ideology. To illustrate, while a rabbit may be adorable, should it pose a threat, transforming it into a spicy rabbit head would be the most prudent choice. Time passed quietly, and soon the bell signaled the end of class. The young wizards, in clusters, departed the classroom, all engaged in animated discussions about the events that had transpired. The Chilo who had previously been timid now spoke with remarkable confidence, as if he were a completely transformed individual. By lunchtime, it was certain that all the young wizards would be aware of Chilo's transformation. Meanwhile, in the defense against the dark arts classroom, Chilo approached Legate and Sakura, who were preparing to leave. Mr. Black, I wholeheartedly agree with your recent point, he stated. If you have any uncertainties regarding spellcasting, do feel free to visit my office this Saturday. Though his words appeared quite ordinary, they carried an inexplicable allure, reminiscent of a stunningly beautiful woman who, even while standing still, captivates many a man. I understand, Professor. I will be there promptly, Legate replied, feeling a gentle warmth in his chest, and he smiled in acknowledgement. Judging by his current demeanor, it seemed the fish had indeed taken the bait. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to subtly benefit. However, Voldemort's lack of morals leaves Legate feeling somewhat ashamed. Fortunately, this individual did not become a teacher at Hogwarts. Otherwise, the little wizards within the castle would surely be in dire straits. After all, what respectable professor would employ the Cruciatus curse on first-year students? Very well, let us reconvene on Saturday. After exchanging a smile and a nod with Legate, Quirrell strode purposefully out of the classroom. Legate, Professor Quirrell seems a bit off. Sakura Matu whispered, her voice barely audible as Quirrell's figure vanished beyond the classroom door. Though I am unsure of what has transpired, I have an unsettling feeling that he has completely transformed. Just moments ago, Voldemort's primary target for spellcasting had been Legate. Thus, even though Matu was quite close, she had not detected anything amiss. Yet, driven by a woman's intuition, she sensed a lurking malice from Voldemort. Fear not, for we are in Hogwarts, Legate reassured her, as he retrieved the books on the table and returned them to his ring. Taking Matu's hand, he led her outside, confident that with Dumbledore present in the school, Quirrell's issues would not escalate into anything too troublesome. After all, aside from the one incarcerated, the rest of the Black family had nearly perished. If he sought Dumbledore for the answers he desired, he feared that he would find himself promptly placed on a blacklist. Therefore, consulting the notorious Voldemort was undoubtedly the most prudent choice at present. Should any trouble arise, Harry would serve as a reliable safety net. In summary, the greater the turmoil, the more valuable the rewards. To obtain tangible benefits without taking risks is merely a fanciful dream. Very well, I shall heed your words. Upon noticing Legate's intention to sidestep the topic, Matu decided not to press further. After all, with Saturday still some time away, she could take the opportunity to conduct some investigations. When Legate met with Quirrell, she resolved to remain nearby, ready to provide assistance should any unusual occurrences arise. As the two departed for the dining hall, within Quirrell's office, he slumped into a chair, having regained control of his body. Despite the prowess of the Black family's young scion, he felt it was beneath Voldemort to condescend in such a manner. Since becoming a host for Voldemort, Quirrell's vitality had been steadily waning. Particularly when under the other's control, his life force diminished at an alarming rate, reaching speeds many times greater than usual. If this continued, it would not be long before Quirrell's body succumbed entirely to this depletion. Moreover, had Voldemort not been continually painting grand illusions, Quirrell would have likely collapsed long ago. After all, the sensation of being drained of life daily felt akin to being incessantly pricked with needles. Any normal person, after experiencing such torment once, would naturally wish to avoid a second encounter. Silence. Are you attempting to instruct me in my duties? Ah, my master, I was wrong. As the intense, piercing sensations surged through his mind, Chilo immediately weakened and fell to his knees. I merely perceive your exalted nature, capable of commanding that child of the Black family to obey without question. To Chilo, the Black family were but loyal hounds under Voldemort's dominion. At the mere utterance of his command, Legate would undoubtedly bow in submission. I have my own plans. You need only to focus on the Philosopher's Stone. After administering a mild reprimand, Voldemort lifted the assault on Chilo. In the past, had anyone dared to question him, he would have eradicated them with ruthless force. Yet now, he required Chilo's body and assistance in locating the stone that could grant him resurrection. Furthermore, Voldemort sensed that Legate was not as easily manipulated as Chilo. To genuinely earn his allegiance, he must ensnare him in temptation. Although Legate appeared to have lost everything, the memories within his mind remained intact. If he could induce Legate to experience immense power, perhaps he would ultimately yield to Voldemort's will. Of course, the limitations of Chilo's body made that difficult. Otherwise, he would prefer to utilize the Cruciatus Curse to dominate Legate first. Yes, my master. Aware of his already dire physical condition, Chilo timidly continued. But my body is in such a state as his life force was continually siphoned by Voldemort. His body had become as shattered as that of some unfortunate creature. Not only was he incapable of casting formidable spells, but even walking induced discomfort. Given his condition, seizing the Philosopher's Stone seemed a fool's errand. I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight. I will find a way to assist you. After uttering this, Voldemort severed their connection. There are numerous methods to temporarily enhance life force, with the consumption of unicorn blood being the swiftest. Although directly hunting a unicorn would incur a curse, the one afflicted would be Chilo, not Voldemort. To fulfill his ambition of resurrection, sacrificing an insignificant pawn bore no consequence. In short, the benefits would belong to Voldemort, while the drawbacks would fall solely on Chilo. Very well, my master. Unaware of Voldemort's true intentions, Chilo assumed he possessed a viable solution. Thus, ignoring the pain emanating from his body, he staggered to his feet and made his way toward the office door. Since his master was so considerate, he could not afford to be idle. He had already discerned the likely location of the Philosopher's Stone. Next, I must devise a strategy to deal with that vigilant watchdog. It seems that doing so will grant me access to the magical stone my master desires. Shortly after Chilo eagerly departed the office, a figure emerged from around the corner of the corridor. Tom, it appears your mind has truly succumbed to folly. An hour later, beneath the great tree by the Black Lake. What brings you here? Are you seeking vengeance for your brother? Observing the Weasley twins standing a short distance away, Legate closed his transfiguration notes and tucked them into his ring. After a period of diligent reflection and assimilation, his skills in transfiguration had undergone a significant transformation. Although he had yet to reach the proficiency of Professor McGonagall, it seemed that dispatching a few minor adversaries would not pose a considerable challenge. After all, the Weasley twins were not particularly renowned for their combat prowess, so categorizing them as mere foot soldiers was hardly an issue. However, the situation would be quite different if Ginny were to arrive as one of the two formidable forces of the Weasley family. She wielded a wand akin to Voldemort's and had undergone a year of one-on-one instruction from him. Furthermore, she had achieved remarkable feats during her tenure at the Department of Mysteries, obliterating pursuing Death Eaters with a single blow. George, no. Even though Ron is our brother, Fred, he brought this upon himself. We are not obliged to clean up his mess. Since you are not here for revenge, what is it that you require? As he watched Fred and George engage in their playful banter, Legate rose from the ground with keen interest. If one were to ponder who the most comical member of the Weasley clan was, the twins would certainly claim the title without contest. Nevertheless, the future fates of these two did not bode well. One would lose an ear, while the other would meet an untimely end. Remarkably, apart from these two, the rest of the Weasley family had largely achieved fulfilling conclusions. Alas, it seems that those who endeavor to bring joy to others often receive little in return. George and I wish to establish a magical trick shop, yet our current funds fall short of initiating our venture. After exchanging a glance with George, Fred articulated their purpose for visiting. We seek your investment. Previously, while passing by the herbology greenhouse, they had witnessed Legate extracting a substantial pouch of galleons from his ring. Fred swore that even if he sold every item his family possessed, he would not amass as many galleons as that one bag contained. Following a thorough assessment of Legate, the twins had concluded that he was not an extremist. Thus, they were in perfect accord, eager for Legate to invest in their magical trick shop. Given their current rate of saving, it would take them no less than 4 additional years to accumulate sufficient funds to open such a shop. I can provide you with the money, but I have one stipulation. As they conversed, Legate extracted a substantial pouch of galleons from his ring. Money was a trivial matter for him, as he possessed in abundance, nearly as much as he desired. Aside from the thriving magical creature supply shop run by Clitchett, the numerous shops in Diagon Alley provided a considerable fixed income. Coupled with various estates and assorted ventures, his daily revenue was no less than tens of thousands of galleons. Thus, for Legate, wealth held little significance. What truly mattered was talent. Observing the heavy, golden sack of galleons before him, George did not immediately acquiesce to Legate's demands. He made it clear that they would not engage in any unethical activities. However, should Legate seek to teach Ron a lesson, they would gladly lend their services. Despite their financial struggles, their upbringing urged them not to let greed cloud their judgment. George's jest about teaching Ron a lesson was simply a light-hearted remark. Despite Ron's evident foolishness, he was still their brother. Rest assured, I am not a terrorist, Legate said, tossing the sack directly into their arms. He then produced a fist-sized device from his ring. My request is quite simple. I wish for you to join me in transforming this antiquated wizarding world. Chapter 62. The 20th century is crucial. Indeed, it's talent. Hey, are you all right? Fred shrugged helplessly after placing the galleons on the ground. We have no interest in world domination. Such perilous endeavors are best left to others. They merely sought to secure an investment, not to join any nefarious organization. Anyone who spoke of world upheaval seemed exceedingly dangerous. Let us assess this device before making a decision. After handing the gadget to the Weasley twins, Legate began to elucidate its functions. I recall your father, Arthur Weasley, working in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I assume you've encountered some Muggle inventions through him. The object you hold is an electronic device produced by a company called Motorola. It not only facilitates long-distance communication, but also, after providing a general overview of its capabilities, Legate addressed the Weasley brothers once more. Though the wizarding world possesses magic absent in the Muggle realm, this very advantage has led to complacency. Even the simple act of conveying messages relies on owls for long-distance delivery. Yet, the Muggles, whom wizards often scorn, can resolve everything with just a few buttons. I believe it is high time for the stagnant wizarding world to embrace some modest change. Technology has transformed the lives of Muggles, and the fusion of magic and technology may also alter the existence of wizards, does it not? Your thoughts are indeed delightful, yet they present an inevitable conundrum. Observing the delicate object in his hand, Fred posed a critical question. What about the Ministry of Magic? Given your awareness of my father's position in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, you should understand their stance towards Muggle artifacts. Once we delve into items associated with Muggles, the most favorable outcome would be their complete confiscation. Conversely, the worst-case scenario could lead to our imprisonment in Azkaban. Influenced by Arthur Weasley, they do indeed harbor a keen interest in Muggle possessions, yet this very interest highlights the price we would pay for engaging with such items. Thus, while Legate's proposal is tempting, Fred refrained from giving an immediate affirmative. As the elder twin, he bears the responsibility of safeguarding his younger brother. Have you forgotten my surname? Meeting Fred's scrutinizing gaze, Legate's face displayed a glimmer of confidence. Currently, the Ministry of Magic, aside from a few individuals, predominantly serves as sycophants for pure-blood aristocrats. Even Fudge, who rose through Dumbledore's patronage, is merely one of these lackeys. After all, maintaining an institution's operations necessitates financial resources, with so many employees and Aurors to compensate. Where does their salary originate? It is funded, in part, by the contributions of pure-blood families like Legates, which form the financial backbone of the ministry. However, in recent years, the events surrounding Voldemort have significantly diminished the pure-blood aristocracy's control over the ministry. A considerable number of individuals were imprisoned during that time, and some officials within the ministry seized the opportunity to appropriate the assets of various pure-blood families. It can be said that aside from the portions safeguarded by Gringotts, most external assets have been thoroughly absorbed by the ministry. With the means to acquire wealth at their disposal, the ministry's reliance on pure-blood aristocrats has naturally diminished. Nevertheless, at this juncture, whether in the ministry or within the wizarding laws, the beneficiaries predominantly remain the pure-blood elite. After all, this small fraction of pure-blood families controls at least 90% of the resources within the wizarding world. Given such extreme capital dynamics, how could the ministry and the law not cater to the interests of pure-blood aristocrats? Damn the privilege seekers. Upon recognizing the implications of Legate's words, Fred and George instinctively exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, "Yet, we do not harbor disdain. So what is your answer?" Naturally, it is to acquiesce to your request. Upon opening the document in his hands, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Fred's face. How could they possibly miss out on such an exhilarating opportunity? Indeed, aside from you, we could find no more suitable investor. As he spoke, George decisively reached down to pick up the gold galleons from the floor. Their desire to establish a magical prank shop stemmed not only from a wish to alter their dire financial circumstances, but also from a longing to bring boundless joy to others. Now, Legate presented them with yet another option based on this foundational condition. Neither Fred nor George wished to relinquish the chance to transform the Wizarding World using Muggle items. As acknowledged inventors of Gryffindor, they had always aspired to learn from their father. Although their family car served merely as a decorative relic, having witnessed the fusion of technology and magic, how could they truly harbor no aspirations? Very well, let us formalize the contract, Legate stated, extracting 2 prepared agreements from his ring and tossing them to the twins. He then produced another pouch of galleons, explaining, "The first pouch represents my investment in your magical prank shop, while this second pouch pertains to your research." While he held a firm belief in the talents of the Weasley twins, he was not one to impulsively bestow everything without caution. After all, such immediate camaraderie existed solely in fairy tales. Human nature, when put to the test, often reveals its frailty. This agreement, for both Legate and the Weasley twins, was the most prudent and reasonable course of action. Furthermore, the stipulations within the contract effectively bound Legate to the twins. In the event either party chose to breach the agreement, they would face severe repercussions. The notion of severing a family's bloodline through such a malicious contract serves as a potent weapon against long-established pureblood families. "George, it seems we are thoroughly ensnared by Mr. Legate," Fred remarked, observing the contract detailing a 60-40 split of the prank shop profits and the joint agreement to develop Muggle items. Turning to George, he shrugged in resignation, contemplating the prospect of working under such a master, suggesting that their future might not be particularly bright. Although the name of the magical prank shop was absent from the document, its content concerning their investment was evident. This implied that their intention to approach Legate for funding had likely been anticipated from the outset. The other agreement bore a similar implication. It was amusing to note that Legate was actually a year younger than them. This rare feeling of being intellectually outmatched brought Fred a fleeting sense of joy, confirming that his recent choice was indeed wise. After all, as the old adage suggests, an incompetent commander may doom an entire army. A good leader, even if they only occasionally make an appearance, is far superior to a fool who blindly directs chaos. Indeed, it has been thoroughly understood. After lifting another bag of gold from the ground, George half-jokingly remarked, "Honestly, boss, if the 2 of us were to join your association now, could we perhaps receive a bit more in terms of benefits?" Although he felt somewhat exposed, George did not find the situation unpleasant. After all, dealing with an intelligent individual is certainly more straightforward than engaging with a fool, even if it required a bit more mental exertion. It was undoubtedly preferable to the frustration of being driven mad by a simpleton. Chapter 63, Collaboration and Ideas Association? What association? Upon hearing George suddenly request benefits, Legate was overwhelmed with confusion, 3 large question marks appearing above his head. Was he still half asleep, or had the other party mistaken him for someone else? He had no knowledge of any such association. "Wait a moment," George said, eyeing Legate's bewildered expression with skepticism. "You mean you're unaware of an association that was established in your name?" As prominent members of Gryffindor, the Weasley twins had indeed received an invitation from Michelle. Yet, they had not anticipated that Legate, the core founder of the organization, was completely oblivious to its existence. Clearly, Michelle's actions were akin to selling dog meat under the guise of mutton. While Legate's name was publicly associated with the group, privately, there was no significant connection between him and the organization. "I recall that Malfoy also participated. You genuinely don't know about this?" As Fred reflected on the details of Michelle's invitation, a hint of contemplation crossed his face. Logically, if Malfoy were involved, he should have informed Legate. The relationship between Draco and Legate was well known. After all, Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, and their own father, Arthur Weasley, were natural adversaries. Thus, George and Fred's understanding of the Malfoy family was far beyond that of the average person. In their eyes, Draco was merely a small shadow trailing behind Legate. Yet, now this little shadow seemed to harbor secrets of his own. This matter, from any angle, was undeniably intriguing. So Draco is involved as well? Upon hearing Fred's somewhat perplexed inquiry, Legate contemplated various possibilities. However, regardless of the specifics, he maintained a composed exterior, choosing not to reveal any excess emotion. After all, rather than overthinking here, it would be more efficient to directly ask Draco for clarification later. Setting these thoughts aside for the moment, Legate posed a pivotal question regarding the future mobile devices in the Wizarding World. "What ideas do you currently have on this matter?" Although he possessed considerable wealth, that was not the only consideration at hand. Such a substantial sum of money thrown into water ought to produce at least some sound, should it not? If Fred and George lack any ideas, he may need to provide them with a refresher on the fundamentals. After all, the principles of communication are not inherently difficult. What poses a challenge is the realization and fabrication of these concepts. Take, for instance, the magical car crafted by Arthur Weasley. While the wiring and layout within may appear similar to that of an ordinary vehicle, following Arthur Weasley's magical modifications, it is capable of extraordinary feats such as flight. As previously mentioned, every one of the sacred 28 pureblood families once possessed their own unique abilities. Perhaps the Weasley lineage has not diminished, but rather manifested in an alternative form. Indeed, excelling in invention and creativity is, in itself, a remarkable talent. It seems one should not underestimate their employer. Observing Legate's adept diversion of the conversation, Fred found himself harboring a newfound respect for him. Anger can cloud one's most fundamental judgment. Once that basic discernment is lost, a person resembles a primal beast. With this in mind, Fred articulated his thoughts. After hearing your earlier introduction, I believe we could employ a principle akin to that of the Floo network in our design. The Floo network facilitates spatial transfer by connecting each fireplace node. We could similarly utilize a node-like model to convey our messages to another point. However, several issues remain to be addressed. Once Fred finished sharing his perspective, George promptly interjected. Firstly, the success of the Floo network is attributed to the magical materials that store and record corresponding locations. These materials are strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic, and given our status, acquiring them is unlikely. Secondly, once we obtain the magical nodes, accurately pinpointing the intended destination poses a challenge. If the number of users is limited, it can be managed. We could adopt the Floo network's one-person-at-a-time transfer model, which would likely not impose excessive strain. However, if numerous individuals attempt to use it simultaneously, it could lead to disruptive interference at the magical nodes. Additionally, we must consider how to establish each person's dedicated magical node. Having accepted Legate's invitation, the Weasley twins had no intention of treating the matter lightly. Though only a few minutes had passed, after comprehending the Muggle methods of communication, they had largely outlined their magical communication plan. While the primary infrastructure can wait, as better solutions may emerge, the immediate focus is on securing the raw materials and refining the finer details. Only after thoroughly establishing these 2 points can we conveniently identify areas for improvement in future practice. The items you possess are comparable to, if not superior to, the magical materials utilized by the Ministry of Magic. Following the analysis presented by the Weasley twins, Legate extracted a small pouch of gemstones from the ring, indicating that should anything else be required, they may come to him at any time. Based on your previous estimations, how long might it take for me to witness the prototype of the initial machine? As the old adage wisely suggests, one may question the character of a coal magnate, but never doubt his vision and intellect. Professional matters ought to be handled by professionals. The involvement of outsiders often leads to unnecessary complications. Having decided to entrust this task to the Weasley twins, Legate naturally granted them the highest level of authority. When it comes to the amalgamation of magic and technology, Legate does not consider himself particularly adept. In fact, he is not skilled in managing intricate and delicate mechanisms, although he excels at modifying simpler toys. As for the gemstones provided to the Weasley twins, they are typically employed by Sakura Matu for her spellcasting. Following a transformation through gemstone magic, they have evolved into portable magical energy storage devices. To put it simply, they are akin to power banks, capable of storing magical energy in advance. Such items that can retain magical energy are precisely what the Weasley twins refer to as magical materials. Chapter 64 Draco. The baby's heart is heavy. The earliest time frame would require at least a month. After contemplating the feasibility, Fred provided a rough estimate. However, given the short timeline, they would likely only be able to replicate some basic functions, as long as they possess the corresponding materials and tools, combined with their exceptional intellects. Crafting an imitation within a month is challenging, but within the realm of possibility. Very well, let us await the completion of the prototype before further discussion. Observing the Weasley twins, brimming with confidence, Legate could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation, should everything proceed smoothly. The two would be poised to etch their names into history. Upon hearing this, George and Fred exchanged glances before responding in unison. Then we shall take the boss's good word for it. If what Legate claims is indeed true, they would fundamentally alter the existing structure of the magical realm. In such a case, dedicating a page in the Weasley family tree to this achievement would be entirely justified. A few minutes later, as they observed the Weasley twins departing with their spatial storage wallets, Sakura Matu could not resist inquiring, "Legate, can we trust those two?" Although she recognized the folly of relying on stereotypes, the fact that they were Ron Weasley's brothers inevitably cast a slight filter over her perception. Even though 2 bags of galleons and some magical artifacts are not particularly significant, doubts lingered. However, to squander resources on the frivolous is to ultimately disadvantage one's beloved. Rest assured, the two of them are not akin to that fool Ron Weasley. After placing the two signed contracts within the ring, Legate gently ruffled Sakura Matu's hair, suggesting that if she remained anxious, they could reassess the situation in a month. Setting aside the Weasley family's upbringing, the contents of the agreement would compel the twins to comply. Given their ties to their family, they could never jest with their loved ones' lives. Moreover, after a month's wait, one would be able to gauge the viability of this investment. After all, Fred and George had guaranteed that they would have the prototype ready within that time frame. Trustworthiness is the cornerstone of any partnership. Since the Weasley twins have made a commitment, Legate must witness the promised prototype. The magical realm is teeming with talent. If needed, he could always seek others later. Indeed, upon discerning Legate's insinuation, Sakura nodded obediently. Regardless of the decision made by a young man, she would unconditionally choose to support it. By the way, Legate, shouldn't we seek out Draco? Reflecting on the mention of the Purification Association by the Weasley twins, a glint of significant emotion flickered in Sakura's eyes. How dare they conspire behind Legate's back? It seems the previous lessons were too lenient. If the so-called Purification Association proves beneficial to Legate, that would be one matter. However, if it offers no assistance and potentially hinders progress, then Sakura would ensure Draco comprehends the meaning of a life shrouded in fear. Yes, it is indeed time to confront this lad. As they spoke, Legate turned to gaze at the imposing Hogwarts castle in the distance. He too was curious about what schemes that rascal Draco was concocting in secret. Nonetheless, this Purification Association, established in his name, inadvertently alleviated many of his burdens. After all, voluntarily creating a faction differs fundamentally from being compelled to accept one. The former might encounter an unexpected Dumbledore, while the latter could merely face a Snape or a spy. As long as he avoids direct confrontation with Dumbledore at this stage, Legate has little to worry about. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Draco, who had been engrossed in a book, suddenly shivered and instinctively glanced around. For some reason, he felt as though someone was plotting against him. Half an hour later, Draco, do you not have anything to say to me? Legate pressed against Draco's shoulder, pinning him against the wall, raising an eyebrow meaningfully. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory answer, prepare for the consequences. Observing the enigmatic smirk on Legate's face, Draco felt a sense of paralysis wash over him. This sensation was only intensified by the envious and resentful expression adorning Sakura Matu's visage not far behind. Were it not for the sharp pain from his own thigh, where he had discreetly pinched himself, Draco might have believed he was ensnared in a dreadful nightmare. Legate's demeanor could be tolerated. At worst, he would merely receive a few kicks. However, every time Sakura wore that expression, Draco knew he would be in for an arduous time ahead. How dare you provoke me? Yet, the look of trepidation on Draco's face was misinterpreted by Sakura as a puzzling challenge. Legate, allow me to handle this, she thought, envisioning countless torturous scenarios for Draco. I believe Draco's stubbornness necessitates some measures. No. Feeling the suffocating chill emanating from her, Draco hastily grasped Legate's shoulder, exclaiming, Brother, just ask me directly what you want. Ever since the two had entered, they had pressed him against the wall, and he still had not fully regained his composure. Nevertheless, Draco understood one crucial thing. If he fell into Sakura's clutches now, he could only imagine the severity of the torment that awaited him. Sometimes, he doubted that his survival thus far was due to luck. Perhaps it was merely because Sakura had yet to tire of tormenting him. This also subtly conveyed the extent of the psychological shadow Sakura cast over Draco. How dare you even grasp Legate's arm? Watching Draco tightly clutch Legate's arm, a flurry of culinary terms like fried, braised, and steamed raced through Sakura's mind. Upon sensing her malevolent gaze, Draco promptly released Legate's right arm. In that moment, he truly grasped the essence of the phrase crying without tears. Who had he provoked? Even a simple act of sleeping could lead to such scrutiny. All right, you two. Enough of the antics. After releasing his grip on Draco's shoulder, Legate directly inquired about the purpose of their visit. Now, tell me about this Purification Association. I heard from the Weasley twins that you are involved. Is that true? While play is play and mischief is mischief, when it comes to serious matters, one must adopt a serious attitude. Draco's forthcoming response would ultimately determine whether this so-called Purification Association could continue to exist, or if there was even a necessity for its existence. In simpler terms, faced with a promising foundation and a disarrayed situation, Legate would undoubtedly choose the promising foundation. Chapter 65, The Test. Upon hearing the term Purification Association, Draco finally comprehended the intentions of Legate and his companion. Initially, he intended to delay his investigation for some time. But to his surprise, the existence of the organization was prematurely revealed due to the involvement of the Weasley twins. After all, if the Purification Society did not meet his expectations, informing Legate would only serve to bring unnecessary troubles. Indeed, had it not been for George and Fred's revelation, I would have remained oblivious to the organization's existence. Observing the slight turmoil on Draco's face, Legate sat beside Sakura Matu on the adjacent bed, contemplating the matter carefully. It would not be too late to inform me once he had reached a clearer understanding. In any case, the afternoon's class was history of magic. And even if he chose not to attend, the ghostly professor would likely not object. Furthermore, clarifying the situation during this interval was far more significant than enduring the well-trodden lessons of history. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch Michelle, he said, recognizing Legate's resolute determination to uncover the truth. Draco turned to seek out Michelle, knowing that since the Purification Society was primarily established by her, it was only fitting for her to elucidate matters to Legate. Yet, the primary impetus was the intense gaze of Sakura Matu, prompting Draco to seek someone to bear the burden. A dead friend does not impede the living. Today's inexplicable predicament should rightly fall upon the proud enigma that is Michelle, especially since she had withheld information about the society from Legate, insisting it needed time to develop. I appreciate your efforts. A few minutes later, within the hidden chamber of the Slytherin head boy. I understand that this may be difficult for you to believe, but I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. After succinctly outlining her reasons for establishing the Purification Society, Michelle rose, her gaze piercing as she addressed Legate. If you wish to avoid these burdens, allow me to shoulder them instead. In return, I will procure whatever you desire. Once a person discovers ideals and goals worth striving for, they often grow in ways they scarcely realize. Although Michelle's essence remained proudly obstinate, she tempered her temperament concerning the society's survival. Even her usual quips directed at Legate were notably absent during this encounter. She certainly appears quite composed. Observing this markedly different version of Michelle, Legate refrained from answering her question directly. Instead, after feigning contemplation, he proposed his terms. Half of the Shafik family's fortune would secure the organization's continuation. While many can articulate their intentions, when it comes time to act, numerous individuals falter. Although Michelle spoke eloquently, Legate was not privy to her innermost thoughts, making it impossible for him to discern her true intentions. Thus, a condition that is sufficiently rigorous becomes the most direct and simplest method of testing. As the esteemed Uncle Gus stated, if you were to request a donation of 1 million, I would undoubtedly comply, perhaps even more readily than anyone else who agreed. However, should the request be for a mere 100,000, I must decline, for while I do not possess 1 million, I can certainly muster the latter sum. Upon hearing Legate's demand, Draco, despite his unwavering support, found the request rather excessive. Although the events surrounding Voldemort had caused significant distress among most pureblood families, some were left with their bloodlines irrevocably severed due to that turmoil. The Shafik family, much like the Malfoys and the Blacks, had managed to extricate themselves from that maelstrom in a timely manner. Aside from incurring minor financial losses or a reduction in personnel, they had not sustained any substantial detriment. Thus, to say that a newly established organization could rival the value of even half the Shafik family's wealth would be an overstatement, even if entire provincial ministries of magic were to be sacrificed. Yet, before Draco could articulate the remainder of his thoughts, he was silenced by a sharp glare from Legate. Adults were conversing. It was not a child's place to interject. If one were to interject, it would be more fitting to involve Harry, would it not? Very well. I acquiesce to your demand. What both Draco and Legate did not anticipate was Michelle's surprisingly swift agreement to the request. Not a trace of reluctance was visible on her countenance, as though Legate sought not half of the Shafik family's wealth, but merely a trifling amount of galleons. Let us proceed with the contract, she stated. Producing a piece of parchment and inscribing the pertinent details of the agreement, Legate presented it to Michelle. Once this is signed, our accord will be formally enacted. Some matters cannot be assessed solely by their process. The outcome is of utmost importance. After all, the process can be masked and fabricated. Once this contract is established and signed, the outcome will be immutable and singular. Very well, I shall sign. Observing the parchment bearing the contract in Legate's hands, Michelle nodded and continued, I will first transfer to you what I possess. While my current wealth does not amount to half of the Shafik family's fortune, it does represent nearly a quarter. The remainder shall be entrusted to you under the auspices of the Shafik name once I officially assume the position of head of the family. Naturally, I shall document these terms in the agreement, and I wonder if you, Legate, would be willing to wait a little longer. Once a person sets their sights on a dream and a goal, they will cast aside all external possessions. As the sole daughter of the Shafik lineage, she would forever remain unwed to outsiders. Any union would only be with the younger sons of other prominent families or the eldest sons of lesser houses, entering the Shafik family by means of marriage. In other words, she is the actual possessor of the Shafik family's wealth. Once she reaches adulthood, provided no new heirs emerge, all the family assets will belong solely to her. However, to err on the side of caution, after finalizing this agreement, Michelle must make time to return home. One cannot be too careful. The last thing she wants is for those two at home to produce a brother or sister while she is away at school. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly low, Michelle is unwilling to take any risks. After all, It is merely a matter of secretly administering a permanent safety potion, which poses no danger to her two elderly guardians. For the future of the wizarding world, she must endure a bit of discomfort for her aging guardians. Very well, let us proceed with the signing. As they spoke, Legate lifted his quill and inscribed the contents onto the parchment. All that was required was her signature, and she could continue to recruit in his name. Chapter 66. Harry transforming into Hallie seems plausible. If you agree, I shall certainly fulfill my promise. Upon seeing Legate acquiesce to her request, a faint smile finally graced Michelle's face. After swiftly taking the parchment from his hands, she signed her name at the bottom. Legate, just you wait. I will undoubtedly bring about a transformation in this decaying wizarding world. Perhaps it was the lifting of the immediate crisis or the relief of a burden eased. But the previously stern expression on Michelle's face was now illuminated by a hint of prideful defiance. Yet, perhaps this would be the last time. With differing ideologies, she and Legate may find themselves on opposing sides in the future. Hence, once the Purification Society is stabilized, she will sever all ties with Legate. At that point, with tenfold effort, she believes that others will no longer have anything to say. Moreover, this approach offers a form of dignified defiance. Although Legate's ideals diverge from her own, it is precisely because of him that she has embarked on this path. Ha 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 ha. Meeting Michelle's gaze, which bore an unwavering conviction akin to that of a party member, Legate could not help but burst into hearty laughter. He realized he had underestimated her. Or perhaps, the concept of ideals itself. In his previous impressions, Michelle had always struck him as a somewhat brainless, proud girl. Though she still appeared somewhat lacking in intellect now, she radiated an aura strikingly different from before. Were it not for the inopportune time and place, she might have even raised a hand in triumph. What are you laughing at? Michelle, observing Legate's sudden outburst of laughter, clenched her fists in irritation. Was her aspiration truly so laughable? Just as she contemplated delivering a sharp elbow to Legate, he abruptly seized the agreement from the table and tore it to shreds. This was never a special scroll for signing agreements. It was merely a piece of parchment intended for writing assignments. Thus, with his bloodline awakened and his body considerably enhanced, Legate effortlessly tore it to shreds. What are you doing? Michelle exclaimed in anger, rising from his seat at the sight of the agreement reduced to tatters by Legate. Legate, Michelle, is your Purification Society in need of members? Before Michelle could unleash his fury, Legate interjected, if you require assistance, would you consider my candidacy to join your ranks? Having achieved initial testing results, the next step naturally transitioned into the practical evaluation phase. As long as those joining the Purification Society proved to be suitable, he could initiate the foundation training program. Nevertheless, Michelle's inclusion was a certainty. Possessing a status far superior to that of the average individual, he remained unyielding to the comforts of privilege. Such a character is indeed a rare gem within the entire wizarding community. After all, apart from the Weasley family, no one else has achieved such enlightenment. Particularly considering that Michelle is the heir of the Shafik family. This situation is akin to the child of a billionaire tycoon starting a business from scratch at a market stall. Faced with Legate's seemingly contradictory attitude, Michelle blinked in confusion. Weren't you just? I had to test your resolve, didn't I? Legate replied with a half-joking shrug, observing Michelle's somewhat dazed expression. What if your commitment is merely fleeting enthusiasm? Why should I waste my breath on you? While uncertain of Michelle's inner conviction, the current circumstances suggested that a collaboration was entirely feasible. With Michelle acting as a shield, Dumbledore would likely refrain from intervening. Ultimately, it boiled down to a matter of strength. If one possessed power that could rival or even surpass Dumbledore's, why not simply forge ahead without hesitation? You, Michelle. Witnessing Legate's slightly irritating expression, clenched her fists tightly. We don't need anyone. I'm leaving. Suppressing the urge to elbow him, she angrily turned to exit the room. However, despite her words, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Something is amiss with these two. There must be something I am unaware of. Watching Michelle depart with a smile, Draco, seated nearby, immediately engaged in a mental whirlwind. Considering the previous situation in which Michelle had left traces in the dormitory, the image of an epic scene titled Ultimate Infernal Battlefield suddenly materialized in Draco's mind, fueled by his understanding of Sakura Matu. If Legate truly desired that, he would undoubtedly be met with disapproval from the other party. How cruel it would be. As Draco envisioned the scene in his mind, he couldn't help but shiver instinctively. What are you mumbling about? Legate inquired, observing Draco's foolish grin transform into an expression of fear. After delivering a swift kick to him, Legate directly asked, Please inform me of your association's member list and the current situation within it. He had just spent a considerable amount of time chatting with Michelle and had yet to gain a comprehensive understanding of who was involved in the association. However, since Michelle and the others had invited the Weasley brothers, it was likely that there were members from other houses as well. Therefore, Legate needed to ascertain which individuals within the association were worthy of trust and development. After all, No one could be certain whether that old coot Dumbledore had embedded any peculiar spies within their ranks. As for determining trustworthiness, that was relatively straightforward. One should not underestimate the influence of the Black family. Although they had not yet regained their former glory, they were not to be trifled with by mere commoners. With the power of wealth at play, investigating the backgrounds of a few young wizards was hardly a challenge. All right. Let me take a quick look, Draco responded, breaking free from his reverie after receiving Legate's kick. However, the brutality of the previous scene left him momentarily dazed. Be a bit more specific. I'll need this later. Understood. Just give me a moment. No rush. Take your time, Legate replied, observing Draco's peculiar expression with a furrowed brow. Although adolescents often exhibited strange behaviors, Draco's current demeanor felt oddly out of place. The memory of Draco's earlier foolish grin followed by fear led Legate to a bold conjecture. Perhaps the boy was preoccupied with thoughts of how to face Lucius after getting together with Harry. After all, one would naturally smile foolishly at the beginning of a relationship, while later feeling fear amid opposition from family and the world. With that in mind, Legate approached and meaningfully patted Draco on the shoulder, saying, Draco, you mustn't stray from the path. Otherwise, Uncle and Aunt might just turn Harry into Harriet. Draco. Legate's suggestion seemed rather astute. Perhaps transforming Harry into Harriet was the safer option. The speaker may have been casual, but the listener was attentive. In that instant, Sakura began to devise a plan in her mind on how to legally and reasonably transform Harry into Harriet. Harry, I don't know why, but I can't shake this feeling of chill in my lower half. Chapter 67. The favorite place of the traveler's time flowed quietly, and soon it was 11 o'clock at night. At this moment, in the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Legate, what inspired you to embark on a nocturnal stroll this evening? Observing Legate as he continuously gazed at the walls on either side, Sakura Matu couldn't help but blink in curiosity. While a midnight walk is undoubtedly a romantic endeavor, such a deviation from Legate's usual demeanor must stem from some unique motivation. Hogwarts Castle harbors a remarkable chamber capable of transforming its space according to the user's desires. In the midst of their conversation, Legate's attention was drawn to a tapestry depicting a giant clobbering a hapless creature. Since he had resolved to join this so-called association, it was only fitting to seek out a suitable place for their activities, was it not? Indeed, the location Legate referred to was none other than the Room of Requirement. Although it had devolved into a veritable marketplace in later years, it served quite well as a temporary base of operations in its earlier days. Frankly, Legate had long been intrigued by the principles underlying the Room of Requirement. After all, no matter how whimsical magic may be, it cannot conjure an abundance of items from thin air. Furthermore, its existence within Hogwarts might be linked to certain individuals of significance. Naturally, these musings were merely Legate's personal conjectures. The specifics would only become clear upon entering the room. Upon hearing Legate's description, Sakura immediately associated it with the Room of Requirement. She had previously encountered references to such a room in various notes and records, albeit with vague and elusive details. However, due to the fantastical nature of those accounts and her recent inability to find related clues at school, she had assumed this so-called Room of Requirement was merely a playful trick by past wizards. After all, it seemed plausible that bored wizards might amuse themselves by deceiving children during their enrollment ceremonies, leading them to believe in a non-existent chamber. Indeed, it seems you are quite knowledgeable, little Sakura. After leisurely approaching the wall opposite the tapestry of the giant, Legate began his repetitive motions. Meanwhile, he muttered to himself about the necessity of finding a place to conceal items. Suddenly, the once unremarkable wall revealed a large wooden door capable of accommodating multiple individuals. This unexpected appearance astonished Sakura. Just moments before, the wall had exhibited no magical fluctuations whatsoever. Now, it had manifested a door seemingly out of thin air, defying both magic and science. To simplify, it was akin to an object from a two-dimensional world abruptly materializing in a three-dimensional realm. Let us enter quickly, otherwise, Filch will arrive soon. As a dashing son of nature, capturing a pitiable little cat was hardly a challenge. Under the temptation of a couple of bags of small dried fish, Mrs. Loris boldly sold Furchie's undergarments. She divulged the times and locations where the other party would typically be found. In all likelihood, Furchie would soon arrive at this very spot. Thus, they decided to enter. After opening the wooden door for Legate, Sakura Matu took his arm and stepped inside. Barely a minute had passed since their entrance into the wish-granting room when Furchie, panting and carrying an oil lamp, rushed in. To his surprise, the 8th floor corridor was deserted. The excitement on Furchie's face evaporated instantly. He had distinctly heard voices moments before, and it was illogical for them to have vanished so swiftly. Mrs. Loris, help me locate those pesky little wizards. After a fruitless search, Furchie glanced down at Mrs. Loris at his feet. Though he was a mute without magical power, the presence of Mrs. Loris rendered such limitations inconsequential in the pursuit of locating individuals. Meow meow. Meow. Oh, I'm off to sleep now. You're such a good girl, Mrs. Loris. I'll treat you to a feast upon our return, all right? Meow, meow, meow. Forget it. That stuff is utterly tasteless. Are the little wizards around here? Let us hurry. Meow, meow, meow. Sigh. Conversing with a fool is truly exhausting. Amidst the nonsensical exchange between the man and the cat, Furchie was led away from the 8th floor corridor by Mrs. Loris. Meanwhile, within the wish-granting room, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering the favorite gathering spot of crossers, the wish-granting room. Reward draw count. 1. Well, isn't this a delightful surprise? Legate pondered the unexpected system prompt and the task designation, unsure whether to lament his own laziness or criticize the system for its lackadaisical approach. Other systems typically presented tasks in advance. Why had his become contingent on his arrival? It seemed that if he had never come to the wish-granting room, this task would have remained dormant indefinitely. This place is in utter disarray. While Legate mulled over these thoughts, Sakura Matu had already scanned the room. Curiosity piqued. She picked up a book from the clutter. After a cursory glance, she disdainfully tossed it back onto the floor. It was an outdated textbook, likely from many years past, filled with content that had long been rendered obsolete. Most importantly, aside from the signs of having been opened, there were no other marks to indicate it had ever been used. It was evident that this was the textbook of a particularly lackluster student. Had there been any study notes, it might have been worth a second look. One could peruse a book devoid of content, merely squandering precious time. I was in search of a place to conceal certain items. Observing the inquisitive demeanor of Sakura Matu, Legate began to elucidate the current circumstances. Due to the diligent efforts of generations of young wizards familiar with the House of Requirement, this location has come to resemble a veritable dump. Here lie both invaluable notes and materials, as well as superfluous, unutilized love letters, all heaped together. Presently, the most valuable object in this disarray is likely the Ravenclaw diadem. Of course, referring to its state prior to being tainted by Voldemort. The diadem, now a Horcrux, holds uncertain value. However, should one don it, they would undoubtedly fall under Voldemort's sway. After all, the ultimate essence of a Horcrux is to seize life and facilitate rebirth. Upon absorbing the lifespan of its host, it sheds its spectral form to regain corporeality. I mused, how reminiscent this is of a refuse heap. As I spoke, Sakura instinctively turned her gaze toward the summit of a pile of debris, where Legate observed what appeared to be a dark magical artifact. Thanks to her innate talents, she possessed an acute sensitivity to dark magic and malevolent intentions. Even if that flicker of malice was well concealed, it was nonetheless detected with precision by Sakura. It seems Voldemort's lingering soul is rather unruly. Watching Sakura stride towards the shelf, Legate raised an eyebrow and followed suit. Initially, he had no intention of disturbing the Ravenclaw diadem so soon. However, given that Voldemort had sought it out himself, he could hardly be blamed for taking action. After all, had the latter harbored no ill intentions and remained hidden within the diadem, Sakura might not have sensed his presence due to the unique nature of the Ravenclaw diadem. Chapter 68. The Achievement of the Diadem. This must be it. After carefully sensing the precise location, Sakura employed the levitation charm to extract a diadem from the clutter. Yet, upon glimpsing the shape of the diadem, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. It was a crown adorned with jewels, radiating brilliance, though its exterior appeared resplendent. The true significance lay in the inscription along the crown's edge. The wisdom of the exceptional is humanity's greatest treasure. As a scholar of Hogwarts history, Sakura could hardly be unaware that these words were often uttered within the hallowed halls of Ravenclaw. The individual who left this phrase was Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of the house. Legend has it that Ravenclaw bequeathed a diadem that could enhance the intellect of its wearer. While the diadem before her bore some discrepancies from the one described in lore, its overall structure and appearance remarkably aligned with the tales. Legate. This appears to be the diadem of Ravenclaw. After suppressing her excitement, Sakura Matu hurriedly approached Legate. If this truly is Ravenclaw's diadem, then they have indeed struck a significant fortune. Even if the legendary ability to enhance intelligence proves to be a myth, its inherent value would be enough to drive the wizards of Ravenclaw House into a frenzy. After all, it is an artifact left behind by the founder. In the outside world, it would be akin to a family heirloom. It does indeed resemble Ravenclaw's golden diadem. After inspecting the diadem in her palm, Legate temporarily set it aside, though it seemed tainted by something. She could sense an unsettling presence within. The more one knows, the more burdens one bears. To alleviate the pressure on Sakura Matu, sometimes silence serves as the best explanation. Knowing the future may not always be a blessing, while ignorance can fill each day with hope. However, since Voldemort has chosen to stir trouble, one cannot feign ignorance. Yes, I sense it too. Gazing at the Ravenclaw diadem on the table, Sakura Matu suggested, shall we use the Fiendfire curse? Not only would it resolve the troubles within, but it would also serve to test the authenticity of the diadem. If the accounts of legend hold true, the genuine Ravenclaw diadem should withstand the flames of Fiendfire. Moreover, From the moment she picked up the diadem, Sakura Matu felt an insidious urge to wear it. Therefore, from every angle of analysis, it was evident that something was amiss with this diadem. No, let's keep it for now. After gently restraining Sakura Matu's wand from casting, Legate placed the diadem into her ring, believing that they might need it in the future. It was clear to him that a diadem tainted by Voldemort was no longer the extraordinary magical artifact it once was. If subjected to the Fiendfire curse, it would be reduced to mere ashes. Additionally, preserving a fragment of Voldemort's soul could provide a new subject for study, as the quest for immortality invariably revolves around the soul. Very well, we shall refrain from testing it for now. Given Legate's statement, Sakura Matu reluctantly abandoned her earlier inclination. After all, with their intellects, the presence or absence of the diadem would make little difference. Yet, recalling the diabolical allure emanating from the diadem, Sakura Matu earnestly cautioned, Legate, be wary. That diadem has the power to corrupt the heart. When I grasped it, I felt a fleeting desire to wear it. If I felt such a compulsion, a lesser which would have succumbed long ago. Although she recognized Legate's resolute will, some warnings must still be heeded. After gently ruffling Sakura Matu's hair, Legate pointed towards the towering pile of various items behind him. What do you think, Sakura? Are you interested in embarking on a treasure hunt? The Room of Requirement has existed for as long as Hogwarts itself, and over the years, despite much of it being mere refuse, surely there must be one or two useful items hidden within. This was Legate's primary purpose for summoning the room. As the saying goes, the thrill of discovery brings joy. Although he was not lacking in resources, the prospect of finding something for free was undeniably delightful. All right. With a playful tug on Legate's arm, Sakura eagerly ventured deeper into the room, while the thought of retreating to the dormitory with him was appealing. The unique experience of searching for treasures together filled her with anticipation. An hour later, in the corridor on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, I shouldn't have expected to find anything worthwhile. Reflecting on the items he had just unearthed in the Room of Requirement, Legate felt a dull throb in his head. Every individual who had previously discovered this room was undeniably exceptional. Aside from the useful items, the place was cluttered with all sorts of peculiarities, used umbrellas, battle-damaged wizarding robes. If he weren't in need of this room for the time being, Legate would have considered incinerating everything in a fiery blaze. Legate, what are you thinking about? Just as he pondered the absurdity of umbrellas in the wizarding world, Sakura stopped a short distance away, her curiosity evident. Nothing much, just contemplating matters regarding the association. With a gentle smile illuminating her face under the moonlight, Legate stepped closer to her. Are you hungry? Would you like me to ask Dobby to prepare something to eat? It was well known that house elf names were often whimsical, and this particular elf, Dobby, was responsible for the kitchen at Hogwarts. The thoughts of the Room of Requirement were momentarily cast aside. What truly mattered was Sakura's happiness. That sounds great. I'd love some papaya milk. Savoring Legate's affectionate touch, Sakura squinted her eyes in bliss as she leaned against his palm. However, just before she could finish speaking, an abrupt sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Though the sound was faint, almost imperceptible, for Sakura, whose senses were heightened by gem magic, it was as clear as day. With a slight frown, she opened her eyes fully and grasped Legate's right arm. Legate, someone is approaching from around the corner. Yes, I hear it too. After bestowing a reassuring smile upon Matu Sakura, Legate retrieved the wand ensconced within his ring. Thanks to the enhancement of his physical prowess resulting from his awakened lineage, his senses now surpassed those of an ordinary individual. Consequently, the sounds heard by Matu Sakura were likewise audible to Legate. Chapter 69. Embrace the Madness. A minute later, this time, I have you caught, you disobedient one. Gazing at the still desolate corridor of the castle, the smug expression on Felch's face abruptly froze. Clearly, Mrs. Loris had departed earlier, and he had distinctly heard footsteps moments ago. Wait, just as Felch was lost in confusion, he suddenly realized something of utmost importance. Where had Mrs. Loris gone? Typically, even if she arrived before him, she would patiently wait in place. Yet now, the corridor was devoid of any presence. Not even a strand of cat fur in sight. Mrs. Loris, where are you? The mere thought of Mrs. Loris potentially being tormented by a mischievous little wizard compelled Felch to instinctively dash forward. Come out quickly. How can I survive without you? Mrs. Loris. That night, Hogwarts Castle echoed with piercing screams. Not long after, tales emerged of a banshee that would roam the corridors each night, lamenting the fate of the lost. Should the disobedient little wizard be captured, they would face the most severe of punishments. However, these were matters for another time. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the 4th floor corridor, hurry back, your master is on the verge of tears. Hearing the sorrowful cries emanating from the other side of the corridor, Legate reached out to gently stroke Mrs. Loris' head, urging her to return with the treats so that he might know what to prepare for her. Indeed, the commotion Legate and Matu Sakura had just heard originated from Mrs. Loris. According to her account, upon returning, she had intended to sleep, but Felch had scooped her from her bed. As she passed through the 4th floor, Having caught a whiff of Legate's scent, she seized the opportunity to scurry over and deliver the message while Felch was distracted. Meow. Thank you. I'm nearly sick of eating potatoes. After nudging Legate's palm with her head, Mrs. Loris trotted off, clutching several packets of cat treats and snacks toward the source of the screams. Despite her aging appearance, she was only about 3 years old, which, in human terms, equates to roughly 30. If it weren't for Felch's incessant meddling with a hodgepodge of food, she wouldn't appear so aged. Alas, due to Felch's influence, not a single little wizard at Hogwarts dared to approach Mrs. Loris. There was simply no remedy for her plight. In order to survive, she had no choice but to subsist on the food provided by Ferk. Legate, let us depart as well. Watching Madame Loris leave with a snack in her mouth, Sakura Matu wrapped her arms around Legate's sleeve. With Ferk momentarily occupied, they could leisurely stroll back. Were it not for the fact that Madame Loris was merely a cat, she would have been unable to resist taking action just now. Legate's affectionate gestures were meant solely for her. Reflecting on the indulgent expression from petting Madame Loris, Sakura silently jotted down the details of the aging cat girl in her little notebook. After all, there is an old saying that tea becomes richer with age. A certain aging cat girl remarked, "Why does it feel so chilly behind me? No rush. Do you wish to continue playing for a while?" As he spoke, Legate pointed towards a wooden door not far away. Their previous attempt to avoid Ferk had inadvertently led them to the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. This was precisely the location of Dumbledore's meticulously arranged savior cultivation plan. Since they had discovered that the wish-granting room offered opportunities for draws, it seemed illogical to bypass a challenge without securing a reward. As for whether Dumbledore would become aware of their presence, that remained uncertain, for she was merely curious about what lay within. In any case, having come this far, it would be foolish to return empty-handed. After all, aside from the miraculous third brother, nothing could make a person immune to the sentiment of having come this far. This was the restricted area mentioned by Headmaster Dumbledore. Gazing at the wooden door deep within the corridor, Sakura suddenly recalled the scene from the opening ceremony. At that time, Dumbledore had specifically cautioned against approaching this place if they wanted to avoid trouble. However, from another perspective, could this not suggest that there was indeed something valuable here? Otherwise, why would there be a specific mention of the room in the 4th floor corridor without further elaboration? Soon, Sakura began to sense something amiss. As the most powerful white wizard of the age, if Dumbledore wished to protect something, he could easily keep it on his person. To place it here and boldly disclose its location felt akin to a fishing trap. Legate, I have a feeling that something is not quite right. Upon contemplating this crucial point, Sakura tugged at Legate's side, suggesting that this room might be a bait, though she was yet to discern for whom it was intended. It does seem a bit like that. But regardless of whom it targets, it certainly cannot be us, right? After smoothing out Sakura's furrowed brow, Legate retrieved his wand from the ring. Let us enter and take a look. Perhaps we shall encounter unexpected delights. He was well aware of whom this room was designed to ensnare. Moreover, as a novice quest for nurturing Harry, Dumbledore had not set overly arduous challenges within. After all, if Harry were to be inadvertently sent away, or if the confidence of the other party were to be undermined, the consequences would be dire. However, Legate had no intention of revealing to Sakura Matu whom the room was intended to ensnare. During this relatively tranquil period, he still needed to allow Voldemort to serve as his mentor for a while longer. If Sakura were to discover that Quirrell possessed a substantial portion of Voldemort on the back of his head, it was evident that she would never consent to accompany him to the meeting. Furthermore, should this information come to light, Hogwarts would undoubtedly witness several minor explosions that very night. If facing the confrontation head-on posed risks, it would be prudent to lay down some traps in advance, supplemented by distant blue flames. The moment Quirrell's body faltered, it would essentially be time to declare the feast underway. All right, I will accompany you, Legate declared resolutely. Observing his determination, Sakura refrained from further objections. Since he wished to go, she would follow him unfailingly. Even if it were a trap, so what? They could simply push through. With the meager reserves contained within her ring, exploring a small restricted area on the 4th floor should pose little difficulty. Relax a little, silly girl. Legate's eyes glimmered with a mix of exasperation and affection as he watched the pumpkin grenade held tightly in Sakura's grasp. Sometimes, a child's excessive maturity could be a burden. After all, maturity often signifies growth, and growth invariably comes with its own costs. It is better to be prepared than to face unforeseen circumstances. After sticking out her tongue playfully at Legate, Sakura tucked the pumpkin grenade into her sleeve. Surprises can catch others off guard. In the face of an unknown environment, it is wise to retain an additional card-up 1S sleeve. After all, most wizards are quite fragile. Without a protective shield or enhancement in place, their physical bodies are not much different from those of ordinary individuals. Thus, this enhanced pumpkin grenade would suffice to resolve many issues. Well then, let us depart. As he spoke, Legate took Sakura's hand and led her toward the wooden door. Since the night was so rare and splendid, they might as well enjoy a night of revelry together. After all, as a board member of Hogwarts, It wouldn't hurt to stir up a little chaos now and then, would it? Chapter 70. 3 Heads, 3 Thoughts and Gratitude for Everyone's Supportive Gifts. Today's installment of the quartet is presented. Legate, there is some sort of large creature within. Upon arriving at the wooden door, Sakura discerned faint breaths emanating from inside. Perhaps due to the excellent soundproofing of the walls, she might not have noticed had she not listened closely. Nevertheless, from the sound of the breathing, she could surmise that 3 large creatures were likely present in the room. After all, the breathing frequency of humans differs from that of large animals. As someone who had a miniature magical creature ecosystem at home, she was certainly capable of distinguishing between the two. Indeed, I too have heard the sound. After drawing his wand and casting the unlocking charm on the door, Legate tossed 2 glow sticks into the room. The instant the glow sticks illuminated the space, the entirety of the room came into view for the two. There, a massive 3-headed dog stared intently at them. The copious drool pooling on the floor suggested that this creature had likely been dreaming of something delectable. The 3-headed dog is a marvelous beast from Greek mythology. As it fixated on them, Sakura Matu instinctively reached for her wand, fully aware that this creature was no less formidable than an ordinary dragon. With its remarkably magic-resistant fur, most spells would fail to inflict harm upon it. Its exceptional physical prowess, combined with high magical resistance and formidable offensive capabilities, positioned it alongside dragons as an extraordinary creature. Furthermore, due to the rarity of 3-headed dogs, people are not as familiar with their weaknesses as they are with dragons. Do not fret, Sakura, it means no harm. Legate reassured her with a calming glance upon noticing her instinctive reaction. He then retrieved several pieces of prepared pork from his ring and tossed them towards the 3-headed dog. Right head, thank you. We've been starving for ages. Middle head, devouring it ravenously. Left head, indeed, that insufferable old man with the white beard. If only we could overpower him, I would make him kneel and call me father. By the way, has Hagrid not visited in a while? How vexing. It must be that old man preventing him from coming. The 3 heads of the dog were not mere ornaments. Each possessed its own thoughts and consciousness. Generally speaking, the right head is the rational one. The middle head acts as a mediator, while the left head tends to be more irascible. Do not worry. There is still plenty more. Legate chuckled as he retrieved more pork from his ring, having overheard their mention of Hagrid. Are you 2 friends, then? With no outsiders present, he felt no need to resort to the language of the 3-headed dog. After all, conversing in such a manner in front of Sakura would be rather embarrassing. As for his final inquiry, sometimes feigning ignorance can lead to significant trouble, while at other times, appearing oblivious can conveniently mitigate a host of complications. Right head, you can actually understand us. Middle head, delicious. Left head, yes, Hagrid is my friend. Do you know him as well? Though there had been a period of rebellion, under Hagrid's affectionate ministrations, the 3-headed dog's rebellious phase was decisively cut short. After all, had it not concluded even slightly earlier, it might not have survived to this day. Despite his formidable status, akin to that of a dragon, he appeared no more than a fledgling chick in the presence of Hagrid. A single punch from the latter could render him unconscious, while his attempts to bite might only scratch the surface. In light of the vast disparity between the two sides, having an additional humanoid magical creature as a companion was hardly a matter of disgrace. Indeed, Hagrid and I shared a camaraderie. Observing the ravenous 3-headed dog, Legate continued. Is the white-bearded old man you mentioned Dumbledore? If they harbor disdain for Dumbledore, it is only fitting that I exploit this chink in their armor. While a music box might swiftly lull him to sleep, to achieve the goal of abducting him, a more direct approach would be necessary. After all, when compared to the common yet not particularly astute dragon, the 3-headed dog, with its intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary humans, was evidently a more cost-effective option. It merely required correcting its propensity to doze off upon hearing music. It would undoubtedly serve as the ideal guardian. He was not worthy of our obedience. It was Hagrid who tasked me with guarding this place. Upon hearing Legate mention Dumbledore, the left head immediately bristled, exclaiming, and that damned white-bearded old man, doesn't he even provide us with food? The mere thought of being cooped up in this desolate place made it wish to raise its leg upon Dumbledore's head. Why should it endure such suffering when it had no worries about food and drink in the Forbidden Forest? You cannot say such things. Observing the left head's outburst, the right head expressed its annoyance. We promised Hagrid we wouldn't speak of this. However, he carries Hagrid's scent. As the 2 brothers were about to bicker again, the middle head swallowed a morsel before interjecting. Moreover, he has provided us with food, which qualifies him as one of our own. Right head, very well. Left head, stubborn fool. I told you it wouldn't be a problem. Right head, I can't be bothered with you. Left head, you scoundrel. Enough. Let us all quiet down. Having quelled their argument, the middle head turned to Legate and said, by the way, I am called Rouet. What is your name? After all this time spent in discourse, they still did not know each other's names. Legate Black, but you may call me Legate. As he spoke, Legate glanced at the side, where Sakura Matu stood. This is Sakura Matu. Greetings. Hearing Legate introduce himself, Sakura smiled and nodded at the three-headed dog. However, despite her ever-present smile, a few gems had quietly appeared in her palm. Though she felt confident in Legate's unique affinity for animals, one could never be too cautious. Should this colossal creature suddenly go berserk, having a little extra time to react could prove beneficial. The door behind remained ajar. A slight delay would surely suffice for the two to make their escape. Chapter 71. Who wouldn't desire a charming little dog? I understand. She must be your partner. Observing Sakura's demeanor, which seemed to prioritize Legate above all else, the left head immediately let out a lewd yet indignant chuckle, remarking, "We also have quite a few partners in the Forbidden Forest, were it not for that detestable old man with a white beard." Although the Forbidden Forest is home to only one three-headed dog, the other canine creatures are far from rare. Given Lu Wei's formidable nature, he could easily reign supreme like Aragog. During this time, seeking suitable companions would naturally be quite normal. It could be said that Hagrid single-handedly transformed the dynamics within the Forbidden Forest. After all, many impressive beings currently residing there were raised and subsequently released by him. Indigenous to the Forbidden Forest, me. Illiterate, and you ignored Hagrid's ramblings earlier. With a disdainful curl of the lip, the right head began to mock the left, stating, "In the human realm, it would be referred to as a partner. Please do not lower our cultural standards." As a being of management, it was entirely different from the hefty figure beside it. Though it could not yet articulate human speech, it was aware of some basic human knowledge. Left head, you. Right head. What do you mean, you illiterate? Middle head, delicious. Having grown accustomed to the daily squabbles of these two, the central head found the prospect of food to be far more pressing. After so many days of hunger, had Legate not appeared, it would have attempted to break free from its chains to find Hagrid. This wretched place was hardly suitable for either man or dog. Legate, they are indeed quarreling. Observing the suddenly animated exchange between the two heads, Sakura could not help but smile slightly. Although she could not comprehend the specifics of their argument, the distorted expressions and tones of the left head suggested that the insults exchanged were rather harsh. Coupled with the middle head silently enjoying food, an inexplicable sense of humor enveloped Lu Wei. Indeed, they were arguing. Watching Lu Wei's comically expressive three heads, Legate felt an even stronger urge to engage him. As for the specifics of the quarrel and its cause, he chose not to disclose them to Sakura. While he surmised that knowing they were arguing would bring her joy, the utmost priority was to stabilize Lu Wei. Other matters could be addressed later. Right head, look at you, the illiterate, making a fool of yourself. Left head, be quiet, the version of being furious from embarrassment. Middle head, this meat is quite good, tasty. I have more here. After tossing a colossal pork chop to Lu Wei, Legate pointed to the wooden trapdoor beneath him and inquired, "May I take a glance below?" Dumbledore. The enigmatic old man you refer to as the one with the white beard had mysteriously advised us against coming here. Yet, the more he spoke, the more I was compelled to discover what lay within. Given that Lu Wei's three heads harbored no fondness for Dumbledore, it was only natural for him to seek to curry favor. However, to be frank, Dumbledore's actions were rather ungenerous. He had pulled Lu Wei from the Forbidden Forest to stand guard, yet he was miserly enough to withhold even a morsel of food. Had it not been for the overwhelming disparity in strength and Hagrid's calming presence, Lu Wei would have likely broken free from his chains and fled this desolate place. After all, relying on a mere chain to restrain a three-headed dog is akin to expecting a dish prepared by a certain individual to maintain its original form. Upon hearing Legate express his desire to descend beneath the trapdoor, Lu Wei's three heads fell into an unusual silence. Apart from acquiescing to Hagrid, they were also gripped by a sense of dread towards Dumbledore, though they vocally protested. The display of power he exhibited within the Forbidden Forest left an indelible mark of fear in their fragile hearts. 10 pork chops. I shall bring you food when time permits, Legate offered, witnessing Lu Wei's rare silence. Fortunately, Dumbledore's lack of generosity provided him with leverage over Lu Wei. The central and left heads exclaimed, "Deal?" The right head, however, interjected, "No way." The central and left heads retorted, "Do not speak. It is decided." Upon hearing Legate's terms of exchange, Lu Wei's three heads gave varying responses. The left and central heads understood clearly that since Legate was Hagrid's friend, he could not be deemed an adversary. Moreover, he had promised to bring them food when he could. Given their existing discontent with Dumbledore, these two conditions were sufficient for them to choose compromise. Conversely, the right head pondered the implications. If Dumbledore discovered someone had ventured down, it might lead to repercussions for Hagrid. However, seeing that the other two heads had chosen to agree, it refrained from further discouraging remarks. After all, they had previously established a rule of fairness. Once a matter secured 2 votes, it was deemed conclusively settled. Very well, it is settled then. Retrieving 10 pork chops from his ring, Legate set them aside. In response, Lu Wei rose and cleared the way, fully unveiling the trapdoor beneath him. Be cautious. That old man likely has other arrangements within. Observing the two individuals preparing to descend through the trapdoor, the left brain offered a timely reminder. It rather fondly regarded the little one, hoping fervently that the old man with the white beard would not lead him astray within. Very well, let us proceed. After beaming a broad smile at the left brain, Legate took Sakura Matu by the hand and leapt down through the opening. Analyzing the current circumstances, it seemed that the left brain had indeed been adequately persuaded. With a bit more effort in the future, he should be able to bring Lue back home. After all, who could resist a fluffy and amusing dog? Provided, of course, that the dog does not wreak havoc, for that would inevitably lead to hypertension. Let us move the items and keep this matter discreet. As Legate and Sakura Matu's figures vanished through the opening, the right brain also made a prudent suggestion. Since it had already consented to let the two descend, a measure of concealment was indeed necessary. As the most rational and intelligent of the three heads, it wished to avoid any subsequent scrutiny from Dumbledore regarding any irregularities. Otherwise, it would not only be itself at risk, but perhaps Hagrid as well. Very well, let us move forward. Meanwhile, as Lue shifted his form, Legate and Sakura Matu had reached the bottom of the cave. Chapter 72. Sakura Matu discovers a blind spot. Uncertain of what awaited them within, the two could not foolishly leap down without caution. Utilizing the floating charm for a gradual descent, Legate produced an oversized head-mounted searchlight. The fluorescent glow required him to hold his arm aloft while continuously channeling his magical energy. In contrast, wearing this device upon his head would provide the necessary illumination for both of them, making it considerably more convenient. As for the so-called plot foresight, please. This is a realm of tangible existence. Unlike the conventions of scripted tales, everything here is subject to change. Should Professor Sprout not have laid a devil's snare within, or perhaps employed other flora, then a hard landing might not only result in broken limbs, but also expose them to unforeseen dangers. As Legate had anticipated, the reality mirrored his expectations. Perhaps the savior cultivation game had yet to formally commence, or perhaps Harry had not yet discovered this locale. Beneath the trapdoor lay not the devil's snare, but the infamous bloodthirsty vine. This plant ensnares its prey with a tight grip and siphons blood through its piercing thorns until the captured victim becomes a mere desiccated husk, after which the bloodthirsty vine discards it. Stop! Legate commanded decisively as he witnessed the bloodthirsty vine hastening towards them. Thanks to the talents bestowed by his awakened lineage, he was able to temporarily command certain plants to heed his will. While it is true that incinerating the blood-sucking vine would effectively eliminate it and facilitate an easier exit, such an action would inevitably create a commotion. This could attract the attention of either Voldemort or Dumbledore, thereby jeopardizing one's ability to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. This object, which holds the potential for immortality, despite its inherent flaws, remains an intriguing subject for research. After all, the pursuit of eternal life often leads to similar conclusions. The blood-sucking vine, however, seems rather rudimentary as a means of defense. Observing the vine obediently stationed before them, Sakura Matu turned to her companion, Legate. Although this creature may pose a threat to an ordinary first-year wizard, any young witch or wizard proficient in freezing or fire spells should be able to pass through unscathed, provided they don't misplace their wand or find themselves ensnared immediately. Indeed, while the blood-sucking vine is vulnerable to fire and ice, its resilience under normal circumstances is quite formidable. It is not merely the inexperienced young wizards who struggle. Even adult wizards might find escape difficult. Additionally, the thorns adorning the vines would pierce the skin deeply, further complicating any attempts to break free. Clear the way. After the blood-sucking vine had yielded passage, Legate took Sakura's hand and continued deeper into the corridor. Perhaps it was confidence in the three-headed dog that propelled them forward, for Cerberus is not easily subdued. At that moment, Legate was quite curious about whether the subsequent challenges would remain unchanged, given the alterations in the second trial. Indeed, subduing a three-headed dog is a formidable task. Reflecting on the sparse descriptions of Cerberus in her books, Sakura couldn't help but entertain the notion of capturing it. If this formidable creature could be brought home, the safety of both herself and Legate would be significantly enhanced. If they could devise a means to eliminate Cerberus's remaining weakness, it could become the most exceptional guardian of Black Manor. One should not underestimate the Black family's collection of tomes. They possess a dedicated volume even on the elusive three-headed dog. Thus, Sakura was well aware of Cerberus's vulnerability to music. As for why she had not prepared a harp or music box earlier, it was twofold. She was unaware that a three-headed dog awaited them behind the door, and time constraints were pressing. After all, Cerberus is not one to remain stationary and peacefully listen to music. Legate, I believe there is movement ahead. Just as Sakura pondered how to entice Cerberus back home, a series of faint yet raucous sounds reached her ears, reminiscent of a swarm of flying creatures. Could it be another magical beast? In this environment, numerous magical creatures could present a threat to adversaries, especially in groups. Excluding the shadowy dream bats that thrive in dim environments, there exists a similar group known as the spurred sharp-tipped peaks. Indeed, that must be the room in question. After casually casting an illusion spell on the two of them, Legate pointed towards a nearby chamber emanating a luminous glow. Let us quietly approach and observe. Once we ascertain the situation, we can devise a strategy. The thrill of unboxing lies in those fleeting seconds before the reveal, a delightful intersection of the unknown and anticipation. Moreover, the initial challenge diverged from the anticipated path. Thus, Legate refrained from disclosing what might lie within the room, choosing instead to assume the role of an intrepid explorer. This not only kept him vigilant, but also allowed him and Sakura Matu to revel in the joys of adventure together, one action yielding double the delight. Well, I shall heed your guidance. After discreetly using a gem to cloak their presence, Sakura and Legate stealthily approached the chamber. Is that a key? Upon reaching the entrance, Sakura swiftly discerned the entities fluttering above. Although their rapid movement and reflective surfaces obscured clarity, careful observation revealed a flurry of keys darting through the air. Coupled with what seemed to be the only exit nearby, she instantly grasped the room's intent. Yet, the more she understood, the deeper her confusion grew. For the encounters beyond the two challenges presented by Rue evoked an inexplicable sense of childlike play. What are you pondering? Noticing Sakura's momentary daze, Legate gently pinched her cheek, inquiring if she had unearthed something amiss. It just feels as though this is a game meant to amuse children. Feeling the warmth of his touch on her cheek, Sakura voiced her perplexity. If the aim were to prevent the Dark Wizard's entry, these obstacles were utterly ineffective. Having clandestinely collaborated with Klitsch on several missions, she was well aware of the nefarious tactics employed by that faction. It could be asserted that anyone who rises to become a Dark Wizard possesses hands stained with wrongdoing. In stark contrast to the defenses they encountered, these barriers were, to put it bluntly, no more formidable than a children's play area in an amusement park. Chapter 73. The Dark Lord Who Killed Hundreds. Are you familiar with the tale of Harry Potter? Observing the bewilderment etched across Sakura's face, Legate resolved to divulge a modicum of information. Some truths are better revealed early, allowing for mental preparation. Moreover, considering the passage of time, it seemed opportune to share this knowledge with Sakura. After all, soon, as Quirrell's form gradually deteriorated, Voldemort would commence his various nefarious schemes. Indeed, I have heard whispers of it. Upon hearing Legate's sudden inquiry regarding Harry, Sakura Matu's mind conjured the recently organized information, which suggested that Harry had vanquished Voldemort in his youth, restoring peace to the tumultuous wizarding world. However, it seems that defeating Voldemort should be the case. As she pondered this, a realization struck her midway through the conversation. Could it be that this place was, in fact, a theme park specifically established by Professor Dumbledore for Harry Potter? If one were to interpret the situation in this light, many things would become clear. Why were the so-called forbidden challenges so simplistic? Why would Dumbledore deliberately mention this location? Firstly, Harry's capabilities are limited. Overly complex challenges could easily overwhelm him. Secondly, as a member of Gryffindor, a house renowned for its penchant for adventure, Harry's curiosity would likely be piqued even in the face of danger. As for Dumbledore's motives, there could be only one plausible reason. Once Sakura had organized these thoughts clearly in her mind, she looked earnestly at Legate and declared, "Legate, Voldemort may not be dead. Harry is regarded as the savior of the wizarding world, and Dumbledore's current actions evidently aim to cultivate him. The only adversary that Harry has ever truly defeated is Voldemort. By connecting these dots, the truth emerges. Dumbledore seeks to utilize this place to train Harry, preparing him to confront a potentially still-living Voldemort." "I concur with your assessment," Legate replied, meeting Sakura's serious expression with a smile as he gestured towards a nearby wooden door. If Voldemort is indeed alive, this could very well be a trap specifically designed for him. Furthermore, should Voldemort still exist, his circumstances must be dire. Given his previous reckless methods, if he were in good condition, he would have already gathered his band of misfits. The emergence of such a Voldemort could be contingent upon two possibilities, either his arch-nemesis, Harry, or a magical artifact capable of remedying his current plight. Thus, Dumbledore's mention of the inherent danger at the opening feast was likely a ploy to attract the attention of the potential Voldemort. As she surveyed the somewhat rudimentary challenge before her, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Sakura's eyes. The subsequent design of these challenges appeared primarily aimed at honing Harry Potter's skills. To intercept a possibly lurking Voldemort, they would need to focus on the first challenge involving the creature, Fluffy. However, given Harry's close relationship with Hagrid, he might glean insights into Fluffy's vulnerabilities from him. This way, even if Harry were rather inexperienced, he could still navigate these challenges with relative ease. The question remained, though, what would the bait be? Despite having contemplated all possible scenarios, Matu Sakura found herself deep in thought regarding the bait used to lure Voldemort. After all, anything that could compel Voldemort, who might be gravely injured, to take notice must surely be beyond the commonplace. As for the question of Voldemort's survival, Sakura felt no anxiety whatsoever. After all, he was merely Voldemort, not someone deserving of her regard. When it comes to ferocity and brutality, ordinary individuals can be far more savage than this Dark Lord. A review of historical records from the Wizarding World reveals that he has taken only a few hundred lives. In contrast, the casualties from a single skirmish in the Muggle world would far exceed that number. Furthermore, if one lacks strength, truth prevails. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards Legate, she would resolutely drag them down with her. A glimpse inside would reveal all. After gently smoothing Sakura's furrowed brow, Legate led her to the wooden door. However, to his surprise, the unlocking charm failed to open the lock before them. It seemed precautions had been taken to thwart any clever maneuvers by Harry. "Allow me," Sakura said, removing the hairpin from her hair. A blasting charm might create too much noise. Knowing this was a location specifically set by Dumbledore, she aimed to leave as few traces as possible. After all, leaving behind any clues could lead to trouble later on. Moreover, the ability to pick locks stemmed from a past encounter with danger. Ever since that incident with her sister, Sakura had secretly learned some lockpicking techniques. She had not anticipated her first use would occur in such a setting. Once she adjusted the hairpin to fit the keyhole, she inserted it, and with a crisp click, the door swung open. "I can't believe you can do this too, Sakura," Legate exclaimed as he helped her steady the door after it was easily unlocked. "It's just a little skill," she replied, reattaching the hairpin to her hair and cheerfully wrapping her arm around Legate's. A keen observer might have noticed a glimmer of significance in her eyes. Regular practice naturally breeds proficiency. In the past, unlocking a door without a charm might have taken her 2.5 minutes, but now she could accomplish it in a mere 2.5 seconds. It was worth noting the remarkable quality of the Black family home's door. Despite being quietly pried open almost every night in previous years, it remained functional. "Next time, teach me too. Who knows when it might come in handy," she suggested as Legate led Sakura through the wooden door. Mastering an additional skill serves as an invaluable trump card. Although the art of lockpicking may seem trivial, it proves essential when confronted with a door imbued with magical resistance, which can only be opened using the mundane techniques of a lockpicker. Of course, one could resort to an explosive charm. Yet employing such a method would undoubtedly alert the adversary to one's intention of escape, especially when the odds are heavily stacked against oneself. Despite these contemplations, Sakura Matu cheerfully responded, "Of course, I will certainly teach you." Inevitably, some physical contact would occur during the instruction, leading to potential small interactions. At that moment, Sakura's mind conjured around 10 amusing anecdotes that might unfold while teaching Legate. Shortly after they stepped through the door, a figure appeared within the room. Observing the key still swirling in the air above, he shook his head in mild exasperation. The methods of lockpicking in the Muggle world were indeed rather unexpected. Chapter 74. The Loophole of Rules. "Is this wizard's chess?" Sakura raised an eyebrow in mild surprise as she beheld the colossal chessboard that had materialized in the new room. A few pieces were missing, necessitating the use of transfiguration. Compared to the previous challenges, this one seemed considerably more intriguing. Based on the intelligence she had gathered for her story, it appeared that Harry was not particularly familiar with such games. However, judging by the current state of the chessboard, it seemed that any reasonably intelligent individual should be able to succeed. The sole issue at hand was the absence of several chess pieces. It was likely that the game could only be properly initiated once the pieces were restored. No, you overestimate Harry and the others. After listening to Sakura's engaging musings, Legate found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps Professor McGonagall's original intention aligned with the girl's thoughts, aiming to enhance Harry's transfiguration skills through this challenge. After all, a person's potential in extreme circumstances often surpasses that in normal conditions. Yet, one particular individual had suggested using living beings as substitutes on the chessboard, thereby replacing the transfiguration assessment with human pawns. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall's foresight, everyone would likely have been obliged to join the Weasley family for a feast afterward. "Sakura, go ahead and play." Suppressing his thoughts of attending the feast, Legate reached into his ring and retrieved several stones. After placing these stones on the corresponding spots of the chessboard, he employed transfiguration to transform them into the requisite pieces. Thanks to Professor McGonagall's earlier notes and the occasional inquiries Legate made, his proficiency in transfiguration had significantly improved. Although he could not match the seasoned expertise of Professor McGonagall, he was sufficiently skilled to handle ordinary wizards or lazy aurors with ease. "All right, give me 2 minutes." After bestowing a sweet smile upon Legate, Sakura Matu gracefully approached the chess player's position. She paid little heed to this novice chess match, for it hardly piqued her interest. The only element that truly captivated her attention were the chess pieces themselves. Although transfiguration was not her primary focus, she had swiftly discerned the intricacies of these pieces after perusing Professor McGonagall's notes. If her conjecture was correct, this was likely the handiwork of Professor McGonagall. one must recognize that pieces capable of responding to commands were not a mere feat of ordinary transfiguration. This revelation provided compelling evidence to support the earlier speculations within the room. After all, which professor would engage in designing such trivial games for children without Dumbledore's prompting? A minute and 30 seconds later, as the White Queen was cleaved into fragments by a knight, the magical chessboard before her transformed accordingly. As for the White Queen's surrender? Regrettably, the notion of surrender was absent from Sakura's lexicon, whether for her own safety or Legate's. She deemed it more prudent for the unfortunate White Queen to take her leave. White Queen, you lack martial virtue. It was all rather simple, akin to children playing house. Observing the vanquished White Queen, Sakura hastened to Legate's side. Legate, let us proceed. Although the girl uttered not a word, her face radiated an expression of praise. Sakura is wonderful. Upon perceiving Sakura's sentiments, Legate readily reached out to ruffle her hair. Come, let us discover what the next challenge entails. Given the level of defense, it could indeed be considered a game for children. After all, any individual possessing substantial ability and unperturbed by noise could navigate through these challenges. Aside from the somewhat troublesome encounter with Louis, the remaining obstacles could easily be overcome with explosive spells. The next designer must be Professor Quirrell or Professor Snape. Reveling in the warmth emanating from Legate's touch, Sakura found herself half closing her eyes in enjoyment. The preceding challenges had involved herbology, charms, and transfiguration, all core subjects for first-year witches and wizards. Apart from these, the remaining principal subjects were defense against the dark arts and potions. I suspect this challenge was perhaps set by Professor Quirrell. Shortly after entering the wooden door, Legate was assailed by a pungent stench. Accompanying this foul odor were the low growls of some beast. This odor, was it a troll? At that moment, Sakura, also detecting the unpleasant scent, instinctively furrowed her brow. Even though she had previously assisted Snape with trolls, encountering the smell once more was still somewhat overwhelming. Covering her mouth and nose, she anticipated that it would soon come to an end. As he spoke, Legate extracted several stones from the ring and then opened the large door to the room. Roar! Just as the door swung open from the outside, the famished giant immediately activated its charge mode. Despite being bound by chains from head to toe, nothing could deter its relentless desire for sustenance. Furthermore, for a creature such as this, which possessed little intellect and was easily consumed by rage, the natural aura surrounding Legate proved to be of little consequence. How singularly simple-minded it was. Watching the giant rush towards him, Legate hurled the stones he held. Simultaneously, he employed his magical manipulation to guide their trajectory. Enhanced by his magic and the properties of his spells, the stones swiftly soared towards the giant's exposed nape. Although this creature had some resistance to magic and could withstand many minor spells, its diminutive brain became its Achilles heel. A sufficiently forceful blow was all that was required to render it momentarily unconscious. Bang! With the resounding impact of stones colliding with its skull, the once menacing giant staggered and then collapsed onto the ground. Had Legate not carefully moderated the force of his throw, the creature would have surely sustained a grievous injury. Professor Cairo certainly had a unique taste. Observing the unconscious giant sprawled on the floor, Sakura Matu quickly drew her wand from her sleeve. With a flick of her wrist, she propelled it a dozen meters away using her magic and swiftly grasped Legate's hand as they made their way outside. The stench was unbearable, though tolerable. Who among the good-hearted would choose to linger in a restroom day after day? Except, of course, for those currently occupied. This was a reasonable respite, a paid indulgence. This must be the final challenge. Gazing at the swirling black flames before them, Sakura swiftly scanned the surroundings. Upon spotting several potion vials on the table, a faint smile graced her lips. Legate, perhaps we can bypass this obstacle altogether. Legate, huh? Chapter 75. Indeed, there is a catch. Quite well. This could save us a considerable amount of time. After downing the potion provided by Sakura, Legate reached out to touch the black flames before him. If his conjecture was correct, these flames should possess effects akin to a fire shield. The fire shield emits flames similar to the heart's inner fire, capable of discerning any malice directed at its user. Should any ill intent arise, the dark flames would devour it completely. This was not Amaterasu's zero-kill record. These flames had indeed consumed many. As for the answer to the riddle on the table, please. Over a decade has passed, and Legate expressed his disbelief at how he could possibly remember. It is akin to someone suddenly inquiring what one had for dinner on this day 10 years ago. Only a fool would retain such trivialities. Coincidentally, Professor Snape had previously invited me to study alongside him. After casting the remaining potion vial into the confines of his ring, Sakura Matu traversed the firewall with Legate. As Snape adhered to a philosophy of practical education, the potion studies conducted almost every evening primarily involved Sakura concocting various potions. The advanced fire resistance potion they had just consumed was derived from one of Snape's earlier teachings. Moreover, having previously glimpsed the potion vials on Snape's desk, Sakura was able to piece together the key to overcoming this challenge. However, it must be noted that aside from the initial segment posed by Louis, this particular challenge bore a modicum of difficulty. After all, for those lacking in logical reasoning or without the appropriate potions, traversing the black flames unscathed was nearly an impossibility. One would require a fire shield of equal caliber for protection, otherwise, even survival would come at a cost. What is this stone? Upon entering the room past the fire wall, Sakura immediately noticed a crimson stone resting upon a wooden table. Apart from this, the entire chamber was remarkably barren, devoid of any other discernible objects. From a superficial perspective, this appeared to be the case. As she approached the magical stone, Legate reached out and grasped it. In that instant, a chilling system notification reverberated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for clearing the Savior's new mobile game paradise and acquiring a magical stone. Task reward, 1 extraction opportunity. Listening to the system's announcement and the life force emanating from the stone, a flicker of suspicion crossed Legate's eyes. It was now almost certain that the stone before him was indeed the genuine magical stone. Yet, its conspicuous placement at the center of the room felt exceedingly peculiar. As for why Legate could sense the life force, it was largely due to the bloodline of the blue ghost grass within him. As a spirit of nature, it possessed a keen sensitivity to life forces. Naturally, Legate, having absorbed its abilities, inherited this perception, albeit in a diminished capacity. However, with close proximity, he could still glean some awareness from their contact. Have you noticed anything amiss? Observing Legate's pensive demeanor, Sakura blinked curiously. To her, aside from the vibrant coloration, the stone appeared unremarkable. Yet, anything that Dumbledore would use as bait could hardly be as simple as just a mere stone. For the time being, nothing seems amiss. Perhaps you, Sakura, should take a look. As he handed the stone to Matu Sakura beside him, Legate swiftly cast a glance around with his peripheral vision. All right, let me give it a try. Upon receiving the magical stone, Matu Sakura immediately sensed something unusual about it. This sensation, as a talent of gem magic, allowed her to almost instantaneously detect the unique energy within the stone. After all, magical stones and gems are not vastly different. Both serve as special vessels for magic. Although Matu Sakura could not finally perceive magical energy, she could easily distinguish this familiar special energy. After picking up the magical stone and examining it closely, she swiftly turned and handed it back to Legate. Legate, could this be the legendary magical stone? Although the Black family had mostly perished, their magical tomes had not been lost. Matu Sakura had once encountered descriptions of magical stones in an alchemical notebook, deep red on the surface, containing life magic within. Moreover, as someone with a talent for dark magic, particularly at the peak of the green level, she quickly confirmed that the special energy emanating from the stone was indeed a continuous source of vitality. After all, how could she not recognize such a thing after having maxed out her green level? Indeed, Miss Machiri, what you hold is certainly the legendary magical stone. Just as Legate was about to utter something, a somewhat abrupt voice resonated from the corner. Following the sound, they saw Dumbledore, with a knowing smile, slowly emerging from the shadows. Night wandering is not a commendable habit, Legate, nor you, Miss Machiri. Indeed, it seems more complicated than anticipated. Observing Dumbledore stepping out from the shadows, Legate's confusion dissipated at that moment. He had wondered why he had not seen the mirror of Eriste in the room. It turned out that this old man had been here all along. If the magical stone were safest at Hogwarts, it was undoubtedly within the depths of his pocket. It was precisely this thought that had prevented Legate from revealing the existence of the magical stone earlier. Though we are not Gryffindors, we can still embody the spirit of adventure, can't we? As he weighed the magical stone in his hand, he regarded Dumbledore, who was now fully emerged from the shadows. However, since you, Headmaster Dumbledore, have arrived, I believe the magical stone should return to its rightful owner. After uttering these words, he directly tossed the magical stone towards Dumbledore's head. Although he was uncertain which part had startled the old man, with the old be now present, their plans to take the magical stone were surely thwarted. After all, this was the realm of reality. One would not genuinely believe that simply pocketing an item would prevent Dumbledore from demanding its return. Certainly, had Legate possessed sufficient strength, he would have surreptitiously taken it away. However, lacking the necessary power, he was compelled to devise a plan of retreat. Legate, your actions are rather perilous for an old man like me. After hastily catching the Philosopher's Stone that Legate had tossed to him, Dumbledore placed it in his right pocket. I had anticipated that upon discovering its nature, you would be reluctant to return it to this old fellow. He was entirely convinced that Legate's recent actions were motivated by vengeance. After all, which virtuous person would return a possession by hurling it at another's head? Had he not trained in close combat with Grindelwald years prior, he might have sustained an injury to his own head. Chapter 76. The transaction indeed, I had no intention of returning it, for it is the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Meeting Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, Legate nonchalantly shrugged. Yet I have not deluded myself into believing I could take the stone from you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Ha ha ha, Legate. You are a clever child. Observing the unmistakable displeasure etched on Legate's face, Dumbledore chuckled as he stroked his beard. Please forgive the curiosity of an old man. What do you intend to do with the Philosopher's Stone once you possess it? Travel the world. Although you would hardly believe me, would you? As he spoke, Legate took the hand of Sakura Matu beside him, preparing to depart. Engaging in conversation with Dumbledore could easily lead one into a perilous trap, one that could prove fatal. Since obtaining the Philosopher's Stone was no longer an option and attitudes had been made clear, leaving this place became the foremost priority. Wait. Retrieving a dark red stone from his left pocket, Dumbledore tossed it toward Legate. Damn that old bee. This must certainly be an act of retribution. Just as the stone was about to strike the back of Legate's head, he swiftly grasped it in his hand. This is a reward for passing the trial, the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone crafted by Nick. Observing Legate clutching the semi-finished stone, a flicker of regret crossed Dumbledore's eyes. However, in exchange, I must ask both of you to keep tonight's events confidential, especially concerning Rui, as I rely on him to guard the entrance. Furthermore, the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone differs from its complete counterpart. Its internal energy is exceedingly unstable. Consequently, items created from it will also possess a degree of instability. Thus, it is best regarded as a collectible rather than used recklessly. Although I am unaware of how Legate and his companion navigated Rui's trial, it is undoubtedly better that the method remains known to as few as possible, especially at this juncture. Additionally, providing the other party with a semi-finished Philosopher's Stone could be seen as Dumbledore's attempt to forge an alliance. As of now, Legate's various performances have undoubtedly positioned him to become Harry's protector. By fostering a relationship through this semi-finished Philosopher's Stone, he could potentially evolve into Harry's steadfast ally. As for the conflict with Ron Weasley, a seemingly inconsequential Weasley can easily be replaced by another. According to Dumbledore's knowledge, the Weasley twins in their second year have quite a favorable rapport with Legate. It would be entirely plausible to enlist their assistance in supporting Harry as well. Considering the cleverness of those two youngsters, they are bound to provide substantial aid to Harry. One can only say that due to the prophecy, Dumbledore has become thoroughly enchanted. Every action he undertakes is aimed at ensuring that Harry, the so-called savior, can thrive smoothly. Agreed. Then we shall take our leave. After depositing the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone into his ring, Legate met Dumbledore's meaningful gaze. Should Harry encounter difficulties in the future, he mused, he could offer his assistance once. Having secured the benefits, it was also essential to maintain a certain demeanor. Whether he would actually lend a hand in the future would remain to be seen. After all, providing Harry with a spoon when he has none could be considered a gesture of assistance. It is merely a play on words. Who cannot engage in such games? Furthermore, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Dumbledore's gifts undoubtedly serve a purpose. If all goes as anticipated, it would be to have him assist Harry Potter. Rather than face Dumbledore's incessant probing, it would be more straightforward to lay the cards on the table. Concealing one's capabilities is a means of deception, but hiding too deeply can easily lead to foolishness. This child has indeed sensed something amiss. While such thoughts lingered in his mind, Dumbledore's aged visage retained its genial expression. Legate, what prompts you to suddenly mention Mr. Potter? Headmaster Dumbledore, intelligent individuals do not need to speak in convoluted terms. Gazing into Dumbledore's profound eyes, Legate swiftly connected the overt clues. The Philosopher's Stone, seemingly a mere game of defense, and Harry is the savior. When these three elements intertwined, the truth of the matter became strikingly clear, did it not? However, there remains one aspect I do not comprehend. Might you enlighten me? Indeed, a clever child. Not at all inferior to Hermione. No, he is perhaps even more exceptional. After listening to Legate's thorough analysis, Dumbledore resolved in his heart that he would ensure, even if it meant expelling Ron Weasley, that Legate and Harry become true friends. However, this matter cannot be rushed. It requires careful deliberation, for only pure friendship can endure. And if the genesis of that friendship is rooted in self-interest, then such a bond will be exceedingly fragile. Legate, you are indeed quite astute. After momentarily restraining his thoughts, Dumbledore's face once again illuminated with a warm smile. Pray tell, what is it that you wish to know? The inquiry that Legate had was rather straightforward. Meeting Dumbledore's calm and tranquil gaze, he spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Is it true that Voldemort is not dead, and has perhaps even returned to Hogwarts? Throughout history, profound emotions have often proven insufficient. Only cunning strategies can truly captivate the heart. Revealing certain truths can indeed draw others' attention. However, if one were to solidify the uncertain, complications may arise. Thus, interweaving elements of falsehood within truth to achieve a blend of reality and illusion often yields the most authentic depiction. Legate was well aware that Voldemort had not perished, yet Dumbledore remained oblivious to this knowledge. By employing this method of probing for the truth, Legate could significantly alleviate any suspicion directed towards him. After all, to outsiders, his two uncles appeared to be nothing less than loyal henchmen of Voldemort. To preclude the incessant probing of the old bee, Legate sensed it was time to clearly assert his position. Perhaps, who could say for certain? Observing Legate's serious demeanor, Dumbledore casually remarked, "Yet, don't people typically refer to him as the Dark Lord? Are you not fearful of his retribution?" A single statement, yet it bore two meanings. On the surface, it expressed curiosity regarding Legate's stance, while innately, it sought to discern his attitude towards Voldemort. Were it not for the protective gem adorning the other's chest, Dumbledore might have resorted to using the pensieve to extract his thoughts. Nevertheless, having lived for over a century, he had encountered situations where such methods proved ineffective. Thus, he focused all his attention on the depths of Legate's eyes. As the adage states, the eyes are the windows to the soul. And as an elder with a century of experience, Dumbledore was adept at discerning truth from deception through one's gaze. Chapter 77. For a greater future, just a delusional madman. Why should I fear him? Upon recognizing the implications hidden within Dumbledore's words, Legate offered a brutally honest response. The Black family has suffered because of him. I would relish the opportunity to personally rid the world of that scoundrel. Had the Black family not fallen into decline, he pondered. Why had he endured such misfortune in recent years? Were it not for the adult soul residing within him, he might not have survived to this day. After all, placing one's hopes in a house elf with no child-rearing experience, one prone to smashing walnuts with its head, was hardly a reliable strategy for parenting. It would have been more dependable to expect that the next day's fishing trip would not end in disappointment. Thus, Legate's words were laden with genuine emotion, devoid of any semblance of performance. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Legate's audacious description of Voldemort as mere cattle, Dumbledore could not help but erupt into a hearty laugh. Were it not for the inappropriate timing and setting, he might have pondered whether Legate was indeed the prophesied one. How many years had it been? Dumbledore had long lost count. Since the fall of Voldemort, this was the first instance he encountered someone voicing such sentiments about the Dark Lord. Legate, what are your thoughts on muggles, or rather, ordinary people? He inquired after his laughter subsided, having released his emotions. In Legate, he perceived the shadow of another, one that had profoundly influenced his life. They are astute, possessing technological prowess that we lack, Legate replied, observing the sudden seriousness that enveloped Dumbledore. The fusion of magic and technology may indeed represent the future of the wizarding world. The archaic protective regulations, which purport to safeguard, are, in fact, constraining the advancement of wizards, are they not? Given the power held by the Black family within the magical realm, this process could be rendered relatively straightforward. As someone aware of Dumbledore's past, he could easily surmise the reason behind the inquiry, most likely due to his former lover, Grindelwald, and his fanatical apocalyptic ambitions. Yet, he was not Grindelwald, and had no inclination to engage in wanton destruction. Should that city harbor his enemies, he would simply remain silent. Wildfires may not be extinguished, yet spring winds bring forth new growth, he mused. It was, perhaps, more prudent to eliminate adversaries sooner rather than later. Best to return and rest. You have classes tomorrow, Dumbledore remarked, gazing into Legate's eyes in silence for a moment before continuing with a smile. Remember to keep tonight's events confidential. Do not divulge to a third party. Understood, Professor. We shall take our leave, Legate replied, swiftly taking Sakura by the hand as they turned to depart. Although the journey had been somewhat convoluted, the outcome was certainly favorable. Gellert, you are ultimately different from him, Dumbledore reflected, watching the two hasten away. He casually discarded the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket onto the table. For others, it might be a priceless treasure, yet for Dumbledore, who had spent a lifetime in perpetual loss, its allure paled in comparison to a mound of oversized cockroaches. Once he had nurtured Harry Potter, the prophesied child, he intended to retire to Nurmengard to conclude his days. As for whether that individual would welcome him, it seemed that after all these years, any lingering resentment should have dissipated. Acknowledging the old man concealed within the castle, Dumbledore found himself reminiscing about his youthful audacity. Meanwhile, Legate and Sakura raced back to the Slytherin common room, until the bedroom door was securely shut and not less than a dozen defenses were put in place. Sakura Matu finally exhaled with a sense of relief. In that secret chamber moments earlier, she had distinctly sensed a fleeting murderous intent from Dumbledore directed towards Legate. Had Legate not timely restrained her arm, she would have already unleashed the colossal firework contained within her ring. After all, facing Dumbledore head-on was undeniably a daunting task for the two of them. Only through a surprise attack employing overwhelming firepower could they hope to slightly elevate their almost non-existent chances of victory. The recent encounter had reignited Sakura's fervent desire for strength, reaching new heights within her. Let us take a moment to rest. That old man wouldn't pursue us here, Legate said as he gently ushered Sakura onto the sofa, then offered her a glass of warm water to help her regain composure. In truth, when Dumbledore inquired about his thoughts on ordinary people, Legate had already sensed that fleeting aura of hostility. After all, one Grindelwald had already dragged the entire wizarding world into chaos. If another young individual with similar ambitions were to arise, Dumbledore would undoubtedly eradicate them in their infancy. As for those who shared Voldemort's ideology, it was akin to an adult with a gun playing house with a child. Though Voldemort was dubbed the Second Dark Lord, the deeds he committed were an affront to that title. It is worth noting that Grindelwald, with merely a flick of his wrist, had decimated those whom he had spent half his life ensnaring. Fortunately, Legate had never harbored such extreme thoughts as Grindelwald. The notion of creating a world solely for wizards may sound idyllic, yet upon consideration of reality, it becomes apparent that it is utterly unattainable. Setting aside the disparity in population between wizards and muggles, the potential for conflict among wizards themselves poses a significant dilemma. Would they be expected to execute their own offspring? Perhaps initially, there would be no opposition. Yet, as time progresses, the world would inevitably descend into chaos once more. Legate, perhaps we should consider transferring schools. Sakura proposed as she grasped his arms. Dumbledore is far too dangerous. We could easily attend Beauxbatons or Durmstrang. For the young girl, nothing held greater importance than the safety of Legate himself. Rest assured, Sakura, you need not worry about me. Sensing her anxiety and unease, Legate rose and embraced her, reassuring her that as long as Dumbledore wished to nurture Harry, he would not act beyond the bounds of propriety. If faced with a younger version of Dumbledore, Legate would undoubtedly transfer without hesitation, for the young Dumbledore had once mingled with Grindelwald. Even the phrase for the greater good was conceived and articulated by the other party. However, Dumbledore has become somewhat enchanted, with all his principles revolving around the cultivation of Harry as the central objective. This version of Dumbledore possesses a distinct vulnerability. As long as Harry remains unharmed, the other side will not actively seek to undermine the current circumstances. It is only by holding the position of headmaster of Hogwarts that he can ensure the successful execution of the Savior's training plan. Furthermore, with Voldemort lurking in the shadows, Dumbledore, for whatever reason, would not dare to jeopardize a scion of a pure-blood family. After all, even if he disregards his own interests, he must consider Harry's well-being. This is precisely why Legate, aware of the potential risks, still chose to speak in such a manner. Ultimately, with Harry's vulnerability established, Dumbledore's thought processes are no longer unpredictable. Sakura Matu, feeling the warmth and presence unique to Legate, pressed her lips together, contemplating further words. Yet the unwavering determination in his tone compelled her to swallow the remainder of her thoughts. Based on her understanding of Legate, he would not engage in senseless actions. Therefore, since he wished to remain at Hogwarts, there must be some profoundly significant reasons behind it. I understand, but you must promise me one thing. After momentarily suppressing her concerns, Sakura gently cradled Legate's face in her hands. You cannot meet Dumbledore alone. No matter what happens, you must tell me, understood? With Legate resolute in his intentions, she felt compelled to stand by him through thick and thin. Even if they could not overpower Dumbledore at present, they must prepare contingency plans for retreat. First, they needed to ready their defensive and offensive gemstone weapons, which would at least buy them some time. Next, it was essential to contact Creature, ensuring he was on standby. Although wizards within Hogwarts were unable to apparate, this limitation lost its effectiveness when faced with a house elf. If they could hold out until Creature arrived, they would be able to escape from Hogwarts swiftly. As for the final point, should Dumbledore indeed turn hostile, she would ensure he experienced the agony of losing everything. At that moment, it would not only be Harry at stake, she would unleash destruction upon all of Hogwarts. They would have to rely on Draco's fortune to survive the ensuing chaos. Foolish girl, I promise you, Legate said, cupping Sakura's face in his hands and resting his forehead against hers. But you must promise me not to engage in anything perilous, all right? Considering the nature of the young lady, he felt compelled to take precautions. After all, if that night Sakura fell into a restless sleep and impulsively unleashed her full power against Dumbledore, what then? As long as the other party agrees to this request, the majority of potential hazards can be effectively mitigated. After all, Sakura Matu is known for her unwavering adherence to any agreements she establishes. However, out of an abundance of caution, Legate found himself aligned with this sentiment as well. Aside from the step of not sending Draco to the heavens, they reached a remarkable consensus on nearly all other matters. Overconfidence in one's fleeting judgments can easily lead to disastrous outcomes, considering the inherently fickle nature of humanity. Who knows when that old coot Dumbledore might have a whimsical change of heart and suddenly target himself as the third Dark Lord. Upon hearing Legate's request, a momentary rigidity crossed Sakura Matu's features. Yet, upon meeting his earnest gaze, she solemnly nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept your terms. After uttering these words, she raised her right hand, suggesting, shall we make a pinky promise? Indeed. As their pinky fingers intertwined, Legate softly recited, pinky promise, 100 years without change, no deception. Thus, the pact was established, and she was reminded to uphold her vow. After completing the pinky promise ritual, Sakura Matu earnestly stated, otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. As for the specific manifestations of her displeasure, we shall refrain from detailing them here. Rest assured, I will honor our agreement, Legate replied, retrieving a partially completed magical stone from his pocket. After toiling all night, would you like to see this? What better way to divert attention than with something intriguing? Faced with Sakura Matu's inexplicably tsundere demeanor, Legate decisively interrupted the moment. After all, while a yandere might be tolerable, a tsundere was decidedly less so. You imp. Sakura, momentarily disrupted from her tsundere spellcasting, was not angered. Instead, she affectionately wrapped her arms around Legate's. His aversion to tsundere behavior worked in her favor, significantly diminishing the threat posed by Michelle, the tsundere anomaly. With a resigned yet affectionate pat on her head, Legate placed the so-called partially completed magical stone between them. To the naked eye, it appeared indistinguishable from the genuine magical stone. Observing the object Legate held, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the authentic magical stone, Sakura Matu grasped it in her hand, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Its form was remarkably similar to the genuine article, both radiating a dazzling crimson hue that was unmistakably vivid. Recalling the legends surrounding magical stones, she gently waved her hand over the cup before her. In the next moment, the metallic vessel began to be enveloped in a shimmering layer of gold. To her astonishment, the ability to turn stone into gold was indeed realized. Gazing at the resplendent golden chalice before him, Legate reached out to grasp it. Upon confirming that the cup had indeed transformed into solid gold, he nodded to Matu Sakura, affirming its genuine material. How splendid this was! Just as Sakura was about to voice her thoughts, however, the golden hue of the chalice began to swiftly fade. In scarcely 2.5 seconds, the cup reverted entirely to its original form. Had it not been for Legate still holding it, both might have believed that the preceding moment was merely a figment of their imagination. What could have caused such a sudden reversion? Observing the now restored chalice in his hand, Legate took the semi-finished magical stone from Sakura. Although the unrefined stone bore no visible differences from its completed counterpart, a deeper perception revealed that the energy contained within was exceedingly unstable. At times, it quaked violently as if in the throes of intense exertion, and at others, it trembled weakly, akin to utter exhaustion. Compared to the stable energy of a true magical stone, this one exhibited significant uncertainty. Perhaps this was the primary reason the chalice returned to its original state so swiftly after its transformation into gold. To simplify, it resembled the distinction between a steady electric current and a lightning strike. The former can reliably power various devices, while the latter, despite its theoretical capability, possesses a ferocious nature that can obliterate all electrical equipment in an instant. Legate, have you discerned the cause? Although Sakura possessed an impressive sensitivity to the magical energy within her, she did not share Legate's unique abilities. After all, her ability to sense the fluctuations of magic within the stone stemmed from the black blood coursing through her veins. Thank you all for your support. Today's offerings continue unabated. Chapter 79. The Invitation to Cairo. Indeed, I have largely grasped the cause, Legate replied, placing the magical stone beside the chalice. The primary reason for the cup's reversion was likely the wildly unstable magic within the stone. This tumultuous energy affected both the continuity and efficacy of the spell. If a method could be devised to stabilize it, it might very well attain the capabilities of a genuine magical stone. As for alchemy, upon hearing Legate's explanation, Sakura immediately thought of Fred and George. Both she and Legate had not invested considerable time or energy into the study of alchemy. However, the Weasley twins possessed a remarkable aptitude, or rather, a specialty, in this field. Yet, as their trustworthiness remained uncertain, Sakura was contemplating another matter. What would be the likelihood of using the soul-binding curse combined with human hypnosis to condition the twins into unwaveringly loyal subjects of Legate? After all, despite being merely a semi-finished magical stone, it still bore the name of a magical stone, did it not? Let us retain this stone for future use. Observing Matu Sakura's pensive expression, Legate casually seized a beetle from within the room. After extracting the water that had been infused with magical stones and administering it to the creature, he attentively scrutinized its reaction. The previously tranquil beetle, upon consuming the droplet, began to exhibit signs of agitation, scuttling about with increasing fervor. After traversing a short distance, it began to tremble uncontrollably, convulsing violently. This state persisted for nearly a minute, during which the beetle's body underwent a rapid cycle of expansion and contraction. When its physical capacity reached a critical threshold, it erupted with a sound akin to an explosion, disintegrating into a pulpy mass. Indeed, it could not withstand the strain. Witnessing the beetle's abrupt demise, Legate presented the semi-finished magical stone to Matu Sakura, suggesting she might experiment with it at her leisure to see if she could synthesize a similarly effective yet stable potion. Although the effects were fleeting, lasting barely 2 seconds, Legate discerned subtle changes in the beetle during his meticulous observation. Before its catastrophic expansion and explosion, the creature had undergone minor enhancements, or perhaps mutations would be a more apt term. Its once unremarkable mandibles had not only enlarged significantly in an instant, but also emitted a faint metallic sheen. The instability of the energy within the semi-finished magical stone had inadvertently fostered an unexpected peculiarity, much like the birthing agent Legate had previously provided to the eight-eyed giant spider. Enduring the process could yield corresponding rewards. However, while one enhanced longevity, the other conferred physical augmentation. The price for such enhancements remained uncertain and could only be elucidated through rigorous experimentation. Very well, I shall devise a method for comparative analysis. After stowing the magical stone in her ring, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Sakura's eyes. Experiments, after all, necessitated subjects. And the need for subjects implied a legitimate means of venting her frustrations. To avoid alarming the innocent Legate, she had consistently restrained her impulses in daily life. It was entirely normal for experimental subjects to occasionally meet untimely ends during trials, was it not? No need to rush. I'll allow fate to take its course. After disposing of the remaining half-cup of water, Legate cast the cup into the trash bin, deeming it prudent to discard it to avoid any lingering traces of the magical stone. All right, I shall go wash up now. Yes, go ahead. I shall return shortly. As she spoke, Matu Sakura made her way toward the washroom. It was not until she reached the doorway that she suddenly reminded, right, Legate, remember to drink the sleeping potion from the cabinet. Sure, I will, he replied, observing the adorably dazed expression on Sakura Matu's face. Legate chuckled as he rose and approached the cabinet. After downing the potion in the cup, he turned to the girl and said, I will go freshen up as well. Okay, that girl. Once Sakura's figure vanished down the corridor, Legate picked up the potion that had been set aside. Wasn't there a new potion listed in Snape's notes? Why did he still prefer the old one? If he continued to consume it, would he need to explain the matter of resistance? Sometimes, certain matters hinge upon mutual consent. Do they not? Time swiftly passed, leading to Saturday. Since their meeting that night, Dumbledore had not reappeared before them, as if everything had settled into a dust of finality. Yet, despite the apparent tranquility, Sakura Matu had left contingencies in various places around Hogwarts. After all, it is better to be prepared for the unexpected. Should Dumbledore suddenly lose his wits, they would need means of defense. As long as the lives of all the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts were at stake, Dumbledore would likely think twice before acting recklessly. However, what concerned Sakura Matu most was not Dumbledore, but Legate, who had agreed to meet with Quirrell. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, she had long been stationed outside Quirrell's office. Should any signs of a struggle arise within, she would be the first to provide fire support for Legate. Inside Quirrell's office, he welcomed, "Welcome to my office, Mr. Black." As Legate stepped in, Quirrell waved his wand to pull out a chair. There is no need for any tension. I am not a professor at the moment, and you are not a student. Our conversation is merely that of like-minded individuals, free from the constraints of formalities. Thank you, Professor. After sitting down before Quirrell, Legate smiled and nodded. I have heard that you are an outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw, possessing a profound understanding of ancient magic, am I correct? Given the current demeanor and eloquence of his interlocutor, were he not Voldemort's right-hand man, he would have been immediately apprehensive. Yet, who the other party was held little significance for Legate. What mattered was what he could gain from this encounter. The reason for broadly speaking of ancient magic was due to its encompassing multitude of branches, including topics like Nivern and soul magic. Indeed, if one has decided to embark on the perilous endeavor of reaping rewards, one must be prepared to strip the sheep bare. Chapter 80. The uniqueness of Nivern. Indeed, I graduated from Ravenclaw. Observing the insatiable thirst for knowledge etched upon Legate's face, Chilo could not help but wear a knowing smile. However, Mr. Black, it is essential to clarify that ancient magic serves merely as an umbrella term. It can be further delineated into various systems, such as the runic system, the soul system, and the alchemical branch, among others. I wonder which one piques your interest? Fishing is not an endeavor to be rushed. One must gradually enrich the bait. Given Legate's fascination with ancient magic, Chilo resolved to impart a morsel of knowledge each time they conversed. As time passed and subtle hints were dropped, securing Legate's allegiance would merely be a matter of time. The thought of the profound legacy contained within the Black estate ignited a flicker of greed in Voldemort's eyes. Once, he had lacked for nothing, yet now he could scarcely muster a single galleon. The reliance on the Philosopher's Stone for resurrection would inevitably bear its drawbacks. If he could access the cherished materials within the Black family, he would swiftly reclaim his former glory. Once restored to his prime, even Dumbledore would be unworthy of his evasion. Upon sensing Voldemort's deliberate posturing and intentions, Legate could not suppress an internal eye roll. Indeed, one does not stray far from the family tree, as Voldemort, who had been brought to Hogwarts by Dumbledore, bore certain similarities in character to the latter. Had he not lost his wits while crafting Horcruxes, the magical realm might well have succumbed to his unification. After all, the early Voldemort had employed considerable intellect to turn the tide in his favor. Take, for instance, the act of eliminating his own father, without the groundwork laid through cunning. he would have found himself imprisoned in Azkaban long before. It is worth noting that at that time, he was merely 16, devoid of the means and might that would later characterize him as the Dark Lord. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling within, Legate maintained an appropriate smile. To be candid, Professor, I am eager to learn all that you have just mentioned, particularly regarding the ancient runic script. I have consistently struggled to harness the energy of the written word swiftly. Water that is too clear yields no fish. A person who is overly humble encounters no rivals. Since he had already ventured into the fray, what harm was there in being a bit audacious? Today, he was determined to extract every ounce of knowledge from Voldemort, irrespective of any divine intervention that might arise. Very well, let us commence our discussion with the runic script, Voldemort replied, unfazed by Legate's audacious advances. After all, as long as he did not actively engage in the provocations, Legate's antics were of no concern to him. Though he had lost much of his intellect, Voldemort was still adept at handling such trivial tactics. Alas, had I known, I would have brought Harry along. Observing Voldemort's indifference to his provocations, Legate could not help but grumble internally. Of course, the notion of bringing Harry was merely a fleeting thought. There is an adage that aptly captures the sentiment. When foes meet, their eyes blaze with enmity. One can only wonder whether, in such a solitary encounter, Voldemort might suddenly unleash his wrath upon Harry. Should Harry meet his demise, it would spell trouble for me, indeed. After all, Harry's death would not only drive Snape to madness, but could also provoke Dumbledore into a furious frenzy. Faced with two wizards, both bereft of reason and at the pinnacle of their powers, I, Legate, reckon my chances would be at best a mere 1 in 9, a scenario where I might be vanquished repeatedly within a minute. It is an unfortunate reality. I am still in the phase of ascent, while Dumbledore and Snape have already reached their zenith. In simpler terms, it is akin to a child engaging in combat with an adult. Even if the child wields a formidable weapon, they are still easily overpowered by the adult. After musing quietly to myself, I relayed the current situation, acknowledging the professor's efforts. At present, each time I wield the runic language, I require incantation. I wonder if there is a way to expedite this process. To be able to utilize the runic language at such a young age, Mr. Legate, is indeed commendable. After offering this small compliment, Voldemort refrained from addressing my inquiry directly. Instead, he presented a cup of tea before me and posed a counter-question. Before I respond to your query, I would like to hear your thoughts on the incantation required when employing the runic language. As a form of ancient magic, the runic language must be accompanied by the corresponding incantation upon its release. Only upon the complete recitation of the incantation can one harness the runic language to cast the associated spell. However, this method of casting bears a significant drawback. The lengthy preparation time makes it exceedingly vulnerable to being interrupted by a warrior or similar adversary. Thus, prior to the wizarding world embracing isolation, ancient court wizards were accompanied by their own knightly orders. These knights would safeguard the wizards during spellcasting, eliminating any intruders who dared to disrupt the process. Yet, with the continuous evolution of the wizarding community, the casting times have been progressively shortened, eventually leading to the development of modern, swift spells. This evolution underscores the notion that only through relentless competition and strife can one achieve true advancement. Were it not for the emergence of a pioneering figure in this regard, we might still be ensnared in the archaic and cumbersome runic language of yore. As for the query posed by Quirrell, I quickly provided my response. Through incantation, one can channel the magic within, merging it with the ambient magic present in nature. Upon the completion of the incantation, or the fusion thereof, one can then unleash the corresponding spell through the runic language. Thanks to the lineage coursing through my veins, I am acutely aware of this process. Of course, there exists a significant disparity in perception before and after awakening. If one were to liken my vision prior to awakening to that of a nearsighted individual with a prescription exceeding 800 degrees, upon awakening, he became an entity with an astonishing vision of 52. Indeed, this encapsulates the essence of incantation. After listening to Legate's response, Chilo could not help but smile with satisfaction. Now, for the next inquiry. Why is it that uttering incantations allows the magical energies within one's being to harmonize with those of the natural world? The difficulty of the first question was not great. Any young sorcerer blessed with familial legacy would know the answer, barring those who neglect their studies. Ron Weasley remarked. It seems someone is speaking of me. The second question, however, transcended mere textual interpretation and required a different perspective on runes. Furthermore, where there is one, there is often another. As long as Legate could lead him step by step into a trap, he need not fear losing control over his adversary. After all, learned and powerful individuals are often easily revered, are they not? Why can two forms of magical energy be merged? One must concede that Voldemort's question was indeed quite astute, plunging Legate into profound contemplation. Although the Black family's library was extensive, all its members had perished, while numerous portraits of them remained. These representations lacked true knowledge of many matters. Moreover, Legate, in his previous life, had been an ordinary man, not a reincarnated sorcerer of extraordinary prowess. Consequently, his research into various forms of magic had always encountered a significant obstacle. Wait. At this moment, Voldemort's inquiry resembled a key unlocking Pandora's box. Upon careful reflection, it indeed prompted Legate to recall a critical aspect. Chapter 81. The Soul. The soul is the conduit for resonant guidance. Remembering the peculiar sensation experienced each time he chanted runes, Legate now grasped the answer that resided in his heart. The act of incantation merely facilitates the flow of magic. It is the soul that serves as the linchpin. The soul propels the body, while the body channels magical energy. In essence, if one could expedite the soul's movement, the time required to utilize runes could be significantly reduced. Precisely, it is the soul. Observing Legate's expression of delight, Chilo's eyes glimmered with a knowing smile. By embedding the sequence for rune invocation within the soul, one could achieve the previously mentioned objective. If necessary, I could assist you in this endeavor, he offered. Damn. This fellow truly shares the same cunning as old B. Feeling a gentle warmth emanating from his chest, Legate quickly rose from his seat. Very well, Professor, but I shall need some time to prepare. After uttering these words, he deliberately rubbed his forehead, puzzled by a sudden wave of dizziness. One must admit that although Voldemort had lost his corporeal form, his keen sense for opportunity remained as sharp as ever, utilizing the soul-draining curse at the peak of his excitement. Were it not for the protective gem adorning my neck, the outcome of this encounter might have been uncertain. Even without being ensnared by the soul-bind curse, my psyche would undoubtedly have sustained some degree of harm. As for the gem's lack of luminescence, it is indeed correct that it does not emit light. Previously, Legate had deliberately added a touch of flair to dissuade Dumbledore from pursuing his intentions. After all, an item capable of withstanding damage is best kept inconspicuous. It seems I must summon additional resolve. Fear not, I shall welcome your presence at any time. Sensing that his soul-bind curse had failed, Voldemort exhibited no signs of disappointment. Might it be that prolonged sitting had led to a dip in his blood sugar? Ultimately, Quirrell's physical state was too frail. Had he possessed his former robust body, a mere incantation would have sufficed to vanquish Legate. Yet, circumstances dictate that he must bide his time for another opportunity, even if it is irksome. The life force he had painstakingly replenished from the unicorn should not be squandered carelessly. Moreover, it is crucial to note that repeated use of the soulbind curse within a short time frame leaves marks upon an individual. To evade the scrutiny of that aged rascal Dumbledore, Voldemort resolved to delay further actions. Perhaps it is time for me to take my leave. With a smile and a nod towards Quirrell, Legate readied himself to depart. Although not all questions had been elucidated, the mere fact that he had succeeded in shortening the incantation time for the unforgivable was enough to validate his visit. Furthermore, Voldemort had already breached decorum once. Who could foretell what further mischief might ensue? Thus, for prudence's sake, a temporary retreat was the wisest course. However, Legate staunchly disagreed with the notion of embedding the unforgivable into one's soul. After all, the strength of one's soul varies among individuals. Some may withstand numerous assaults. Just as Voldemort had previously crafted Horcruxes without significantly affecting his own essence, he could not have deceived Ms. Grey into relinquishing the diadem otherwise. Yet, from Voldemort's recent utterances, one could glean a significant truth. The Death Eater's ability to fly was likely a result of tampering with their own souls. The Dark Mark serves as an embedded sigil, imbuing the unforgivable directly into the soul of its bearer. This explains why, upon Voldemort's command, all holders of the Dark Mark feel its resonance. The erratic behavior of many Death Eaters is likely a consequence of this influence, for the soul is indeed the most vital component of humanity. Should the soul sustain unbearable damage, a drastic transformation in temperament becomes inevitable. Certainly, feel free to reach out to me whenever you have questions. In the midst of our conversation, Chilo retrieved a book with an indecipherable title from the drawer. This tome may prove beneficial to you. Given Legate's fascination with various forms of magic, it is only natural that he would seek the most pertinent knowledge. The realm of ancient magic is exceedingly vast, encompassing curses as a significant subset. Should Legate develop an interest in such sorcery, he could easily succumb to the abyss of darkness. After all, whether ancient or modern, dark magic tends to evoke and amplify negative emotions. Thank you, esteemed professor. I shall take my leave now. With the book in hand, Legate turned and exited Chilo's office. Although uncertain of the book's contents provided by Voldemort, the occasional malevolent aura emanating from it suggested it pertained to dark magic. Legate could only deem it unimpressive. This book was dreadfully weak. Even a casual selection from Sakura's bookshelf would exude a far stronger essence of dark magic. Of course, it is also possible that Chilo had no prior collection of dark magic tomes, and this particular volume was hastily unearthed from some obscure corner. Or perhaps it was authored by Voldemort himself. With such thoughts, Legate found himself harboring a flicker of anticipation regarding the book's contents. If it indeed contained spells known to Voldemort, he would have struck gold. After all, despite a slight dilution in status, Voldemort was still the Dark Lord. How inferior could the dark magic recorded by him truly be? Master, my body can scarcely endure any longer. The moment Legate departed the office, Chilo regained control of his body. Feeling on the verge of collapse, he nearly sank to his knees in supplication. Just days prior, he had barely managed to restore his failing body with stolen unicorn blood, yet this recent turmoil rendered his efforts futile. I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest once more tonight, and this time I will assist you. Observing Chilo's submissive demeanor, Voldemort confidently made his promise. After all, it was Chilo who bore the curse of drinking blood, and any toll incurred would diminish Chilo's lifespan. A promise made without cost. What consequence could it possibly hold? He, Tom Riddle, excelled at weaving illusions for others. Such a good master. With Voldemort's words, Chilo naturally dared not voice further objections. After all, should Voldemort take offense, he would be subjected to a painful reprisal. Thus, in this encounter, both Voldemort and Legate ultimately obtained the answers they sought. Only our pitiable Professor Quirrell silently bears the weight of it all. Quirrell, please feed me peanuts. Chapter 82. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. Several minutes later, in the Slytherin Invisibility Common Room. TSK, it appears our Professor Quirrell possesses quite a substantial stock. Gazing at the tome of magic conferred upon him by Voldemort, Legate could not help but reflect that experience indeed comes with its own rewards. Surely, provided one is not a fool, longevity grants one a wealth of invaluable treasures. Of course, these treasures extend beyond mere monetary value, encompassing the myriad of knowledge that resides within one's mind. Though the spells within the book are predominantly of the curse variety, many have long been lost to the ages. Even the illustrious Black family, known for its extensive literary collection, has omitted certain incantations. Take, for instance, the puppet curse. As she spoke, Sakura pointed to the latest page's content, contrasting it with the cursed scarecrow, which she had indeed encountered before. However, the cursed scarecrow poses only a slight threat to ordinary folk, once ignited by flames. It loses all vitality. In contrast, the puppet curse transforms a wizard into a conscious marionette, retaining all the magical abilities learned in life. Should mass production be achieved, it would yield a formidable force of combat prowess. As long as one lives and possesses awareness, there exists an intrinsic fear of death. Yet, a puppet, devoid of emotion, harbors only the singular thought of annihilating its adversary. Moreover, as a marionette, even if it is missing limbs, it remains impervious to such deficiencies. Unless the core magical energy is destroyed, it will dutifully execute the commands of its manipulator, even if only a head remains. Indeed, it is a most rational form of waste utilization. Having temporarily closed the tome, Legate turned to the girl beside him, suggesting that this matter could be revisited at a later time. Sakura, prepare yourself a bit. I now require your assistance with a matter of utmost importance. As the saying goes, one must sacrifice something to gain something. Although the puppet possesses extraordinary capabilities, the conditions for its creation are exceedingly stringent. Not only must the materials be in a living state during fabrication, but they must also endure the agony of soul modification. Should the spirit fracture during this process, even if successfully created, it would be incapable of wielding the magic it once knew. This morally questionable practice has led the entire wizarding community to seal and destroy such knowledge. After all, who would wish to confront the reality of a loved one turned into a puppet? Very well. Observing the sudden seriousness of Legate, Sakura felt a flush of warmth cross her cheeks. In this moment, at this place, with such demeanor and tone, it resembled a pre-battle declaration one might find in popular romance tales, where a domineering CEO seeks to advance his relationship with the heroine. As Sakura Matu felt her cheeks rapidly flush with a rosy hue, Legate, somewhat perplexed, pressed the back of his hand against her forehead. Why is your face suddenly so warm? Are you unwell? No, it's nothing, she replied, a serious expression adorning her features. I just feel a bit warm. I am ready. You can ask me to do anything. Very well, let us commence, Legate declared, preparing to discard his outer wizard's robe. It's broad daylight. I will set up a silence barrier. Sakura began to rise, but Legate interjected. Sakura, could you please employ your gem magic to establish a one-sided connection between my soul and the gem? The rings they were currently utilizing had a similar purpose. Even if someone else obtained these rings, they would be unable to extract anything from within, to prevent any potential destruction of the gem that could lead to the acquisition of its contents. Legate had also instituted a rule. If the gem were damaged from the outside, all items within would be obliterated as well. Even if all his treasures were lost, Legate would not resort to aiding his foes. Naturally, being a wise individual, he would not place all his eggs in one basket. Based on this principle, if he could connect the gem with his soul, he could attempt to inscribe the runes of Junyi upon the gem. Indeed, Legate intended to explore whether he could substitute the gem for his soul to bear the dissipating energy of the Junyi runes. This would ensure that his soul remained unharmed while using the soul connected to the gem to activate the runes. If this hypothesis were successfully realized, he would forge a path entirely distinct from that of Voldemort. Sakura? After a prolonged silence without a response from Sakura, Legate, having placed his uniform on the nearby sofa, turned his head in confusion. However, upon witnessing the scene behind him, he found himself frozen in place. Though Sakura maintained a smile, an indescribable aura seemed to emanate from her being. Gulping down a lump in his throat, Legate managed a strained smile and suggested, "Perhaps we should postpone this for a while." Although he was unaware of what transpired, his intuition warned him against discussing experimental matters with Sakura. "No need for that. Let us begin promptly," she said, rising to stand before Legate. She wrapped her arms around his neck and spoke softly. "Do not worry, Legate, I will be very gentle." Despite the warmth of her breath against his neck, Legate felt an inexplicable chill. A few minutes later, he could only express one sentiment. The contradiction of her demeanor was indeed the most endearing aspect of Sakura Matu. It is said that gentleness is indeed genuine kindness. Chapter 83. I am Harry Potter, not Hallie Potter. Several days later, in the stands of the Quidditch Stadium. After being cornered at the entrance by Draco early in the morning and subjected to his melodramatic antics, Regulus, who initially intended to visit the Black Lake, redirected his course to the Quidditch pitch. After all, his primary task today was to inscribe the runes on the gemstone. And he had not committed to the lakeside after all. Indeed, although there were some complications along the way, thanks to Sakura Matu's diligent assistance that evening, Regulus managed to conduct a simple experiment. By inscribing the necessary runes in advance on the gemstone and establishing a unique connection with his soul, he could manipulate the runes with mere thought. This approach significantly simplified the incantation process, achieving an effect akin to instant casting. However, as the runes were inscribed using a temporary tool, the gemstone lost its efficacy after a few uses, while Sakura could still purify it. The limited number of uses posed a serious issue. After all, one cannot simply pause a life-and-death duel to recharge a ring. To avert such an embarrassing situation, Regulus hastily instructed Creature to retrieve a particular item from the vault overnight. It was a carving knife crafted from the leg bone of a Chelan, which the Black Ancestor had acquired and had the elves fashion at great expense. This knife, made from such material, would facilitate the gemstone's connection to external magical energies. By later inscribing a few additional runes for charging and energy storage, the awkward predicament of running out of power mid-use could be resolved. Furthermore, runes crafted from Chelan bone would possess greater power than those made from ordinary materials. At last, the inscription was complete, holding the finished gemstone inscribed with runes. A faint smile graced Regulus's face. Imitating others is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in capturing the essence. Just as with the mystical charms from the East, inscribing such runes requires both talent and proficiency. Regulus, look, Draco has gone off to find his little darling again, Sakura teased. Noticing Regulus had completed the rune inscription and gesturing towards the center of the pitch. At that moment, the two competing teams had settled their dispute, with the Slytherin team, backed by Professor Snape's endorsement, undoubtedly claiming the right to use the field. Draco and Harry were gazing at each other with affectionate intensity. It seemed prudent to find a way to remind the uncle and aunt about the prospect of a second child. Observing the two who were just a song away from holding hands, Regulus felt a twinge of helplessness. Whatever his cousin fancied, as an older brother, he could not obstruct it. Otherwise, Draco would surely face dire consequences. As Lucius occasionally cast a hopeful gaze toward the growth of his child, a subtle, mischievous smile graced the lips of Sakura Matu. Merely envisioning that scene was enough to evoke excitement. It was no trouble. A trip to the land of Daitai would suffice. Indeed, the local specialties were quite renowned. Ahem, let us keep it discreet, dear Sakura. Meanwhile, at the center of the Quidditch pitch, an apologetic Harry met Draco's gaze, who felt a twinge of discomfort as he pressed his lips together. Discussing underhanded dealings was hardly pleasant, particularly in the presence of someone one cared for. Thus, to preserve his relationship with Harry, Draco had sought a scapegoat. Unsurprisingly, that individual was none other than our unfortunate Legate. Not only did he propose an idea for joining the team, but he also ended up being the one to take the fall. Don't worry, Draco, it's not your fault, Harry said, quickly waving his hand, a reassuring smile on his face. This way, they could seize the opportunity to finish the match they had left unresolved during their last flying lesson. As the next Quidditch match approached, it would serve as a perfect conclusion. However, this was merely an excuse for Harry to shift the topic. After all, friends often need not be overly concerned about such matters. Harry's sincere gaze sent a shiver through Draco's heart. Shall we go, Harry? Just as he was about to continue his thoughts, an irksome voice resonated from a distance. Following the sound, they saw Ron Weasley striding towards them with urgency. His expression so frantic one might think he was on the verge of apprehending someone. Draco, I'll be on my way, Harry said, sensing the impending awkwardness as Ron approached swiftly. Train well, we'll see each other on the pitch. After all, he had yet to disclose to Ron that he had become friends with Draco. Given Ron's previous antics, it was uncertain what chaos might ensue. One was his first peer in the wizarding world, while the other resonated deeply with him. Harry wished to avoid any unpleasantness between the two if possible. However, he was acutely aware that Ron was unlikely to align with his expectations. Thus, to circumvent what was bound to be an inevitable conflict, Harry decided it was best to slip away for now. After all, the pitch was under Slytherin's jurisdiction, and staying there held little significance. Well then, let us meet on the field. After vaguely sensing Harry's intentions, Draco chose not to elaborate further. After all, time was on his side, and there was no need for haste. Moreover, drawing from the lessons learned from Sakura Matu, he reasoned that by retreating strategically, Harry would inevitably grow weary of that unsightly Ron. Let us see, Malfoy, the one who takes shortcuts, just await the moment when Harry will unleash his wrath. However, before Harry could articulate his thoughts, the hastily approaching Ron had already arrived before them. Without consideration for the situation, he launched into a confrontational tirade. If you have the guts, why don't you join in? Though Draco instinctively yearned to retort, he recalled the wisdom gleaned from Sakura and adopted a slightly sorrowful expression. Harry, faced with Draco's pitiful demeanor and tone, Harry instinctively shivered. At that moment, he inexplicably recalled a scene from the beginning of the school year. The thought of Draco's interest in his flower made him instinctively step back. After all, he was Harry Potter, not a mere Harry Potter. Chapter 84. The Development of the Communication Gem. Fred. Legate, we hope you don't mind if we interrupt for a few minutes. George, indeed. It won't affect your date with the boss lady. What brings you two here? Shifting his gaze from the central field, where a dramatic scene was unfolding, Legate turned towards the grinning Weasley twins, noting that their younger brother seemed to be at it again. Aren't you older brothers concerned about him? Although the distance rendered Draco's words inaudible, for Legate, who had mastered lip reading, it felt akin to watching a silent film. In summary, Draco was playing the role of the pitiful green tea, inciting a fierce argument between Harry and Ron, likely revolving around cliché dialogues of betrayal. No, that's his prerogative. As Fred sauntered to the seats behind the two, a look of exasperation crossed his face. You know our family dynamics. Ron is not fond of our guidance. If we intervene, it would likely lead to more complaints. Observing the quarrel unfolding at the center of the field, George's eyes momentarily flickered with resignation. Yet, this fleeting sentiment was quickly concealed as he turned back to Legate. Moreover, rather than disciplining our brother, we have more pressing matters to discuss with you, boss. Although their home circumstances were indeed challenging, neither he nor their other siblings ever expressed grievances or disdain towards their family. Even Percy, the most devoted to authority, always held their family close to his heart. In contrast, Ron stood out as an anomaly among them all. Perhaps it was the arrival of his sister Ginny, or perhaps the fact that Fred and George were twins, that led him to blame others for everything he did. He lamented that his family failed to support him and accused his brother of loving only his sister while neglecting him. This very sentiment fostered a clandestine camaraderie between Fred and George, who assisted each other in the shadows. It is worth noting that when Ron was targeted by the Gryffindor crowd, the twins, along with Percy, had discreetly aided him on numerous occasions. Otherwise, how could he have thrived in such a hostile environment? Even in the most volatile moments of Gryffindor, a single drop of disdain could send him spiraling into despair. As the two appeared to be deeply engrossed in the larger picture, Legate sheathed his gemstone and carving knife. If all went as anticipated, their purpose for being here was likely to address some issues with the communication gemstones. Legate was particularly invested in this pioneering lever poised to overturn the archaic laws of the magical realm. After all, it is akin to boiling a frog. Once the first Muggle artifact is magically altered, the second and third will surely follow. Humanity, by nature, delights in leisure. Even the most diligent of efforts often serve to enhance their enjoyment. When more convenient and expedient options arise, how could wizards resist the temptation to explore them? As Legate began to discuss the matter at hand, Fred succinctly interjected, stating, "The magic storage gemstones you provided earlier are insufficient. We wish to acquire more. Additionally, we seek a larger gemstone this time." Very well, Legate replied without hesitation, promptly producing a bag of gemstones from his ring. After tossing it towards the Weasley twins, he continued, "What stage has the project reached? Having invested so much, I ought to hear some progress, shouldn't I?" They had been working on this endeavor for quite some time. Surely, some clarity must have emerged. We have successfully established communication between the gemstones, but we are still grappling with certain issues regarding the intermediary magic storage gemstones. As Fred felt the weight of the bag in his hands, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Although their relationship with Legate was based on mutual benefit, the other's willingness to provide funds so readily was quite gratifying. After all, it subtly affirmed Legate's trust in them. While it was exhilarating to be trusted by a foolish ally, it required double the effort, both physically and mentally. However, being trusted by an astute individual required only the delight of the experience. The initial gemstones had been too small to accommodate the magical energy required for transmission. As they spoke, George retrieved 3 gemstones from his spatial pouch. These were prototypes of the first generation, currently flawed in both communication range and material quality. Due to the minuscule capacity of the transference gemstones, they are prone to shattering under excessive magical pressure. It must be acknowledged that the more the Ministry of Magic discourages certain endeavors, the more alluring they become. With the space pouch provided by Legate, smuggling goods into the classroom for sale has become considerably more convenient. Currently, the approximate communication range is about 1,000 meters. Observing the 3 gemstones lying quietly in George's hand, Legate seemed to glimpse the future. Furthermore, the fact that the Weasley twins managed to develop the communication function in such a short time indicates that he has not erred in his judgment. The estimated maximum distance is around 1,000 meters. As George handed the gemstones to Fred and Legate, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Should they personally experience it? As he is their first user, creating such a groundbreaking device is indeed a source of joy for them. Not only could it alter the future of the Wizarding World, but it could also transform their currently dire circumstances. After all, if their sales do not yield profit, who would continue to sell? Moreover, machinery must eventually be upgraded. When everyone around is using the second-generation communication gemstones, some will inevitably purchase them for the sake of appearances. This back and forth not only facilitates economic circulation, but also promises to enrich their wallets. Although the profit is split 70-30, the Weasley twins remain content, as simply being responsible for research and development yields such returns. After all, one must learn to be grateful for what is truly important. All right, let me give it a try. Upon receiving the gemstone from George, Legate turned his gaze to Fred, suggesting they directly test the maximum distance. The purpose of creating a device with capabilities akin to that of a mobile phone is to facilitate long-distance communication. Thus, entering the long-distance testing phase not only simplifies the process, but also allows for a more precise understanding of their current progress. All right, I will set off immediately. As he spoke, Fred retrieved a rather antiquated broomstick from the space pouch. Although it was an old model, the modest distance of 1,000 meters could be covered swiftly. Approximately 30 seconds later, Fred arrived at the opposite side of the Quidditch pitch, exactly 1,000 meters away from Legate's position. Chapter 85. How to Resolve Transmission Issues. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes, I am now flying back approximately 100 meters. Listening to Fred's slightly muffled voice emanating from the gemstone, Legate promptly issued instructions. If all distances maintain such call quality, the areas requiring improvement for this product are indeed extensive. All right, please hold on a moment. Upon receiving the directive issued by Legate, Fred immediately maneuvered his broom in the direction from whence he came. Only upon reaching the approximate designated area did he procure the gemstone and continue. I have arrived at the specified location. If my conjecture is accurate, you must be wishing to test the call quality, correct? I have already conducted experiments with George on this matter, as the communication gem emitted a cacophony before succumbing to complete silence. Legate's gaze shifted to the gemstone in George's hand. The once radiant magical gem was now marred by a multitude of fissures. A closer inspection would reveal that its internal structure had been utterly compromised. In other words, this gemstone was now rendered useless, incapable of storing magic anew, and devoid of even its most fundamental aesthetic value. This was the primary reason for our request for a new gem. After handing Legate the shattered magical gem, George shrugged in resignation, noting that the magical essence contained within the small gem, or rather the permissible magical nodes, was exceedingly diminutive. Should the distance or duration stretch too far, it would easily result in chaotic internal magic flow, ultimately leading to the gem's destruction. Furthermore, this also resulted in a deterioration of signal strength with increasing distance. At that moment, Fred, having landed beside the group on his flying broom, added, "Thus, we intend to experiment with a larger magical gem to ascertain whether it can remedy this issue. Any intriguing novelty must undergo rigorous testing and refinement." Though the communication gem is not merely a novelty, Fred and George maintained the same philosophy. After crafting the initial version of the communication gem, the two undertook several rounds of straightforward tests. It was precisely this pursuit that led to a significant reduction in the number of gemstones in their possession. Aside from the few that were initially rendered unusable, the remaining gems were casualties of their testing. However, despite the loss of so many gems, the duo had not emerged empty-handed. They had at least discerned the principal reason behind the deteriorating communication signal with increasing distance. If one were to liken the small gem to a mid-range processor, then how could one expect to run high-end games with a low-spec version? Yet, have you two considered a critical issue? Legate posed a significant question to the earnest-faced Weasley twins. If the number of users increases in the future, the larger gem will encounter the same problems as the smaller one. It would be unreasonable for me to procure an oversized gem for you, would it not? And even if such a gem could indeed be found, who can guarantee it will not face overload one day? Regardless of the size, every gem ultimately has its limitations. Even though replacing the gems may temporarily alleviate the current predicament, it is inevitable that, as the number of users increases, the situation will revert to its present state. Upon hearing Legate's inquiry, both George and Fred fell into deep contemplation. Previously, they had been so engrossed in enhancing the quality of communication that they completely overlooked the fact that no matter how powerful the magic gem, it would still have storage limitations. However, this oversight is not entirely their fault. After all, the communication gems they were crafting were fundamentally based on the framework of the teleportation network. As is well known, the operational model of the teleportation network follows a single-line format, allowing for only one person to use it at a time. This model inherently limits the complexity of the communication network, preventing any intricate interactions. It is precisely due to the simplicity of these interactions that the duo subconsciously disregarded the nuanced nature of communication. Of course, since I have raised this issue, there must certainly be a corresponding solution. Observing the deep-in-thought Weasley twins, Legate articulated his thoughts. The exchange of information must inevitably flow through the intermediary magic gems. However, there is no restriction to having only one magic gem as a relay station. As he spoke, Legate produced 2 gems from his ring, one large and one small, utilizing the larger gem as the primary conduit, while the smaller ones served as supplementary entities. Once communication enters the larger gem, it will be allocated to the connected smaller gems. Consequently, by continuously deploying smaller gems across various locations, they could significantly enhance both the distance and quality of communication. Indeed, Legate's proposed solution was to establish a node-based communication system. To put it simply, this resembles the relationship between a main base station and various signal towers in later times. The main base station receives signal transmission requests from different locations, which are then relayed to specific recipients by the regional signal towers. This approach not only prevents the main base station from becoming overloaded, but also addresses issues related to communication distance and signal clarity. Fred remarked, "The gem link facilitates energy transfer." George added, "This method is indeed viable, but we must first address the prioritization of the central gem." Fred suggested, "Let's use the Mykoner connection model, just like Dad's car." "That makes sense. Let us hurry back and give it a try." After hearing Fred's suggestion, George immediately reached for the 2 gems in Legate's hand, saying, "Boss, we'll take these 2 as well. We'll be quite busy, so we probably won't have time to return." "Yes, we'll come find you when we have progress," Fred chimed in, pulling George onto the flying broomstick. When inspiration strikes, it surges forth like an underground spring. Even if caught off guard, it remains relentless. They needed to rush back to conduct experiments and organize their thoughts while the ideas continued to flow. "Legate, it seems this investment is bound to yield fruitful results." As she watched the Weasley twins soaring away on their flying brooms, Sakura Matu couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy in her eyes. If the duo truly managed to create the communication stones, then Legate's reputation would resound throughout the Wizarding World. Nothing could bring Sakura greater happiness than witnessing the success and acclaim of those she cared for. Indeed, the Weasley family still had dependable individuals among them. After affectionately ruffling Sakura's hair, Legate turned his gaze toward the center of the pitch. Following a series of dramatic scenes, the 3 individuals locked in a heartfelt gaze at the center of the field were poised to deliver their final performance. Chapter 86, The Raiders. "All right, Ron. Perhaps you should say a little less." Amidst Ron's incessant complaints and Draco's affected demeanor, Harry's taut nerves snapped in an instant. He had reached his limit. Of course, it was primarily Ron's behavior that unsettled him. This inexplicable antagonism was profoundly distasteful, especially considering that his cousin Dudley had acted similarly in the past. "Harry, you're being fierce with me." Confronted by Harry's sudden outburst, Ron stood frozen for several moments in disbelief. Once he grasped the situation, his face instantly morphed into an expression of incredulity. "I'm not." Observing Ron's astonished and hurt countenance, Harry's previously chaotic thoughts began to settle. In that fleeting moment, he had mistakenly perceived Ron as Dudley, leading to a temporary loss of control over his emotions. Now that clarity returned, the kind-hearted Harry was enveloped by a wave of regret. "All of you are against me." After glancing back and forth between Harry and Draco multiple times, Ron, his face flushed, dashed toward the Quidditch pitch's exit. He could not comprehend why Harry, as a friend, would not support him. Reflecting on the trials he had faced since the start of the school year, Ron's resentment toward Legate deepened. Had it not been for the latter's presence, Harry would never have scolded him on Draco's behalf. Watching Ron flee towards the exit, Harry sighed in exasperation. Were it not for the fact that Ron was his first peer friend and a fellow dorm mate, he would have been inclined to distance himself from Ron's recent antics. "Harry, you should go check on him." Just as Harry prepared to apologize to Draco, the latter interjected, "I'm fine. You need not worry about me." According to Sakura's friendship manual, retreating to advance is the most effective strategy for offense. Of course, this was predicated on the presence of an individual lacking in common sense, one who incessantly compared themselves to others. After all, Humanity is most averse to comparison. One is empathetic, while the other is unreasonable. In this stark contrast, the superiority and inferiority are readily apparent. Draco. Indeed, the reality unfolded just as Draco had anticipated. Observing the understanding Draco before him, Harry's dissatisfaction with Ron grew even more pronounced. Just look at him. What constitutes true friendship is exemplified by such camaraderie. Reflecting on Ron's incessant antics, which were either instigating trouble or embroiled in chaotic mischief, Harry yearned to gaze at the stars from a 45-degree angle, wishing to conceal his tears from prying eyes. Yet, reminiscing about Draco's affected demeanor brought Harry back from his melancholy. Draco, give it your all in the match. After uttering this hurried encouragement, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the Quidditch pitch, caring little for Ron's opinions at this juncture. It was purely a matter of self-preservation. Indeed, Harry Potter is a gentleman, but not in the conventional sense. Strangely enough, observing Harry's hasty retreat, Draco stroked his chin in confusion, pondering where things had gone awry. There was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss with Harry. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Draco, his eyes widening in alarm. Marcy, you've betrayed me again. Despite his usual sluggishness, he finally recognized the disconcerting truth. He, Draco Malfoy, the esteemed heir of the Malfoy lineage, could it be that his reputation was on the brink of ruin? Just as he summoned the courage to seek an explanation from Sakura Matu, he was startled to find the stands completely deserted. The gentle breeze and rustling leaves added a touch of desolation to the scene. At 9 o'clock that evening, within the Forbidden Forest, Lord Legate. These are the items we have recently gathered. After laying the prepared items before Legate, Helicrose obediently retreated to the side. Why is there so much missing? Observing the materials, which were nearly 2/3 fewer than before, Legate cast a puzzled glance at Helicrose. Has something occurred in the Forbidden Forest? The essence of the Forbidden Forest is survival of the fittest, where numerous magical creatures perish for a variety of peculiar reasons. For instance, a goat venturing out for food might inadvertently get stuck in a tree, only to be taken by a bald giant with a penchant for sinister laughter. Logically, even if the Forbidden Forest had recently entered a period of peace, one would expect the collection of materials from deceased magical creatures to yield far more than what lay before them. After dismissing all other possibilities, the sole remaining explanation pointed to the collector, the Acromantula. Either Aragog, that old rascal, harbored malicious intent, or they were unable to gather materials for some unspoken reason. We have, in human terms, been robbed. As Legate inquired about the cargo, Heracross, in a fervent display of agitation, waved its forelimbs, despite my unfamiliarity with that creature. However, I have heard from the surviving kin that it, too, belongs to the arachnid class of magical beings. During every act of plunder, it tends to ramble incessantly, suggesting a lack of cognitive acuity. Nevertheless, rest assured, Lord Legate, we shall endeavor to gather a greater abundance of resources next time. After consuming the potion provided by Legate, Aragog's vitality has significantly restored, albeit at the cost of potential bodily harm. Yet, in light of Aragog's vigorous appearance, many predators have hesitated to confront the 8-eyed giant spider. After all, minor skirmishes are commonplace, occurring daily between different factions. However, should a situation arise where one seeks direct confrontation, it would essentially signify the onset of war between the two factions. This particular batch of 8-eyed giant spiders, being outsiders, has attracted the attention of numerous magical creatures residing within the Forbidden Forest. Therefore, it is imperative that Aragog remain steadfast, at least until a new ruler emerges. Otherwise, the entire 8-eyed spider clan risks being erased from the map of the Forbidden Forest once more. As to why once more, I trust the astute among you can decipher that. Yet, in response to the assurances provided by Heracross, Legate remained unresponsive, for the more he contemplated the recent description, the more he felt an uncanny resemblance between this marauder and the elusive Yeheim.